Chapter 1. Jordan Danvers. 1978, Smooville, Massachusetts. It was a monotonous and tranquil town. The air was fresh, the streets clean and spacious. The residents led a simple, leisurely life, rising with the sun and resting at dusk, finding happiness in their routine. The town had few recreational facilities. It lacked the vibrant nightlife of the cities and the lively entertainment of midnight shows. As darkness fell, the townsfolk would retire early to their homes. The lone cinema in the town center was quite antiquated, primarily screening old films. Although the town was somewhat remote, known to few beyond its borders, the laughter and camaraderie of its inhabitants created a warm atmosphere. In the southwestern part of the town resided a family of four, the Danvers. John Danvers had two children, an 80-year-old daughter, Carol Danvers, and a 5-year-old son, Jordan Danvers, along with a beautiful and understanding wife, Mary. John felt his life was perfect. At that moment, in the backyard of the Danvers home, his son Jordan lay on the lawn. It was midday in the height of summer, with cicadas chirping and birds singing in the sweltering heat. Yet, under the sun, Jordan felt no discomfort. Rather, he found it quite pleasant. He gazed directly at the sun, unperturbed by its brightness, his eyes vacant. Anyone familiar with him would recognize that he was daydreaming once again. The townspeople were well aware that John's boy was unafraid of the sun, preferring to daydream beneath its rays, showing none of the typical exuberance expected of a 5-year-old. 5 years, Jordan mused silently. This year marked 5 years since he had crossed over into this world indeed. He was a traveler of sorts. In his previous life, he had been a Chinese individual named Xiao Xian, and in this life, he had become Jordan Danvers. After an initial period of panic regarding his transmigration, he had grown quite accustomed to it. In this life, he was an American, with kind parents and a sister who was both close to him, yet often teased him an existence filled with happiness. Moreover, possessing the mind of a 30-something who had witnessed the frenetic pace of city life, he found himself captivated by the serene interactions between people and their environment in this town. For a significant portion of his time since the transition, Jordan had drifted through life in a haze. As a child, his mind was not fully developed, making contemplation exhausting, often leading him to feel drowsy and in need of sleep. It was only in the sunlight that he felt invigorated. Upon discovering this effect of sunlight on his energy, he began to enjoy contemplating in its warmth, and over time, the townsfolk became familiar with his peculiar habit, for news traveled swiftly in such a small community. Jordan was deep in thought, contemplating his future. After all, travelers were often known for their remarkable achievements, and he, as one such traveler, could not afford to bring shame upon himself. He was aware that it was now the year 1978, a time of early opportunity, with countless prospects ahead. Even though this was America, it was undeniably a golden era brimming with possibilities. Across the vast ocean, the future of that nation promised even more. While life in the town was comfortable, the man could not quell his ambition without engaging in grand endeavors. Moreover, he was a time traveler endowed with foresight, a fact that inflated Joe's sense of self-importance. I must first save money. Every little bit counts. Once I turn 16, I will venture out to strive for success, Joe declared, clenching his fist. The earnestness on his 5-year-old face, when adorned with such determination, would surely endear him to any woman who glimpsed it. At that time, I shall rise to prominence in America, and then return to China to take a look at. I will stir the winds of America, delivering swift kicks to gates and striking blows to job show delightful. The thought brought a smile to Joe's face. He eagerly anticipated the life that awaited him, finding the existence of a child all too mundane. What a pity, though, that I am still so young. It will take me several more years to grow up. How many opportunities for wealth will I miss? The mere contemplation of money made Joe's eyes sparkle with intensity. He had grown weary of poverty in his previous life. After years of struggle in the city, he had learned to stretch every dollar, and he had finally managed to secure a modest abode of his own. In this world, one must earn great wealth and dwell in a manor. After lounging for a while, Joe glanced at the sky and sensed that time was slipping away. He stood, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and turned to head inside. Upon entering the living room, he found his father, John, seated on the sofa, engrossed in the Smallville Daily, a painfully dull newspaper, was Joe's assessment, as it was filled with trivial matters, such as whose car had broken down or whose cow had wandered off. What irked Joe even more was that he had appeared in its pages not once, but twice. The first was a report on his birth, which he could accept, but just recently, he had made the news again with the headline, "John's youngster Joe enjoys sunbathing." Good heavens, how could such nonsense make it to the paper? It left him questioning whether the publication had truly run out of substantial content. "I am back, Dad," Joe announced to his father. "Finished sunbathing?" John inquired. Yes, I truly don't understand why you enjoy basking in the sun so much, with such intense sunlight. Even though he had known this for quite some time, John still found it somewhat difficult to accept. Ah, I will head back to my room now. Joe chuckled lightly, attempting to make his exit. Wait a moment, it's getting late. Please go fetch your sister, Carol, John instructed. Has she gone out to play again? Joe asked. Yes, she should be at Pamela's house. Go check, John replied. Although Joe was merely 5 years old, he had always been obedient and sensible. With no outsiders in the town, it was quite safe, so John had grown accustomed to assigning tasks to Joe without worry. Joe, too, was eager to assist his father, as it meant earning some money, which he desperately needed to save for his grand ambitions. All right, Joe promptly agreed, though he lingered, gazing at John. Haha, Mary, look at your fine son, he is truly a money enthusiast. Upon observing Joe's behavior, John immediately grasped his intention. Here you go, John said as he produced a nickel and handed it to him. Joe joyfully accepted it and dashed out the door. Slow down, don't trip over, John cautioned. 0.5 cents in hand, Joe murmured to himself as he ran. He had been saving diligently and had nearly accumulated $10. Since the tender age of 3, he had been assisting with household chores and receiving small amounts of money from John. Although the sums were often mere pennies, over time they had culminated in a respectable total. With a lively trot, he soon arrived at Pamela's house, where he could hear Carol's laughter echoing from the yard. Carol, John asked me to call you home, Joe shouted from outside the yard. Before long, Carol emerged alongside Pamela, holding a drumstick from the local KFC. Wow, Joe is here, Pamela exclaimed upon seeing him, her face lighting up with joy. Ignoring the grease on her hands, she reached out to pinch Joe's cheeks. With his adorable appearance, he was loved by all. Joe managed to evade Pamela's grasp, but was not so fortunate with Carol. She seized him and pinched his cheeks, subsequently dragging him over to Pamela for her to do the same, disregarding Joe's protests. This is so amusing. Carol, your brother is simply adorable, Pamela remarked. Continuing to pinch his cheeks, it seemed that since Joe usually resisted such treatment, they relished the opportunity to indulge. As Joe's face was being squeezed back and forth by Pamela, Carol felt a pang of protectiveness. Be gentle, he is my brother, she suddenly recalled, having completely forgotten her earlier antics at Joe's expense. All right, Pamela relented, releasing him. Let's go, Carol waved at Pamela and turned to head home with Joe. He'll come and play next time, she added with a carefree gesture. That was just her way, boisterous and always teasing Joe. Joe silently wiped the grease from his face and turned away, his expression devoid of emotion. Come, let's hold hands. Carol extended her hand toward J-O-E and O. Joe replied curtly. Are you upset? Carol inquired. No, I just don't want to hold hands, he responded. Fine then, Carol conceded. Would you like some chicken leg? She waved the drumstick enticingly in front of him. Where did you get the money for that? Joe asked. Curiosity piqued as he observed Carol's smug demeanor, knowing well that she often lacked funds and frequently eyed a savings. Pamela treated me. Yes, it was Pamela who treated me, Carol answered hesitantly, causing Joe to feel a sense of foreboding. Instantly, his pace quickened. Upon returning home, Joe hurried into his room. Noticing Joe's hurried demeanor, John expressed curiosity. What's wrong with him? He asked Carol. I don't know, Carol replied, her eyes darting away. I'll head to my room now. With that, she retreated to her own space. That's strange, John murmured to himself. As soon as he entered his room, Joe made a beeline for beneath his bed, the secret spot where he concealed his money. Upon a mere touch, an unsettling sensation washed over him. It appeared that the position of the box had been tampered with. The disquiet within him intensified. Upon opening the box, he discovered it filled with coins and paper bills, albeit in insignificant amounts. Joe instantly recognized the anomaly. The money was short. After counting, he realized $3 were missing. What should have been $10 had dwindled to merely $7. He understood that someone had taken the money, and the answer seemed to lie within the chicken leg. He recalled how Carol had hesitated when he had inquired about the source of the money, and the truth dawned upon him. Carol Danvers. Chapter 2. Dinner. As dusk settled and darkness enveloped the outside world, the Joe family gathered around the dining table, preparing to partake in their evening meal. Joe's mother, Mary, had meticulously prepared dinner. I rose to serve the dishes. Carol, noticing Joe's unwavering gaze upon her, felt a pang of guilt and hastily uttered a few words before retreating. Joe, in a fit of anger, felt compelled to avoid Carol, having committed a wrongdoing, and though they were both within the confines of their home, she sought refuge for even a brief moment. Before long, Carol and Mary had set the table with all the dishes. Once they were seated, Mary observed Joe's prolonged inaction with the utensils and inquired, "What is the matter, Joe? Why aren't you eating? I specially made your favorite roasted lamb chops today. Is it a lack of appetite?" I don't feel like eating, Joe replied sullenly, his spirits dampened by the loss of a portion of his savings, which left him feeling despondent and devoid of appetite. My dear, what troubles you? Mary expressed her concern, noting Joe's usual hearty appetite had suddenly diminished, prompting her to fear he might be unwell. Are you sick, darling? Come, let me feel your forehead. Do you have a fever? No, I am perfectly healthy. It is merely a matter of feeling upset, and I cannot eat, he responded. My child, what is bothering you? Mary sensed something was amiss with Joe today, an unusual occurrence considering his typically obedient demeanor and robust health, unless. A thought crossed her mind as she glanced at John, who was stifling laughter. It dawned on her that Carol must be involved. Carol, what have you done to your brother? Mary inquired. Nothing much, just borrowed a little something from him, Carol replied, her voice tinged with guilt. What did you take from Joe? Mary pressed on. I borrowed. A little, Carol hesitated to articulate. He used $3 of my savings, the hard-earned money I had saved up, Joe interjected, unable to contain his indignation. His frustration boiled over as he exclaimed. How could an older sister spend her younger brother's money? Isn't it always the sister who gives money to her brother? That money was to be my future capital. You spent Joe's money? Mary questioned. Without my permission, Joe added indignantly. Mary, you know that last time Pam invited me to dinner, I felt obliged to reciprocate. I simply had no money lately and had to borrow a bit from Joe, Carol explained, her guilt palpable. I only took a tiny amount. Joe has plenty left. And I promise I will return it, she insisted. I don't believe you, Joe shouted from the side. Last time, Carol borrowed money from me and hasn't he returned it yet? Joe was skeptical. He knew Carol spent money frivolously, making it unlikely she would ever repay him. What Carol had done this time was even more egregious, bordering on theft. He resolved to teach this little girl a lesson. Otherwise, his savings would inevitably be depleted by her incessant spending. He needed the funds for future endeavors. It wasn't about being stingy. It was about securing his future. Saving more now would yield greater rewards later. After all, they were family. Once he prospered, Carol would benefit as well. At present, Carol is still young and does not comprehend these matters. She will come to understand them as she matures, Joe silently pondered. Carol, apologize to Joe, Mary insisted, believing that this was no trivial issue. Although the amount was not substantial, Carol's actions were quite serious. You have stolen, Mary reiterated. I have not, Carol exclaimed, startled by Mary's stern tone, but her temper flared afterwards. I told you I would pay him back, Carol shouted. But you took it without Joe's consent. Mary continued. Your behavior is unacceptable. Carol recognized her wrongdoing, yet she was proud and reluctant to apologize to her younger brother. However, with Mary being so firm for the first time, she felt anxious, tears welling in her eyes. Sensing that the situation was spiraling, Joe thought it best to intervene. Carol, you will repay me, won't you? Of course, I will certainly pay you back this time. I'll deliver newspapers over the weekend to earn the money, Carol retorted, her tone reflecting her youthful frustration. She was still a child, and despite realizing her mistake, she blamed Joe for the reprimand. Mary was about to say something, but was interrupted by Joe. All right, you must repay me. Let's eat. Seeing that Joe had moved on, Mary felt it unnecessary to press further. Wow, Mom, your roasted lamb chops are getting more delicious, Joe exclaimed, attempting to lighten the mood. Really? If you like them, eat more, Mary replied. All right, I'll take the rest, Joe declared loudly. I want some too. Carol, who had been sulking, was not about to be outdone. She adored Mary's roasted lamb chops and thought, I can't let Joe have all the glory. All right, I'll add more for both of you, Mary said, her spirits lifting as she noticed the children were back to normal. Ahem, John cleared his throat, feeling overlooked. There's some for you too. Mary shot him a glance before heading to the kitchen. After dinner, the family gathered on the living room sofa to chat. By the way, John suddenly remembered. I need to go to Boston tomorrow. Do you want to come along? Joe, who had yet to venture beyond town, was intrigued. How about I take you both out tomorrow? Sounds great, Carol chimed in. Yes, Joe echoed, eager for the outing. Then it's settled. Tomorrow, I'll take you to see my idol, Steve Rogers. John laughed heartily. You just want to see him yourself, Mary teased from the side, well aware of her husband's enthusiasm. This is a tradition of our Danforth family, John proclaimed, a tradition that will be passed down. Steve Rogers, Captain America? Joe mused, having often heard John mention that name, surprised to discover John's comic book fandom. Dad, are we going to the amusement park tomorrow? Carol inquired, having been enchanted by her previous visit when Joe did not attend. Yes, John responded joyfully. Yay, that's wonderful. Carol nearly jumped with excitement. They chatted for a while longer, with Carol chattering away, before each retreated to their respective rooms. Just before heading inside, Carol blushed and uttered a quick apology to Joe before darting back to her quarters. Lying in bed, Joe found himself grappling with insomnia. Tomorrow, he would venture into the city of this era, and he felt an exhilarating anticipation for what lay ahead, a promising opportunity to showcase his skills. After pondering for a moment longer, fatigue began to overtake him. "Good night," he called towards Carol's room, a request she had made that he felt obliged to fulfill. Chapter 3. The amusement park. At the break of dawn, Joe was jolted awake by an exuberant Carol. "Joe, hurry up. We must depart." Groggily glancing at the alarm clock, he noted it was only 7 o'clock. Irritated, he replied, "Can't I sleep a bit longer? It's too early. Hurry, hurry. Get up." As Joe attempted to drift back into sleep, Carol grasped his head and shook it vigorously. Completely roused by her antics, Joe resigned himself to getting up. He exhaled deeply, rubbed his eyes, and dressed. After freshening up, he descended from the second floor to find John had already prepared everything. "Did you sleep well, Joe?" John inquired. Joe stifled a yawn and replied, "Not really. Someone woke me." John, seemingly unfazed by Joe's grumbling, chuckled. "Come on, young man, let us eat. After breakfast, we'll set off." Joe noted John's excitement. After all, it wasn't he often that he ventured out, and today he would meet his idol, which filled him with glee. Joe found himself bemused by the enthusiasm of the father and daughter duo. Shouldn't he be the most excited? After all, this was his first trip to Boston, his inaugural experience in both this life and the last. What were the two who had been there before so animated about? He dutifully approached the table and grabbed a sandwich, nibbling while reminiscing. "I could really go for some soy milk and fried dough sticks right now. Such nostalgia." Under Carol's urging, Joe finished his breakfast and, alongside John and Carol, stepped outside. John hurried to the garage and brought out his used pickup truck, parking it in front of Joe and Carol. "All right, kids, hop in," John called, rolling down the window with a flare. Joe was taken aback by John's stylish sunglasses. It was the first time he had seen him dressed so casually, and he couldn't help but steal a few glances. Once they were all in the vehicle, they set off. As soon as they were on the road, Carol eagerly asked, "Dad, when are we going to the amusement park?" Joe felt a wave of exasperation. She was such a child. He silently lamented, "Spending every day with Carol, I'm bound to lose my sanity." However, John dashed Joe's hopes, stating, "No, things have changed. We might not be able to go to the amusement park." Joe silently applauded him. He wasn't particularly keen on visiting an amusement park, after all. He was too old for such childish amusements. Upon hearing her father's refusal, Carol visibly deflated, her head drooping, and her earlier excitement evaporated. "All right," she mumbled. She replied listlessly, "Let's first visit a friend of mine, and then we can head to the amusement park." "Sounds like a splendid idea, doesn't it?" John mischievously remarked, deliberately teasing Carol. "Yay, that sounds fantastic," Carol exclaimed, nearly jumping up with excitement. "Joe, I'll take you to ride go-karts. You can sit in my car. I'm really good at driving," Carol said to Joe. "No," Joe coldly declined, showing no interest in go-karting, especially since he wouldn't be the one driving. "You have to drive yourself?" Carol responded, "But you're too small. It would be dangerous to drive alone." "I want to drive. I'll just watch you play." Joe replied. "You really don't want to play? It's so much fun." Carol persisted. "No, I'd rather not." "All right then. We can ride the pirate ship together. That's fun too, and Dad enjoys it." Joe looked at John, who was driving, somewhat astonished, not expecting his father to have such interests. The pickup truck traversed the wide fields and crossed several small towns, arriving in Boston shortly after 2 in the afternoon. "Wake up, Joe, we're here." Carol shook him awake. He had fallen asleep in the car after an early morning rise. "Where are we now?" Joe asked. "At the amusement park," Carol replied cheerfully. "Didn't Dad say we were going to meet a friend first?" "We've already met. We didn't want to disturb your sweet slumber," she explained. "All right, let us go. I've decided we should ride the roller coaster first," Carol declared. "I have it all planned out. First the roller coaster, then the pirate ship, followed by the carousel, and finally the go-karts." Carol pulled out a note from seemingly nowhere, pointing at it. "This is the quickest way," she added. "The best amusement park strategy we devised with Dad." John nodded approvingly from the side. Joe, however, felt the urge to cover his head. From his perspective as a Chinese individual, John hardly resembled a father figure, lacking any sternness or reprimands. Instead, he seemed more like a friend to them. "All right, let us set off," John shouted exuberantly, as if to ensure everyone around was aware. Passers-by smiled warmly at them. They first headed towards the roller coaster. Upon arrival, Carol eagerly pulled them into the queue. "Can I skip this one?" Joe said. "I'm feeling a bit scared." He had a slight fear of heights, and the roller coaster made him feel unsafe. "Don't be like this, Joe. You're a young man. You must show courage," John encouraged. Believing Joe was genuinely frightened and viewing this as an excellent teaching moment. The boy was usually far too sensible. Carol nodded in agreement with John's words, declaring, "I'm not scared at all." Feeling that escape was no longer an option, Joe resigned himself to standing in line with them. Soon, they ascended. And before boarding the roller coaster, John placed his hands on Joe's shoulders, encouraging him. You can do it, Joe. After they disembarked, Joe tousled his windblown hair, gazing at John with an expression of bewilderment. While Carol was in fits of laughter from the ride, Joe remained unresponsive, his eyes closing in surrender, while John was there, vociferously screaming, betraying his fear. And he dares to advise me to have courage? Joe mused silently, regarding John with a stoic demeanor. John, slightly agitated, exclaimed, It's been ages since I last rode one, haha. He chuckled awkwardly, his legs still trembling. It was a bit thrilling. I actually prefer the pirate ship. This roller coaster was rather too swift for my liking. I felt it was quite perilous. John stated earnestly. Nonsense. I found it just right. Carol interjected enthusiastically. Dad, let's ride the roller coaster again. Upon hearing this, John's face drained of color. That last ride had been quite a jolt for him. Could he endure another? He quickly waved his hands, insisting, No more for me. You two go ahead. I don't want to ride anymore either, Joe admitted, displaying no interest in the roller coaster. In that case, let us head to the pirate ship, John decided, fearing Carol might concoct some mischief. And he promptly ushered them along without giving her a chance to protest. Chapter 4. At the amusement park, it turned out that the profound philosopher Wang Jing's theorem of irresistible allure applied to everyone. Joe surprisingly found the amusement park to be rather enjoyable. He tried several less thrilling rides and felt a lingering sense of satisfaction. Ah, delightful, he murmured to himself. He indulged in all the gentler attractions, such as the pirate ship and the Ferris wheel, even repeating some of them. His absolute favorite was the carousel. It was simply enchanting, with its gentle up and down swaying and leisurely pace, perfect for someone of his maturity. Before long, it was noon, primarily due to the lengthy wait times, half an hour for each attraction amidst the bustling crowd. They spent their midday meal casually at the amusement park. After dining and taking a brief respite, they resumed their adventures. This time, Joe could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor. He eagerly engaged Carol in discussions about which rides to try next, while John watched them with an amused smile. I must take Joe out more often. He finally resembles a child today, unlike his previously inactive self, John thought. Joyful moments always fly by swiftly. Joe felt as though he had just begun to enjoy himself when dusk approached. Children, it's getting late. We must be on our way, John announced, clapping his hands to capture Joe and Carol's attention. What? Do we have to leave so soon? I still want to play. Carol complained about the fleeting time. Joe nodded in agreement, feeling as though it had been ages since he had been this relaxed, since the moment of his traversal. A persistent pressure has settled in John's heart, burdening him with heavy thoughts. Today, however, he felt a sense of ease, reliving the joys of childhood. He raised his arm to check the time, realizing it was getting late. The clock read nearly 7 o'clock. John handed his watch to Carol, which displayed 6:45. Dad, can we play just one last time? Just once more. I want to ride the go-kart, Carol pleaded, playfully shaking John's arm. You just said that, Carol, John replied, noting the late hour and the encroaching darkness. Really, just one last time. I promise, Carol said with a pitiful gaze, her eyes sparkling adorably. All right, John relented, feeling his resolve weaken. Yay, Carol exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Joe, let us go ride the go-karts. Joe stumbled slightly as Carol tugged him along, nearly dragging him in her enthusiasm. That child, John chuckled. Soon, the three of them arrived at the go-kart area. Joe, I'll drive. You sit behind me, Carol declared. No way, Joe countered, his interest piqued. He wanted to drive himself. You're too small. It's too dangerous for you to drive alone, Carol insisted earnestly. Joe was exasperated, thinking to himself that in both this life and the last, he was older than John. Yet, he retorted, You're only 3 years older than me. Carol, I'm your sister. You must listen to me, Joe. I'll take you for a ride. No, Joe firmly rejected her offer. After a brief quarrel where neither could sway the other, John intervened, realizing that if they continued, it would be dark before they knew it. Let Joe drive. He is a little man, John decided. Humph. Carol pouted, her competitive spirit unwilling to concede. She wanted to argue further, but John warned that if they continued to bicker, they would not play at all and would head straight home. This silenced her protests. The two then queued to collect their protective gear, donning helmets and securing knee and elbow pads before settling into their go-karts. Joe, I'll leave you in the dust. You'll be eating my dust from behind, Carol boasted, still unwilling to back down. Just don't start crying later, Joe replied, feeling exasperated with the little girl's tenacity. Before long, a staff member started the engines, and they gripped the steering wheels tightly. John counted down, 3, 2, 1. As soon as he said 1, Joe immediately pressed the accelerator, and his go-kart surged forward. Carol, slightly slower to react, scrambled to catch up. Despite her initial disadvantage, she taunted, Joe, you're my little brother. I let you go first. Joe smirked, yeah right. In no time, 3 laps had passed, and Joe maintained his lead over Carol. After all, he was a seasoned driver in his past life. There was no way he would lose to a little girl in something as simple as a go-kart race. Gazing ahead at Joe, Carol felt a surge of anxiety. She had just boasted with great confidence, only to be swiftly humbled by Joe. Although she was not yet familiar with the term humbled, she nonetheless felt a pang of embarrassment. The go-kart track at the amusement park consisted of 5 laps, and they had already completed a significant portion. As the prospect of losing loomed closer, Carol's anxiety intensified. As they approached a curve, Joe began to decelerate, showcasing the steadiness of an experienced driver. Joe felt at ease. It had been quite some time since he had driven, and the experience of maneuvering a go-kart brought back fond memories. Observing Joe's reduction in speed, Carol made a bold decision to accelerate, determined to overtake him on the bend. The curves of the go-kart track were quite sharp, and due to the high rental fees of the amusement park, the owner had invested considerable effort into extending the track's length to attract customers, resulting in particularly sharp turns. As Carol pressed down on the accelerator, her speed increased. But as she navigated the bend, she suddenly lost control of her red go-kart, veering wildly and slipping out of control. From the sidelines, John noticed Carol's predicament and felt an ominous sense of foreboding as he rushed toward her. His instincts proved correct. Carol's cart had overturned, propelling her several meters off the track. Having completed the turn, Joe was startled by the sudden silence behind him. Turning around, he was dismayed to see Carol sprawled outside the track. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily applied the brakes and rushed toward her. John and Joe arrived at the scene almost simultaneously. By the time they reached Carol, she was already brushing dust off her clothes. In unison, filled with concern and urgency, they asked, "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Carol's face was pale, clearly shaken by the incident. "I'm fine," she replied. "You were far too reckless," John admonished, his heart aching for her. After the initial concern subsided, he felt a surge of frustration. "Carol, you are a girl. There's no need to be so competitive. Girls should aspire to be more composed. After all, they will eventually marry." Though he cared deeply for both children, he still held a belief that girls should be more demure while boys could be more spirited. Yet his 2 children were the complete opposite. "Dad, I'm fine." Carol smiled reassuringly, seeing that she had indeed escaped serious injury. Thanks to her protective gear, Joe's anxious heart also settled. "Joe, let us continue," Carol insisted, eager to resume the race. "No more racing. Do you wish to fall again?" John decisively ended the competition. Thus, the day passed. Joe lay in bed, reflecting on what he had anticipated before arriving. What had he hoped to experience in this era of America? Today, what had he witnessed? The amusement park was bustling with lively, adorable children. Alas, he lamented, he had accomplished nothing that day. Chapter 5. The Captain America Memorial. On the second day of his visit to Boston, Joe enjoyed a restful sleep. After a tiring day of play, Carol did not wake him early the next morning, allowing him to rise naturally. Stretching lazily, Joe opened his eyes. Upon opening his eyes, John was seen engrossed in the newspaper. Since they were in a distant locale, they resided in a suburban motel, akin to the many found across America, often operated by local residents, reminiscent of homestays in China. "Good morning," John remarked without lifting his gaze from the paper. You should take a shower first. By the time you finish, Carol will likely be awake, and then we can prepare for breakfast," John suggested. "All right," Joe replied. In contrast to China, people here are accustomed to showering in the morning. Initially, Joe found this practice quite unaccustomed, yet he had since adapted. After washing up, he emerged to find Carol yawning. "Joe, why didn't you call me? We're supposed to see Captain America today? I absolutely adore him," Carol lamented. "Ah, yet another fan of Captain America," Joe thought, bemused, as he had never witnessed her reading the comics. The trio hastily devoured the motel sandwiches, which were quite insipid. The proprietor clearly lacked dedication. They paled in comparison to the delightful meals prepared by their mother, Mary. After breakfast, Carol expressed, "Joe, I miss Mary." Joe remained silent, feeling a tinge of longing himself. Though only 5 years had passed since their transition, his bond with his current family had deepened considerably. He could assure himself that his yearning was solely for Mary, accompanied by a fondness for her culinary creations. "Dad, can we go home today?" Carol inquired of John. John, perhaps also feeling a bit homesick, grimaced and replied, "I'm not sure. Our trip to Boston I sent merely for leisure. I am waiting for someone, and I have yet to hear from him. So, it seems unlikely we can return today. If all goes well, we might manage to head home tomorrow." Their collective sentiments reaffirmed the adage that to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. "Oh," Carol exclaimed in despair. "Fear not, children. Today, I shall take you to the Captain America Memorial. It embodies the spirit of our America." Joe found John's statement somewhat off-kilter, yet he could not articulate precisely what felt amiss. After breakfast, the 3 of them took a moment to refresh themselves before embarking once more. Driving the vintage pickup, they made their way to the memorial. The The journey was smooth, and they soon arrived at their destination, a spacious venue adorned in blue and white, with a pentagram at its center. The style echoed that of Captain America's uniform. A statue of Captain America stood at the entrance, welcoming visitors. As they lingered at the entrance, John voiced, "Every time I come here, my heart swells with excitement. This is the essence of our America." With a sense of awe, John continued, "Let us head inside." Moments later, they stepped through the entrance, arriving at the hall of the memorial. At a glance, the room is filled with black and white photographs, remnants of the past featuring Captain America, though few in number. Each image has been enlarged and elegantly framed, adorning the walls of the exhibition hall. These photographs are not original negatives. Rather, they are reproductions, with the authentic negatives housed in a gallery in New York. Nonetheless, they hold immense value. The providers of these photographs include the captain's relatives, friends, and comrades. Over 3 decades have passed, and though those individuals have aged, they refuse to let the memory of the captain fade into obscurity. They generously share these images, ensuring that the world remembers his heroic deeds. The memorial is bustling with admirers of the captain, individuals who revere and cherish him. However, Joe senses an unsettling dissonance. The photographs appear strikingly lifelike, and the likeness between the individuals in the images and the captain he once saw in a cinema is uncanny. "What kind of world am I in?" Joe murmurs, grappling with a foreboding sense of uncertainty. A voice within seems to whisper to him, "It is precisely the world you have envisioned." Shaking his head, Joe dismisses his suspicions and is reluctant to accept them. After all, the world he recalls is fraught with peril. "Joe, what were you just saying?" Carol inquires, having caught a hint of his murmured thoughts. Nothing at all," he replies, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice, rendering his words somewhat disjointed. It must be mere coincidence. Perhaps the fervor of the fans here is simply overwhelming, creating an illusion of authenticity. He is unwilling to embrace this notion. If he did, his dreams and aspirations would shatter. Who doesn't know the dangers of that world? With no wealthy father or resources, one must rely solely on fate. The poor resort to mutation, while the affluent dabble in technology. This is no jest. Moreover, those few who have mutated have largely become villains, swiftly vanquished. As he contemplates this, a shiver runs down his spine. The prospect is terrifying. He dares not dwell on it. Upon his arrival, Avengers: Infinity War had just premiered, showcasing a malevolent figure whose single snap of the fingers eradicated half the universe's population. Little did he know about the formidable figure that would follow, or else his fear would not be so profound. "Come on, Joe. I'll take you to see these precious photographs and share the stories behind them," John says, grasping Joe's hand and leading him toward the images. "Look at this one." John points to a photograph of a frail young man clad in military attire, appearing almost childlike, unable to embody the uniform's might. "This is a picture of the captain when he first enlisted," John explains with a smile. "At that time, he was even less than ordinary, frail and delicate. Yet he possessed a heart of greatness. Even when beaten, he stood for justice." John is evidently an ardent admirer of the captain, well versed in his exploits, recounting them with enthusiasm. As he speaks, the excitement bubbles within him, almost propelling him to leap with joy, animatedly gesturing as if he had witnessed the hero himself. How young was he then? Just a mere child, one might say. Thus, the captain is truly magnificent. He is deserving of our admiration and respect. This is merely the first photograph, yet John has already spoken for nearly 5 minutes, a torrent of words cascading forth. The 2 children appeared somewhat bewildered. Carol was somewhat perplexed, while Joe felt as if his mind might short-circuit. A foreboding sense of dread intensified within him, casting further doubt upon the world in which he found himself. "Come, allow me to guide you to the next photograph. There are still plenty more to discuss," John exclaimed, leading the 2 toward the subsequent image, his chatter incessant. Clearly, John was not himself, embodying the fervent spirit of an ardent fan. Chapter 6. Is this truly marvelous? They arrived before the second photograph. "Look at this one," John pointed to the image. The person depicted remained a captain, yet he appeared transformed, bare-chested, showcasing his flawless physique. The definition of his muscles was striking, and the alluring V-line was captivating. "Wow, so handsome," Carol exclaimed. John and Joe exchanged glances. One had a slight belly protruding, while the other was still quite slender. They shared a knowing look and simultaneously scoffed. "Humph, women. Regardless of age, they are all the same." Disdain and jealousy flickered between them. "Ahem," John coughed twice, redirecting the infatuated gaze of Carol back to him as he continued. "This is a rare photograph captured by a reporter just after the captain completed his experiment." He elaborated on the origins of the photo. "Isn't it astonishing?" John chuckled. "It's as though he has become a different person. His vitality is entirely transformed. To be frank, the captain in the previous photograph is rather unflattering, wouldn't you say? Somewhat, well, unsightly. However, this one is entirely different. The figure within is tall and handsome, certain to attract the admiration of girls in real life. According to rumors, the pre-transformation captain was not favored by any girls, and after enlisting, he has been constantly on the move, with little time to seek a girlfriend. Thus, it is possible that the captain remains a bachelor to this day. John whispered conspiratorially, covering his mouth as if sharing some scandalous secret. Who knows why he would speak this way to two children, one merely 8 years old and the other 5. Surely, such thoughts are far-fetched. This father is utterly inadequate. Had Mary been present, John would surely have earned a reprimand. He was out in public, amidst the Idol's Memorial Hall, too exhilarated, momentarily losing his composure. Regrettably, the captain later vanished. John's expression shifted in an instant, growing somber as he remarked, "Otherwise, the captain would undoubtedly still be as handsome today. Likely married to a perfect wife, like Mary. Perhaps they even have children." Despite being away, John still found a way to extol his wife. It was profoundly disheartening. The hero saved the world, yet failed to savor the fruits of victory. "Remember this, children," John said with an earnest tone. "Today, our ability to lead a joyful and fulfilling life is entirely attributed to that individual," John remarked, gesturing toward the person in the photograph. "Remember him, and hold him in esteem." Carol, still quite young and not fully comprehending, nodded in a somewhat perplexed manner. "Joe," she queried, as Joe stood nearby, trembling with fear. "Who am I? Where am I?" He began to believe he was indeed in that world, a realm so terrifying. According to John, it had already been established. Yet Joe still struggled to accept it. He remained frozen in place, as if in a daze. "Father, has the captain died?" Carol inquired. "Like Grandma, in American culture, children are introduced to the concept of life and death at a tender age, hence Carol's question." "No," John replied with unwavering certainty, his tone resolute and filled with fervor. "I refuse to believe what the outside world claims. I do not accept it. I cannot fathom that a hero meets such a tragic end. I refuse to believe that good deeds go unrewarded." John expressed vehemently. He was simply weary. His tone softened as he continued. "You know, he saved America. He saved the world. He is exhausted." John spoke softly, as if he were merely resting. He too required respite. "Yes, I too believe the captain will not perish." Carol concurred. Such a brave person could not simply vanish. John was uncertain, yet he had inadvertently spoken the truth. That individual was indeed weary, now resting in a distant northern land. "Joe, do you not also think the captain will not die?" Carol turned to inquire of Joe. "Indeed, he has not perished. He is merely frozen beneath the glacier," Joe answered, still in a daze, his response instinctive. "That is not the case. How could the captain be frozen? He is merely sleeping, just as we do at night. He must be in some corner of the world." "Yes, indeed," Joe mumbled, attempting to deflect the conversation, his mind in disarray. "By the way, Father, I have a thought," Carol exclaimed, as if struck by inspiration. "What thought?" John asked. "Perhaps the captain is somewhere right now, living incognito, and maybe he has a beautiful wife by his side. I envy her," Carol said, adding, "Fairy tales are always like that." "It is possible," John mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Two ardent admirers. 2 hours had passed, and John had shared the stories behind over 20 photographs with them. At this point, Joe's spirit had returned. He began to regain his composure, wanting to confirm something in a final attempt. Thus, he asked John, "Father, does the captain have a friend named Howard Stark?" "Indeed, I just mentioned him," John replied. "Mr. Howard is still alive, and it was he who founded the illustrious Stark Industries. However, our town is too small for you to have encountered any products from Stark Industries. Those are truly masterpieces of industry. I had the fortune to behold a handgun produced by Stark Industries, and what a beauty it was. Alas, this revelation shattered Joe's final fantasy. Here lies Marvel. Undoubtedly, there is Captain America, and there is Stark Industries, with its renowned playboy at the helm in the future. If Joe were to traverse 30 years into the future, he would guarantee that within a day, he would ascertain that this is indeed Marvel. To speak candidly, Joe's favorite film in the Marvel series is Iron Man. The epitome of masculine romance, luxury cars, and mechs. He possesses them all. The dream women of countless men. He has been with innumerable. Wealthy, successful, and famous. He possesses everything that every man could ever desire, yet he has grown weary of it all. That is the envy-inducing separation of quality and substance. Contemplating this, Joe looked forward to meeting that illustrious figure in the future, wondering if he might procure an autograph. No, wait. He shook his head, realizing he was getting carried away. Ruffling his hair in frustration, Joe felt a surge of disbelief. He was in Marvel. Marvel! He shouted in his mind. The dream of wealth was gone. The future tycoon was no longer he, but that Black Panther. It was over, utterly over. What use was it? A mere ordinary person. How could he survive in Marvel? A random minor antagonist could easily spell his doom. Joe felt despondent. He considered himself lost. What was the point of being in Marvel if he could only ascertain the plot? A mere weakling, barely worthy of being cannon fodder. In this perilous world, forget about stirring up a storm. It would be a blessing just to live steadily. Joe felt tears welling up in his eyes. Upon returning, he would squander the $7 hidden under his bed. Chapter 7. Panic. Awakening. Celebrating a 3-digit collection. Joe was in a state of panic. A panic so profound that he felt utterly lost. His composure had shattered, and a tightness in his stomach made it difficult to breathe. It was all gone. Everything was over. He absorbed none of what John had said afterward. He felt as if he were drifting through life, a mere shell of a person. His mind was blank, and his spirit was dulled. Like a marionette on strings, Joe stiffly followed John and Carol through the entire memorial. Unable to recall what he saw or heard, his mind was consumed by 5 words. This is Marvel. Once they exited the memorial, time had grown late, and the 3 of them headed back to the inn where they had stayed the previous night. In the car, Joe remained lost in thought, unresponsive to anyone who spoke to him. John and Carol were deeply concerned for Joe, entirely unaware of what had transpired, as Joe had suddenly become a mere shadow of himself. It wasn't until they were in the memorial that they realized something was amiss with Joe, particularly when it was time to eat. Why does he not respond when I speak to him? He seems as if he is devoid of consciousness. His reactions sluggish and vacant. Carol has called out to Joe countless times without receiving a reply, her anxiety mounting, and her voice becoming hoarse from repeatedly shouting his name. In the end, she was so distressed that tears streamed down her cheeks. Only when Joe noticed Carol's tears did he regain a semblance of awareness. He forced a grim smile and said to the 2 of them, "I'm fine, just a bit tired and feeling unwell inside." Seeing that Joe appeared to have somewhat recovered, John, who was driving, reduced the speed of the vehicle and pulled over to the side of the road. John's palms were clammy with sweat, bloodshot eyes betraying his worry as he anxiously gazed at Joe. "Are you truly all right?" "I'm fine," Joe assured him with a resolute look, and in that gaze, John discerned the truth of Joe's words. "All right then," John replied, turning the car around. They had been heading to the hospital, but now that they confirmed Joe was fine, they were returning to the inn. In America, hospital visits are exorbitantly costly, especially for those who are not locals. A single visit could leave one financially drained. John knew Joe did not speak untruths. If he claimed to be well, then he indeed was. "Joe, we were so worried about you," Carol said, her eyes reddened. Joe felt a wave of guilt wash over him for causing his loved ones such distress. "I'm all right now, just felt a bit uneasy earlier," Joe explained. "It's a relief to hear you're okay," Carol replied, falling silent thereafter. The usual banter had evaporated. Having spent 5 years together, Carol understood Joe well. She recognized that he was not in the right state to be disturbed and allowed him the space to gather himself, returning to the inn in silence. The incident had drained them of conversation, and after a hasty wash-up, they exchanged goodnights before retreating to their respective beds. The lights were extinguished. In the deep of night, shrouded in darkness, Joe lay wide awake, lost in thought. A profound discomfort gnawed at him, just as he had begun to adapt to the peculiarities of his new existence. Fate had thrown him into the Marvel universe. The thought of that purple-skinned villain snapping his fingers decades later filled him with unease. If he could survive until that era, he would likely be married with children, enjoying a blissful family life. Yet, with a mere snap, that contentment could vanish. He envisioned his parents, his sister, and her husband, perhaps even a niece or nephew, alongside his own wife and children, a multitude of relatives, with a 50% chance of losing someone. It would be unbearable for the remaining family. Damn this world, Joe cursed inwardly. After finally attaining happiness, the knowledge that his loved ones, friends, might one day disappear was a heavy burden on anyone's heart. Why must I traverse through time? Why grant me such wonderful family? How am I to live on? Joe's thoughts spiraled into a tempest of emotions, each contemplation deepening his sorrow. In his mind, Joe cursed all the deities he could conjure, God, Buddha, and the Taoist ancestors, each receiving a fervent greeting. Just as fatigue began to envelop him, the world around him suddenly transformed. Time appeared to slow, and the sounds grew increasingly cacophonous. He could hear Carol's gentle breaths. She had succumbed to slumber after an exhausting day, her 8-year-old spirit worn down by the ups and downs of life. He sensed that John was still awake, his breath uneven, as if he were wrestling with a torrent of emotions. Is John still worried about me? Joe mused, feeling John's concern directed at him. Although he did not glance in John's direction, he could sense his gaze, laden with worry. Joe lay still, his eyes wide open. The room had grown quite dark, and unless he made a significant movement, John would not notice he was still awake. Instinctively, he refrained from stirring. If John realized he was still awake at such a late hour, he would surely fret, especially given the peculiarities of Joe's behavior that day. Joe wished to spare his family any anxiety. He had come to embrace them: his father John, his mother Mary, and his sister Carol. These three individuals had become vital to him. Joe stared at the ceiling of the inn, its paint chipped and faded. During the day, he had overlooked its wear. But now, in the quiet of the night, he recognized its age. Suddenly, it struck him that it was indeed the dead of night. How could he see the ceiling at all? Was it possible that he possessed night vision? To his astonishment, he realized he could discern every detail of the ceiling more clearly than during the day. What purpose does this ability serve? He pondered. Had his recent invocations of a deity been overheard, resulting in this gift? But what use was night vision if he remained so inept? He gazed intently at the ceiling, wishing for a more formidable power. As he focused on a specific point, he noticed a shift in his perception. Was this? His gaze penetrated the ceiling itself. X-ray vision? He contemplated, though it did not seem accurate, as he could see through the concrete and even the steel reinforcements. Curiosity arose within him regarding this newfound ability. Cautiously, he tilted his head, striving to make no sound. His vision barely allowed him to catch a glimpse of Carol, yet his focus was not on her. No, he was observing Carol's skeletal structure, a sight that nearly startled him. Fortunately, having endured excessive fright that day, he felt numb and managed to remain silent. Light, he thought. His eyes could transform into a source of illumination. Perhaps he could become a doctor one day, he mused, finding a semblance of humor in his predicament. Soon, having confirmed that his eyes possessed the ability to see through objects, Joe gradually lost interest, realizing it could not enhance his combat prowess and was ultimately of little use. His thoughts were solely focused on acquiring the ability to protect himself and his family. He harbored no lofty ideals. He simply wished to lead a comfortable life. Fatigued, he longed for slumber. Just before drifting off, a thought struck him, whose eyes were said to emit light. However, sleepiness overtook him, and Joe succumbed to sleep. Chapter 8. The body of a superhuman. The following day, Joe awoke early, cautiously lifting the covers from his body. He had conceived a bold idea the previous night. If it were true, perhaps he need not fear the purple sweet potato spirit any longer. Slowly, he opened the door, his movements delicate. Yet, even this slight sound roused John from his slumber. "Joe, where are you going?" John asked, instantly wide awake at the sight of his son attempting to leave. It was quite unusual. "Sorry, Dad. I didn't mean to wake you," Joe replied. "I wanted to go see the sunrise." It was just past 6 in the morning. Being summer, dawn arrived early, making it an opportune time to witness the sun's ascent. "I'll accompany you," John declared without allowing Joe to protest, promptly getting dressed and heading out with him without even freshening up. Really, it's unnecessary, Joe thought to himself, yet he could not refuse John's kindness. John was concerned for Joe. After all, he was only 5 years old. Moreover, Joe had been particularly unusual the day before. As a father, John always sought to assist Joe as much as he could. He understood that Joe was more mature than other children, obedient and sensible, yet despite his maturity, he was still just a child, was he not? Joe often forgot his own age, and on numerous occasions, his actions left John deeply worried. The two descended the stairs and exited the inn. Gazing skyward, they beheld a fiery orb gracefully rising. The dawn's glow spread outward, painting the sky above them in soft hues of red, gradually brightening. The horizon was adorned with a brilliant layer of golden light, illuminating the previously vibrant reds and blues, pushing them aside. In the distance, the sky was filled with wisps and patches of golden clouds, sparsely scattered across the vast expanse of azure, or perhaps grayish blue. The sunrise was breathtaking, a sight that stirred the soul. In truth, life is replete with beautiful phenomena. As long as we maintain an optimistic outlook and possess discerning eyes, we shall invariably discover beauty surrounding us. Joe basked in the sunlight, golden rays enveloping him, casting a radiant glow upon his being. In that moment, he resembled a divine being descended to earth, sacred and noble. Under the sun's warm embrace, Joe felt an unparalleled comfort, akin to a parched desert rejoicing in the arrival of rain, revitalizing his very essence. Every cell within him rejoiced and danced with delight. The unknown elements of sunlight were absorbed by his body. After basking in the sun for a brief moment, Joe felt a surge of strength. He clenched his fist, feeling an extraordinary power coursing through him. Confirming his suspicions, Joe decided to return to his room. Realizing there was no rush to soak up the sun, there would be plenty of time ahead. "Dad, let's go inside," Joe said to John. By now, the sun had fully risen, a fiery orb suspended in the sky. It was still morning, and standing in the sunlight felt slightly warm. This temperature did not affect Joe, but beads of sweat had formed on John's forehead. "Are you all right?" Joe inquired with concern. Responding with a smile that blossomed like a flower, he said, "I'm fine, Dad." Joe beamed with joy, his lips stretching into a wide grin. If there had been no one around, he would have laughed heartily. He refrained from expressing the unprecedented happiness he felt, keeping it to himself. John's relief was evident. His son's smile was genuine. "Great, let us return to the room," John suggested. The two made their way back indoors. Upon entering, they found Carol pacing anxiously. She had awakened to find her brother and father missing, which had frightened her greatly. "Where have you two been? I woke up and everyone had vanished. You scared me to death," she exclaimed, patting her chest to signify her fright. "We were just exploring downstairs," Joe replied with a smile. "Sorry, I forgot to leave you a note." "It's all right. Just don't forget next time." Carol graciously forgave them both. After breakfast, John had to step out, and Carol followed him, leaving Joe behind in the room. Over the past 2 days, he had experienced extreme highs and lows. Yesterday, he had discovered he was in the Marvel universe, feeling disoriented. Today, he realized he possessed formidable powers, almost as if he were playing with humanity. Joe needed time to process this revelation. If one were to observe him now, they would notice his mouth could barely close. Despite appearing as if he were on the brink of despair yesterday, today he radiated joy. What could possibly cause Joe such happiness? Naturally, it was the realization that his abilities closely resembled those of the neighboring Superman. Joe was 99% certain he had acquired superhuman capabilities. How magnificent! What incredible powers Superman wielded. Super strength, super endurance, super speed, light speed flight, heat vision, freeze breath, X-ray vision, radar-like hearing, and exceptional healing abilities, invulnerable to all weapons. This fellow was a paragon of physical prowess. All he needed to do was soak up the sun. And when the purple potato essence arrived, it would be a different story. Furthermore, Joe recalled reading somewhere that Superman could move planets, and perhaps even destroy one with a sneeze. Regardless, Joe felt no fear. This was Marvel, where kryptonite was absent, and he had no true enemies. Unless Joe pondered a possibility, that bald sorcerer might pose a threat to him. The extraordinary individual possesses formidable physical defenses, while his magical resistance is nearly non-existent. After all, that bald mage has safeguarded the Earth for centuries, which is quite impressive. The thought of being trapped in that mirrored space truly terrifies Joe. He would be at a loss for how to escape. However, he reassures himself that as long as they don't provoke her, maintaining a safe distance will suffice. Joe has mentally prepared himself. They shall progress quietly, biding their time until the purple sweet potato spirit arrives to drive her away. As previously mentioned, Joe is merely an ordinary person. He never harbored aspirations of becoming a superhero, although he respects and admires such figures. The thought of himself stepping into those shoes is utterly beyond him. He lacks the lofty ideals required for such a role, embodying the mindset of an average citizen. When faced with challenges, he will assist if possible, but only under the condition of ensuring his own safety. Suddenly, a chuckle escapes Joe's lips. He cannot contain his joy. His heart brims with happiness. He had anticipated a life fraught with hardship, yet a turning point has arrived. He is, in fact, a Superman. Joe roars silently within his mind. Just look at his current demeanor. He resembles the naive son of a landlord. Everything makes perfect sense now. No wonder he enjoys basking in the sun. Even before awakening his abilities, there were subtle signs of his potential. I always knew that travelers would not bring disgrace upon their kind. With his newfound powers, Joe feels elated. Though he may not seek fame, the prospect of stepping forward to save the world when the time comes is still quite appealing. He delights in this realization. From now on, he vows to soak up the sun even more. Chapter 9. Homecoming. John completed all his tasks that day. However, as night fell, returning home would mean arriving at dawn, which posed a danger for nighttime driving. Thus, they decided to set off early the next morning. If all went well, they might even catch lunch together. Naturally, when good fortune arises, Joe is all smiles. Throughout the journey, he found himself engaging in lively conversation with Carol, their laughter dispelling the fatigue that had begun to weigh on John after hours of driving. Joe now perceives everything through a lens of positivity. He marvels at the beauty of a tree, then admires the clouds overhead, but most breathtaking of all is the sun. Hanging high in the sky, Joe resolves to return home, withdraw his savings, and treat Carol to a grand feast. He no longer expects her to repay him. After all, he is a Superman now and does not concern himself with monetary matters. The sun has taken precedence in Joe's heart, eclipsing any trivial thoughts of money. Extending his hand out of the car window to bask in the sunlight, Joe feels a surge of strength coursing through him at every moment. His cells are rejoicing. He revels in this sensation, eager to absorb more sunlight and grow stronger quickly. He yearns to fly, to drift through the skies. Who hasn't he dreamed of soaring? As for a fear of heights, if one can navigate the heights with ease, what fear could possibly remain? All fears stem from a sense of insecurity. That is how Joe perceives it, at least. When you plummet from several hundred meters above, the ground bears the brunt of the impact, creating a great crater. While you rise unscathed, brushing off the dust from your clothes, and all fears dissipate silently. Accompanied by sunlight and laughter, Joe and his companions finally returned to Smallville Town at lunchtime, arriving home. Mary, as if possessing foresight, had prepared a sumptuous meal for four, eagerly awaiting their return. As soon as they disembarked, Carol rushed into Mary's embrace, exclaiming, "Mom, I've missed you." Mary planted a kiss on Carol's cheek, replying, "I missed you too." After Carol had sufficiently nestled against her mother, Joe stepped forward, receiving a kiss from Mary as well. "Welcome home," she said. "Come, I've prepared lunch, just waiting for you." Mary took hold of each child's hand, ready to lead them back inside. Meanwhile, a figure behind them opened his arms in a gesture of embrace, only to be seemingly overlooked. "Ahem," coughed a middle-aged man with a hint of annoyance. Did Mary not understand her husband? Sometimes he was just like a child. Reluctantly embracing him, she playfully declared, "Dear, I missed you the most." Only then did he relax, ceasing his cough, casting a glance at the two children, and strode into the house with the proud air of a victorious general. Mary exchanged knowing looks with Carol and Joe, silently shaking their heads. After the four finished their meal, John retreated to his usual spot on the sofa, perusing the local newspaper, the Smallville Daily. Carol and Mary engaged in lively conversation, with Carol dominating the discourse while Mary listened intently, occasionally chiming in. Joe observed them, his most cherished companions in this life, though he didn't join their conversation. A smile danced in his eyes. He adored this home, relishing its atmosphere. He vowed to protect it. No one could disrupt his family. No one could harm his loved ones. Should anyone dare to attempt such a thing, Joe would show them what a superhero truly is. He would demonstrate just how terrifying an enraged superhero could be, ensuring they would repent in the depths of hell. Yet, for now he assessed his own stature, estimating his combat prowess to be negligible. Clenching his fists, Joe turned to bask in the sunlight outside. Noticing Joe's movements, Mary inquired, "Where are you going, dear?" Carol's chatter was interrupted as she glanced towards Joe. "I'm heading to the yard," Joe replied. "Are you going to soak up the sun again?" Mary immediately understood his intentions, for Joe frequently indulged in sunbathing, a fact well known throughout Smallville Town. "Yes, then off you go. Just don't wander too far," Mary cautioned, though she knew he wouldn't stray. Joe nodded obediently before stepping outside, reclining on the lawn, as the scorching sun enveloped him. The vigor is palpable. One can distinctly sense the enhancement of strength, speed, vision, hearing, and physical resilience. The lineage of Kryptonians is indeed formidable. With minimal effort, simply basking in the sun daily, one can transform from a mere couch potato into a colossal being over the course of several years. What an enviable ability. Why must I endure unparalleled handsomeness, along with the burden of unmatched combat prowess? Jordan is once again reveling in self-adulation. "I am but 5 years old." After a moment of self-adoration, he reflects that his greatest flaw is his exceptionalism. He unabashedly extols his own virtues. At present, he has no desire to pursue grandeur. It has lost its appeal. He yearns to be a languid creature, soaking up the sun, forsaking lofty ambitions in favor of a simple existence. "Tomorrow, I shall retrieve the $7 from beneath the bed and spend it," Jordan mused. He had long wished to indulge, for the money was destined to gather dust. He planned to treat Carol to a delightful meal. Her cravings were insatiable. Jordan would never admit to his own desires. Jordan Furs, shall never shoulder the blame. In this era, $7 holds considerable purchasing power, and given the modest costs in town, he could treat Carol to a splendid outing. It is essential to explore, to engage with life. Free from pressure, Jordan feels remarkably relaxed, adopting a mindset akin to playing through life. Time flies. It seems but a fleeting moment since the sun began its descent. Twilight has arrived. Gazing at the sun resembling a yoke, he clenches his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. "I could vanquish a bull with a single blow," Jordan proclaims with confidence. In truth, such exaggeration is unwarranted. This is merely an illusion of rapidly escalating strength. His current might is but twice that of his midday self. A punch delivered to the tree in the yard did not yield the anticipated cascade of leaves. Instead, he found his hand stinging painfully. "Ouch, ouch, ouch," Jordan exclaimed, resembling a foolish monkey, giddy and unsteady. Having awakened mere hours ago, how could he possess such prowess? In another month, this tree may indeed meet a tragic fate. After all, even the adult Superman is incredibly powerful, capable of moving planets, suggesting that his strength must increase at a remarkable rate, potentially exponentially. Yet, Jordan remains oblivious to such complexities, solely aware of his throbbing hand. The path ahead is laden with challenges. He muses. Chapter 10, A Trip to Town During Dinner. The family sat together in perfect harmony. "Carol, shall we venture into town tomorrow?" Jordan inquired. "Absolutely." Carol, ever the enthusiast for adventure, responded without hesitation. What prompted this sudden desire to visit town? You usually prefer the comforts of home? Carol curiously asked, having noticed Jordan's typical reclusiveness, which had caused Mary and John considerable concern. I wish to explore. Tomorrow, I shall treat you to something special. I plan to spend all my savings. Jordan replied. Wow. Carol's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had been contemplating Joe's finances for quite some time. Wonderful. Tomorrow shall be another splendid day, she declared. Boys ought to spend more time outdoors, John concurred from the side. Let it be settled then. We shall venture into town tomorrow, Joe affirmed. Splendid. After dinner, they passed some time together before retreating to their respective rooms. Good night, Joe. Good night. Their customary exchange of farewells soon lulled them into slumber, filled with sweet dreams. The following day, Joe awoke naturally, free from disturbance. Carol, recognizing that Joe was her golden benefactor today, chose not to disrupt him. If Joe was happy, she too would revel in joy. After dressing, washing her face, eating, and gathering her belongings, Joe and Carol prepared to set out. Be cautious on the road. Watch for cars, Mary admonished. Carol, take good care of your brother. Rest assured, Carol responded confidently, patting her chest. Leave it to me. We shall have a delightful day. Certainly, certainly. Take care. Mary continued. Shall I accompany you both? I have no plans today. No, no. Carol promptly dismissed the idea. What a jest. If Mary joins, she would impose restrictions on what we can eat. How troublesome. It would be utterly confining. After some contemplation, Mary ultimately decided not to accompany them, allowing the siblings to enjoy their outing. Nevertheless, she reiterated her safety warnings, a universal concern shared by parents everywhere. Bidding farewell to Mary, Carol eagerly pulled Joe along, bouncing towards the town center. Their home was situated in the southwestern corner of the town, and it would take them several minutes to reach the center. With Carol's cheerful voice accompanying them, they soon arrived at the heart of Smallville, the only area in town boasting recreational activities, relatively bustling and lively, filled with familiar townsfolk whom they often encountered. Ah, Carol is back in town, exclaimed Uncle Aaron, adorned with a full beard, upon spotting the siblings. Indeed, Uncle Aaron. Carol chimed, her voice bright. And this must be your brother Joe, Aaron remarked. What a rarity. Joe, the sun worshipper who seldom ventures outside, has decided to emerge from his yard to bask in the streets? He teased. Damn that insipid Smallville Daily. Joe silently cursed the local newspaper. If it weren't for its meddling, the townsfolk would not be so inclined to jest at his expense. This teasing had occurred multiple times. Regardless of his inner complaints, Joe maintained a cheerful facade as he replied to Uncle Aaron. Yes, today I wish to explore the town. Noticing Joe's radiant smile, Uncle Aaron paused momentarily, taken aback by the boy's exuberance. Haha, I shall not intrude upon your sibling escapades any longer. Enjoy yourselves. Uncle Aaron laughed heartily, his mustache quivering with mirth, exuding a sense of joy. Goodbye, Uncle Aaron, came the harmonious reply. Uncle Aaron's intuition was astute. Ever since Joe's awakening, he had transformed into a radiant being, akin to a mobile sun, bestowing warmth and security upon those around him. This metamorphosis was subtle, almost imperceptible, to the point where Joe himself remained oblivious to it. Their first stop was Aunt Sophie's corn cake food truck. Aunt Sophie crafted her corn cakes with such skill that one could easily discern it from the robust figures of her husband and son. Aunt Sophie, may I have 2 corn cakes? Carol called out from the serving window. Ah, it's Carol. What brings you here today? Aunt Sophie engaged in a few pleasantries, for the townsfolk were well acquainted, and a brief exchange was customary upon meeting. Just the corn cakes will do, Carol declared, unperturbed by the heat as she took a generous bite, burning her tongue, yet exclaiming, delicious. Aunt Sophie, your culinary prowess has improved. The affirmation rendered Aunt Sophie's face radiant with delight. As long as it's tasty, dear, just be cautious of the heat. Her tone softened considerably. Joe, too, sampled a corn cake, steam wafting from it fresh off the grill. He paid no mind to the heat, unlike Carol who yelped in discomfort. What a jest. Does a superhuman fear the heat? A being capable of bathing at the core of a star would hardly flinch. Of course, that was the superhuman grown into their powers. Though he had not yet reached such heights, he was unfazed by the modest warmth of the corn cake. One day, I shall bathe in the heart of the sun, Joe mused inwardly. After finishing their corn cakes and settling the modest bill of less than 50 cents for the 2, Carol grasped Joe's hand, urging him onward. Let us continue, Joe. In truth, Joe possessed ample strength to resist Carol's pull, despite being 3 years his senior and a girl who had matured more rapidly. After a day under the sun, he had already surpassed his peers in strength. Where to? He inquired. Carol gazed up at the sky, noting the early hour. Let us go to the movies. By the time we finish, it will be nearly noon, and then we can head to Uncle James for hamburgers. His hamburgers are simply delightful. Carol was well versed in the town's offerings of food and entertainment. Very well. They entered the dilapidated cinema, purchasing 2 tickets for $2. Unaware of the film to be shown, The local cinema cared little for personal preferences. Patrons had to watch whatever was screened. Fortuitously, the feature was last year's Winnie the Pooh Adventures, an animated film likely chosen due to the youthful audience in attendance. Carol was engrossed, reacting animatedly to the plot, completely devoid of decorum. Meanwhile, Joe found himself nearly dozing off. Such films were suited for children. After a yawn that nearly brought tears to his eyes, Joe found himself questioning how he had endured 2 hours of the film. Upon exiting the cinema, Carol continued to chatter animatedly about the plot, while Joe offered only perfunctory responses, which Carol seemed not to notice. They arrived at Uncle James's hamburger joint, a place devoid of any signage, save for a crookedly written paper on the outside wall proclaiming James's Burgers. The exterior appeared rather shabby, yet the interior was surprisingly spacious, a testament to Uncle James's personal touch. A handful of patrons, all ardent fans of James's Burgers, were already seated inside. After exchanging greetings, Carol eagerly led Joe to place their order. Before long, their burgers were served, substantial in size, albeit not particularly aesthetically pleasing. To Joe's astonishment, the unremarkable-looking burger was utterly delicious, the seasoning superb. In the afternoon, they ventured to the ice skating rink, enjoying the entire afternoon there. By the time they returned home in the evening, Joe's meager savings of $7 had been entirely depleted, leaving not a single cent to spare. Clearly, Carol had orchestrated her plan meticulously. Joe mused. She must have been eyeing my money for quite some time. Each penny was accounted for in her mind. Otherwise, she would not have spent it so thoroughly. Though he had no intention of saving anymore, the thought of his funds being so meticulously tracked by someone else left him feeling disgruntled, oblivious to his inner turmoil. Carol chirped, "Today was such a delightful day, wasn't he, Joe?" Chapter 11. Carol's dreams. Days passed. During this period, Joe found himself basking in the sun more frequently and for longer durations than usual. The exhilarating sensation of growing stronger with each moment was addictive. The family of four led a harmonious, unremarkable life, tranquil yet satisfying. With summer upon them, Carol had no classes and minimal assignments, mostly social practice tasks, allowing her to indulge in carefree exuberance, though her whereabouts were currently unknown. Joe's life had settled into a monotonous routine between home and the yard, venturing nowhere else. From the break of dawn to the descent of dusk, he remained outdoors, save for meals and restroom breaks. John and Mary paid little mind to him. Knowing their attempts at supervision were futile, he was free to roam as he pleased. It wasn't until the afternoon, while Joe was taking a brief rest, that a shadow fell across his face. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was indeed Carol, who appeared poised to pinch his nose. "What are you doing?" Joe inquired, bemused by her antics. "Nothing," Carol replied, retracting her hand and settling beside him. "Why are you back?" Joe asked, surprised as Carol typically did not return home at this hour. Carol did not answer immediately. Instead, she turned to Joe and asked, "Joe, do you have any dreams?" "Huh." Joe was taken aback by the suddenness of her question. "Pamela is moving away," Carol said, her tone tinged with sadness. Pamela was her close friend, and the news of her departure weighed heavily on Carol's heart. "Why is she moving?" Joe asked curiously. "They're relocating to Los Angeles." Carol sighed and remarked that Pamela aspired to become a star. Her family had a connection who recognized her potential and intended to train her for a future in Hollywood. Carol inquired once more, "Joe, do you have dreams?" This time, Joe replied, "I don't know." Upon further questioning, he found himself somewhat bewildered. He had once yearned for wealth and success, but upon realizing that they resided in a Marvel universe, that ambition waned. To be a hero? Joe pondered silently. Superman possessed formidable powers. As he matured over the coming years, how would he navigate his extraordinary abilities? Could he truly live as an ordinary person? The notion seemed implausible. Would he willingly embrace a mundane existence? With such skills at his disposal, what purpose would they serve if not displayed? If those around him, be they acquaintances or strangers, faced life-threatening dangers, could he truly stand idly by? What posed a peril to an average individual was as effortless as breathing for him. Witnessing the extinguishing of life was something he could not bear. Thus, revealing his abilities was inevitable. Sooner or later, people would take notice of his exceptional talents, undoubtedly drawing the attention of many vultures. "If only I had a pair of Clark Kent's glasses," Joe mused. As Joe continued to contemplate, Carol interjected, "Joe, I want to be a hero, like Steve Rogers." Steve Rogers, of course, was the name of Captain America. "Oh." Joe expressed surprise at Carol's ambition. "Why?" he asked. "I want to protect everyone, to safeguard you all," Carol replied. Joe felt a stirring of emotion. "But, there's no need for you to." Before he could finish, Carol interrupted, "I want to prove myself. To demonstrate that women can be powerful too." "What brought about this thought?" Joe inquired. "Joe, I know that John prefers boys," Carol responded earnestly. "Though he loves me dearly, I can sense he is more inclined towards boys." Joe marveled at Carol's maturity. He had never seen her in such a serious light. She usually exuded a carefree spirit, reveling in merriment. What had prompted such gravity today? Are you, Joe, feeling affected by Pamela's departure? He cautiously asked. No, she retorted, casting him an annoyed glance. Pamela spoke to me at length before leaving. She expressed her desire to become a star, to achieve fame. Carol paused. We discussed many things, but the most profound was her final statement. She said, Carol, we must pursue something, do something, so that we are not forgotten. Joe pondered. Are the children of America so mature nowadays? Joe, I want to enlist. I aspire to be a pilot, an Air Force hero. There are no female pilots in the military yet. I, Carol Danvers, will be the first. Standing tall with her hands on her hips, she exuded a bold spirit. But you are only 8 years old, Joe whispered. Carol's momentum was abruptly interrupted, nearly leaving her breathless. Just moments ago, Joe had genuinely been taken aback. He had never witnessed Carol so earnest before. However, upon reflection, he realized that Carol was merely 8 years old, her temperament still fluctuating. Perhaps her recent visit to the Captain America Museum had ignited her youthful enthusiasm? Carol expressed her discontent, asserting that ambition is not confined to age. All right, I concede. Joe replied dismissively, chuckling to indicate his understanding. Yet, seeing Joe's amused expression incensed Carol. Was he mocking her? She felt insulted, as if he were belittling her dreams. Clenching her fists, she approached Joe with the intent to strike. In truth, she had often bested Joe in their playful scuffles. He found her childishness off-putting and chose not to engage. Occasionally, when Carol was upset, she would pin Joe down in jest. This instance, however, was different. Her strength had grown, leaving Joe unable to escape. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he had slipped away early. Carol attempted to catch up to him, but to no avail. She pursued for a few steps, yet he eluded her grasp effortlessly. What a joke! I am Superman now. I am not the same as before. Joe thought to himself as he distanced himself. He vowed never to be pinned down by Carol again. Reflecting on the times she had bested him filled him with embarrassment. A grown man's spirit being overpowered by a child was humiliating. It was an unavoidable truth. Girls mature faster than boys, and Carol was 3 years his senior, leaving him defenseless. But things had changed now, Joe mused. Just moments ago, he had sensed minimal resistance when Carol had attempted to pull him back. He silently calculated that he must possess considerable strength now, having gained over 100 pounds of power. His speed and overall abilities had improved significantly. The exhilaration of such empowerment was delightful, particularly as he felt it coursing through him at every moment. Why am I even discussing this with you, you little brat? Carol shouted from behind. She resolved to cease her pursuit, while Joe, unaware of the situation, quickened his pace, leaving her far behind. You know nothing, Carol yelled in frustration. Just wait, Joe, I will prove it to you. All right, Joe responded, I will be waiting. You better wait. Chapter 12. The school year approaches. Time flew by swiftly. And before long, summer was drawing to a close. For the past few days, Smallville had been shrouded in rain, with not a glimmer of sunlight piercing the overcast sky. Joe stood by the window, gazing out at the relentless downpour. When would this rain cease? It had been pouring for 4 days, and he had not seen the sun for an entire 4 days. Joe had developed a fondness for basking in sunlight. A single day without it left him feeling uncomfortable, let alone for discontent, uneasy, unhappy. He felt altogether peculiar. His strength was surging rapidly. After 3 months of sunbathing, he could now break a tree trunk the size of a bowl with a single punch. Hadn't he already tested this? Wasn't that tree in their backyard gone now? In a moment of unexpected strength, Chow struck a tree, causing it to topple, leaving him momentarily startled by the realization of his own power. Fortunately, no one was home at the time, allowing him to deftly evade any inquiries about the incident later that evening. Perhaps this could be seen as a form of retribution for the pain he endured from a previous blow. Regrettably, he found himself in need of a new punching bag. When the tree fell, this was Chow's singular thought. The poor tree, which had diligently provided shelter from the elements for nearly a decade, had met its untimely end at his hands. As the rain fell over the past few days, the family of 4 found themselves together at home. Speaking of which, isn't Carol about to start school? Mary initiated the conversation. Yes, Mom, Carol interjected eagerly, expressing her enthusiasm for attending school once more. For her, the prospect of school was exhilarating. Her classmates were delightful, and she adored their pleasant conversations. After all, she was the leader among her peers. In the local elementary school, Carol held a position of influence, commanding a measure of respect. Isn't it time for Chow to start school as well? John chimed in, continuing Mary's thought. I believe Carol started school at around Chow's age, he added, albeit uncertainly. Really? Carol exclaimed, her interest piqued. Is Chow going to school? She repeated with anticipation. Yes, Mary affirmed, glancing at Chow by the window. It's definitely time for him to begin his schooling. Wonderful. Soon I can go to school with Qiao, Carol exclaimed joyfully. I'm so happy. What do you think, Qiao? Meanwhile, Qiao listened to their conversation, trembling with trepidation. The thought of sharing a classroom with a group of young children filled him with dread. Just the idea of one Carol was overwhelming enough. How could he possibly cope with a multitude of them? Although not every child was as mischievous as Carol, the sheer number could be daunting. He pondered how he would navigate his way through a sea of children, all while remembering that in his past life, he had graduated from university. And now he was expected to attend elementary school? What would he learn? The basics? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. It was too idyllic to contemplate. Is it possible for me to stay home and study? Qiao asked, his face contorting in despair. Absolutely not. Mary interjected before Carol could voice her question. You must go to school. There is so much you can't learn at home. She had long worried about Qiao's quiet demeanor, particularly since he had no friends apart from Carol. After all the concern she had for him, could he truly wish to avoid school? That was simply out of the question. She hoped that school would provide him with opportunities to make friends and perhaps even improve his character. Qiao, are you afraid of being bullied at school? Carol inquired, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Qiao fell silent, incredulous. Fear of being bullied? Were American elementary school children really that formidable? Did they dare to bully a superhero? Now, Joe dares to boast that, in a barehanded state, he can take on 10 ordinary individuals. Even a young Superman possesses formidable strength. His combat prowess has surpassed 99% of the population on this planet. Mind you, standing there, he could withstand blows from elementary school students without shedding a drop of blood. He would strike with such force that it would leave your hands aching. Ever since awakening his abilities, Joe's confidence has soared. I am Superman, he declares, hands on hips. Fear not, Carol continues. You are my brother, and I shall protect you. Yet, he still resists the notion of attending school. Joe wishes to struggle against this fate. No, this time it is John. You must go to school. Reluctantly, Joe realizes he cannot escape this destiny. It seems he truly must attend school. Joe, look at everyone else going to school. Isn't it undesirable to refuse? Mary counsels. I think it's quite nice. I have fun on my own. Joe feigns ignorance. Mary feels a surge of frustration. This child typically obeys well. Why does he suddenly resist school? She takes a deep breath and, in a gentle tone, tells Joe, Dear, everyone must attend school. It is an essential experience in our lives. In school, you can acquire knowledge and make friends. When you grow up and reflect on your school days, you will cherish that time. See, John and I both fondly reminisce about our school days, don't we, John? Indeed. Speaking of which, I was quite the notable figure in school. John interjects, his interest piqued by the topic of school. In short, I almost had a thing with that junior? Mary inquires. Cough, cough. No. John realizes he has misspoken. Just a junior who needed help with math. I was quite good at math back then. Is that so? Just tutoring? Mary retorts. Precisely. John responds. My dear, you know that you are the love of my life. You are the one I have been waiting for in my heart. Before meeting you, I had no understanding of love. But from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I knew I had fallen. Seeing the precarious situation, John quickly resorts to sweet nothings to charm Mary. I'm too weary to engage with you. Mary shoots John a glance, redirecting the conversation back to Joe. You must go to school. Tomorrow. I will take you to see the principal to complete your enrollment procedures. Joe initially thought John had drawn the fire away, silently congratulating himself for escaping today's predicament. But then Mary resumed her lecture. John's cheesy lines seemed to have some effect. At that moment, John was wiping the sweat from his brow in a place Mary couldn't see. It had been a close call, and he almost slipped up. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences tonight. In his heart, John commended his own cleverness. Fine, I will go, Joe conceded, realizing he had no choice. I can't believe I have to go to school again, he thought. He shouldn't have mentioned his reluctance. He mused that if he had kept quiet, perhaps he could have slipped by unnoticed, but now Mary was determined to take him to handle enrollment procedures tomorrow. How exasperating. Inwardly lamenting, Joe found himself in the midst of his first day at school. Another week had passed, and the rain had ceased for 2 days. After discussing Joe's schooling, Mary took him to meet the principal the following day. Now, Joe could proudly assert that he was a primary school student. Today marked the commencement of his educational journey. Early in the morning, the family of four rose. At school, one must heed the teachers, interact amicably with classmates, avoid trouble, and pay attention during lessons. From the outset, Mary's voice was incessantly advising Joe. Enduring Mary's barrage of reminders, Joe could only suppress the urge to roll his eyes. The sole school bus in town arrived with a beep. Mary adjusted Joe's collar and patted his shoulder, urging him to go. Goodbye, Mom and Dad, Joe hurriedly called as he boarded the bus. Carol followed closely behind. As the bus roared back to life and gradually pulled away, Mary stood at the doorstep, watching it recede into the distance. Stop staring, John said as he embraced Mary. It's Joe's first day of school. I'm a bit concerned, Mary admitted. There must be a process to this, dear, John replied gently. It's different. Joe is not like other children, you know that, John. He is so introverted. And I worry he might be bullied or ostracized. Well, that's the impression Joe gives his parents. I trust he will manage. He is a mature child and can handle this, John reassured Mary. In truth, Mary's worries stemmed from her concern for Joe, yet she overlooked his maturity. Let us hope for the best, Mary replied. Come on, let's go inside, John said, pulling Mary into their home. Now we can enjoy our wonderful time as a couple. Joe boarded the bus, which already contained a dozen children. He and Carol found a spot to sit side by side. As they walked to their seats, Carol greeted their classmates one by one. Good morning, Julie. Good morning, Roshan. The classmates responded warmly, indicating that Carol was indeed well-liked at school. Is he your brother? Someone inquired, pointing at Joe beside Carol. Let me introduce him. This is my brother Joe, and today is his first day of school, Carol announced to the group. Joe, introduce yourself, Carol nudged him. Reluctantly, he stood up. Hello, everyone. My name is Jordan Foster, Joe said before quickly sitting down. What was that? Carol remarked. Clearly dissatisfied with Joe's introduction, she attempted to explain to those around them, Joe is a bit shy. Throughout the journey, the children chattered animatedly about their summer activities. Their voices a continuous stream of excitement. After more than 20 minutes, the school bus finally arrived at its destination, Marvel Elementary. Joe let out a sigh of relief. He had finally made it, as the journey had been quite torturous. Listening to a group of children discussing trivial matters made him feel uneasy. After bidding farewell to Carol, he made his way to his classroom. Joe was not in the same grade as Carol, who wished to accompany him to class, but he firmly declined. He was certainly not a child anymore and did not require another child's supervision. Carol had completely slipped into a sisterly role, her enthusiasm quite overwhelming for Joe. Upon entering the classroom, he found only a handful of students, 2 or 3 children engaged in idle chatter. Joe casually chose an unoccupied seat. Soon, the remaining students trickled in, and the classroom grew lively. No one paid much attention to Joe. They merely glanced at him as they entered, content in his solitude. Joe sat quietly, lost in thought. Class, quiet down. After a while, a middle-aged female teacher entered, noticing the commotion. She uttered a few words to restore order. This class consisted of both 5- and 6-year-olds, essentially a kindergarten. Some children had been attending for a year, while others were newcomers. The teacher attempted to maintain discipline. Yet aside from a few who had been there for a year, no one heeded her. The noise persisted unabated. With a firm rap on the desk, the teacher captured the attention of the boisterous children, momentarily silencing them. Listen to me. I understand some of you are here for your first day and may not be familiar with classroom etiquette. From now on, please remain quiet while I or any other teachers are speaking, all right? The children, intimidated by the teacher's serious demeanor, nodded in unison. Very good, she said, clapping her hands. Let us begin with introductions. I am your mathematics teacher, Ms. Vorna Uzra. She wrote her name on the board. For the next year or two, I will be looking after you, and I hope you will come to like me. Having concluded her introduction, Ms. Vorna encouraged the students to introduce themselves so that everyone could get to know one another. Oh no, here we go again, Joe thought. Another round of self-introductions was imminent. You may share your interests, hobbies, what you enjoy playing, or what you like to eat. Ms. Vorna paused, scanning the room. Shall we have a volunteer? Silence enveloped the classroom. Very well, she continued. Let's start from this row. She pointed to the first row, and one by one, the children took turns introducing themselves. After nearly a full lesson, the introductions finally concluded, revealing a plethora of likes and hobbies. With one child even sharing an embarrassing incident about wetting the bed the previous night. Joe nearly burst into laughter. Once Ms. Vorna exited, the classroom buzzed with excitement once more. Some children, despite not attending school, already formed their own circles to chat. Joe, however, remained solitary, not knowing anyone and showing no desire to engage. When a few extroverted children approached him for conversation, he turned them away, and soon, no one sought his company. Observing from outside the classroom, he saw others laughing and playing together, while he sat alone in silence, evoking a tinge of pity. Yet, Joe found solace in his solitude. As the day wore on, while the other students mingled and departed in groups, Joe was the last to finish packing his belongings and exit the classroom. He had isolated himself, a consequence of his own actions. With an air of unapproachability, he deterred others from wanting to play with him. If an ordinary child behaved this way, they might soon face bullying. But was Joe an ordinary child? Upon returning home that evening, as he stepped through the door, Mary anxiously inquired about his first day at school. Joe smiled and replied, it was all right. He genuinely felt it was satisfactory, having spent the day lost in thought. Did you meet any friends? Mary asked. I did. Although he hadn't truly made acquaintances, Joe confidently mentioned, Jeff, Jeff Parker. Jeff Parker was the boy who had claimed to have wet his pants, leaving a deep impression on Joe, who recalled his name effortlessly. Wonderful. You're amazing, Joe, Mary exclaimed, planting a kiss on his cheek, relieved that he had not returned friendless. You should invite your new friend over to our house, she suggested. Mom, can I invite my friend over? Carol asked. Of course, came the reply. Carol beamed with joy while Joe felt a wave of despair wash over him. What am I to do? Chapter 14. A decade time flew by, and before one could blink, 10 years had passed. Over this span, Joe transformed from a charming boy into a dashing young man. His golden hair mirrored the sun's radiant hue, while his deep-set eyes captivated those who gazed into them. With a prominent nose and a captivating smile, he appeared almost too enchanting to remain away from Hollywood. A talent scout once spotted Joe and, upon inviting him to the film capital, was met with rejection, leaving behind words of admiration for the young man's allure. A decade later, Carol had morphed from a wild and adorable girl into a rather boisterous young woman. Whenever Joe encountered Carol, he was reminded of John, as her face bore a striking resemblance to his, quite large. Though she had once been rather pretty in her youth, her current appearance puzzled Joe. How could she have such a large face now? He mused. In truth, Joe's perception was somewhat skewed. Within their school, Carol was quite popular, albeit not as much as he was. Joe's sunny disposition had drawn countless admirers, earning him the title of the school's quintessential heartthrob. Girls took pride in their attempts to win his affection, often becoming giddy after merely exchanging a few words with him. Yet, despite being an academically accomplished and admired figure, Joe grappled with his own struggles. So many girls are enamored with him, yet he remains single. Why is that? The answer lies with Carol, that relentless control freak. Whenever Joe attempts to engage in deep conversations with the girls, Carol invariably interrupts his endeavors. She neither seeks a boyfriend herself nor allows Joe to pursue one, insisting that he is too young to be in a relationship. Goodness, am I really that young? Quite the contrary, I am remarkably mature. To be fair, Carol has accomplished some commendable feats. For instance, those boys who vie for attention from the girls are swiftly dismissed by her, never even getting close to Joe. This woman possesses formidable prowess. It appears that Joe's accomplishments have somewhat intimidated her. He consistently secures full scholarships and amasses an array of awards and medals from competitions. As for her, were it not for Joe's assistance, Carol would barely manage to accumulate enough credits. She has already given up on her studies. Every day, she trains, claiming that she intends to enlist in the military upon graduating high school. She is utterly serious. A decade ago, when she first expressed this to Joe, he paid little heed, yet here she is, resolutely pursuing her goal. Just a couple of days ago, she underwent a physical examination and passed. Now, she merely awaits her diploma before heading to the Air Force. Thus, the Carol of today boasts impressive combat capabilities. She possesses a natural talent for fighting and quickly grasps martial arts techniques. Her patience is commendable, at least in comparison to the average person. As for Joe, he humorously remarks that if he were to sneeze, Carol would be in trouble. He has grown so indifferent that he no longer even basks in the sun, avoiding the limelight and retreating to the outer reaches of space. Were it not for the concern that Carol and the others might worry about his prolonged absence, he would even contemplate bathing in the sun. Today marks the graduation ceremony for both Joe and Carol. As for why they are in the same grade, Joe quips that had he wished to avoid drawing attention, he could have graduated several years ago. He has already received offers from both MIT and Harvard. However, he is still contemplating which to choose. With memories from a past life and an exceptionally sharp intellect, mastering any subject comes effortlessly. To avoid discouraging Carol, he refrains from studying in her presence, fearing it might lead her to feel despondent. Hence, this is the reason for Joe's tendency to doze off in class. Oh, and by the way, Carol and Joe are in the same class. They are currently waiting at the school gate for Mary and John, who are coming to attend their graduation ceremony. They both attend Wellesley High School, located in Newton, as boarding students. Shortly, they spot John's new pickup truck. The old one had broken down, and John mourned its loss for quite some time. This one is a replacement from 2 years ago. John and Mary approach, exchanging warm embraces with them. Oh, Joe, you've grown taller. Mary looks up at Joe, playfully squeezing his arm muscles, exclaiming, what a healthy young man. Speaking of Joe's height, Carol is not pleased. At just 15, Joe stands at an impressive 6 feet 1 inch, surpassing her own height of 6 feet. Height-wise, she felt a pang of discomfort as she realized that Joe had surpassed her. Her younger brother was getting a bit out of control. His height was one thing, but the key lay in his robust physique, with well-defined muscles and striking contours that would leave many girls envious. Yet, it was perplexing. Joe didn't seem to engage in any athletic activities, nor did he have an affinity for exercise. How did he manage to attain such a muscular build while merely basking in the sun daily? Carol found herself in a state of confusion. Shall we head inside? Joe suggested. Each student had the opportunity to invite their friends and family, and Joe, along with Carol, extended invitations to John and Mary to join them. Before long, they entered the venue, and Joe animatedly led Mary and John to the audience seats, sharing laughter along the way. Wellesley High School held a commendable rank in the locality, and by all norms, Carol would not typically have been admitted. It was only due to Joe relinquishing his scholarship in exchange for a tuition waiver that she was granted entry as a sort of bonus. Years ago, many high schools vied for Joe's presence, but Wellesley was the first to offer the condition of bringing Carol along, which is why he chose to attend there. The principal of Wellesley High took to the stage to deliver a speech, primarily soliciting sponsorships and summarizing achievements. It was the same routine that dragged on for over half an hour, nearly lulling Carol to sleep. "Is Joe going to speak soon?" Mary inquired. "Indeed, this fellow is the first to take the stage," Carol chimed in before Joe could respond. After all, Joe was the top student at Wellesley High, excelling in every aspect. If he didn't speak, who would? It was an unavoidable fact of his remarkable excellence, a source of both pride and distress for him. Carol, on the other hand, felt rather insignificant, a mere bonus with barely enough credits to her name. Yet she entertained thoughts of speaking on stage. Next, let us welcome an extraordinary young man, the finest student in the history of Wellesley High School, Jordan Foss, the announcer proclaimed amidst a tide of applause. Rising to his feet, Joe embraced Mary, declaring, "I am proud of you, my child." "Thank you." As he took the stage, a chorus of high-pitched female screams erupted from the audience. "Joe, I love you," one girl shouted, her voice cracking. "Joe, you're the most handsome, the ultimate heartthrob." The overwhelming adoration proved to be a double-edged sword. The fervor of the girls bordered on madness. Had Joe not been fleet of foot, he might have succumbed to their enthusiastic clutches. Mary and John were elated, wildly clapping their hands until they turned crimson, tears glistening in their eyes. They were exhilarated and proud. "Esteemed teachers, parents, and fellow students, I am truly honored to stand before you today. To be honest, I feel somewhat apprehensive, for I am merely an ordinary student. What merit do I possess to be here speaking?" Joe expressed his gratitude to the school as he took the stage, exuding charm while uttering humble words, a touch of bravado, accompanied by the shrieks of girls nearby. In contrast, a group of boys in the audience exchanged disdainful glances, contemplating their desire to retaliate. After a 10-minute address, Joe finally concluded his speech, which primarily highlighted his modest accomplishments. "Thank you all," he said, bowing gracefully before stepping down from the stage. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Chapter 15. The graduation trip. After capturing the grand group photo, the graduation ceremony came to a close. On the way back, John inquired of Joe, "Have you decided on which school you will attend?" "Not yet. I am currently choosing between Massachusetts and Harvard," Joe replied with a smile. "Make your own decision. Both Mary and I respect your choice," John stated. "Yes, I will consider it," Joe responded. Turning to Carol, John asked, "What about you? What will you do after graduation?" "I plan to enlist in the military," Carol quietly replied. "What?" "I said, I will enlist." "I strongly disapprove," John exclaimed. "What business does a girl have joining the military? And what is wrong with that? Are girls not allowed to serve?" Carol retorted. "You are displaying a blatant bias. You look down upon women. Mary, he disrespects us." "You," John struggled to respond. "My dear, I do not recommend that you join the military either," Mary gently interjected. "Why not?" Carol asked, feeling somewhat aggrieved. "It is too strenuous, too demanding." "John and I do not wish for you to suffer," Mary explained. "I want to. Joining the military has always been my dream," Carol insisted. "Regardless, I cannot support your decision to enlist," John stated gruffly. "I am 18 now. I can make my own choices," Carol asserted. The conversation came to a halt, and no one brought the matter up again. 3 days passed. Joe found himself feeling rather bored at home. "I need to find something to do," he thought. After pondering for a moment, he concluded, why not go out for a stroll? To be frank, he had not had the chance to enjoy himself in the world for over a decade. A graduation trip seemed like a splendid idea. He resolved to embark on a journey, though the destination remained undecided. "I cannot simply stay at home every day," Joe mused, contemplating whether to ask Carol if she would like to join him. Acting on his impulse, Joe sought out Carol. "Carol, let us go on a trip," he declared upon seeing her. "Sure, where to?" Carol responded, feeling equally restless at home, having been in a cold war with John over the past few days, rendering her home life uncomfortable. I haven't decided yet," Joe admitted sheepishly. "I have a splendid idea. Let us go to New York," Carol proposed. "New York? Sounds good. Since we are unsure where else to go, a trip to New York could be delightful. When shall we depart?" Carol inquired. "Tomorrow? Let us inform Mary and the others and set off then," Joe suggested. "Sounds good, but what about the budget?" Carol suddenly posed a critical question. "Do you have any money?" "I have a little left. The scholarship from school has provided me with over $1,000, Joe contemplated before answering. That works. I also have over 500, which should suffice. You actually have money? Joe was taken aback, as Carol, like most Americans, had little in savings. Who do you look down upon? Carol shot Joe an annoyed glance. I am no longer the child who borrowed money from you. Reflecting on the matter, Joe recalled. Are you certain it was a loan? Absolutely, came the reply. Joe, feeling disinclined to engage in a dispute with Carol, let the matter rest. That evening, as the family gathered around the dinner table, Joe broached the subject. Mary, Carol, and I are planning to visit New York tomorrow. What prompted this sudden desire to venture to New York? Mary inquired. We've grown weary of staying at home and wish to explore the city, as well as contemplate attending that school, Joe explained. Very well, but do be cautious while you're out, Mary offered succinctly, refraining from further admonitions. For they had matured, and she no longer felt the need to oversee every detail of their lives. Will you have enough money? John suddenly interjected. We have over $1,500 combined. That should suffice, Joe replied. Allow me to lend you a little more, not too much. Just 500. Don't be overly frugal to the point of discomfort, John insisted. Such is the nature of parenthood. Though words may remain unspoken, a parent's heart yearns for their child's well-being. I appreciate the offer, but I think we'll manage, Joe hesitated. Take it, John insisted, pressing the money into Joe's hands. I've been out before and know how difficult it can be when funds run low. Acknowledging John's resolute intent, Joe accepted the money without further protest. A decade passed, and John and Mary appeared considerably aged, with strands of gray in their hair and deepening wrinkles gracing their faces. Approaching 50 this year, Joe suddenly recognized this reality, a bittersweet sensation enveloping his heart. It seemed imperative to seek ways to prolong life, equipped with sufficient means. He yearned to delve into the world's mysteries. I wish for our family to remain united forever, Joe vowed within himself. He set a goal. The world is filled with wonders. Surely there exists means to extend one's lifespan, perhaps even transcend it, with a night devoid of dreams. The following morning dawned bright, and Joe and Mary had prepared their belongings, 2 modest suitcases, predominantly Carol's, with only half a suitcase belonging to Joe. They planned to take the train to New York, eschewing meticulous itineraries, preferring instead to embrace spontaneity, confident in their audacity. What is there to fear? Unless a small child were to be lost in New York, which might pose a risk. Otherwise, can any other adversities truly breach our defenses? Joe contemplated. They loaded their luggage into John's car, who would drive them to the train station, which lay several kilometers away in a neighboring, diminutive town. Let us be off, John declared. We're leaving. Joe and Mary bid farewell. Mary smiled. Go forth. As the car rolled away, Mary remained stationary, gazing after them as they disappeared from view. In that moment, Joe made a decision. He would visit Massachusetts. It was conveniently close, right in Boston. The atmosphere in the car grew somewhat awkward, with John and Carol maintaining a profound silence. It was not until they neared the train station that John finally spoke. After some contemplation, Carol, if you wish to enlist, then by all means, do so. Is that truly the case? Carol felt incredulous, astonished that John did not oppose her decision. You have grown up. I can no longer dictate your choices. If you wish to go, then go. Should you find it overwhelming, remember, there will always be a room for you in Smallville. John declared with heartfelt emotion. I love you, Dad. Were it not for John currently driving, Carol would have likely thrown herself into his embrace. Thank you for your support. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly become an ace pilot. Carol assured him. You intend to become a pilot? John was previously unaware, only knowing that Carol planned to enlist. Indeed. I have passed the medical examination. I adore the sky. I long to soar through the air. Carol exclaimed. So, you have already made your decision without consulting us? John teased. Ha ha. Carol chuckled awkwardly, murmuring, I was merely afraid you would oppose me. Do our objections hold any weight? John countered. Father, you are the finest dad. I love you. Carol sensed a shift in the conversation. She had become quite adept at this under John's guidance. You have always been stubborn, John sighed. Do you truly love the sky? Joe thought to himself, I will take you to see it someday. He had no intention of concealing his abilities from his family any longer. He possessed the means to protect himself and could now be honest with them. Chapter 16. Arrival in New York under John's watchful gaze. The two boarded the train. In this era, the trains had yet to be upgraded, and their speed was rather sluggish. They would need to endure nearly 9 hours of travel to reach New York, disembarking in Manhattan. Once seated, Carol began chattering excitedly. It was the first outing for the siblings on their own, and Carol was particularly animated. Throughout the journey, she spoke incessantly about the scenery outside, commenting on the buildings. Though she had seen them before, perhaps it was her emotional state that drove her chatter. As Joe began to doze off, the train finally arrived in Manhattan. Stepping off the train, the two stood in the bustling train station, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Where to now? Carol inquired. Well, let us first find a place to stay, Joe replied, uncertain of their next destination. It would be prudent to secure accommodations before venturing out to explore. They began their search, not knowing where to go, so they casually headed westward. They decided to stop whenever they spotted a hotel. After walking for over an hour, the buildings along the street grew progressively shorter and the surroundings became less appealing. Have we strayed off course? Carol asked, sensing the declining environment. As novices, they had embarked without a plan, and now both felt utterly lost. Let us continue walking for a bit, Joe suggested, having walked this far. It would be unwise to turn back now. Glancing up at the sky, he noted that it was getting late, nearly 5 in the afternoon. Very well, Carol replied. Both individuals, bold and unyielding like young calves unafraid of tigers, remained oblivious to the shadows lurking beneath the glimmering facade of New York City. After traversing the streets for over half an hour, they finally espied a modest inn. The establishment appeared somewhat weathered, its sign proclaiming Stone Family Inn, a rather commonplace family-run lodging, with the proprietor's family residing below while the upper floors were reserved for guests. They resolved to venture inside, contemplating a stay if the accommodations proved satisfactory. Upon entering, they found the reception unattended. "Hello, is anyone there?" Carol inquired. "Coming," replied a girl's voice. Shortly thereafter, a blonde girl appeared, inquiring if they sought lodging. "May we see the room rates?" asked Carol. The girl appraised the two siblings, her gaze lingering on Joe for a moment. "Certainly," she responded, casting a few more glances at Joe. Once more, Joe sensed the weight of her gaze, a familiar discomfort stemming from his striking appearance. If only he possessed those glasses from the superhero, he mused, which could diminish the brilliance surrounding him, an essential item for any homebody embarking on a journey. "I am Carol, and this is my brother Joe." She introduced herself while ascending the stairs with the girl. "I'm Susan," the girl replied. "You aren't from around here, are you?" "We just graduated high school and decided to explore," Carol responded with a smile. "No wonder," Susan remarked. "What is it?" Carol asked, sensing something peculiar in Susan's expression. "Oh, it's nothing. Just that we rarely see outsiders around here," Susan explained. She then inquired, "Do you know where this place is?" "Not at all. Joe and I simply wandered west after disembarking from the train, and after an hour of walking, we stumbled upon your inn," Carol replied. "All right then," Susan thought, exasperated by their naivety. "Do you not have any travel plans?" she queried. No, we just thought we would go out and see what we find," Carol admitted, acknowledging their seeming impulsiveness. "Very well, I wish you a pleasant holiday," Susan said. The trio ascended the stairs to inspect the rooms, and after a brief discussion, Joe and Carol deemed them satisfactory, clean, and acceptable, deciding to settle in. "2 rooms, please." "How much?" Carol inquired. $10 each, Susan replied. "Here, $20. Carol handed her the money. After entering their rooms and freshening up, they prepared to venture out again. Descending the stairs, they found Susan engrossed in a book at the front desk. Noticing their arrival, she asked if they were heading out. "Just going for a stroll," Carol responded cheerfully. After glancing at their attire, Susan advised, "I suggest you change your clothes. Also, be sure to return before dark." "Why is that?" Carol asked, puzzled. "The safety around here is not particularly reassuring," Susan replied. Susan remarked, "Dressed like this, you will undoubtedly attract unwanted attention." Lowering her gaze to her attire, Carol replied, "What's wrong with this? It's just ordinary clothing." "It would be prudent to change," Susan advised. "I don't foresee any issues," Carol responded. "We'll just take a stroll and return before dark." Susan reiterated, "The safety here deteriorates significantly at night." "Thank you for your counsel," Carol expressed her gratitude to Susan. Throughout this exchange, Joe remained in the background, silent. Prior to their departure, Carol had stated that she would take charge as the elder sister, and Joe, indifferent, had acquiesced. Before leaving, Joe flashed a smile at Susan, who nearly blushed and hastily turned her attention to her book. Rarely does a woman remain unaffected by Joe's smile. Thus far, he had encountered only 2, Mary and Carol. "This girl is rather commendable," he mused. Seeing Joe and Carol had departed, Susan exhaled and called out, "Johnny, come here for a moment." "What is it, sister?" A boyish voice responded from within. Shortly, Johnny emerged, a teenager about 15 or 16, of similar age to Joe. "2 tourists just arrived, oblivious to their surroundings, but they have now left. I fear for their safety. Follow them and keep an eye out," Susan instructed. "Sister, aren't you being overly concerned?" "Their troubles are not ours," Johnny complained. "If something happens, their belongings will become ours," he added. "Do you not comprehend where we are? Go, follow them. They'll soon be out of sight," Susan insisted, disregarding Johnny's grievances. "Can I opt out?" Johnny protested, finding it bothersome. However, upon meeting Susan's blue-eyed gaze, he relented. "Fine, I'll go." "You really are something," he muttered as he walked away. "Hurry, they're nearly gone," Susan urged. I know, Johnny grumbled. "I was in the midst of watching the latest martial arts film from Huagua, which I borrowed with great difficulty." Despite his complaints, he moved quickly, trailing after Joe and Carol, clearly more invested than he let on. Chapter 17. Someone actually robs Superman. What a delightful girl. Joe contemplated as he walked several hundred meters away. Yet, thanks to his superhuman hearing, he could still catch snippets of the conversation from the inn. They crossed one street and entered another, only to feel as if they had stepped into an entirely different realm. Filthy, chaotic, dismal. Such was the impression this street left on Joe and Carol. The thoroughfare was nearly devoid of pedestrians, flanked by dilapidated, low-rise buildings. It seems we've stumbled into a slum, Carol observed. Indeed, it appears so, Joe concurred, surveying their surroundings. No wonder Susan warned us about the safety here, Carol noted. Forget it, we've already settled in. Experiencing the customs of the slums is rather intriguing, Joe remarked, his curiosity piqued. This was his first encounter with a slum in both lives, and it felt refreshingly novel. In his previous life in Huagua, law and order were commendable, leaving no room for slums, only poverty at most. In this life, residing in their small town, he enjoyed a life devoid of worry, with safety prevailing in the community. He had indeed never visited a place like this before. How fascinating. He had heard tales of the chaos that plagued slums. A part of him was eager to explore. He had yet to experience a robbery. He silently reminded himself to be gentle should he encounter one. The buildings lining the streets were aged, adorned with an abundance of graffiti. Public amenities were nearly non-existent. With only a handful of local residents loitering at their doorsteps, their attire appearing weathered from prolonged wear. The onlookers scrutinized Joe and Carol with peculiar gazes, some with a look of bewilderment, others as if they were prey, some indifferent, and a few with outright malice. It seemed the locals were not particularly welcoming. Joe shrugged off the discomfort. His enhanced vision and hearing were typically dormant. Activating them often flooded his mind with overwhelming information, leading to a splitting headache. Thus he preferred to keep them at bay. The notion of potential scams at the inn had prompted him to engage his heightened hearing. But even in their dormant state, his senses surpassed those of the average person. He discerned the glimmer of greed in the eyes of the onlookers. Intriguing, he mused. Soon, they reached the end of the street, arriving at another thoroughfare that was significantly more vibrant. Although still lacking in cleanliness, it was teeming with various shops. Joe's ears perked up as he overheard someone on the street they had just passed, saying, "Go inform Jimmy, 2 plump sheep. At last, we found a decent place." Carol commented as she surveyed the new street. "This looks quite promising." "Indeed, it's rather interesting," Joe replied casually, his attention drifting. He activated his enhanced senses slightly, and it became evident that the facade of prosperity concealed underlying filth. "Let us go. I need to find something to eat. I'm famished. After we eat, we should return." Susan mentioned that the area isn't safe. "Tomorrow, we can ask her about visiting the city center," Carol suggested, her nonchalance masking a hint of anxiety. "All right," Joe agreed readily. They entered a restaurant that appeared reasonably decent, run by a black gentleman whose complexion suggested he was of mixed heritage. Carol casually ordered several recommended dishes, and soon the food arrived. Their meal was swift, hastened by Carol's urgency. She noticed several brazen stares directed at them from outside, which unsettled her. She was still quite young and felt a twinge of fear. Having finished their meal in haste, Carol expressed her desire to return to the inn without lingering further. Before leaving, the restaurant owner reminded them to return early. Their journey back was significantly swifter than their arrival. Carol pulled Joe along briskly, almost breaking into a run. However, they were soon intercepted. As they rounded a bend, they found themselves blocked. "Don't move." Upon turning the corner, they encountered 2 imposing figures, one of whom brandished a gun. "Joe, stand behind me. Don't be afraid." In such a predicament, Carol instinctively drew Joe behind her, shielding him with her own body. Caught off guard, Joe was swiftly pulled back. Carol raised her hands. "We can give you money. We can offer everything we have. Please, just let us leave." Joe, hidden behind Carol, sensed her fear, her body trembling slightly. "Hand over the money," the assailant demanded. "Here," Carol said cautiously, placing the cash on the ground. "Please let us go. I swear I won't call the police." Carol lowered herself, pleading with the 2 men to grant her and Joe safe passage. Joe felt profoundly touched by his sister's bravery. She truly was remarkable. "And you, come out from behind her and show us your money," the robbers insisted. "He has no money. I'm his sister, and all the money is with me." Carol's voice trembled slightly. "Stop wasting our time. Step forward," the men urged, growing impatient. "You scared my sister," Joe said flatly, stepping out. "Joe, no." Carol tried to pull him back, but he remained steadfast. "It's dangerous. Don't provoke them." "They've angered me," Joe replied earnestly. The robbers erupted into laughter. "Huh, what a brave little brother." The one holding the gun taunted, shaking it in the air. "Do you know what this is?" "I do," Joe replied calmly. "Then are you a fool?" The gunman's tone shifted. Bang. He fired a shot into the ground. "Empty your pockets. My patience is limited," he threatened. "All right," Joe said, and in an instant, he vanished. What the? Where did he go? One of the men exclaimed. Behind you. Joe's voice suddenly came from behind them, startling both men. Bang. Another shot rang out, causing the gunman to flinch. Before they could react, Joe seized the gun from him, aiming it at the duo. With a resounding bang, he fired. Ah! They screamed in terror. Seeing Joe regain control of the situation, Carol rushed to his side, concerned. Are you all right? I'm fine, he replied with a reassuring smile, then coldly inquired. What should I do with you two? We're sorry, we made a mistake, they stammered. As the situation took a sudden turn, the two individuals quickly pleaded for mercy. You both shall strike yourselves 100 times. I shall count, he commanded, and do apologize to my sister. I'm sorry, they uttered as they slapped their own faces. The firearms were confiscated. Once they had completed their self-inflicted punishment, Joe left a remark and turned to depart with Carol. At heart, he was a benevolent soul, incapable of taking a life without cause. The two had not inflicted any harm upon him or Carol, and a mild reprimand sufficed, serving as a form of catharsis. Meanwhile, Johnny, sent by Susan, was delayed by a brief encounter with a friend. When he finally arrived, he found the duo sprawled on the ground. What on earth happened? Johnny asked, bewildered, yet no one paid him any heed. On their way, Carol hesitated, contemplating whether to voice her thoughts. Feel free to ask whatever you wish, Joe encouraged, noticing her demeanor. How did you manage that? She inquired. What do you mean? He replied. You suddenly appeared behind those two. Haha, I even control my speed. What? Carol was taken aback. Are you saying that wasn't to your maximum speed? You will understand in due time, sister. I possess certain peculiarities, Joe stated with a smile. For instance, like this. With that, he crumpled the gun in his hand into a ball and tossed it into the trash bin. Carol stood in shock. Chapter 18. Confession upon returning to the hotel. Carol found herself in a state of unrest. Her brother had inexplicably transformed into something beyond human. What was she to do? The image of Joe crumpling the gun like dough lingered in her mind, leaving her in a daze. What kind of ability is this? She pondered. Lying on the hotel bed, her thoughts raced. No, she needed to seek clarification. I must ask him directly, Carol murmured to herself. The day's events had sent her emotions into a whirlwind, first startled by the robbery, then astonished by Joe's actions, which truly left her rattled. Rising, she approached the door to Joe's room. Knock, knock, knock. Carol rapped on the door. Joe, inside, had already seen her through his enhanced vision and, knowing Carol as he did, anticipated her visit. Have you come? Joe inquired. How did you accomplish those feats today? Carol wasted no time in expressing her intent. I simply did it naturally. What of it? Joe retorted. Naturally? Carol's voice escalated. Is that something a normal person could achieve? Ahem. Come in, Joe said hastily, pulling her inside. They had been conversing just outside the door, and Joe wished to avoid drawing attention, while he feared nothing. The potential for complications was not to be overlooked. Once inside, Carol spoke rapidly. Can a normal person crumple a gun into a ball? Can a normal person dash to someone else's back in an instant? Calm down, Carol. Don't be so agitated, Joe soothed her. The sister is rather overreacting. In the future, there will be those who wield hammers soaring through the sky, and some who, when provoked, turn green and wreak havoc. What is all this fuss about? This is merely a routine occurrence. How shall one maintain their composure when faced with more challenges ahead? I possess only a modicum of ability, remarked Xiao Zhengsheng to Carol. With a chuckle, Carol laughed softly, observing Xiao and awaiting his elucidation. Feeling somewhat unnerved under Carol's gaze, Xiao inquired. Do you remember our trip to Boston when we were children? Of course, Carol replied, the memory vivid in her mind. You appeared utterly daft during that time. Precisely, Xiao exclaimed. After that incident, I felt as though the world had transformed. You know how much I adore basking in the sun. Of course, Carol retorted, her mood slightly irked. Yet, she had regained her calm. After all, Xiao remained her healthy brother, standing right before her. Her earlier agitation stemmed solely from concern for his well-being. Since that time, I discovered that exposure to sunlight enhances my physical capabilities in various aspects, Xiao stated. Wow, that's incredibly cool, Carol responded, her initial tension dissipating as she recognized the uniqueness of Xiao's ability. So, are you like a solar panel? Carol jested. Absorbing solar energy through the passage of time. Haha, that's quite amusing. Let me revel in laughter for a moment. Carol chuckled uncontrollably. Xiao said, scratching his nose, rendered speechless by Carol's astute observation. Well then, after basking in the sun for over a decade, how would you rate your current strength? Carol inquired. Not too shabby. I can defend myself now. No need to worry about being captured and dissected, Xiao replied with a grin. Be more specific, Carol pressed. I'd say I'm roughly on par with Captain America, Xiao remarked. Steve Rogers? Carol asked, astonished. Impressive. So, the captain underwent experiments to alter his physique. while you derived your strength from sunlight. No wonder you possess such a splendid physique. It turns out you cheated, Carol exclaimed, a hint of envy lacing her tone as she yearned for such extraordinary abilities. Sensing Carol's longing, Xiao assured her, I will ensure you too possess such powers. After their recent encounter with danger, Xiao felt compelled to equip Carol with the means for self-protection. Although their parents seldom ventured far, Smallville was generally safe. However, Carol was enlisting, and the likelihood of facing peril was considerable. He couldn't always be by her side. I must empower Carol to defend herself. Xiao pondered. Can I transform into a solar panel like you? Carol's eyes widened in disbelief, tinged with excitement. Not quite, Xiao replied, somewhat curtly. It's achieved through a different method. Consider it a gift for your enlistment. What method? Carol pressed, but was interrupted by Xiao. Hold your horses. Once we finish our tour of New York in the next couple of days, we shall journey to Africa for a while. Africa? Carol questioned, puzzled. What shall we do there? Is that where I can gain strength? How do we even get there? The journey back and forth is bound to take a considerable amount of time, isn't it? It seems plausible that it could indeed fortify your body once more. Is that true? How would that be accomplished? Are you certain? Carol rambled on with a barrage of questions. Joe was reluctant to respond, knowing that even after answering, a myriad of inquiries would surely follow. Therefore, he simply replied, you will find out in due time. Our trip to Africa will be swift. Is that so? Carol responded with skepticism. All right then, let's not dwell on it. It's getting late. Get some rest, as we shall rise early tomorrow for our adventures. Joe was eager to usher her off. Carol had always been this way, inquisitive since childhood, always prying for answers. Reluctantly, Carol concluded the conversation and retreated to her room. Once she departed, Joe lay in bed, lost in contemplation. Wasn't it the little leopard prince and his family who enhanced their bodies through a certain herb? What was it called again? Time had dulled his memory. What does it matter what it's called? In any case, the enhancement process is reproducible. I will take Carol to try it out when the time comes. As for the possibility of rejection, Joe had not considered it. Once one has witnessed their own potential, there are no grudges held, only bonds formed. Joe vaguely recalled that the abilities of the Black Panthers were artificially induced and could be effortlessly mass-produced. However, their family had opted to preserve their power or mystique by allowing only the king to undergo enhancement. When the time comes, a visit to Wakanda to showcase my prowess should suffice, he mused. Considering how things might unfold 2 decades hence, when the king will be a brash youth, certainly stubborn. The current king is far more astute, adept at navigating the tides of circumstance, though somewhat unscrupulous, akin to a forceful seizure. It bore no difference from the actions of today's robbers. Yet for Carol's sake, he was willing to proceed. In his heart, family was of paramount importance to Joe. Above all else, with Carol aspiring to join the Air Force, the potential dangers were numerous. Should anything happen, he would regret it for a lifetime. Convincing himself of this notion eased Joe's mind considerably. He did not wish to become a slave to power, continually reminding himself to exercise restraint and self-control. This was the sole exception he would permit. He would never again resort to coercive force. Joe silently admonished himself. Having taken from others, he would safeguard them for decades in return. Chapter 19. A day of leisure. The following day, Joe arose early. He knocked on Carol's door, waiting patiently for her to answer. After quite some time, she finally opened the door, her hair disheveled and her face weary. Clearly, she had not rested well. The previous day had been overwhelming, nearly causing her to lose sleep, and she had gone to bed quite late. Good morning, Carol. Joe greeted her with vigor. Carol responded, her voice lacking energy. Morning. Hey, wake up. We are about to head out. Joe complained, observing her disheveled appearance. It's clear you stayed up late last night. Well, that is not entirely my fault, Carol retorted. All right, hurry and freshen up. We'll be leaving in half an hour. All right, don't fall asleep again. Go wash up now. After a gentle reminder, Joe turned back and added, I'll be waiting for you downstairs. When Joe descended the stairs, he spotted Susan engrossed in a book at the front desk. His keen eyes quickly discerned that it was a textbook. What a diligent young lady she was, he thought. Good morning. Joe greeted Susan with a bright smile. Susan seemed momentarily taken aback before responding, good morning. As he settled onto the sofa in the lobby, Joe found himself somewhat bored. Thus, he initiated a conversation. Pardon my intrusion. Could you tell me if New York is enjoyable? Upon hearing Joe's voice, Susan asked, are you speaking to me? Joe cheekily replied, who else is there in this lobby besides you? Oh dear, Susan blushed profusely, then said, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying much attention. Haha, no worries. What were you just asking? Susan inquired. I was hoping you could share some interesting places in New York, Joe replied. Are you all going out today? Susan casually asked. Yes, Joe affirmed. I recommend visiting the Statue of Liberty, the Empire State Building, and Central Park. Times Square is more enjoyable at night. Susan elaborated enthusiastically. Thank you, Joe expressed his gratitude, I'll certainly consider your suggestions. With that, their conversation flowed effortlessly. After about 40 minutes, Carol hurriedly descended the stairs, exclaiming her apologies for being late, just as Joe was making Susan laugh heartily. I hope I'm not interrupting. Carol chuckled. Ignoring Carol's teasing, Joe inquired, are you finished? Yes. Shall we go? Not chatting anymore. Carol jested again. Disregarding her, Joe smiled at Susan. We're heading out for some fun. Goodbye. Goodbye, Susan replied. As Joe and Carol walked down the street, Carol asked, why were you so engaged in conversation with Susan? You rarely talk to girls. Joe preferred silence. You took too long, he muttered. Who said he didn't want to chat with the young lady? It was just that Carol was always in the way at school. Did she not realize that? Moreover, he hadn't found any girl at school who piqued his interest. He was too busy soaking up the sun to spend time with anyone. Now, feeling an overwhelming sense of confidence, he recalled that Susan bore a striking resemblance to a beloved actress from his past life, which was why he had engaged her in conversation. Suddenly, an idea struck him. That actress once starred in a superhero film. Could it possibly be her? With newfound curiosity, he remembered that Susan's brother was named Johnny. Just then, Carol nudged him. Hey, I'm talking to you. She complained. Oh, what is up? Joe realized he had been lost in thought and hadn't heard her. Where are we going? Carol asked. How about we start with the Statue of Liberty? Joe suggested. Sounds good. We ventured to the Statue of Liberty, then ascended to the rooftop of the Empire State Building, followed by a stroll through Central Park, and concluded our evening at Times Square. Carol remarked appreciatively on Joe's meticulous planning for the day, expressing surprise at his thoughtful organization. So how do we get there? Carol inquired. Do you know the way? Joe hesitated, admitting his ignorance. Carol, taken aback, was about to commend him but found herself exasperated instead. How can we enjoy our outing if you don't even know the route? You're utterly unreliable. She chided. You were the one who insisted on planning this. Yet here we are, and you can't even get out of bed early. Joe retorted playfully. The two engaged in their customary banter, playfully shifting blame back and forth, neither proving particularly dependable. All right, enough of this, Carol interjected, bringing their teasing to a halt. Let's find a store and purchase a map. If you hadn't interrupted my conversation with Susan as soon as we got downstairs, I wouldn't have forgotten to borrow a map from her, Joe replied. Fine. My fault. Let's just go find a store, Carol sighed, weary of the argument. Feeling a bit under the weather, she chose to ignore Joe, muttering, the burdens of being the older sister. After locating a shop and acquiring a map, the duo navigated their way to the Statue of Liberty. They circled the statue a few times, and Carol lamented, I should have brought a camera. Joe countered, who was it that complained about the weight of the camera? Humph. Had I known you were so strong, I would have entrusted it to you. She teased. Oh, come on, Joe retorted, dismissing her complaint. Despite Carol's disappointment, they eventually found a nearby photo booth, spending $3 for a shared photograph. After capturing their moment, Carol felt a sense of satisfaction and eagerly pulled Joe inside the statue. At the crown, nearly 100 meters above ground, Carol gazed down and exclaimed, Joe, do you realize that from up here, everything below, people, objects, looks like ants? This feeling is simply intoxicating. Yes, I know, Joe interjected, playfully dismissing her awe. You've mentioned how much you adore the sky countless times. Indeed, I do. The azure sky and fluffy clouds are so alluring, Carol continued, undeterred by Joe's interruption. Just imagine if we could fly. She mused. That would be splendid, but we would need quality clothing, and our hair shouldn't be too long, Joe noted. Why is that? Carol asked. Because at such heights, the wind could tear our clothes and leave our hair a tangled mess, he explained. You can't even fly, you know? Of course, I can't, but one can always speculate. It's common sense, Joe said, nearly revealing his secret plan to surprise Carol later. He envisioned how delightful her expression would be, regretting the absence of a smartphone to capture the moment. As for him, how could he have known that his clothes would become tattered? To speak further would only invite tears. Initially, when he discovered his ability to fly, he was overwhelmed with excitement and soared into the sky in a flash. However, the wind battered his attire, and after a dizzying spin, his clothes were ruined, and his stylish hairdo became disheveled. Such are the perils of youth, he mused. Why was he denied a battle suit? No glasses and no battle gear were provided. This left him with a deep-seated grievance. Chapter 20. A chance encounter. After visiting the Statue of Liberty, they strolled around the top of the Empire State Building. Here, at a height of 437 feet, the view was even more expansive. From above, people appeared as mere specks. Carol expressed her thoughts, but her remarks were repetitive and lacked depth. Joe speculated that Carol's disinterest in attending college in favor of joining the military stemmed not only from her personal preferences, but also from her academic struggles. For someone like her, who struggled with studies, the effort required would surely be taxing, leading to constant headaches and a reluctance to continue her education. Joe felt he had uncovered the truth, Yet he dared not voice it for fear of retribution. Resigned to the situation, he knew he must tread carefully to avoid further harm from Carol. Imagine attempting to strike a piece of steel with a hammer. Would it be the steel that hurts? Or your hand? Moreover, his muscles were far sturdier than mere iron. It was simply not worth the trouble, he thought, shaking his head. Descending from the Empire State Building, they realized it was already noon. Although they had set out early, the time spent walking and waiting had consumed a considerable portion of their day. Joe, are you hungry? After their excitement, Carol suddenly felt the pangs of hunger. A little. Since you're hungry, let's find you something to eat. All right, let's go for some casual dining. With that, Joe had little choice but to comply. They discovered a modest restaurant for lunch, opting against the expensive dining options within the Empire State Building, which would have drained their meager funds. The eatery they chose was directly across from the iconic structure, and with Joe's keen eyesight, he could see the opulent restaurant inside the towering edifice, its lavish decor unmistakable. As they savored their inexpensive meal, Joe silently resolved that he would dine at the luxurious establishment across the street every day in the future. Of course, it must be with money earned honestly. He was determined that his earnings would be legitimate, derived from proper means. In truth, Joe could easily acquire money. With his abilities, if he ever found himself broke, he could effortlessly engage in some nefarious dealings and live lavishly for quite some time. Yet, he was unwilling. One must have principles, mustn't he one? He considered himself a person of upright character. After their meal, the two continued their journey. A short subway ride later, they arrived at Central Park. The park was bustling with people, tourists and locals alike, all mingling in a lively atmosphere. After some deliberation, they decided to visit the zoo first. Indeed, the animals within were quite adorable. Even the roaring lions and the brown bears were met with a tranquil gaze from Joe. After all, they posed no threat. What was there to fear? Joe mused that he could confidently assert in the future. I have no stringent requirements for friendship. If we click, it suffices. For none can surpass my strength. After their visit to the zoo, they ventured to the art museum, only to regret their decision, for neither possessed an artistic inclination. They entered in a state of bewilderment and exited in similar confusion, unable to comprehend the profoundness, yet acknowledging its grandeur. Subsequently, they made their way to the carousel, a ride Joe cherished since the tender age of 5. His affection for it remained unwavering throughout the years. Even when a group of children regarded him with curious eyes, he paid them no heed, joyfully riding atop the wooden steed. Eventually, feeling somewhat fatigued, they strolled along the riverside pathway. Primarily, it was Carol who felt weary. Joe remained oblivious, yearning to relive the carousel experience once more. As they ambled slowly, silence enveloped them. Joe pondered whether he should visit Xavier's Academy for gifted youngsters. In the recesses of his memory, it seemed that the academy was not far from the bustling metropolis of New York, nestled in a neighboring city. Perhaps he could fly over in the evening? Joe contemplated, curiosity piqued. Having been there for some time, he had yet to encounter any characters from his previous cinematic experiences. Only Captain America, and that was merely through photographs. He longed to meet them in person. After all, some were his idols, especially that remarkable character, the one he affectionately referred to as the Big Poop. He had watched Iron Man 3 times. As his thoughts wandered, Joe became oblivious to his surroundings. Suddenly, in a moment of distraction, he collided with a jogger coming from the opposite direction. Instinctively bracing himself, Joe inadvertently sent the other person flying a good 2 to 3 meters away. Tony, feeling quite unfortunate, was an 18-year-old with a strong rebellious streak. Sent away to boarding school by his father at a young age, their relationship was fraught with tension. After finally returning home for the summer, yet again they had quarreled. Frustrated, he sought solace in Central Park, only to discover a swarm of followers trailing him. In his youthful defiance, he believed these individuals were sent by his detestable father to monitor him, prompting him to run in an attempt to shake off his bodyguards. However, after just a few steps, he collided with Joe. The impact was jarring, sending him hurtling backward. Ouch, Tony mused. Are you okay? Joe inquired, feeling guilty for the unintended collision. You try being thrown 2 meters. Tony retorted irritably. Unfazed by the other's tone, Joe approached apologetically, extending a hand to assist him. Tony dismissively swatted Joe's arm away, stating, "No need, I can get up myself." With that, he rose independently. After a brief delay, the bodyguards caught up. Noticing the situation and inquiring with concern, "Mr. Stark, are you all right?" Tony paid them no heed, rubbing the area where he had made contact with the ground, and then remarked to Joe, "I suggest you consult an ophthalmologist, sir. Your vision leaves much to be desired." Joe was taken aback as Tony rose. Who did he encounter? The youthful visage, devoid of the beard he would later sport, was surprisingly endearing. Memories converged as 2 figures intertwined. How fortuitous. Just as he had been contemplating meeting those protagonists from the films, he now found himself face to face with one, his favorite, no less. However, This individual was indeed just as foul-mouthed as he appeared in the movies. It was clearly Tony's own lack of awareness that led to the collision, yet he had the audacity to blame others. Perhaps it is your vision that is lacking, Joe retorted. Despite the excitement of meeting a real-life character from the films, he had no intention of being at a disadvantage. If someone confronted him, he would certainly respond in kind. Even Carol couldn't manage that. Tony scoffed, "Make way. I'm in a hurry. The path is right there. Can't you navigate it?" "I never yield." "Coincidentally, neither do I," Joe replied nonchalantly, reveling in the fact that he was not the one in a rush and would not yield. Frankly, Tony's insufferable arrogance was quite irritating. Joe pondered how Pepper managed to endure him. "You." Tony snapped, clearly irritated, his mood further soured. Glancing at the cluster of bodyguards surrounding him, he couldn't be bothered to engage further with this apparent pauper. He needed to devise a way to extricate himself from the entourage. He would remember this slight. "Don't let me encounter you again," he muttered before walking away. Seeing Tony depart in a huff brought Joe immense satisfaction. The day had grown late. Joe, a civil engineering student, had been called out by his friends at the construction site, insisting he join them for some fun. Chapter 21. Blocked again. The entire afternoon was spent by Joe and Carol in Central Park, exploring every corner and thoroughly enjoying themselves. As night fell, they made their way to Times Square. However, upon arrival, they quickly retreated, disillusioned by what they found. What was this version of Times Square? What was the significance of the rows of young women lining the streets? I'm too young to understand any of this. This place was a veritable mlang of people. Carol initially wondered why these women were standing on the street, until she observed men and women entering nearby rooms. The realization dawned upon her. "Wow, Joe, you actually brought me here?" Carol exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. Joe felt unjustly accused. He truly had not anticipated that Times Square would be in such a state. Susan suggested he come over, and with memories from a past life of Times Square's fame, he decided to take a look. What a situation he found himself in. Quite awkward. In truth, Susan had never visited Times Square. She had merely heard tales of its allure. She had been told that Times Square was particularly delightful, especially at night, brimming with excitement. On their way back, Carol incessantly lectured Joe. Joe attempted to explain to Carol that he was unaware of the circumstances. However, Carol paid no heed. After all, it was a rare opportunity to impart wisdom to Joe. How could she possibly listen to his explanations? This was a moment she could not let slip by. It was time to assert her sisterly authority. Enduring Carol's relentless tirade, Joe managed to hail a taxi. The driver, a Caucasian man, upon learning their hotel's location, adamantly refused to take them there. With no alternatives, they had no choice but to have the taxi drop them off at the nearest block, from where they would walk back to the hotel. By the time they alighted, darkness had enveloped the city. They found themselves once again at the corner where they had been obstructed the previous day. "Joe, do you think those two might be waiting for us again?" Carol inquired. "I don't know," Joe replied nonchalantly. "Just two small fries. I couldn't care less." Trezor felt unfortunate. Someone had informed him that 2 easy targets had arrived in Hell's Kitchen, and as he was currently short on cash, he called upon his friend Pablo to join him in seeking some quick earnings. Following the tip-off, the two of them waited along the route that the unsuspecting victims would traverse. They did indeed spot their intended targets, but to their dismay, the easy prey transformed into fierce opponents, resulting in their valuables being stripped away, and Trezor even ended up with a swollen face. Both men were disheartened and sought solace in a bar, drowning their sorrows. After consuming too much alcohol, Pablo began to complain, catching the attention of some nearby gang members. They pulled Pablo aside to inquire about the incident, and upon understanding the situation, they thumped their chests, vowing to avenge them, declaring that their gang members would not be bullied. In truth, they were merely a small gang. Otherwise, they wouldn't be resorting to robbery. They gathered about 10 individuals to wait at the same corner for Joe and Carol. From dusk until nightfall, the group grew increasingly bored. Trezor, however, had no desire for vengeance. He found the individual who had seized his weapon the previous day to be rather peculiar, and he wished to avoid any further entanglements. A sense of foreboding lingered in Trezor's mind. "Hey, they're coming," someone shouted upon spotting Joe and Carol. As Joe and Carol turned the corner, they noticed a dozen individuals standing before them, unmistakably rogue elements of society. Joe's keen eyes recognized the two from the previous night. "Hello there. What a pleasure to see you again," Joe greeted them with a smile. He was genuinely amused, finding the situation entertaining. At this moment, he believed himself to be fearless, unperturbed by any group. When he awakened to his powers at the age of 5, his aspiration was to live a quiet life. Now, a decade later, with his strength amplified, his mindset had transformed profoundly. Wealth that does not return home is akin to a splendid robe worn in the dead of night. This encapsulates Qiao's current mindset. Possessing unparalleled power, he yearns for the world to witness the extent of his might. This reflects the mentality of an ordinary individual. Albeit with a hint of pride, he has yet to become reckless but simply wishes to display his prowess and capture others' attention. Yesterday, he dealt a minor reprimand to those two young men, curious to see if they would dare approach him again today. To his surprise, they did. How amusing, isn't it? Pablo, leading the charge, declared, "Enough with the pleasantries. Do you not see those beside me? They are my brothers. You shall repay yesterday's affront tenfold, otherwise you shall not leave this path today. Are you certain you want me to repay tenfold?" Xiao inquired with a smile. "Indeed. Furthermore, hand over all the money you possess so my brothers may drink in celebration," Pablo commanded. "Do not even think about resisting. Our 7 or 8 firearms can easily transform you into a sieve. You must kneel and strike yourself 1,000 times, and only then will I spare you." Pablo reveled in his triumph, eager for vengeance. Yesterday, Xiao had emotionlessly demanded he strike himself 100 times, a request that genuinely frightened him. Today, however, he sought to emulate Xiao, his joy bubbling over as he chuckled. "Ah, you wish for me to kneel?" Xiao laughed. Pablo sensed something amiss. Why did this man mirror the laughter from yesterday? Was he not afraid? We are a group of 10. Could he possibly take on all of us? Armed, no less. A ridiculous thought flickered in Pablo's mind, and despite its absurdity, he found himself believing it to some extent. "Get on with it. Why are you laughing? Did you not hear what my brother said?" One of Pablo's companions urged as Xiao remained unmoving. "Very well, I shall comply," Xiao replied, still smiling. "So, you wish for me to do this?" "Of course," came an incredulous response. No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than Xiao darted into the crowd, returning to his original position in less than a second. "Behold, what do you see here?" Xiao remarked nonchalantly. The opposing party gazed down to find 5 weapons at Xiao's feet, while their own were conspicuously absent. "Did you not claim to have 7 or 8? Why do I only see 5? Xiao questioned. Caught in a moment of confusion, the 10 or so men exchanged glances before, in an instant, they scattered in a panic, attempting to flee. "Stop!" Xiao's voice rose above the commotion. Only Pablo and Trees halted, while the remaining 8 continued their flight. Observing their escape, Xiao accelerated, becoming a mere blur, and within 2 seconds, he had apprehended all of them. "Please, spare us. Have mercy." The pleas for mercy echoed. "Silence," Xiao commanded, and they quickly fell silent. The 2 who had not fled struck themselves 500 times, while those who had escaped were compelled to strike themselves 1,000 times. "Now, let us proceed," Xiao decreed. "If you seek vengeance, I have been here these past few days. You should be aware of my whereabouts. I welcome your approach." Zhou revealed a gleaming smile. "No, we would never dare disturb you again," Trezor replied. "Let us hope so," Zhou remarked. "Begin." The individuals on the ground began to slap their own faces, a cacophony of sounds erupting. Carol watched the spectacle with great delight. She was indeed a spirited young lady. Once the small group on the ground finished, Zhou called upon Carol to gather the discarded weapons, confiscating them. The people on the ground dared not voice any dissent. They simply wished to return home to their mothers. The underworld is far too terrifying. He longed for home. Approaching a nearby trash bin, Zhou crumpled the 5 weapons into a ball and tossed them inside. Soon after, they returned to the hotel. Chapter 22. Preparations for departure. They spent a few more days in the Big Apple. During this time, Zhou ventured nowhere. Initially contemplating a visit to Xavier's Academy for Gifted Youngsters, but ultimately decided against it. Primarily, Zhou felt a twinge of fear towards the bald professor. The man's perceptive abilities were formidable, and Zhou feared that a mere meeting would unveil all his secrets. Time travel was his greatest secret, one he intended to keep buried deep within his heart, never to be shared. Contemplating the professor, Zhou pondered, could baldness truly confer strength? After all, the professor, devoid of hair, was a master in the realm of the mind. A certain mage was also bald, yet even more powerful, having protected the world for centuries. No invader from any other dimension had successfully breached this realm. Furthermore, the sweet potato spirit only arrived on Earth after the bald mage and the god Odin had departed. Zhou speculated that perhaps the sweet potato spirit initially refrained from visiting Earth due to its uncertainty about contending with these 2 formidable beings. Now in the year 1988, the professor should still be quite youthful. What might his hair be like now? Has he begun to develop a receding hairline? Zhou was filled with curiosity. Yet he dared not approach, even to discreetly observe with his super eyesight, fearing the professor might sense his presence. He felt no apprehension towards physical or energy attacks. But when it came to illusions and mental prowess, he could not assure his own resilience. Should something go awry and he find himself under control, that would spell serious trouble. Zhou was already meticulously managing his own power. A single strike from him could sink an entire continent. Indeed, no one would willingly endure the full force of his punch. Zhou felt that even after basking in the sun for another decade, he would still hesitate to sneeze, fearing he might inadvertently cause destruction. Alas, the rapid increase in power is not without its drawbacks. Joe lamented. Every day, simply soaking in the sun makes me stronger. Yet I dare not exert myself for fear of obliterating something. Presently, 99.9999999% of all things on earth are utterly defenseless before me. Every day, meticulously controlling his strength was quite a burden, thought Xiao. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What if he had a girlfriend? What would happen if, in a moment of carelessness, he accidentally harmed her? The mere contemplation of such misdeeds filled him with dread. The image of inadvertently crushing his girlfriend was too horrifying to entertain. He pondered. Would he end up as unfortunate as that green, rotund fellow? A wave of melancholy washed over him. He wondered how the neighboring giant, De Chao, managed to control his strength while enjoying a carefree relationship with his girlfriend. How enviable. Was he merely a half-finished product? Or had De Chao received some memories that he had not? It was certainly a possibility. Initially, he had simply relished sunbathing, without the ability to gain strength from sunlight. His powers had only awakened later, he reflected. He resolved to avoid idleness and to engage in more training to acclimate to his own strength. He admonished himself, lest he inadvertently lose his girlfriend. But did he even have a girlfriend at present? A sorrowful tale unfolded in his mind. He was still a solitary soul. Glancing at his reflection in the mirror, he admired his striking features and mused, how can someone as handsome as I am still be single? Such injustice. He failed to recognize his own aloof demeanor and his blatant straightforwardness. He was the epitome of a blunt, straight man. When a girl had brushed her hand against his during a handshake, he had dismissed her hand with disdain, questioning her about potential skin ailments. On another occasion, when Carol was absent, he had accompanied a young lady home. Out of a sense of chivalry, he offered to walk her to her doorstep. Upon her invitation to enter her home, she casually mentioned that it was somewhat untidy and hoped he wouldn't mind. In response, he turned on his heel and walked away, reproaching her for the state of her home while refusing her invitation. No wonder he remained unattached. He often blamed Carol for preventing him from socializing with girls, never reflecting on his own actions. After tidying up his room, Xiao descended the stairs. Carol had risen particularly early that day and was now happily chatting with Susan downstairs. Recently, Carol had grown quite close to Susan, often engaging in lengthy conversations. The primary reason for their rapport was that Susan, coincidentally, had a younger brother who was 3 years her junior. The two frequently marveled at the marvels of fate, sharing tips on how to educate their younger siblings. Their exchanges often began with Carol lamenting, "My brother has grown up. He has lost his childhood charm and has become quite disobedient," to which Susan would readily agree. They would then reminisce about their amusing childhood escapades, bringing laughter to one another. Susan expressed uncertainty regarding the authenticity of her brother's amusing anecdotes, while Roar implied that the humorous exchanges between her and Joe left him feeling as if 1,000 alpacas were galloping within him. The events she recounted indeed took place, but the principal characters in the tale warrant reconsideration. For instance, when Carol recounted the incident from their childhood involving a theft that resulted in their capture, where was Joe? It was clearly her own gluttony that had led to their apprehension, yet she insisted on implicating Joe. Carol cast a glance at Joe and casually inquired, only to resume her conversation with Susan. Ignoring Carol's comment, Joe greeted Susan with a smile. "Good morning." "Good morning." Susan responded cheerfully. "By the way, where's Johnny?" "I haven't seen him," Joe inquired, having formed a decent rapport with Johnny lately due to the numerous DVDs he possessed, particularly those of Little Dragon Brother. Joe, who had never watched them before, found them quite engaging upon recent viewing. "I don't know where he has wandered off to," Susan replied. "Probably out causing mischief." Johnny was Susan's younger brother, and when Joe and Carol first encountered him, they were quite taken aback. The resemblance to the captain was striking. Carol was so convinced that she excitedly approached him for an autograph, proudly declaring to Joe, "See, I told you in our childhood that the captain is hiding somewhere." Afterward, Susan clarified that this was her brother, prompting Carol to relent. Carol had indeed created a significant blunder, which led to Joe teasing her for quite some time. In truth, Joe had felt a surge of excitement as well, but upon reflecting that the captain was likely frozen in ice at that moment, he refrained from acting. Joe later commended himself for his quick thinking. Fortunately, he had realized the situation, for had he acted with his usual speed, he would have certainly beaten Carol to the punch, leaving Carol to mock him instead. By the way, when Joe traversed through time, Avengers: Infinity War had just been screened, thus he was oblivious to the subsequent plot developments, including those involving Carol. As he idly sat on the sofa awaiting the conclusion of Carol and Susan's conversation, Susan extended an invitation for them to join her for breakfast. During the meal, Carol abruptly informed Joe, "We must return." "Oh, is that so?" Joe had indeed lost track of time. Carol gestured as if counting money. indicating that they were running low on resources and had been out for nearly a week. Very well. Susan, overhearing their exchange, felt a pang of sadness and asked Carol, "Are you two really going back?" "Yes, we've been out for quite some time," Carol replied. "Well, I shall miss you both," Susan lamented, casting several lingering glances at Joe. The breakfast unfolded in an atmosphere tinged with parting sentiments. With 2 chapters still pending, having written over 1,000 unsatisfactory words only to delete them, Joe realized he could not indulge in his fantasy pursuits that evening. After 2 days of escapism, returning to work left him feeling disoriented. Tomorrow morning, he was initially scheduled to be off, but as the part-time manager was ill, he would need to cover for half a day, compensating the following afternoon. Tomorrow's 4 shifts seemed impossible, and he declared, "If I can't manage it, I might as well eat dirt." Chapter 23. Is this what you refer to as a 50-50 chance? Upon learning of Joe and Carol's impending departure from Susan that morning, she felt a profound sense of regret. After conferring with Johnny, they resolved to host a farewell gathering for Joe and Carol that evening. In the morning, when Joe and Carol decided to embark on their final adventure in New York, Susan informed them of her plans, advising them not to dine before their return that night. They readily agreed, as their wallets were rather empty, and who would refuse an opportunity for a complimentary meal? In the afternoon, Susan instructed Johnny to procure ingredients from the supermarket, as she intended to cook personally. Johnny readily complied, recognizing Joe as a friend and feeling it was only proper to host him as he prepared to leave. In an era when communication was not as advanced as in later years, a farewell with a friend could very well signify an eternal parting. Hence the deep value placed on their camaraderie. Susan busied herself in the kitchen from the afternoon until evening, entrusting the front desk duties to Johnny, clearly devoted to her culinary endeavors. Around 6 or 7 o'clock, Joe and Carol returned to the hotel after a leisurely outing. Upon entering the lobby, they were greeted by the tantalizing aroma wafting from the kitchen. "Wow, it smells amazing," Carol exclaimed, immediately dashing into the kitchen. "Don't think too much of it. She's not there to help." Joe shrugged at Johnny at the front desk. However, it wasn't long before Susan emerged, having ejected Carol from the kitchen, complaining that she was a hindrance. "How outrageous," she exclaimed. She waltzed into the kitchen and began pilfering food. Not only was she stealing bites, which I wouldn't have minded, but she was also causing chaos, completely disrupting my cooking. Their friendship had grown immensely close, with little left unspoken between them, which allowed Carol to feel comfortable enough to invade the kitchen. This closeness stemmed from a conversation in which Carol shared her dream of becoming a pilot with Susan, who found it incredibly cool and wholeheartedly supported her, a first for Carol, who was elated by such affirmation. Initially, her parents had been skeptical of her aspirations, but after her insistence, they had begrudgingly offered their support. As for Joe, although he didn't voice his opinions, Carol sensed that he was not particularly supportive of her dream. With Susan's approval, their bond strengthened day by day, approaching a sisterly closeness. In China, they might have even sworn sisterhood. After being playfully ousted from the kitchen, Carol settled onto the sofa with Joe to chat. "Are we heading back tomorrow?" she inquired. "Not just yet," Joe replied. "So, shall we continue to explore the Big Apple for another day?" "Not quite," Joe responded. "Do you remember our last conversation about giving your body a thorough enhancement?" "Of course. I remember," Carol nodded eagerly, having only feigned her earlier inquiry about returning, as her thoughts had been preoccupied with that very subject. "Tomorrow, we shall journey to Africa for a little adventure." Joe remarked that if all goes well, there would be a bounty of treasures from Wakanda. Vibranium and heart-shaped herbs are undeniable, and their local technology is remarkably advanced. Take that protective shield, for instance. It's truly impressive, along with those seemingly ornate spears and shields, which are of high technological caliber. One wonders what level of technological advancement Wakanda possesses nowadays. Joe mused, recalling how he found the nation peculiar in Avengers: Infinity War. So technologically advanced, yet some inhabitants appeared quite primitive. "How are we going to get there?" Carol inquired once more. Having asked the same question previously, Joe, feigning mystery, chose not to divulge the answer. "You will find out tomorrow," he teased, enjoying the suspense. Carol, being somewhat impatient, felt a tickling unease in her mind when left unanswered, yet Joe relished her discomfort, as they often engaged in playful banter. "You?" Carol glared at Joe, who winked back with a smirk, as if to say, "Go ahead, ask me again. I still want to tell you." Taking a deep breath, Carol exclaimed, "You read something else." After exchanging a few words about the morrow, they resumed their conversation with Johnny. Soon, Susan had prepared a sumptuous dinner. The table overflowed with an array of delightful dishes. Gazing at the feast, Carol exclaimed, "Susan, how can we possibly finish all of this?" Before Susan could respond, Joe interjected nonchalantly, "You will manage." Carol was momentarily taken aback. Susan and Johnny chuckled softly at the exchange. Carol felt an urge to strike Joe, truly. Had his physique not hardened, She would have done so long ago. She had long pondered why Joe felt so unyielding, leaving her hands sore from their playful tussles. Since arriving in New York, she realized he had undergone a transformation. Before taking their seats, Carol embraced Susan, who had just changed her outfit. "Thank you, Susan," Carol said. "We are friends, aren't we?" Susan replied affirmatively. "Indeed. We are friends," Carol reiterated. "All right, enough of the sentimentality," Joe interjected, dampening the mood. "Let us dig in. Susan's cooking looks delectable." Both Susan and Carol shot Joe a glare, while Johnny snickered at Joe's interruption. Susan had not prepared such a lavish meal in quite some time. She had poured all her culinary skills into this feast. Johnny had been eagerly awaiting this moment. However, Joe's comment shattered the atmosphere they had been cultivating. The emotional build-up dissipated, leaving Susan to say, "Let us eat and see how my cooking fares. It's been a while since I've made these grand dishes." The four of them began to eat. As soon as she tasted the food, Carol's eyes lit up. "Susan, your culinary skills are worthy of a chef. I recommend that you establish a restaurant on the first floor of this inn. Given your culinary skills, I am certain it would thrive." Joe nodded in agreement, as he too found the food delectable. Susan chuckled softly, remarking, "Cooking is such a waste of time. I usually just whip up something simple." Johnny, on the other hand, remained silent, engrossed in his meal, his mouth never ceasing its motion. Typically, Susan would prepare a hasty meal, but having finally caught up with this opportunity, Johnny intended to indulge himself thoroughly. The dinner was enjoyed in a warm and cheerful atmosphere. The following day, after Joe and Carol packed their belongings, they descended the stairs. "Now, can you tell me how to get to Africa?" Carol inquired of Joe. "Of course," Joe replied. "First, we need to leave our luggage here with Susan." Joe had long planned to store their belongings with Susan before returning later, which is why he remained unperturbed during dinner the previous night. "Very well," Carol said with a roll of her eyes. After placing their luggage on the first floor and informing Susan that they would need her assistance in keeping it for a few days, the two set out for their errands, much to Susan's delight, as she was more than willing to help them. Upon exiting the inn, Joe led Carol to a secluded area. Finding such a spot proved to be quite a challenge. Even with his enhanced vision, they wandered for over an hour. Throughout the journey, Carol incessantly inquired about their next steps, but Joe remained tight-lipped, insisting she would find out soon enough. This left Carol quite anxious. Upon reaching the deserted clearing, Joe suddenly pulled Carol close. "Climb onto my back," he instructed. "What are you doing?" Carol protested, slightly annoyed, as she was the elder sister. "Hurry up." "All right." After a brief moment of hesitation, Carol complied and climbed onto Joe's back. "Hold on tight." As soon as the words left his lips, Joe soared into the sky. "Ah!" Carol gasped in surprise as they ascended rapidly. "Don't you love the sky and flying? I'm taking you with me." The wind rushed past them so swiftly that Carol could barely keep her eyes open, her hair flying wildly. She managed to ask, "Is this what you meant by being 50-50 with the captain? Can the captain fly?" Chapter 24. The African Savannah. Joe vowed never to take Carol flying again. She was simply too unpredictable. After the initial discomfort subsided, Carol twisted and turned behind him, brimming with excitement, while Joe attempted to fly and tend to her simultaneously. Answering her myriad questions left him utterly exhausted. He dared not accelerate too quickly. He was barely flying at half the speed of sound. At this pace, for Joe, it hardly constituted flight at all. As for Carol, she was rather fragile and could not withstand the sound barrier. If it were just him, Joe was confident he could reach any corner of the earth within 10 minutes. The real challenge lay in Carol's exuberance, as she orchestrated commands from behind, treating herself as the pilot while Joe became the aircraft, maneuvering through the air. "Wow, this is so cool," Carol sighed, feeling a tinge of envy towards Joe for his ability to fly. "Could you perhaps move a little less?" Joe retorted, pressing closely against her back. "I need to accelerate. At this speed, it would take us an entire day to reach Africa. If you feel overwhelmed, just let me know." Joe called out to Carol. The wind was strong, and his voice was barely audible. "All right, I'm picking up speed now." They soared through the clouds, leaving a trail of white in their wake. In flight, Joe activated his enhanced vision, deftly avoiding encounters with airplanes, as well as evading radar and satellites. After all, it is better to avoid unnecessary complications. And while he was not particularly afraid of being detected, he certainly wished to avoid any hassle. For Carol, enduring prolonged high-speed flight was quite taxing. Thus, they flew intermittently, taking breaks after 1 or 2 hours to allow Carol to rest. Thus, they departed in the morning and flew for over 10 hours before finally reaching the African savannah. Joe had been overly optimistic, not anticipating such a lengthy journey. Fortunately, the time difference was nearly 7 hours, so they arrived at the savannah in the afternoon. The summer savannah was alive with vitality. Upon arrival, Joe found himself intrigued. A wild essence permeated the air, and he felt a sense of liberation wash over him. Joe soon led Carol into an uninhabited area, a veritable paradise of wildlife, where a variety of beasts roamed freely. Even seasoned hunters tread carefully here, as if walking on thin ice. However, Joe had no such concerns, and consequently, Carol felt secure by his side. With Joe's formidable strength, she could roam without fear. Aware of Joe's profound abilities, Carol strolled across the savannah with ease, as if on a leisurely outing. "Let us explore this area," Joe suggested. Neither of them had pressing matters to attend to. Technically, they were merely here for leisure, and assisting Carol in her training was a secondary consideration. Now that they had arrived in Africa, Carol felt no rush. Many of the animals on the savannah were familiar to her from the zoo, but she had never encountered them at such close proximity. With Joe as her protector, she felt assured of her safety. "All right, I want to ride a lion," Carol exclaimed enthusiastically. "What?" Joe asked, incredulous. "I said I want to ride a lion, and not just lions. I want to ride rhinos and tigers as well," Carol declared boldly. "Are there tigers here?" Joe inquired. "Aren't there? Why don't you find one for me to see?" Carol replied. "Oh, then I want to ride a tiger," she conceded. "Aren't you afraid they might bite you?" Joe questioned. "Not at all. With you around as my bodyguard," Carol responded nonchalantly. With her brother's ability to fly, she felt assured that these creatures posed no significant threat. Feeling secure, she decided to indulge her childhood dream of riding these magnificent beasts, seizing the opportunity to experience something she had long desired. Moreover, after soaring through the skies for over 10 hours, did you witness any fear in her? Very well. Joe was in high spirits and did not refuse Carol. After all, it was merely a trivial matter for him. When the time came, he would first deliver a few blows until the creature lay supine, too intimidated to move, and then allow Carol to mount it. As for the animals that would not rise to bear Carol, that was of no concern to him. "Shall I carry you on my back?" Joe stated. "Are we flying again?" Carol, this time, did not hesitate and eagerly leapt onto Joe's back. "No flying. We shall run," Joe declared, and with that he took off, his long legs propelling him forward, stirring up a cloud of dust. During their escapade, a leopard, irritated by the audacity of these two intruders racing through its territory, pursued them for a minute but, unable to keep pace, eventually halted, letting out a few roars in frustration. "Haha." Carol, perched on Joe's back, noticed the leopard's futile chase. "Enjoy the dust," she laughed. Was Carol now under the influence of Joe's bravado? After running for a while, they encountered a pride of lions, consisting of a majestic male and several females. Joe came to a stop directly opposite the pride, rousing the slumbering lion from its midday repose. "Joe, let us go? I want to ride it," Carol exclaimed, cracking her knuckles. Joe, with a resigned glance in her direction, turned his attention to the male lion. The lion, clearly displeased, rose and shook itself, glaring menacingly at the pair. "Roar," the lion bellowed. "What do you want?" Joe retorted, swiftly darting forward to within a meter of the lion. The lion, startled, took a step back and roared again. It was a warning, perhaps, or something else. Joe, unable to comprehend the language of beasts, was oblivious to its meaning. As Joe faced off against the lion, he was unwittingly encircled by the other 7 or 8 lions, the pride poised to strike. Joe took note, but remained unfazed. As long as they did not attack Carol, he was unconcerned. "Come, let me touch you," Joe said to the lion, which was in its prime, its mane a formidable sight. Faced with the outstretched hand, the lion could not resist asserting its dominance, sinking its teeth into Joe's hand. Unfortunately, the lion's bite failed to penetrate. With a crack, one of its teeth shattered. A low whimper escaped the lion. It was in pain. Would it not be better to behave? Joe chided the lion. "You insisted on biting me, and now your tooth is broken?" The surrounding lionesses then launched their attack. This time, Joe dared not let them bite him, lest his clothes be torn, for he had not brought a change of attire. With a deft maneuver, he evaded the assault of a lioness, seized the male lion in one hand, and returned to lift Carol, then swiftly made his escape. The lionesses exchanged glances, bewildered by the recent turn of events. What had just transpired? And what of the male lion? The creature had seemingly captured their mate, inciting their wrath. A chorus of lionesses roared in fury, for their partner had been taken. Jordan, clutching the lion, sprinted alongside Carol for over 10 kilometers. Once they reached the ground, the once majestic lion curled into a ball, trembling with fear. It was terrified. This brigand had abducted it. It was poised for mischief against the lion. Chapter 25. The discovery of Wakanda. The lion lay cowering on the ground, too frightened to provoke Jordan. Its teeth throbbed in pain. It had a wife and children, a harmonious family, and a flourishing career. Now was not the time to meet its end. Submitting in humility might just persuade this creature to spare its life. Survival was the goal. Life as a lion is long. Bowing one's head is of little consequence. Enduring this trial, it would remain a king of beasts. Is it cowardice for a king to yield? No, that is merely a strategic retreat. A lioness revenge is never too late, even if it takes a decade. Jordan, let it rise. I wish to mount it. I cannot ride this lion while it lies on the ground. Carol exclaimed after they landed. Very well. Jordan nudged the fainting lion, urging it to stand. The lion, bewildered, wondered if this creature would not relent. It had already forsaken its dignity, lying like a mere house cat. Why the continued nudge? Seeing no response, Jordan prodded it again. Get up. The lion remained still, having resolved to let this creature bully it. It would not resist, believing that boredom would eventually lead to its release. In moments of leisure, it would tease smaller animals, and their reactions mirrored its current state. Finding the lion unresponsive, Jordan squatted down to grasp its neck and hoist it up. Yet, this foolish lion simply dropped back down. Carol, observing, could not help but laugh. Jordan's pride was at stake. How could this foolish lion deny him the respect he deserved? After all, Jordan Van Foss had traversed the world, and who had not given him due regard? With a firm pat on the lioness' head, he lifted it once more. After several back-and-forth attempts, the lion finally stood obediently. Now mount it, Jordan instructed. It was unlikely to resist any longer. Carol, undaunted, climbed atop the lioness' back. As she did, the lion instinctively attempted to collapse once more, fearing this short-haired creature could be terrifying, and this long-haired one must be even more so. However, a glance from Jordan quelled its impulse to flee. Surely, they wouldn't harm me, would they? The lion thought, its heart racing with dread. This creature was far too fearsome. It resolved to keep its distance in the future. Since escaping from Jordan, the lion had developed a fear of humans, fleeing far and wide with its pride at the mere sight of them. Fleeing, it ran. Carol playfully tapped the lion's backside, exclaiming. This time, the lion swiftly grasped Carol's intention and began to trot with small, sprightly steps. If one were to overlook the figure of Carol perched upon its back, the lion would indeed appear quite majestic and imposing. Alas, Carol's presence diminished its grandeur. After amusing herself with the lion for a brief while, Carol soon lost interest, her dairy re-aching uncomfortably. Consequently, she decided to release the lion, now transformed into a playful kitten. Let us seek out other animals to play with, Carol declared. Joe, indifferent, paid no mind to the lion still sprawled on the ground, and swiftly scooped up Carol to carry her away. Ever since he had lifted her, he had no desire to bear her weight any longer. This was a far easier way to manage. The lion, lifting its head, realized that the two had vanished from sight, yet it still hesitated to rise. Cautiously, it surveyed the surroundings and, upon confirming their departure, slowly got to its feet. Shaking off the dust from its fur, with head held high, it let out a mighty roar to assert its regal authority. After ascertaining the direction, it made its way back to the pride, seeking solace from the lionesses, for this encounter had been rather frightful. Though eager to return, the lion began to slow its pace when it was still 500 meters away from the pride, approaching with a measured demeanor. After all, the dignity of a king must not be lost. Meanwhile, Joe took Carol on a mischievous adventure, tormenting rhinoceroses, buffaloes, zebras, and giraffes. Any creature that Carol could conjure from her imagination was subjected to their playful antics. Before long, the vast savanna began to embrace the twilight. Beneath a broad-topped tree, the two gazed at the breathtaking dusk over the plains. The timeless African continent bore witness to the sun, engulfing the sky with vibrant hues. Traversing through the low-hanging clouds of twilight, casting a profound and expansive glow, reminiscent of an epic chase that had yet to settle. The grasslands were a constant theater of life's marvels. As the blood-red sun dipped lower, Joe and Carol found themselves entranced. How beautiful, Carol murmured, struck by the spectacle. Indeed, it is, Joe concurred, as they found rare agreement on this matter. After admiring the scenery for a while, Carol felt a pang of hunger. What shall we have for dinner? She inquired. Joe was at a loss for words. His plan to swiftly locate Wakanda upon arriving in Africa had yet to bear fruit. Although he had spent the afternoon entertaining Carol, he had also diligently searched for Wakanda with his superhuman vision, yet to no avail. Wait, Joe suddenly exclaimed. I'll be right back. Dusk marked the hour for predators to hunt, and Joe had spotted leopards several kilometers away pursuing antelopes. He intended to borrow some meat from his feline brethren. Before long, he returned, carrying a hind leg of an antelope. Carol, having grown accustomed to Joe's peculiar actions, accepted his superpowers with ease. Let us feast on this, roasted to perfection, Joe suggested with a grin. Can you cook meat? Carol inquired. Indeed, I can do much more, Joe replied. In his previous life, he had dabbled in barbecuing. After all, grilling meat was somewhat akin to roasting, wasn't it? It should be quite similar, Joe suggested as he instructed Carol to hold up the hind leg of the antelope. The moment she vanished, Joe returned 2 minutes later, his hands laden with dry wood. Is there a fire? Carol asked. That is simple. Would a Superman lack fire? My eyes are not merely for shooting beams, Joe stated confidently, controlling his power. He emitted a crimson glow from his eyes, igniting the wood instantly. Wow. Even after witnessing many of Joe's abilities today, Carol was still astonished by the fact that he could emit rays from his eyes. Your eyes possess such a minor ability, Joe explained. Didn't you say you and the captain were evenly matched? The captain has so many peculiar powers. What else can you do? Carol, feeling a twinge of resentment regarding Joe's self-proclaimed equality with the captain, noted that he seemed to be far superior now. Who said I'm not on par with the captain? Joe countered. Do you even know what the captain's superpower is? The serum? No. That's merely the captain's superficial ability. In truth, his power is 50-50. No matter whom he fights, it's always 50-50. Carol pressed on. Do you possess any other abilities? She felt Joe was being disingenuous, spouting nonsense. Super brain, supervision, super hearing. Joe rattled off a series of powers. Carol chose to remain silent. Once the fire blazed, Joe cleaned the leg meat and began to roast it. He casually gathered some wild seasonings, eschewing oil. And the meat cooked quickly. Carol took a bite. The taste was mediocre, palatable enough for the moment. As they dined, Joe, utilizing his supervision, finally pinpointed the location of Wakanda. He chuckled softly, murmuring, Wakanda, here I come. Chapter 26. Meeting the old king of Wakanda, Joe tapped on the transparent shield before him. This unassuming barrier had eluded him for an entire afternoon. While they were eating, Joe noticed a black man suddenly disappear. Realizing that they were indeed at the border of Wakanda, pondering how to gain entry through the shield, he contemplated whether to strike it with a punch or unleash a laser. Sensing scrutiny, he understood that someone within was observing them, likely believing they had wandered in by mistake and would soon depart without discovering anything. Joe resolved to knock. Controlling his strength, he struck the barrier a few times, knowing that those inside would feel the disturbance and come out to investigate. Knock, knock, knock. Joe pounded on the shield 3 times, the force of his blows resonating loudly. After a brief wait, a black man emerged from within. What are you doing here? Outsiders are not welcome. Upon their initial encounter, the man of African descent spoke without reservation. Joe, unfazed, responded with a cheerful demeanor. We are friends from afar, here specifically to visit Wakanda. Joe maintained a cordial attitude, particularly since he had come in search of equipment. With Carol by his side, he found himself contemplating various possibilities, given his current velocity. A full-speed flight would undoubtedly leave him exposed. He mused about the potential of acquiring a complete suit of vibranium armor. Unlike Clark, who had the privilege of inherited gear, knowledge, and experience, Joe had to rely solely on his superhuman abilities, starting from scratch. Life was indeed challenging, he lamented. Nevertheless, despite his musings, he was intent on acquiring the necessary equipment. Joe resolved that if the former king did not provide him with a suit of armor, he would first return Carol and then remain in Wakanda, confident that the nation's might would not forcibly expel him. He envisioned shadowing the old king daily. Much to his annoyance, destruction was not an option, nor could he resort to overt theft. Thus, this idea took root. We do not welcome outsiders here, the man across from him stated once more. Yet once I am inside, are we not friends? How can friends be considered outsiders? Joe replied enthusiastically. The man, about to retort, was interrupted by a voice that commanded respect. He respectfully replied in Wakandan, then appraised Joe and Carol before stating, the king invites you inside. I knew it. We are friends, Joe exclaimed with a smile. The man ignored him, silently tapping a few buttons on the bracelet adorning his wrist, which then revealed an entryway the size of a door within the protective shield. Come in, the man beckoned. Joe and Carol stepped inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by a vast plain, and in the distance, the outlines of a city began to emerge. With his superhuman vision, Joe discerned that it was a highly advanced modern metropolis, even more developed than the Great Apple City. However, unlike Apple City, the attire of the inhabitants here suggested a unique blend. This was a city where tradition and technology coalesced. On the surface, it appeared to be a destitute agricultural nation. But in reality, it was the most technologically advanced country on Earth. It was baffling how the old king could later seek aid from the United Nations with such audacity. Truly shameless. The king awaits you in the capital, Benin, the man informed. How far is it? Joe inquired. Over 100 kilometers. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Joe Danvers, and this is my sister, Carol Danvers. Carol smiled quietly at the man. Since arriving in Wakanda, she had remained largely silent. I am Inaki Cease, he replied curtly, uninterested in further conversation. How do we get to Benin? Joe asked. Inaki gestured towards a small aircraft that was parked ahead. Doesn't this contraption seem unsuitable for accommodating 3 individuals? Inquired Joe. It can only seat 1. It's a personal aircraft for the patrol squad, Inaki replied. So, Joe questioned as Inaki initiated the aircraft. You all wait here for a moment. I shall fetch someone to assist you, Inaki stated. Actually, that isn't necessary, Joe responded, lifting the somewhat bewildered Carol and rising to Inaki's eye level. As you can see, I have the ability to fly, Joe declared with a radiant smile. Inaki gazed at Joe in astonishment, but his composure allowed him to quickly regain his bearings. He said little more, merely uttering, "Follow me," as he activated the aircraft and headed toward Buring. They traversed a river and soon arrived at a city nestled by the water's edge. In the distance, a flag could be seen fluttering, a striking emblem of Wakanda, adorned in red, black, and green, with the likeness of a Black Panther at its center. Quite impressive, Joe remarked, though he found it somewhat disconcerting that the local inhabitants donned traditional garb, adorned with bones and teeth. Indeed, there were individuals leading oxen along the smooth pathways. Upon landing, Joe asked, "Is this Buring?" Indeed, Inaki confirmed. "It is splendid. Wakanda is the most beautiful place in the world. We are all children of the Panther God," he added. Wakanda's religious beliefs predominantly center around the Panther God, who is said to have once saved the nation. This is also the reason why the kings, as well as the successive Black Panthers, are associated with this deity rather than lions, rhinos, or crocodiles. Other deities exist, such as the gorilla god, crocodile god, and lion god, but they lack official recognition. Observing Wakanda, Joe found the nation to be quite peculiar. The resources of the entire country are concentrated among the elite, and the advanced technology makes rebellion among the lower classes exceedingly challenging. Perhaps due to its remarkable progress, bolstered by vibranium and an advanced technological framework, the cultural aspect has lagged behind, rendering it a feudal society. "We have arrived," Inaki announced. The trio approached a palace imbued with modernity. Joe and Carol encountered the royal guard, all composed of women, each with shaved heads and wielding long spears capable of emitting lasers. These female guards were selected from various tribes within Wakanda, and it could be said that they were all related. They might one day become princesses, serving as a form of political alliance. The future Black Panther had once contemplated disbanding the royal guard, yet local conservatives opposed this, resulting in its continuation. The young Panther regarded these guards as sisters rather than contenders for marriage. If Joe were in his position, he too would perceive them as siblings. Upon entering the palace, they were introduced to Chaka, the father of the Black Panther. At this moment, Chaka had developed quite a considerable belly. It was inevitable, as the nation's wealth resided entirely within the royal family, likely due to their indulgent lifestyle. "Friends who have traveled from afar, what brings you here?" inquired the old king. "Chaka, we have come for the future of Wakanda," Joe boldly proclaimed, indulging in grandiose flattery. He could hardly admit that he was there for the heart-shaped herb and vibranium, for such honesty would surely lead to conflict. "Oh," Chaka responded, intrigued. "Tomorrow at 4 o'clock, he continued. "I apologize for the interruption." Chapter 27, Because I am Superman. "We have come for the future of Wakanda." Upon uttering this declaration, a profound silence enveloped the hall for a few seconds, soon followed by a chorus of chuckles. The people of Wakanda were, in fact, quite confident. With vibranium in hand, they possessed unique technologies that were, on the surface, decades ahead of the outside world. Though they maintained a secluded existence, they were not entirely ignorant of external affairs. In their minds, Wakanda was the most splendid nation on earth, free from conflict and basking in happiness. However, this perspective merely reflected the thoughts of the vested interests within the hall. Historically, Wakanda was composed of 5 tribes. Yet as time passed, some tribes thrived in the city center, enjoying the benefits of vibranium, while others languished on the borders, living in impoverished and primitive conditions. Why had the United Nations consistently listed Wakanda as a nation in need of aid for years? It was, after all, because the peripheral populace endured immense suffering. Yet, Chaka, the king, not only turned a blind eye, but also rejected the UN's humanitarian assistance. The resentment had long been brewing beneath the surface. Otherwise, how could there arise a lifelong adversary of the Black Panther, the White Leopard, 2 decades later? The social structure of Wakanda was indeed distorted. Were it not for the overwhelming strength of the elite, the lower classes would have revolted long ago. They would have perished. The female warriors of the royal guard erupted into laughter, and the old king did not intervene. If you were the king, and a stranger suddenly approached you, declaring, "I am concerned for the future of your nation, which is currently thriving," how would you react? The old king felt a twinge of displeasure. Who was this person, bursting forth with such audacity? He mused to himself. Were it not for the apparent abilities of this individual, he would have been thrown out long ago. What made him think he could simply meet with the king of Wakanda? It was not as if Joe had not nearly deformed the outer shield with his might. Indeed, he surpassed even the abilities of the Black Panther. Moreover, this individual had approached him directly. When had humanity acquired the power of flight? Chaka harbored serious doubts about whether this person was even from Earth. As for the laughter surrounding him, Joe paid it no mind. His words had been mere bluster, and it was only natural that they elicited laughter. What is your perspective on the current situation in Wakanda? Joe inquired of the old king. The individual before them was somewhat extraordinary, prompting the aged king to exercise considerable patience. Wakanda is flourishing now better than ever before. Our nation enjoys peace, abundant resources, and our people are content and healthy, the old king responded, a hint of pride evident in his tone as he recounted his accomplishments during his reign. Is that so? I must respectfully disagree with your perspective, Joe retorted directly. On my way here, I observed the undercurrents of discontent beneath your nation's prosperity. I heard the complaints and curses of some individuals. In your splendid city of burning, while you revel in modernity, it appears that some are still entrenched in an agrarian existence. Such nonsense. Before the old king could respond, members of the royal guard began to admonish him. What do you know? You have only just arrived in Wakanda. It seems you are merely seeking attention, another voice chimed in. Is that so? Joe replied nonchalantly. I happen to possess certain abilities. My sight and hearing are quite exceptional. For instance, from over 300 miles away, I overheard discussions of plans to collaborate with outsiders to smuggle vibranium. Additionally, on the African plains, I observed a well-equipped group of mercenaries whose trajectory appeared to be directed toward Wakanda. It seems Wakanda is not as tranquil as it appears, Joe asserted. Ha. Do think before you speak. Who can see or hear events from hundreds of kilometers away? Someone laughed derisively. I can, Joe declared earnestly. At this proclamation, laughter erupted throughout the hall. Surely, this man must be suffering from auditory hallucinations? No one in the hall believed Joe's words, save for Carol. It seems you all are rather skeptical, Joe remarked. Of course we are. You think you're someone special? A god? Joe chuckled, then continued. Allow me to demonstrate. Your aircraft base is cleverly concealed beneath that waterfall behind you, isn't it? And that vibranium mine, 10 miles away, seems rather substantial. Far from being as scarce as you suggest. Upon hearing Joe's words, the expressions of the old king and the guards shifted dramatically. These were classified secrets of Wakanda. How could he possibly know? Where did you acquire this information? The old king could not restrain his curiosity. Just now, I observed it, Joe replied. Noticing that Joe's demeanor suggested honesty, the old king exclaimed, This is truly astonishing. How could an ordinary person accomplish such feats? Because I am extraordinary, Joe declared as he levitated into the air, gazing at the old king. The royal guard around them gasped in surprise, raising their spears toward Joe. Too bad I lack a cape, Joe mused. That would have been more impressive. Very well, the old king steadied himself. I believe what you say. But how does this pertain to the future of Wakanda? He remarked that these were merely trivial issues, asserting that they possessed the strength to manage everything. The old king exuded confidence. Indeed, Wakanda had the capability to address these minor concerns. However, this was only the beginning. As time progresses, it is untenable for Wakanda to remain isolated from the world. You may desire independence, but vibranium will not allow it. Its allure is simply too irresistible for some. In the days to come, Wakanda will face an increasing number of prying eyes. It is impossible for Wakanda to remain eternally insular. Sooner or later, it will engage with the outside world. Though people are unaware now, there will come a day when many will turn their gaze towards this land. Joe added, We are cognizant of these truths, and we have been preparing for interactions with the outside world. Yet, that is insufficient. It is simply not enough. Joe stated directly. What do you believe would suffice? The old king inquired. With my presence, it will be sufficient. Joe flashed a dazzling smile, revealing his white teeth. With you? Indeed. On what grounds? Simply because I am Superman, endowed with extraordinary strength. You are but a single individual. How formidable can one person truly be? One person against an entire nation? Huh, how is that even conceivable? The old king laughed heartily, acknowledging Joe's exceptional abilities, yet asserting that the strength of a nation is far more complex than it appears on the surface. Looking at Joe, who hovered gracefully in the air, the old king questioned, On what basis can I trust that you can triumph over a nation? Merely because you can fly? And what of your purported vision and hearing? I can provide proof. Chapter 18. Proof? Yes. What means do you possess to substantiate that? Shall you engage in battle with a nation? The old king responded, expressing gratitude for Joe's assistance in identifying certain enigmatic individuals. He warmly welcomed Joe to visit Wakanda, declaring him a distinguished guest. Waving his hand, the old king smiled at Joe, stating, I shall arrange accommodations for you, ensuring that you are well taken care of. Over the next few days, you may explore and experience the uniqueness of our Wakanda. As for the matter of proof, let us set that aside. Pausing for a moment, the old king continued. Take them to rest. The royal guard responded affirmatively, as two female warriors prepared to escort Carol and Joe away. It is getting late. You two should rest well today. Tomorrow at noon, I shall treat you to a feast, the old king declared. While the old king no longer sought proof of Zhou's strength, he remained skeptical that one person could possess power surpassing that of an entire nation. Nevertheless, based solely on Zhou's demonstrated abilities today, the king held enough respect for him. For a ruler like the old king, it was prudent to maintain amicable relations and to show respect towards Zhou, perhaps sharing a meal or a gift, as it might yield unforeseen benefits in the future. Is this an ordinary spear? As Qiao descended, he observed the long spear held by the female warrior and inquired, recalling that this spear could emit energy attacks akin to lasers. In a swift motion, he snatched the spear from the grasp of a warrior from the royal guard. "What are you doing?" someone from the guard admonished. The old king furrowed his brow at Qiao's audacity, thinking, this person is far too reckless. Qiao examined the spear, finding no switch. Utilizing his supervision to inspect the internal structure, he was momentarily at a loss for words. This device was even equipped with intelligent recognition. Was it not enough that it could emit lasers? It also had identification features. Who were they preparing to defend against? Qiao's thoughts turned dark. Were they setting a trap for the rebels within the kingdom? Consider this, a group of insurgents charging in, wielding spears and shields. The royal guard would remain silent, their spear tips aimed at the attackers, unleashing a barrage of lasers. The imagery was too vivid. Realizing he truly could not use it, Qiao returned the spear. "Attack me," he commanded the female guard who had just received the spear. "Are you certain?" she queried, glancing at the old king, who offered no response, indicating his implicit consent. "Yes." "Very well." She did not hesitate, thrusting the spear towards Qiao. She showed restraint, refraining from firing the laser directly at him. Although she found Qiao somewhat unsatisfactory, she did not intend to go all out. Just a light reprimand would suffice. The spear's tip made contact with Qiao's body, piercing his clothing, yet it could advance no further. How is this possible? The female guard gasped in astonishment. Despite the spear not being primarily designed for close combat, it was forged from vibranium. Renowned for its indestructibility, few could withstand its might. "I know this spear can emit lasers. Fire at me," Qiao instructed. "Oh." The female guard, somewhat dazed, instinctively obeyed Qiao's command and directed the laser at him. The laser struck Qiao, yet he remained entirely unscathed. This left everyone in shock, collectively gasping in disbelief. This individual was terrifyingly formidable. Unbelievable. The old king murmured, now somewhat convinced that Qiao might indeed possess the capability to single-handedly challenge an entire nation. "Wait here. I shall return shortly." With that, Qiao vanished without a trace. The people in the hall exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. "Lady Carol, is it?" the old king inquired. "Indeed," Carol replied. "Where has your brother gone?" Carol shrugged. "I do not know." The assembly fell into a contemplative silence. In less than 3 minutes, Qiao returned, emanating a chill as he appeared disheveled, his garments tattered and barely concealing his modesty, an intentional act to protect himself from exposure. In his grasp was an Arctic fox. "This is a gift for you all," Qiao announced. "I just visited the Arctic and brought back this adorable creature." The Arctic fox appeared somewhat lethargic, its petite form cradled by Qiao, who had managed to bring it back despite the rigors of a swift descent that had left the fox slightly injured. It gazed at everyone with a look of sheer terror, its pristine white fur exuding an undeniable charm. The fox's faint squeaks roused the befuddled old king and his guard from their stupor. Was it truly less than 3 minutes? The old king asked incredulously. "I doubt it would have taken longer had it not been for the need to safeguard this little one," Qiao replied, showcasing the Arctic fox. "I took less than a minute. How can that be possible?" The old king, overwhelmed, could hardly contain his disbelief. "This is Africa, the southern region. And you claim to have traversed from north to south and back in just 3 minutes?" He could not help but express his astonishment, feeling quite flustered. "This person is fearsome indeed. As you can see," Qiao said casually, "could someone fetch me some clothing? And I trust you can care for this Arctic fox?" "Oh, right." The old king responded, hurrying to find an outfit for this extraordinary individual. He inadvertently referred to Qiao as a superhero. Swiftly, someone brought clothing, and Qiao glanced at it with relief. It was not the tribal garb of Wakanda, but rather akin to the styles of the outside world. Otherwise, he would have refused to wear such unappealing attire that could mar his charisma. Moreover, he feared the ridicule from Carol. While Qiao changed, the old king instructed his men to tend to the Arctic fox, emphasizing its significance as a symbol of their friendship with Qiao. The king's demeanor had shifted from respect to reverence, a subtle yet profound change. Upon Qiao's return, the old king smiled and said, "Now I believe your words. You are the most powerful person I have ever encountered." Qiao smiled back, remaining silent. "So, let us put aside the unpleasantness of earlier. Pray tell me, what lies ahead for Wakanda?" The old king's tone was remarkably amiable. Naturally, he would be cordial. Given Xiao's demonstrated speed, the entire world, as far as he knew, was utterly defenseless against him. With such velocity, what weapon could possibly touch Qiao? Furthermore, speed necessitates a robust physique. It is quite simple. Qiao replied with a smile. You need only to offer a small token. He gestured with his hand, and in return, you shall gain my friendship. Chapter 29. Heart-shaped herb, I shall be Wakanda's most reliable ally. Joe smiled and said, I have arrived. The old king pondered to himself. Here come the demands. Joe had just showcased his impressive muscles, a display of formidable strength. Such power could not be thwarted by Wakanda. The old king admitted to feeling a stir of desire, with Joe as an ally. Wakanda would possess a safeguard as robust as any external shield. Just imagine, if a crisis were to befall Wakanda, Joe could intervene, and with his prowess, he could confront any peril. Who would not tremble if such a figure were on the opposing side? The old king thought to himself that if Joe's requests were reasonable, he would strive to fulfill them. As long as the demands did not jeopardize Wakanda's very essence, he would acquiesce to Joe. If a man seeks, he shall be given. If money is requested, it shall be provided. If goods are desired, they shall be offered. It was imperative to cultivate a favorable relationship. One must never offend him. Otherwise, this individual would prove exceedingly difficult to contend with. Just imagine if he were to deny Joe's requests. What if Joe harbored a grudge, dwelling on it day after day? The old king shivered at the thought. He preferred to prepare for the worst. Joe was not someone he could afford to antagonize. How terrifying. What could possibly shield him? His identity as the king of Wakanda? Or that of the Black Panther? He glanced down at his protruding belly, questioning whether the Black Panther's suit would still fit. Hiding away would not guarantee safety. There would be no refuge in the world. Constructing a vibranium house? Would it be safe to remain hidden within? That was uncertain. Hadn't he seen how the vibranium spear could barely pierce Joe's skin? Even if Joe could not break through a vibranium shelter, the tremors from within could be fatal. The external shield had already been deformed by Joe's strikes. What immense power that must be. It was essential to foster a good relationship. The old king silently resolved. You are our most esteemed friend in Wakanda. We shall meet any request you may have. The old king descended, standing before Joe with a beaming smile. Arms outstretched, ready to embrace him. Joe did not refuse the old king, reciprocating the embrace. Carol, standing nearby, nearly rolled her eyes. How hypocritical. The change in demeanor was astonishing. Moreover, how had my innocent Joe become so adept at flattery? Speak freely, my friend. I represent Wakanda and will fulfill all your requests. After their embrace, the old king spoke up. I need heart-shaped herb, Joe bluntly stated. The old king displayed a troubled expression, as if Joe's request posed a significant challenge. Joe inwardly cursed, old dog. Such a good actor. Had he not seen the cave brimming with heart-shaped herbs? There were no secrets in Wakanda that Joe could not uncover. What could possibly escape his notice? The old king rubbed his hands together, feigning difficulty, then paced a few steps, as if he were making a weighty decision. You are my friend, and we Wakandans shall never disappoint our friends. I will have someone bring you the heart-shaped herb, declared the old king. However, he paused, pondering. It seems the herb holds little effect for you, does it? This is meant for Carol. Joe gestured towards Carol, who stood nearby. Oh, the old king exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. I see now. Yet, deep down, he was not entirely convinced. Why would someone so powerful require the heart-shaped herb? Nevertheless, he was not merely pretending to be troubled as Joe suggested. He genuinely felt the weight of the situation. The heart-shaped herb had been reserved solely for the Black Panthers throughout history. To offer it to an outsider would certainly be a contentious issue with the Council of Elders. This herb was a sacred treasure entrusted only to the kingdom's guardians, vital for maintaining order within the realm. Joe, feeling the pressure greatly, proposed, why not allow Ms. Carol to partake in the ritual alongside my son Chala, who has now reached the appropriate age? Joe received a nod of agreement. Carol, on the other hand, was utterly perplexed. Heart-shaped herb? What is that? From Joe's words. It seems this herb can enhance one's abilities. I have one more small request. Joe hesitated, feeling somewhat guilty for imposing. He realized it might come off as coercive. Go ahead, the old king said, fully prepared for any request, for the heart-shaped herb was readily available. You've seen my speed, it is quite overwhelming. And my clothes can hardly keep up. I require a better suit, Joe stated. I shall send someone to measure your dimensions so that you may receive a suit crafted from vibranium. The old king interjected before Joe could finish. Isn't it just vibranium? I have plenty of that. He continued, thinking it was a simple request. Wonderful. I sincerely thank you, Joe exclaimed, genuinely thrilled. He had been concerned about the suit for quite some time, and now, at long last, a solution had presented itself. He mused, surely. I cannot keep changing clothes every time I move at such speed. Being poor, I cannot afford an abundance of garments. The thought of his financial struggles weighed heavily on him. If only this cruel world had been kinder, I would be a billionaire by now. Returning to reality, Joe added. Oh, and please remember to include a cape. The old king chuckled heartily. You shall even partake in the design of your suit. Of course, Joe replied eagerly. He envisioned a striking suit, far more impressive than the drab attire adorned with a leopard mask. It must be magnificent, bright and vibrant. It deserves to reflect my true essence. After discussing various details, the old king glanced at the clock and remarked, "It is getting late. I suggested that you both take a moment to rest before we discuss further matters." "Very well," Joe replied readily, finding the old king particularly agreeable at that moment. After giving some instructions, the old king bid farewell to Joe and Carol. Under the guidance of 2 guards, Joe and Carol arrived at a luxurious suite. The room was exquisitely decorated, fully equipped with various amenities, and spacious. Joe could only think that it was indeed befitting of one of the affluent families. As for the other wealthy families, there were those who played with hammers, and those who were quite ostentatious. Joe had long harbored thoughts of capitalizing on them. It was only a matter of time before he struck a deal. Once they entered the room, Carol could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Joe, what is heart-shaped grass?" Heart-shaped grass is a rare plant found in Wakanda, which, when consumed, significantly enhances one's physical prowess. Joe provided a brief explanation, choosing not to elaborate further, knowing that Carol would continue to inquire if he did. "And what is vibranium?" Carol pressed on. "Do you know Captain America's shield?" "Of course. The primary material is vibranium." "Oh, I see," Carol nodded. She had more questions, but Joe interjected, "I'm feeling tired, Carol. Let us rest, after all. You need to prepare for your enhancement tomorrow." "All right," Carol acquiesced, momentarily interrupted, her thoughts trailing off, but considering that she would undergo enhancement the next day, she acknowledged the necessity of being in good spirits. Indeed, it was getting late. "Good night. Good night." The following day, early in the morning, a servant had prepared breakfast, setting it in the room's living area. When Joe and Carol awoke and partook of the meal, they were pleasantly surprised to find the food quite delightful. Although they were uncertain of the ingredients, it was soft and melted in the mouth, complemented by high-quality milk. The experience was superb. Truly, the royal household lived up to its reputation. Joe mused. Perhaps he should heed a certain reader's suggestion and marry Black Panther's sister? However, recalling the appearance of Black Panther's sister from Avengers: Infinity War, Joe immediately shook his head, feeling no admiration whatsoever. He swiftly banished that terrifying thought from his mind, admonishing himself, "Joe, how could you be so corrupted by wealth?" After finishing breakfast, the old king conveyed that a ceremony would be held in the afternoon to enhance Carol's abilities. Thus, Joe and Carol decided to explore Burning City in the morning. The old king, aware of their plans, promptly assigned 2 members of the royal guard to follow them, not to spy, but out of concern that someone might provoke Joe, leading to undesirable consequences. In the old king's eyes, Joe was a significant figure, one to be appeased, potentially serving as Wakanda's trump card. The streets of Burning were bustling with people. Wakanda could indeed be considered a multicultural nation. As Joe and Carol strolled through the streets, they encountered a variety of uniquely dressed individuals, some of whom were truly eye-opening. Time flew by as they accompanied each other, and before they knew it, it was already noon. At midday, the old king had arranged a banquet to honor Joe and Carol. Reborn into a new life, Xiao has gained profound insights into existence. In his previous life, he often overlooked the feelings of those around him, exhibiting a harsh demeanor towards family and friends while extending a smiling face to strangers. Frequently, we unintentionally inflict pain upon our loved ones. Thus, in this life, Xiao prioritizes his family above all, even more than himself. If they irritate him, he may simply let it slide with a smile, but if Carol or John Mary were to be harmed, he would undoubtedly erupt in fury, even if it meant opposing the world. In stark contrast to his former self, who never accompanied women on shopping excursions, he now spends an entire morning with Carol. After all, he possesses extraordinary endurance. At noon, the old king, upon seeing Xiao, immediately approached him with warmth and embraced him, exclaiming, "My friend, did you sleep well last night?" The elderly gentleman, unashamedly, treated the 15-year-old Xiao as if they were old friends, despite their recent acquaintance. Xiao smiled and replied, "Very well. That is the finest compliment I have received. Come, let us dine," the old king declared, gesturing for Xiao and Carol to follow him to the dining area. They entered a spacious room with a long table set for the meal. At the table sat a boy of approximately 15 or 16 years, alongside an elegantly dressed woman cradling a young child. If the timeline does not align, let us consider it a parallel universe. The matter is too significant to alter, and I apologize for this inconsistency. Allow me to introduce you. This is my son, the future Black Panther, T'Challa, the heir to the Wakandan throne. And this is my wife. Greetings, the old king's wife said. However, the young T'Challa remained silent. Today, his father had informed him of his upcoming enhancement with the heart-shaped herb, which had initially filled him with joy. Yet, upon discovering he would be accompanied by a stranger. His excitement evaporated. This was entirely against Wakandan tradition, and Chala felt it tarnished the dignity of the royal family. Nonetheless, as a young prince, he had no choice but to heed his father's words and could only express his discontent through subtle gestures. Chala, the old king called, and the young prince reluctantly greeted Xiao and Carol with a curt, "Hello." The old king chuckled and explained, "Chala has not been in the best of spirits lately." "No problem." Xiao and Carol both responded in understanding. They could empathize with Chalia's attitude, recognizing that their situation was somewhat unjustifiable, yet they could not forego Carol's enhancement, leaving them only with smiles. The old king ushered Xiao and Carol to their seats before taking his place at the head of the table. "Let the feast begin," he commanded, and someone promptly departed to fulfill his order. "Haha, Xiao, you are set to enroll in Massachusetts this year, correct?" "Indeed," Xiao replied, unfazed that the old king was aware of such details about him. Wakanda is not only technologically advanced, but also possesses its own intelligence organization. In the future, the young Black Panther has claimed that it surpasses the capabilities of the CIA, though one might wonder if such assertions are mere boasting. Regardless, it is quite straightforward to gather information on Joe and Carol, as they have not taken measures to conceal their identities. Coincidentally, Chala is nearing the age for university education. I wish to send him abroad for studies, to broaden his horizons, which would be beneficial for his future as an exemplary king. The former king declared that America is the most powerful nation in the world, and I think it would be splendid for Chala to study in the United States. What do you think? Sounds good, Joe replied, somewhat speechless. While America may appear strong on the surface, there are others with formidable power lurking in the shadows, Wakanda and Huagwa being notable examples. The Spear Bureau is no less capable than SHIELD. What do you think of MIT? The former king inquired. Not bad, Joe instinctively responded. That's wonderful. Once you finish your business in Wakanda, let Chala accompany you on your journey. Wait, isn't Chala attending Oxford University? Why is he suddenly going to MIT? At that moment, Joe sensed the shift in the future's trajectory. Whether it was for better or worse remained uncertain. Chala, who was about to speak, was silenced by a mere glance from the former king. Not so fast, Joe, the former king interjected before Joe could voice his thoughts. It's settled then. I appreciate your assistance. All right, Joe conceded. It is said that one cannot refuse a favor when one is already indebted. Coming here, needing heart-shaped herbs and vibranium armor. The former king's apparent generosity made it difficult for Joe to decline. Fantastic. With you around, I need not worry about Chala. The former king appeared quite pleased. You are both of an age. Perhaps you will become great friends. I would be delighted to befriend a prince. Joe jested. It must be quite exhilarating to have a prince as a friend. After all, before this, I was just an ordinary citizen. The former king erupted into hearty laughter, disregarding his regal dignity and exuding warmth. That is splendid, he exclaimed. As their conversation unfolded, the meal was served, comprising over 20 dishes for 5 adults and a child. Come, savor the delicacies of Wakanda, the former king invited. Chapter 31. Carol's enhancement. Joe relished a sumptuous lunch, yet he felt a twinge of discomfort. The affluent truly seemed to revel in joy, a luxury he does not possess. He resolved to devise a means to acquire some wealth. Joe mused. I do not aspire to rival the rich, but at the very least, I wish to live freely and comfortably. In this life, he sought to indulge in the pleasures of existence rather than toil for survival. After the meal, the former king took steps to arrange the ceremony, engaging in further conversation with Joe for a while longer. Over an hour passed before a guard arrived to inform the former king that preparations for the ceremony were complete. The ceremony is prepared. Let us proceed, the old king proclaimed. Excellent, replied Joe. Beside him, Carol was already brimming with anticipation. Yet, despite the brief passage of time, Carol felt as though an entire century had elapsed. She could hardly contain herself. Under the old king's guidance, the group ascended in their flying vessel to a secluded peak. Towering mountains loomed, shrouded in mist. The vessel halted before a cave nestled within the mountainside. This is the place, declared the old king. As Joe entered the cave, he discovered a hidden realm. The interior was spacious, and at that moment, a considerable number of individuals stood within. These were the king's direct lineage, fiercely loyal. After all, the heart-shaped herb, a plant with the power to enhance the human body, warranted the utmost trust in its guardians. The old king likely could not sleep soundly at night. This was the cornerstone of his reign. Although it is said that anyone in Wakanda could challenge the king and, upon victory and the endorsement of other tribes, ascend as the new monarch, how many had succeeded over the centuries? Could an ordinary person truly defeat the Black Panther? During the king's ascension ceremony, one could challenge the temporarily weakened Black Panther, but that was merely a performance for show. Witnesses were all of royal blood. If you dared to defeat him, You might as well test your fate. Joe even harbored suspicions that the loss of the Black Panther's power was a ruse. When the stakes were high, the Black Panther would inevitably unleash his full might. It was all a well-crafted scheme. Each heart-shaped herb could forge a new Black Panther, should outsiders acquire it. The very foundation of the Black Panther's rule would be gravely threatened. Surrounding the cave were numerous hidden cameras and alarms, and within, a web of defenses lay in wait. Anyone daring to covet the heart-shaped herb would face relentless pursuit from the royal lineage, with no respite until death. In truth, only Joe could engage with the old king regarding his herb. Anyone else would find themselves met with a laser to the face. It was well understood that Joe would never allow Carol to undergo the enhancement alone. Should anything go awry, the entirety of Wakanda would crumble under the weight of the consequences. Thus, for millennia, new visitors had not ventured into the cave where the heart-shaped herb flourished. At this moment, the priest was still Badu, the father of Zuri, the priest who conducted the ceremony for T'Challa in the Black Panther film. At this time, he had yet to pass. He was also the one who presided over the old king's Black Panther enhancement ceremony. However, he appeared to be nearing the end of his days, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, his body hunched, resembling one on the brink of departure. T'Chaka, Badu exclaimed upon seeing the old king, his tone fierce. He paid no heed to Joe and Carol standing nearby, directly questioning why he had brought outsiders to this sacred place. You have violated the ancestral edicts that have stood for millennia. Badu's words cast an awkward pall over the atmosphere. The old king could not retaliate, considering they were, after all, relatives, both hailing from a lineage imbued with royal blood. These two were not mere outsiders. They were Wakanda's closest allies. The old king chuckled awkwardly. Humph, I care not for the notions of friendship. What I know is that for thousands of years, even fellow Wakandans have refrained from consuming the heart-shaped herb. Yet now, you wish to have outsiders partake in it. After your demise, how will you face the former king? Badu declared without a hint of mercy. The countenance of the old king shifted slightly, and those surrounding him dared not utter a word, lowering their heads in silence. This matter is of my own deliberation. You shall prepare the ceremony, the old king stated. I will not conduct the heart-shaped herb ceremony for outsiders. Aware of Badu's obstinacy, he remarked that if he refused, the ceremony would not take place. The old king retorted, very well, I shall personally conduct the ceremony for them. Bring Lord Badu back to rest. He is of advanced age and should not be unduly troubled. The old king sought to remove Badu, for otherwise, the ceremony would surely be disrupted by him. Two guards stepped forward to escort Badu away. Realizing that the old king had resolutely made up his mind, and knowing he could not resist, Badu brushed aside the proffered arm, declaring, I am not yet deceased. Turning to the old king, he said, T'Chaka, I wonder how you will explain this to our ancestors. That will not concern you. They will understand my actions, the old king replied nonchalantly. Humph. Badu huffed once more before turning to leave. Joe stood awkwardly aside. My apologies for the inconvenience, the old king said to Joe. Badu is aging and his mind is not as clear as it once was. Joe found it difficult to respond. Amidst the support of a group of youths, Carol and T'Challa reclined in the freshly dug sand pit. The sand was a vibrant red hue. Once they settled, the old king personally plucked two heart-shaped herbs. Joe examined the heart-shaped herb, which resembled a funnel, its exterior a striking purple. This resembles a flower. Why is it called heart-shaped herb instead of heart-shaped flower? Joe pondered curiously. The old king extracted a purple crystal from the heart-shaped herb, placing it in a container to crush it, transforming the crystal into a purple liquid. Would you like to administer this to Carol? The old king inquired, glancing back at Joe. Is that permissible? Joe asked. Absolutely. The old king replied with a smile. Then I shall do it. Joe took the container from the old king's hands and brought it to Carol's lips. Shall I administer it directly? Joe inquired. Indeed. Upon hearing the old king's response, Joe wasted no time, prying open Carol's mouth and pouring the heart-shaped liquid inside. Carol wrinkled his brow and shot Joe a glance that unmistakably conveyed, You shall pay for this when I awaken. Joe mischievously winked at Carol before standing up. Meanwhile, the old king had also fed T'Challa, and the two stood side by side. The surrounding youths wielded shovels to bury Carol and T'Challa in the sand pit. Why must they be buried? Joe questioned. To facilitate their communication with the panther god Batat, the old king explained. The strength of the panther is derived from the blessings of the panther god. After listening to the old king's explanation, Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. He felt indifferent towards the gods and the heavens. His primary concern was whether the Black Panther deity mentioned by the old king would leave any lingering effects on Carol. This could prove to be a double-edged sword. Xiao began to regret having allowed Carol to consume the heart-shaped grass. He was aware that the Black Panther had been enhanced by this grass, and that there was an abundance of it. However, he had not anticipated that the enhancement would be intertwined with such matters. Xiao feared he might have inadvertently placed Carol in jeopardy. Chapter 32. The results of enhancement. Carol felt an extraordinary sensation enveloping her. It was as if she were soaring, floating weightlessly, yet she could not perceive her own body. It was akin to her spirit having left her corporeal form. The experience oscillated between dream and reality, consciousness and oblivion. The air was filled with a melodic chant in Wakandan, resonating like an ethereal hymn. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness overcame her, and she lost consciousness. When Carol awoke again, she found herself in an expansive grassland. The sky was dim, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. In front of her stood a colossal tree, its canopy spanning several meters, adorned with vibrant, luminous foliage. Carol observed her environment with utmost scrutiny. She realized her body appeared transparent, and she was clad in the attire delivered to her from the hotel the previous night, a simple, clean outfit consisting of a tank top and light blue jeans. Glancing at her hands, she mused, "Am I in a state of spiritual detachment?" Just as she contemplated this, a massive black panther, towering 3 stories high and nearly 20 meters in length, approached her, radiating a brilliant glow. Startled, Carol recalled Xiao's assurance that this enhancement posed no danger. Summoning her courage, she forced a friendly smile and greeted the imposing creature. "Hello." The enormous black panther fixed its bowl-sized eyes on Carol, sending a chill down her spine. "Hello," she waved, attempting to appear harmless. Internally, Carol was furiously cursing Xiao. Wasn't this a betrayal? What on earth was this giant panther? If she made it out of this, she would definitely hold Xiao accountable. Unbeknownst to Carol, she had misjudged Xiao. He was equally unaware of her predicament and was outside, consumed by regret. "Mortals, I am the Panther God, not some genetic mutation." A commanding voice resonated within her mind. She scanned her surroundings, questioning who was speaking. Ultimately, her gaze fell upon the magnificent panther. "Is it you who speaks?" Panic surged within her. This creature could hear her thoughts. "Indeed, I am Batet, the Black Panther God." The authoritative voice echoed once more. "You dwell within my divine realm. I am aware of every word and action you undertake." The Black Panther God inquired, "If you are not my follower, why do you seek my power?" The Black Panther God found it perplexing. What has become of Wakanda? Sending a white person here is one thing, but they are not even a true believer. What absurdity is this? Bestowing strength does not require the expenditure of divine power. For countless years, had it not been for that scant belief, why would I deign to waste power transforming mortals? Surely, there must be some advantage. 2 individuals arriving this time is one matter, but one of them is a non-believer. Is this not a losing proposition? What has transpired while I slumbered? Has Wakanda fallen? Countless thoughts flickered through the mind of the Black Panther God. His gaze turned outward, focusing on the 2 inheritors surrounding him. One was familiar, decades prior. He had granted that individual strength, while the other was unknown, yet exuded immense power. The Black Panther God felt disbelief. This mortal possessed the might to slay gods. At the very least, in a one-on-one confrontation, the Black Panther God sensed he would be bested by this mortal. The one named Carol spoke. Gazing into the depths of those large eyes, "I know nothing. Joe told me that drinking the heart-shaped herb would make me stronger. And then I drank it, and ended up here without any understanding." "That young man outside is named Joe?" the Black Panther God asked. "Yes, he is my brother," Carol replied. The Black Panther God fell silent for a moment, then declared, "Mortal, I shall make an exception this once and bestow upon you strength that far surpasses that of ordinary beings. Come forth." Black Panther God, is it possible to decline your power?" Carol asked cautiously. She felt a twinge of fear. This was a deity emerging from the shadows. And who knew what would happen if she accepted his strength? What if she transformed into a leopard? "Accepting my power will not alter you in any way," the Black Panther God assured. Carol realized that this so-called Black Panther God had somehow intruded upon her thoughts. Feeling a bit irreverent, she decided to confront him, asking, "If I accept your power, will I be under your control, losing my sense of self? Also, must I worship you?" The Black Panther God fell silent again, pondering whether he should have remained hidden today. What kind of situation is this? Bestowing power upon a mortal, and they are still so picky, even displaying disdain towards him. He felt an urge to swat this woman before him with a claw. The Black Panther Goddess claws itched. "Just how powerful is the strength you grant me? Can I defeat Joe? Or perhaps I should lower my expectations. Will my hands hurt if I strike Joe?" Carol inquired. The Black Panther God mused. "Does she not realize that if I were to strike that man outside, my own claws might suffer pain? My instincts tell me that they would indeed ache. That man is exceedingly tough. He seems harder than vibranium. And what is the matter with this woman? Does she look down upon me? Is one truly easy to converse with? Is it not simply an acknowledgement of her brother's boundless potential, a desire to cultivate a favorable bond? Otherwise, would one squander their divine power as if it were in excess? What is the purpose of slumber? Is it not a reflection of insufficient divine energy, prompting one to conserve their resources? The Black Panther god, disinterested in Carol, approached directly, extending its long tongue to slather her face with saliva. "What are you doing?" Carol exclaimed with evident distaste. She was no longer intimidated by this so-called god of the panther. It seemed rather conversational. The Black Panther god, perceiving her thoughts, swatted Carol away with a paw. This individual was exceedingly bothersome. Spending another moment with her would only incite a desire to end her existence. How dare she express disdain for me? After being sent flying, Carol's presence prompted the Black Panther god to mutter to itself. After a while, it sensed a diminishment of its divine energy. It had only managed to enhance 2 attributes, a loss indeed. Meanwhile, a young man, evidently a devoted follower, could not be overlooked for enhancements. Yet, there was no real loss. Benefiting from my power, that human, as the brother of this woman, would inevitably serve as my warrior against those otherworldly beings in future conflicts. Imagining a time when I would confront rival deities, calling upon Joe, such a formidable fighter, both resilient and powerful, would surely vanquish those alien gods. No loss, no loss. The Panther god reassured itself. Carol and Chala abruptly rose, sending red sand flying. Joe immediately approached, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right, Carol?" Carol, irritated, thought of Joe, her troublesome brother. He had startled her with that enormous-headed beast. With her delicate skin, if it were hungry, wouldn't it devour her in one bite? After assessing her condition, she felt fine, full of vigor. With a swift motion, Carol leaped from the sand pit and charged towards Joe. "I want to hit you. Stand still, don't move." Chapter 33, The Aggrieved Carol. "Don't run," Carol shouted. Her anger palpable. She felt deceived. Joe had merely suggested that he could make her stronger, and in a daze of trust, she had accompanied him to Africa without further inquiry. Upon arrival, she was astonished to find such a developed nation, and amidst her shock, she was coaxed into drinking the juice of what they called heart-shaped grass, while buried in a sand pit no less. These indignities Carol could endure. However, the final straw was that enormous tongue of the Panther god on her face. She was on the verge of exploding with disgust. Rising, she sought out Joe for retribution. Upon seeing Carol rise and immediately declare her intent to strike him, Joe promptly turned to flee. What a jest! After all, he was Superman. There was no need for shame. With so many onlookers, to stand still and be struck by Carol, though painless, would be utterly embarrassing. It was best to retreat for now. As Joe and Carol departed in a spirited chase, they left behind the old king, who was smiling and about to greet her. The old king now found himself in a somewhat disheveled state, his head covered in sand. Having momentarily lost the prowess of the Black Panther, he had failed to evade the sand that Carol had inadvertently scattered upon rising. Ah, the passage of time. The old king reminisced about the vigor of his youth, recalling that in his prime, he would have effortlessly dodged such an occurrence. Just as the old king was lost in his reflections of youth, Chala excitedly leapt from the sand pit, showering the old king with yet more sand. He had just tidied himself, muttered the old king as he brushed off the grains. "How do you feel, my son?" he inquired. "Excellent, unprecedentedly so. I feel an explosive power coursing through me." Chala replied with exhilaration, flexing his fists. "Is this the strength of the Black Panther?" "Indeed, this is the power that safeguards Wakanda," declared the old king. "Truly remarkable," Chala exclaimed. "Child, have you encountered our Panther god?" the old king asked. "I have," Chala responded, but what? The Panther god did not seem very pleased. Upon seeing me, it said nothing, merely licked me, and then swatted me away. Perhaps the great Bast is simply preoccupied, the old king speculated uncertainly. What a day this is. The old king had initially believed that Carol would not receive the blessing of the Panther god. Yet it was evident from her recent actions that she had indeed been granted power. Historically, only the faithful of the Panther god could obtain such strength. A secret known solely to the kings, passed down through generations. Thus, the old king had readily allowed Carol to consume the heart-shaped herb, never anticipating that she would succeed in her enhancement. Regardless, he had provided the herb. If Carol failed to gain power, it would not be his fault. "Dad, I don't quite understand why Carol was permitted to undergo enhancement. As Lord Badu stated, this contradicts our millennia-old traditions." Chala questioned. "This is a matter for you to explore and discover for yourself. When you comprehend it, you shall be a worthy king." The old king refrained from elaborating, leaving Chala to ponder the matter. "Very well, father." Chala obediently accepted his father's silence, choosing instead to engrave the lesson upon his heart. Meanwhile, Joe and Carol had already exited the cave. Joe moderated his speed, opting not to fly, but rather to run just ahead of Carol at a pace slightly faster than hers, wishing to assess her condition. Utilizing his supervision, he conducted a thorough examination of Carol's physical state. To his surprise, she appeared to be in perfect health, with no signs of ailment whatsoever. She had successfully enhanced. Joe found himself intrigued by this unexpected outcome. Upon learning that the abilities granted to the heart-shaped herb users stemmed from the blessing of the Black Panther deity, Joe had already ceased to harbor any hopes for Carol's enhancement. He remained preoccupied with the concern that something might go awry for her. He even contemplated that if Carol were to encounter any misfortune, he would cast the old king down from the mountain. To his astonishment, Carol successfully underwent the enhancement. Observing her speed now, it had far surpassed that of an ordinary person. The two traversed the mountain peak with remarkable ease, their velocity at least exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. Before long, Joe reached the summit. "Stop chasing, you cannot catch up," Joe advised, glancing back. "If you have the ability, keep running," Carol retorted, fuming. "I truly can keep running," Joe replied. With his stamina, running several hundred or even thousands of laps around the globe posed no challenge. Humph. Carol was even more irate. How had she never realized how annoying Joe was? Had she known, she would have struck him more often in their youth. Now it was too late. "You tricked me," Carol exclaimed. "How did I trick you? Look at you now, you've become significantly stronger." Joe would never admit that he had brought Carol to Kanda without a clear understanding of the situation. "You know nothing," Carol cursed. "After I drank the heart-shaped herb liquid, I found myself in a vast prairie, and then a leopard, towering 3 stories high, approached me, proclaiming itself a deity." "And then?" Joe inquired, intrigued. Was there truly such a deity in this world? To him, the image of a deity was akin to that of a hammer-wielding giant. Then the leopard uttered a series of incomprehensible words and, in the end, licked me. Carol continued. "I still feel uncomfortable on my face. Such a massive tongue. I feel utterly nauseated." "Well," Joe mused, recognizing that Carol's predicament was rather unfortunate. Having her soul smeared with leopard saliva must have been quite the experience. "How about I let you take a swing at me?" Joe proposed, eager to test Carol's newfound strength. "Really?" Carol asked, skeptical. "Indeed. Now stand still," she instructed. Gathering her strength and leaping before Joe, she clenched her fist, producing a series of cracking sounds. "Warning, you better not cry out in pain." Carol felt her strength had significantly increased. Surely, she could inflict some pain upon Joe now. "Rest assured, I won't," Joe assured her. "Get ready, here it comes," Carol declared, then swung her fist toward Joe's abdomen. The impact echoed loudly as her enhanced strength collided with Joe's belly. Followed by Carol's pained scream. How painful. Tears welled in Carol's eyes. It felt akin to tripping as a child and stubbing her toe against a stone, the pain excruciating. She glanced at her fist, which, as expected, had swollen. It resembled a pig's trotter. Carol felt wronged and was on the verge of tears. "Joe, you are inhuman." Chapter 34. The design of battle attire. Even into the evening, Carol remained in a sullen mood. Gazing at her swollen right hand, she felt a surge of anger. She should never have engaged with Joe. After enduring so many mishaps, why had she not learned her lesson? In Carol's memory, ever since Joe was around 5 years old, every encounter had left her injured. During dinner, Carol and Joe were dining with the old king and his family. At the table, Carol was gritting her teeth in frustration. With her right hand still swollen, she could only eat with her left, making the task quite arduous, and her movements possibly appeared somewhat comical. Yet Carol found no humor in it. She was earnestly trying to enjoy her meal. The old king had prepared a sumptuous feast that catered to their tastes. Carol had always been a glutton, and although her right hand was inconvenient, she still had her left. Meanwhile, Joe was chuckling incessantly. What was so amusing? Carol silently fumed. Were it not for the presence of the old king's family, she would have surely taken a bite out of him, although it would inevitably lead to her own toothache. She, Carol Danvers, would never yield. "Just wait. One day I shall pin you to the ground and give you a proper thrashing." Carol seethed inwardly. A beautiful woman avenges herself. 10 years is not too late. During dinner, the old king inquired about Carol's injury, but she dismissed him with a wave. Such a humiliating matter was not something she would share. As they retired to their rooms, the old king informed them that they would be designing their battle attire the following day. The astute old king included Carol in the plans, reasoning that one suit of vibranium armor was no different from 2. He could discern the strong bond between the siblings. Indeed, after his remark, Joe's demeanor toward him softened considerably. The next day, after Joe and Carol had breakfast, they were escorted to the weapons manufacturing facility. The old king had arrived early to await their arrival. Chala was also present. He did not require battle attire, as the old king had already prepared one for him. His primary concern was fostering a good relationship between Chala and Joe, considering the trio were of similar ages and could engage in lively conversation. "Welcome to the Wakandan weapons manufacturing facility." Upon their meeting, the old king greeted them warmly. "What do you think? Impressive, isn't it?" he inquired with a smile. "Absolutely incredible," Joe praised. This was his first visit to a weapons factory. He was unaware of others, but Wakanda's facility was undeniably remarkable. It was still 1988, and Wakanda's factory, utilizing its unique vibranium technology, had achieved full automation in its processes. The vast factory was largely unpopulated, with only a handful of technicians present. Come, let us head over there to discuss the design of your attire. Once the blueprints are generated, we can swiftly produce the final products. The old king suggested. That sounds fantastic, Joe exclaimed, filled with excitement. At last, a durable piece of clothing is within reach. Ever since my abilities awakened, my garments and footwear have deteriorated at an alarming rate, prompting Mary to express her rare discontent with me. However, what can one do? It is not my fault that my powers have surged so rapidly. Suddenly, I realized a crucial point. Battle attire is meant for combat, while casual clothing will still wear out. May I request 2 sets? I asked shyly. One set could be fashioned into ordinary attire, which would save me considerable expense on clothing, while the other could be tailored as my combat suit. Of course, the old king replied without hesitation. Primarily, I require 1 set of durable clothing, I clarified, genuinely not being greedy. Haha, I can understand. When I became the Black Panther, I also ruined quite a number of outfits. The old king chuckled. Thank you so much. My admiration for the old king grew with each passing moment. Despite his darker complexion, he radiated a golden aura in my eyes. The 4 of us arrived at a room resembling a design studio, where a technician with thick glasses and sparse hair awaited us. This is Pavel Vipek. You may express any requirements you have to him, the old king introduced. Hello, I'm Joe, I said, shaking Pavel's hand and briefly introducing myself and Carol. Hello, Pavel responded, somewhat socially awkward, directly inquiring, what are your clothing needs? We require 3 sets in total, I stated, 2 of which will be ordinary clothes, 1 for myself and 1 for Carol. Casual wear will suffice, a t-shirt and jeans, please. As for shoes, I prefer sneakers. The remaining set will be my own design, to serve as my battle attire. Pavel glanced at the old king, who had previously indicated 2 sets. The old king nodded slightly, and Pavel replied, that is quite simple. Please wait a moment while I scan your physical data. It will take half an hour to complete. Hold on, Carol interjected. Who gave you the authority to decide for me? Please change my request to an Air Force uniform. I apologize for my oversight. I responded. Indeed, a military uniform would be more suitable for Carol, especially with the summer break coming to an end, as she would soon be joining the military. All right, Pavel acknowledged, picking up a 20-centimeter metal rod to scan both Joe and Carol in turn. Now, please choose your styles, he said, handing over a tablet-like device. In this era, Wakanda had yet to develop virtual imaging technology. I casually selected an outfit, while Carol opted for an Air Force uniform. After we returned the tablet to Pavel, he operated it briefly and declared, we have commenced the process. Now, let us discuss the design of your battle attire. Very well. Zhao expressed that he had long envisioned the design of his battle attire, featuring an inverted triangle on the chest adorned with a letter, its hues a blend of crimson and gold to commemorate his past life as Jiao Xian. Is that so? Pavel presented the generated image to Jiao. Indeed, Jiao confirmed. And then, the rest was quite straightforward. It simply needed to be entirely black, complemented by battle boots and a black cloak. Pavel meticulously crafted the blueprint according to Jiao's specifications and presented the overall structure to him. Is this satisfactory? Pavel inquired. This is precisely it. Jiao marveled at Pavel's prowess, as he flawlessly manifested the vision of his battle attire. Observing Pavel's thinning hair, Jiao mused silently. Truly, the less hair one possesses, the greater their abilities. A bald champion, formidable indeed. This is it, Jiao affirmed. Let us proceed to create a set in this manner. Very well, Pavel replied. Chapter 35, fitting after waiting in the design hall for approximately an hour. Pavel glanced at his tablet and addressed Jiao and Carol. The attire is ready. Please follow me. Upon hearing this news, Jiao and Carol immediately rose from the sofa, trailing behind Pavel as they exited the room. The old king and Chala also accompanied the trio. The old king's expression soured. He felt overlooked. How could the esteemed king of Wakanda be forgotten? Pavel truly lacks tact. The old king thought to himself. How could he not be present while Jiao and the others were trying on the garments? Such neglect would diminish his favor. I shall reassign Pavel to the vibranium mine, completely oblivious. Pavel, leading the way, remained unaware of the impending consequences he would face, likely feeling utterly bewildered later. Jiao and Carol were both filled with anticipation. Carol had come to appreciate the value of vibranium and was eager to experience what it would be like to don attire worth a fortune. While she had barely absorbed the technical specifications Jiao shared regarding vibranium, one detail resonated clearly. A single gram of vibranium is worth $10,000. Upon hearing this, Carol's eyes sparkled with excitement. 1 gram equates to $10,000. Just imagine the worth of an entire set. In the future, should she desire to indulge in anything, she could simply dismantle a fragment of the garment and revel for an extended period. How much had they spent on this trip? Even with John's contribution, it totaled merely 2,000. With such funds, they had enjoyed nearly a week in New York. Traveling would be a pleasure once they had the means. Carol cheerfully contemplated. But little did she know, she would be unable to dismantle Zhao's attire. She was so focused on the value of vibranium that she completely overlooked the garment's durability. While Zhao could indeed dismantle it, would he really tear apart his own clothing if he faced financial hardship? Clearly, that would be impossible. He would undoubtedly dismantle Carol's attire instead. Before long, they beheld the finished product. As soon as the garments were in hand, Carol eagerly sought a place to try them on. Joe did not immediately attempt to try on the outfit. Instead, he took a moment to observe the clothing in his hands. The upper garment was a simple white t-shirt, paired with light blue jeans, styles he typically favored. With a gentle tug, he tested the fabric, and to his satisfaction, it remained unscathed. Quite impressive, he remarked, for with Joe's current strength, even a mere 5% exertion equated to 1,000 tons, a force that most ordinary items could scarcely endure. Although Joe generally maintained control over his strength, any fluctuation of emotion could wreak havoc on his surroundings. Now, with this suit crafted from vibranium, daily activities would require far less vigilance, as the garment would help him better manage his power. He changed clothes swiftly, outpacing Carol significantly, and they emerged almost simultaneously. Upon seeing Carol again, Joe was momentarily taken aback. She looked striking in military attire, exuding a captivating presence that complemented her demeanor. Yet, he noted that her face appeared slightly broader. Joe, undeniably handsome, looked good in anything he wore. After stretching a bit, he confirmed his expectations. This outfit truly aided him in controlling his strength. The fabric clung to his form, allowing him to sense its restraint when he exerted force, unlike other garments that might simply tear apart without providing any resistance. Both were pleased with their respective outfits. Joe mused that he would need to make an annual pilgrimage to Wakanda, for he currently possessed only one set suitable for autumn and summer. As temperatures dropped, although he was not particularly sensitive to the cold, he would feel out of place wearing a short-sleeved shirt while others donned winter coats. Moreover, despite the fact that this suit was self-cleaning, wearing it daily would likely draw disapproval from those around him. He contemplated further additions to his wardrobe, a stylish trench coat, tailored suits, and dress shirts. Perhaps he should consider visiting more frequently to accumulate a complete collection, rather than taking an eternity to gather everything. Once he had finished trying on the outfit, Joe prepared to test his battle suit. At that moment, as the old king praised Carol's military appearance, Joe slipped away to change once more. He felt a twinge of regret, reflecting on the limitations of Wakandan technology compared to that of a later era. The absence of nanotechnology meant he could not simply store his outfit within a necklace like the future Black Panther. "Suri, please grow up quickly," he thought. For Black Panther's sister was a genius on par with Tony Stark, and the future of Wakanda's technological advancements rested on her shoulders. When Joe emerged in his battle suit, the conversation between Carol, the old king, and the others ceased, leaving them utterly astonished. He looked undeniably striking. The suit clung to his physique, accentuating his biceps, pectorals, and abs, emanating a palpable sense of power. Dressed in sleek black, complemented by a matching cape, he was the very embodiment of a warrior's return. Joe was thoroughly pleased with the reactions of Carol and the others. This was precisely the impact he desired. "That looks rather good on you," Carol remarked. A rare compliment from her. The elderly king, Chala, and Pavel all nodded in agreement. "He is as formidable as the young ones," the old king exclaimed. Roll glanced at the king's current beer belly and his round face, skepticism etched on his features. Chala, observing his own still-developing physique, felt a pang of insecurity. Why was he so slender? He mused, standing alongside Joe, who was of the same age, looking like a mere child in comparison. Envy swelled within him. Joe felt absolutely magnificent at that moment. Clad in his battle suit, his combat prowess soared to 100. A superhero without their armor lacks a soul. Look at how the suit transforms his aura entirely. Pavel fetched a mirror, and Joe admired his reflection for several minutes. After a while, Joe sensed that something was amiss with the suit. Yet, he could not articulate a better alternative at that moment. He would ponder it later. Tony possessed dozens of variations of his iron suit. How could the dashing superhero Joe settle for just one style? This ensemble, predominantly black, could be complemented with shades of blue, green, and red, or perhaps a silvery hue. He must experiment with them all. He could even explore styles reminiscent of ancient knights or those akin to the Saint Seiya. Contemplating this, Joe realized he had a long way to go. "Oh, I must visit Wakanda each season," he thought to himself. The notion of debuting a new style of armor with every appearance thrilled him, and he felt a smile creeping onto his lips. It was time to cultivate a good rapport with Chala. Joe directed his gaze towards Chala, recognizing that to fill his wardrobe, he needed the help of the young Black Panther. After all, Chala was known for his generosity towards friends once their bond deepened. Presenting Joe with 10 or 8 suits of vibranium would be a trivial matter. Chala felt a shiver as Joe's fervent gaze bore into him, as if something extraordinary were about to emerge from those glowing eyes. "Why are you staring at me?" Chala could no longer withstand Joe's intense scrutiny and inquired. This marked the second time he had spoken to Joe. The attention of the onlookers shifted towards them. "Ahem, it's nothing, really," Joe replied with a grin. "I just think we would make a great pair." "Excuse me?" Chala responded, confusion evident on his face. The old king's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be? Did this individual harbor such peculiar inclinations? What was to be done? Was he to create another son at his age? Carol looked utterly incredulous. It dawned on her why Joe was still single, despite his many admirable qualities. Realizing his words might have been misinterpreted, Joe quickly added, "I meant we would be great friends." He flashed a radiant smile, his teeth gleaming like the sun. Chapter 36. Confronting the star. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Even after Joe's clarification, the others continued to regard him with peculiar expressions. As the principal party involved, Chala felt a surge of panic. The intensity in Joe's gaze made him yearn to don his Black Panther suit immediately. Joe acutely sensed the peculiar stares directed at him from those around, leaving him speechless. Was it merely a desire to befriend the affluent? What were they thinking? Did they not notice the golden radiance shimmering on both the old king and Chala? That hue was reminiscent of opulent gold. "I have friends now." After a moment of silence, Chala spoke. "Oh." Joe managed to utter a single word. It was quite a challenge to elucidate this matter. Was he truly enamored with the little Black Panther's modest wealth? That would be far too detrimental to his image. After all, he was a superhero, a powerhouse, and must embody the demeanor of a strong leader. "It was not as you presumed. I shall try on the suit. Wait for me at dinner," Joe exclaimed before soaring away. He deliberately left a significant hole in the factory's rooftop, a manifestation of his current dissatisfaction. The onlookers gazed upward at the gaping hole, rendered speechless. Pavel was somewhat bewildered. Had Joe just flown? Joe paused momentarily at an altitude of 100 meters, contemplating his destination. After a brief reflection, he resolved to venture beyond Earth, heading toward the sun. He had never traversed the atmosphere before. After all, his suit was robust enough to withstand any potential damage, providing the perfect opportunity to test his capabilities. Without hesitation, Joe accelerated, shooting vertically upward. His velocity swiftly surpassed the speed of sound, continuously increasing. 1 times the speed of sound, 2 times, 10, 100, leaving a sonic boom in his wake. Joe rapidly burst through the atmosphere. Upon exiting, he immediately felt a sense of lightness. The unfiltered sunlight striking his body was profoundly invigorating. The contrast was far greater than that between a standard charger and a fast charger. In simple terms, Joe's solar-powered essence was recharging at an accelerated pace. Though the void of space was pitch black, Joe observed his surroundings with clarity. Casting a glance back at Earth, he marveled at its beauty. The azure oceans, the white clouds, and the yellow-green continents were awe-inspiring. Activating his supervision, he spotted Carol changing clothes, shedding her vibranium military attire for her everyday garments. Joe quickly averted his gaze, adhering to the principle of not intruding upon the private affairs of others. Adjusting his position once more, Joe surged directly toward the sun. Accelerate! Accelerate! Joe's speed continued to escalate, ultimately reaching 1/10 the speed of light. He transformed into a streak of golden light, racing straight toward the sun, obliterating any meteors in his path. The closer he drew to the sun, the more exhilaration he felt coursing through his cells. He resembled a black hole, consuming the surrounding light, leaving nothing untouched. Letting out a triumphant roar, Joe reveled in the thrill. This was his inaugural full-throttle flight, and he sensed every fiber of his being come alive. Charge forward. Crossing Venus and passing Mercury, Joe continued his journey without pause. After nearly 90 minutes of flight, he finally arrived at the surface of the sun. Despite the long voyage, he felt invigorated rather than fatigued. His cells thirstily absorbed the sunlight. To anyone observing through a telescope, he would appear as nothing more than a tiny black dot. Unlike on Earth, the surrounding light was entirely devoured by Joe. The sun's surface temperature exceeded 5,000 degrees, yet in Joe's vicinity, it felt as if it were at a comfortable room temperature. "How beautiful!" Joe exclaimed, somewhat entranced. Feeling no strain, he decided to venture even closer to the sun. 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 1 kilometer, 500 meters, 100 meters, until he was entirely in proximity to the sun. This was a territory that had never been graced by any other being. Today, someone had arrived. Joe reached the corona, a layer of thin, fully ionized gas. As he touched this gaseous layer, He felt a warmth enveloping him. Alas, the sun was a gaseous sphere. Had it possessed liquid, he would have considered it an achievement to bathe upon the sun. Joe mused, is this akin to a sauna? At this moment, he was certain that the young boy posed no threat to him. The nuclear fusion occurring within the sun transpired without his awareness. The opposing streams of ions bore no impact on him. Though he did not directly confront the fusion, Joe sensed that the energy released could only propel him away, yet could not breach his defenses. He felt as if he were connected to the most powerful charger, with his strength perpetually increasing. This sensation was immensely pleasurable. It was as though he had returned to his mother's embrace, and he felt drowsy. Yawning, Joe realized that, due to the absence of atmosphere, no sound escaped. Only the sight of his mouth opening betrayed his yawn. After stretching lazily, he resolved to take a nap right there. He had already informed Carol that he wouldn't be returning to Wakanda that night. He intended to spend the night beneath the sun. Speaking of which, there was a distinction between day and night on the sun. Gradually, he closed his eyes, and his breathing grew steady. The cosmos was silent, save for the sun quietly conducting its hydrogen to helium fusion. Had there been air, Joe surely would have been overwhelmed by the noise. In the vacuum of space, time held no meaning. Joe was oblivious to how long he had slept. Were it not for a surge of ion currents awakening him, he could have continued his slumber. Stretching his body, Joe felt his muscles and bones rejoice. His heart thumped robustly. He was in splendid condition, better than ever. He felt as if he had undergone a cleansing rebirth. Casting a glance back at the sun, Joe decided it was time to depart. A twinge of regret washed over him. He had wished to explore the core, although his strength had significantly increased from visiting Father's son. He remained uncertain if he could withstand the tumult within the sun's interior. No, Joe thought. How could he not take a look? With a fleeting glance, he decided to retreat upon feeling the strain. Joe soared towards the sun's interior, traversing the corona. At his current velocity, he swiftly reached the true surface of the sun, where the corona, often deemed a part of the sun, essentially parallels Earth's atmosphere. Arriving at the solar photosphere, where the temperature neared 10 million degrees Celsius, Joe felt the weight of the sun's internal pressure bearing down on him. Indeed, he realized he could not withstand the force. He mused that pushing further would only lead to injury. Casting one last look at the sun's core, the blinding light coalesced into a pulsating fireball in his vision, revealing the rolling waves within the sun. I shall depart, Joe quietly remarked, acknowledging that this was merely his initial visit, and he would return better prepared to explore deeper. With that thought, he turned away without a hint of nostalgia, having already lingered longer than intended, eager to explore other celestial bodies in the solar system. After all, having ventured beyond Earth, how could he not pay a visit to his cosmic neighbors? Chapter 37. The back garden. As he departed, Joe's speed significantly increased. Initially, he had traveled at a maximum speed of 1 times the speed of light, but now he surged to 15 times that speed. His first destination was Mercury, which orbits the sun at an average distance of 57.9 million kilometers. Not needing to traverse the entire distance, he flew approximately 50 million kilometers and reached Mercury in under 20 minutes. Mercury, the smallest planet in the solar system, had likely been scorched by its proximity to the sun. This terrestrial planet bore a surface akin to that of the moon, riddled with craters, plains, basins, and cliffs. Rich in iron, Joe collected a meteorite from a crater and circled the planet before preparing to leave. Before his departure, he decided to leave a memento. Regrettably, without a smartphone to capture the moment, he felt a twinge of disappointment, having entirely forgotten that temperatures on Mercury's sunlit side could soar to 430 degrees. Had he taken his phone out, it would likely have exploded. Ascending to a height of several dozen meters, Joe emitted a red glow from his eyes. Inscribing on Mercury's surface, Joe was here, accompanied by a cheerful, smiley face. Satisfied with his artistic contribution, Joe nodded and took his leave. As he flew, he toyed with the meteorite in his hand. Originally sizable, he found it cumbersome and broke off a palm-sized fragment. Flying solo could be rather lonely, and he entertained himself by tracing his fingerprints on the meteorite. It seemed the meteorite might hold considerable value, he pondered. A sudden idea struck him. What if he brought a meteorite back home? He mused about the potential profit of returning with a larger specimen. The more he contemplated, the more plausible it appeared. And gold, he thought, recalling that metals found on Earth must also exist within the solar system. With diligent searching, he might discover a meteorite composed entirely of gold. Joe's thoughts spiraled, and he suddenly realized he possessed an innate talent for entrepreneurship. He can soar to the heavens and pluck the moon, dive into the depths of the ocean and fish at will. Essentially, there are no boundaries he cannot traverse. Not to mention the vast universe. Within our very solar system, there exists a plethora of rare elements abundant in space, yet scarce on Earth. The entire solar system is his private garden, a realm where he can roam freely. Why would he ever find himself in want of money? How foolish of me, truly. Joe lamented, realizing his oversight. Resolute in his decision, Joe vowed to explore outer space more frequently in pursuit of treasure, which would also enhance his strength. He envisioned himself as a future magnate. This time, he would simply explore other celestial bodies. There would be ample opportunity to return and procure a chunk of gold from an asteroid. Uncertain of how long he had been away, Joe considered that a day or two would be manageable, but if too much time passed, Carol would surely worry. Leaving Carol alone in Wakanda was also unkind. She had no acquaintances there and would undoubtedly feel lonely. I'll visit Venus and then return, Joe assured himself. After all, returning to Earth necessitated passing by Venus, and a quick visit would hardly take more than a few minutes. After approximately half an hour, Joe arrived at Venus. Walking upon its surface, he sensed the remarkably weak magnetic field, practically non-existent. Observing his surroundings, he found the landscape intriguing. There were numerous volcanoes. Right before his eyes, one was erupting. Unlike the eruptions on Earth, this one did not spew ash, yet the flowing lava was captivating. Watching the molten rock cascade like a river, Joe felt a surge of excitement. He conceived a daring idea. Joe decided to take a bath in the magma. How amusing that would be. He gazed up at the orange sky of Venus, where the sun appeared 15 times larger than it does from Earth, imposing and round. With fervor, he sprinted towards the erupting volcano, braving the scorching winds exceeding 400 degrees. Upon reaching the crater, he assessed the conditions of the magma, perfectly suited for a bath. Shedding his battle attire, he leaped in unceremoniously. Wow, exhilarating. At last, Joe could vocalize his delight. Venus possessed an atmosphere, albeit lacking oxygen, rich in carbon dioxide, a medium for sound to travel. Submerged in the molten rock, he playfully blew bubbles, akin to a child at play. Despite the magma's temperature soaring into the thousands of degrees Celsius, to Joe, it felt no different than warm water. He rolled in the magma, playfully stirring it with his hands, tossing it about. With such resilience, who could compare? Joe mused contentedly. If humanity could achieve such feats, so could he. Ancient thinkers envisioned themselves gazing upon the northern sea at dusk. Joe surpassed them. He slumbered upon the sun and bathed in the magma of Venus. I am truly a superman, possessing both striking looks and immense power. Joe lay amidst the lava, contemplating his future as a billionaire. Handsome, exuding a sense of security, and bound to be wealthy, he pondered why he remained without a girlfriend. A sudden realization struck him. He was still single. Were women blind? An air of resentment surrounded him. After all, he was not a child anymore. He was already 15. Joe lost himself in thoughts for over an hour in the lava before boredom set in, prompting him to leap out. Dressed in his battle attire, he prepared to return to Earth. However, he decided to drag a meteorite back with him. The image of a flaming meteorite descending from the heavens to strike Wakanda, startling its inhabitants, amused him. At that moment, while they were in a state of panic, he would stand before the meteorite, effortlessly halting it with a single finger, his cape billowing behind him, undoubtedly leaving them awestruck. Most importantly, it would serve to intimidate Carol, preventing her from incessantly wanting to confront him. With his keen hearing, Joe could discern anything he wished. He was already weary of Carol's daily threats to pummel him, particularly whenever Carol attempted to strike him and ended up injured. She would incessantly vow revenge. This time, he aimed to frighten her thoroughly, extinguishing any desire for retribution. He mused on the fact that Carol was rather weak. He had to be cautious when sparring with her, fearful of causing her harm. Even with the enhancement from the heart-shaped herb, Joe still regarded her as relatively feeble. A robust ant remains an ant, after all. Especially now, with his increased strength, he could inadvertently break her bones. Venus, being a mere 40 million kilometers from Earth, was easily reachable for Joe at his current speed. He would arrive in just over 10 minutes. He seized a meteorite near Earth, modest in size, about 20 meters in diameter. Perched atop the meteorite, Joe gazed back at the cosmos. He resolved to return frequently. In the vastness of space, he relished the feeling of liberation, the freedom to unleash his power without concern for destruction, akin to a fish in the ocean, utterly at ease. Such sensations were unattainable for Earthlings. The entire solar system was his playground. In space, he could obliterate anything that displeased him with a single punch, indulging in whatever whims he desired, something unattainable on Earth. Suddenly, a troubling thought struck him. He had neglected to leave a mark while playing in the lava. No matter. He would ensure to do so on his next visit. Farewell. He mouthed to the cosmos as he propelled the meteorite towards Earth. Chapter 38. The mishap. Joe pushed the meteorite forward from behind. Perhaps due to his traversal, he had regressed in age and wit, increasingly resembling an exuberant youth. Primarily, the author's writing lacks maturity, and his experiences are limited. I acknowledge my shortcomings, so please refrain from harsh criticism. Superman, charge forth. Joe shouted from behind the meteorite. Though he had not been away from Earth for long, Joe found himself yearning for the days of life on his home planet. The solitude of space weighed heavily upon him, as the surrounding environment remained perpetually desolate, leaving him to entertain himself alone. Prolonged isolation in space could drive anyone to madness. Joe mused that it would be delightful if someone could join him for amusement in the cosmos. He propelled the meteorite with great speed, carefully avoiding satellites, not out of fear, but rather to evade the complications of being photographed. Soon, the meteorite was ensnared by Earth's gravitational pull, after a mere few seconds. It was on a path toward Earth without any further assistance from Joe. Observing the location of Wakanda, Joe nudged the meteorite several kilometers to the right, aligning it with his destination. Although Wakanda boasted a protective shield, invisible from the sky, Joe's memory allowed him to navigate by comparing the surrounding environment. As the meteorite entered the atmosphere, friction with the air ignited a fiery tail, and Joe cleverly concealed himself within the flames, making him nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. As the meteorite descended, the rotation of the Earth caused a shift in position, prompting Joe to make several adjustments to its trajectory. At that moment, it was already the next day on Earth. Carol and the former king's family were enjoying breakfast. Concerned that Carol might feel lonely dining alone, the old king invited her to join him. During the meal, Carol wore a troubled expression. Rest assured, Carol, Joe will be fine. With his abilities, there is nothing in this world that could harm him, the old king reassured her, having sensed her anxiety. He held great confidence in Joe, believing that only someone with a foolish demeanor could suffer injury, given Joe's demonstrated prowess. Carol managed a weak smile, fully aware of Joe's strength. Apart from Joe himself, she understood his capabilities better than anyone else on Earth. Yet, she could not suppress her worry. It was simply unusual for her, having always had Joe by her side, to suddenly find him absent for an entire night. Just as Carol was preparing to bid farewell and return to her room to await Joe's return, an alarm blared abruptly. The piercing sirens echoed ominously. "Do not panic," the old king urged, steadying the bewildered queen. "Stay here. I will ascertain the situation." He rose, accompanied by the guards, ready to depart. "I am coming too," Carol and Chala declared in unison. "Follow me," the old king instructed. The queen, cradling the still infant Shuri, gazed at their receding figures, momentarily dazed. "What? They've all disappeared? Wait for me." The queen hastily followed, unwilling to remain behind in anxious suspense. Upon reaching the great hall, the old king approached the captain of the guard. "What is the situation?" he inquired calmly. The captain responded, "Your Majesty, a satellite has just detected a meteorite heading directly towards Wakanda." "How large is it?" the old king pressed. "The diameter measures several meters." "Indeed, that is substantial," the old king urged. "Will the shield withstand it?" "It's precarious. This meteorite is peculiar, having appeared suddenly and at an alarming speed. Given its velocity, the energy released upon impact with the shield would be immense," the captain of the guard explained. "So, there is a chance it could breach the shield?" "Yes." "Then let us strike it down," the old king declared emphatically. "I will not allow the people of Wakanda to face even the slightest risk." Upon hearing the exchange between the old king and the captain of the guard, Carol found the expectant old king rather impressive. "Did you not notice the sparkle in the eyes of the queen and Chala beside him? How long until the meteorite arrives?" the old king inquired further. The captain glanced at the time. It would be less than 5 minutes. At this revelation, the old king staggered slightly, clearing his throat. "Then what are we hesitating for? Shoot it down quickly." "Yes." The captain of the guard saluted and swiftly departed, issuing commands through his earpiece. "Prepare the cannons. Laser launch in 3 minutes." As the captain's orders resonated, the anti-aircraft cannons atop the watchtower at the edge of Burn City began to pivot, aiming skyward. "Let us step outside and observe," the old king suggested to Carol and the others. "Perhaps we might witness a splendid display of fireworks." Thus, they exited the grand hall and arrived at the open square. The captain of the guard returned, holding a controller, stating, "Soon, it will be your turn to press the cannon button, Your Majesty." The old king smiled at her, nodding approvingly, thinking to himself, indeed, such moments of glory should belong to him. "How much longer?" the old king inquired. 30 seconds, Your Majesty." As the countdown reached 10 seconds, the old king began, "Wakanda will." Before he could finish, the captain interjected, "There's a problem, Your Majesty." "What is it?" The old king felt a twinge of annoyance at being interrupted, pondering why she had suddenly disrupted his words. "The meteorite has changed course." "What?" The old king's hand trembled, nearly dropping the controller. Moments ago, the meteorite was directed toward the plains adjacent to Burn City, and now it has shifted, aiming directly at Burn City. "Most likely, it is targeting our square." In the sky, Joe noticed that the meteorite's position was still slightly off, having shifted another 5 or 6 meters to the right. The old king nearly lost his balance. Then we must immediately recalibrate the cannon. We are already recalibrating. It will take approximately 80 seconds. Very well. The old king steadied himself, glancing at the others, relieved that no one had noticed his earlier lapse. Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The old king pressed the controller button. This time, no mishaps occurred. The laser was successfully aligned with the meteorite, allowing them all to see the enormous fireball in the sky. Enjoy the fireworks. The aged king smiled as he extended his arms forward, proclaiming, "Long live Wakanda! Long live Wakanda!" The surrounding crowd, save for Carol, echoed his gestures. Joe was preparing to intercept the meteor. It was alarmingly close, and failure to act could lead to unforeseen calamities. He shifted from behind the meteor to its side. What is this? Joe was momentarily taken aback as a beam of light suddenly approached. In his moment of confusion, the laser collided with the meteor, narrowly grazing Joe. The meteor shattered into fragments, which scattered against the protective shield, each piece being deflected. In a moment of distraction, Joe was struck by the laser, losing his balance and crashing into the shield, his face making an intimate acquaintance with its surface. With a resounding thud, Joe found himself pressed against the shield. Chapter 39. A bit awkward inside the protective shield, cheers erupted as the crowd celebrated their narrow escape. The Wakandans began to sing and dance. "Long live Wakanda!" Someone shouted. "Long live Wakanda!" The entire square transformed into a dance floor, though their movements lacked the synchronization of the more experienced dancers. The old king watched with a smile, his heart swelling with pride. "This is my country. How wonderful!" Carol, however, remained detached from the festivities, gazing curiously at the shield above. Her enhanced vision allowed her to discern something unusual. Could it be a person? As she scrutinized further, it became increasingly apparent that there was indeed a figure affixed to the shield. Noticing Carol's odd demeanor, the old king inquired, "Carol, what is it?" She pointed, and the king followed her gesture. His eyesight, dulled by age, rendered the view somewhat blurry, revealing only a dark spot in the sky. "Oh," the old king chuckled. "That should be a piece of the meteor." "No, that's a human shape," Carol asserted. "Is it?" the old king asked, puzzled. "Absolutely, it is a person," Carol affirmed. At that moment, Chala overheard their exchange and looked up, confirming, "Father, Carol is right. That is indeed a person, having undergone enhancements himself." Chala could see clearly that there was a figure on the shield. Upon hearing Chala's confirmation, the old king felt a surge of belief, though his vision remained unclear. He glanced at the captain of the guard, who, perceptive as ever, understood the unspoken request. The captain promptly handed over a pair of binoculars. The old king accepted the binoculars with satisfaction and raised them to his eyes. Now, the image became clear, even sharper than what Chala and Carol had discerned. Initially, what caught his eye was a dark cloak, swaying gently as if stirred by an external breeze. This cloak seemed vaguely familiar. The old king mused, adjusting his telescope to focus on the face pressed against the protective shield. The moment he beheld the visage, he was taken aback. It was none other than Joe. The old king promptly lowered the telescope and instructed the captain of the guard beside him to remove the protective shield from that particular area, pointing towards Joe's location. The captain hesitated, but ultimately complied with the king's command. "That is Joe," the old king affirmed. "Joe," Carol exclaimed, her reaction intense. "Is that truly Joe up there?" "Indeed." Joe felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and instinctively prepared to rise, contemplating a hasty retreat. Surely, those below had yet to grasp the situation. He thought to himself, "If I am seen, it would be utterly humiliating. This is not the script I envisioned. Did I wander into the wrong theater? Can Wakanda respond this swiftly?" While aware of Wakanda's advanced technology, I had hoped that a mere meteorite would not alarm them. I even exerted extra force to hasten the meteor's descent. To his dismay, Wakanda had indeed detected his arrival. His aspirations to showcase his prowess lay in ruins. Joe lamented internally, feeling akin to a hapless performer caught in an unexpected twist as a battalion approached, only to discover that his controls had malfunctioned. The sensation was rather disheartening. Just as he attempted to gather his strength to rise, a breach opened in the protective shield below, and he, caught off guard, plummeted straight down. Joe was momentarily dazed. What on earth is happening? He pondered, stunned for several seconds before crashing to the ground, leaving a crater in the plaza. The dancing Wakandans were startled, then curiously approached the pit to investigate. Meanwhile, Joe lay in the crater, contemplating his life choices. He wished to feign death. How embarrassing. "Make way! Make way!" Carol exclaimed, parting the crowd gathered around the pit, followed closely by the old king and Chala. Upon reaching the edge and peering inside, Carol immediately recognized Joe. "Get up," she commanded coldly. Before seeing Joe, she had been worried. Now, her frustration surged. Carol was irate that Joe had fled without a word the previous day. She knew that given Joe's resilience, he would be unharmed from the fall. Hearing Carol's voice, Joe realized that there was no point in feigning innocence any longer. "Carol, good morning," he exclaimed, mustering what he believed to be his most endearing and innocent expression as he gazed at her. Carol remained silent, her piercing gaze fixed on Joe, causing him to feel somewhat uneasy. At that moment, the old king interjected to diffuse the tension. "Joe, how did you fall from the sky? Come, rise. Let us converse inside," he said, pulling Joe up. Soon after, they returned to the old king's palace. Once seated, Carol wasted no time in demanding an explanation. "Where have you been?" "Out in space," Joe replied sheepishly. "Dressed in my battle attire, a sense of delight enveloped me. I yearned to experience the thrill of flying at full speed, and inadvertently, I soared beyond the confines of Earth. At your velocity, it surely wouldn't take an entire night to escape Earth's grasp, would it?" Carol remarked coolly. "Certainly not," I replied with heightened enthusiasm, astonished that Carol would question my speed. "I can accomplish it in mere 3 seconds." Hearing the elevation in my voice, Carol responded with a soft acknowledgement. I then lowered my tone, expressing my desire to behold the sun after departing from Earth. Consequently, I spent over an hour traversing to the sun. However, the sun's radiant glow lulled me into a drowsy state, and I inadvertently drifted into slumber. Observing Carol's expression with caution, I realized I had been absent longer than anticipated. I had merely expected to miss dinner, yet upon my return, I discovered an entire night had elapsed. Carol was aware of my ability to absorb strength from the sun, but the old king and his entourage were oblivious. "You mean to say you ventured to the sun?" the old king inquired, astonished. "Indeed. And I even took a nap there, though I refrained from entering the core, as it felt perilous," I replied. The old king, Chala, and the queen simultaneously pondered. "Is this truly a person? How utterly astonishing. You emerged unscathed from the sun's core." The old king marveled, silently elevating my prowess by tenfold in his mind, resolutely determined to cultivate a favorable relationship with me. What a valuable ally. "So you napped by the sun and then returned?" Carol asked. "Not quite. On my way back, I made a stop at Mercury and even took a refreshing bath in the volcanoes of Venus." I exclaimed animatedly. "Let me tell you, space is incredibly fascinating." The old king's family had become so numbed by astonishment that they scarcely reacted to my every word. Even should I claim to have obliterated a planet, they would remain unfazed. As I prepared to elaborate on my cosmic adventures, I noticed Carol's expression growing increasingly dark. A sense of foreboding washed over me, prompting a sudden idea. By the way, I brought you a gift." I presented the meteorite I had collected from Mercury to Carol. "Isn't it cool? I can craft it into a necklace for you." Carol's demeanor softened slightly. Observing her improved expression, I congratulated myself for my quick thinking. Phew. Later today, before midnight, I shall share a chapter. There should be more in the early hours. I must hasten my pace as I had to delete much of what I wrote today. The story will soon delve into Captain Marvel's narrative, Chapter 40, The Journey Home. I handed the meteorite to Carol, secretly molding it into the shape of an airplane in my hand. Carol accepted the meteorite, glancing at it with disdain. How hideous. After all, it was a hasty creation by Joe, and one could only discern that it resembled a flat aircraft. Imagination was necessary to fill in the gaps. With an annoyed glance at Joe, Carol had already forgiven him. She wasn't truly angry, merely irked that Joe had run off without clarifying anything after their long night. That day, the old king was even more eager, abandoning all his tasks to take Joe and Carol on a tour of Burning City in the morning. In the afternoon, although he did not accompany them, he sent Chala with his younger sister, Su-Rue, who was not yet 2, to join Joe and the others. The old king noticed that Joe seemed quite fond of his daughter, and in his desire to win Joe's favor, he was willing to do anything. Little did he know, Joe was aware that Su-Rue would grow up to be a genius, and he would later need her assistance in crafting battle suits. For now, he thought it wise to embrace Su-Rue a bit more, so that when she was older, he could say to her, "When you were little, Uncle held you. Now that Uncle lacks a battle suit, shouldn't my dear niece lend me a hand?" Joe's calculations were astute. The siblings spent an entire day exploring Burning City. Despite its size being comparable to Big Apple City, they completed their tour swiftly, thanks to the old king and Chala guiding them with ease. Additionally, Carol had also undergone enhancements, greatly improving her physical capabilities, allowing her to walk quickly and endure longer. That evening, when Joe and Carol returned to their room, they were laden with an assortment of bags filled with distinctive Wakandan products, dried meats, and snacks. Both felt immensely satisfied. They had enjoyed their day thoroughly, and most importantly, it had cost them nothing. Today, the young Black Panther had shown considerable understanding. After hearing about Joe's space journey in the morning, he vaguely grasped why his father had been so accommodating. Joe and Carol had spent the entire day without spending a single cent. It was impossible to spend, as dollars were of no use here. While shopping, whenever Joe and Carol merely glanced at an item, Chala would pay for it without inquiring about the price. Confident in his family's wealth, Chala could proudly declare, "I do not concern myself with the wealth of my friends. After all, none are richer than my family." As Joe and Carol began to count their spoils from the day, Carol suddenly inquired, "Joe, how long have we been out?" "About 10 days, I suppose," Joe replied. They then fell into a contemplative silence. Although they had enjoyed their adventures, they found themselves missing Mary and John. After a moment, Joe spoke up. "Let us return home tomorrow. We've had enough fun for now. We can explore again another time." "I agree," Carol responded enthusiastically. She had intended to suggest it was time to return, but hesitated, unsure if Joe had other matters to attend to. Regardless, they had achieved their purpose. Joe had enhanced his abilities, and although he still called himself a weakling, he had transformed into a robust weakling. "We should indeed head back. Tomorrow, I shall bid farewell to the old king," Joe said with a smile, taking another opportunity to jest at Carol. With the smug smirk on his face, Carol was infuriated. "You are nothing but a weakling. Your entire family is a bunch of weaklings." Ever since this outing revealed his abilities, Joe had begun to provoke Carol incessantly, driving her to the brink of madness. Each day, she reminded herself not to reveal any weaknesses, lest she unleash her fury upon him. How maddening! If it weren't for the memory of her last punch that left her hand swollen, she would have slapped him across the face long ago. Stay calm, stay calm. Carol silently reassured herself. She would have her revenge in due time. Deep within her heart, she harbored a premonition that one day she would send Joe soaring into the sun. After all, he adored the sun, so why not gift him a one-way trip? After a lengthy conversation, they retired for the night. The following morning, Joe, resembling an old king, declared his intention to leave. "Aren't you staying a few more days, Joe?" the old king implored. "There are many unique sights around Bernie, and the customs of our other Wakandan tribes are quite fascinating. You should really take a look." "No, thank you," Joe replied with a smile. "I've been away for quite some time and am beginning to miss home. There will be opportunities in the future, with my speed. I can reach Wakanda in mere seconds. Besides, we are friends, aren't we?" "Indeed, we are friends, and Wakanda welcomes you to visit any time." The old king was pleased with Joe's words. It seemed that his hospitality over the past few days had been effective. Joe held a favorable impression of Wakanda. In the future, he could persuade Chala to enhance their rapport. After all, the two would soon attend the same university, and he could orchestrate their arrangement as roommates. Encouraging Chala to frequently invite Joe to Wakanda, a few visits would surely solidify their bond. When the time came, should any foolish intruder dare to attack Wakanda, he would simply command, "Close the gates and let Joe in." The mere thought of it brought a smile to the old king's face. Joe was equally delighted. He contemplated how often he would return to Wakanda, as he still needed a considerable amount of vibranium. By the way, the arrangements for Chala to attend MIT have been finalized. It only awaits enrollment. The old king continued, "When you return, please bring Chala along. He has never left Wakanda, so do keep an eye on him. After all, getting someone into Massachusetts is quite straightforward. Rest assured." Joe patted his chest confidently. "I will take excellent care of my little nephew. I'm quite familiar with that area." Joe made his promise. The old king sensed something amiss, but could not pinpoint it at that moment. Without dwelling on it, the old king suggested, "You can use my aircraft for your journey back. While it may not be as swift as yours, it is certainly more convenient. Thank you ever so much." Joe expressed his gratitude. He had no desire to fly back. Who would want to endure the winds of the sky when a comfortable aircraft awaited? Arriving empty-handed, yet departing with an abundance of packages, and even accompanied by an additional person, it seemed impossible to fly back. Perhaps one could tie 2 ropes and let Carol and Chala swing through the skies? That notion appeared rather amusing to Joe as he envisioned the scene. Just then, the old king interrupted Joe's reverie, presenting 2 bracelets intended for his parents, a token of his regard. Crafted from vibranium and enhanced with Wakandan technology, these adornments boasted commendable protective qualities. "How thoughtful of you," Joe exclaimed, clasping the bracelets tightly in his hands. "Thank you ever so much." His smile radiated brilliance. The old king, indeed, was a noble soul. "Allow me to notify Chala. After lunch, you may depart in the afternoon. I wish to host you once more," the old king announced. "That would be splendid." Chapter 41. The Forgotten Chala. After enjoying lunch, the old king and Joe engaged in friendly conversation. Around 2 in the afternoon, they ascended the staircase to the aircraft. Chala reluctantly bid farewell to his parents, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The queen had begun to wipe away her own tears, incessantly advising Chala. A mother's worries span 1,000 miles. The old king remained silent, merely giving Chala's shoulder a reassuring pat. Unable to resist, Chala embraced both the old king and the queen once more before boarding the aircraft without looking back. Prior to his departure, the old king imparted some wisdom. Chala grasped the purpose of his study abroad, primarily to forge a friendship with Joe, followed by gaining insight into foreign technology and social structures. He need not acquire extensive knowledge, for he would one day become king. Understanding was sufficient. Listen more, observe more, and pay attention, was the old king's advice to Chala. With empty hands, Chala boarded the aircraft, which soon sealed its doors and took flight. Joe and Carol had already been waiting inside for quite some time. Noticing Chala's subdued mood, they refrained from disturbing him, quietly watching a movie. Halfway through, Chala regained his spirits and began conversing with them. "Chala, what about your luggage?" Joe inquired, noticing that Chala seemed to have brought nothing. "The Black Panther suit is already stored in the aircraft. As for the rest, my mother provided me with a bank card, instructing me to use it for purchases once I arrive in America," Chala replied. "Well then, you have money," Joe remarked, feeling somewhat deflated. He turned away to continue watching the movie. At that moment, Chala's curiosity was piqued, and he began asking Joe about life in America. Initially reluctant to engage, Joe's demeanor changed instantly when Chala offered to treat him during their upcoming shopping excursion, encouraging him to buy whatever he desired as a gesture of gratitude for accompanying him. Her entire face blossomed into a radiant smile, eagerly engaging in conversation with Chala. The aircraft possessed cloaking capabilities, and prior to their departure, Joe had conferred with the pilot from the Royal Guard to first venture to the Big Apple. They still had belongings at Susan's place. Unlike Chala, who could afford to carelessly discard items, they could not. A brief visit would also allow them to accompany Chala on a shopping excursion. The aircraft was remarkably swift, and within a few hours, they arrived in the Big Apple, landing atop the roof of Susan's inn. The bald female warrior remained aboard the craft, while Joe and the other two descended. Before disembarking, Joe and Carol retrieved 2 gifts they had selected in Wakanda. None of them were ordinary individuals. After ensuring the vicinity was clear, they leapt from the rooftop. A mere 10 meters, an effortless feat for them. Upon entering the inn's lobby, Joe spotted Susan, engrossed in her book at the front desk. What a studious young lady, he mused. Unlike himself, who lacked scholarly pursuits, despite being courted by Harvard, he had scarcely applied himself. Otherwise, with his superlative intellect, he would surely have exhausted the earthly knowledge available to him. Susan seemed so absorbed in her reading that she did not notice the trio's approach. Carol dashed over, tapping Susan on the shoulder and cheerfully exclaiming, "Hi." Startled, Susan looked up to see Carol and immediately rose to embrace her. "You're back," Susan exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed," Carol replied with a smile. Susan then turned her gaze to Joe. Upon seeing him, her eyes brightened. She felt that Joe had grown even more handsome in their brief separation. "You look quite well today," Susan remarked, stepping closer to Joe. "Really?" Haha, Joe chuckled. At that moment, Susan extended her arms for a hug, but Joe gently pulled Chala forward, introducing him. "This is Chala, a new friend." "Hello," Chala said shyly. "Hello," Susan responded, lowering one arm and shaking Chala's hand with her right. "Are you here to collect your luggage?" Susan inquired with a smile. "Yes, we've wrapped up our business and came to retrieve our things, and perhaps enjoy a meal with you. I hope we're not unwelcome," Carol replied with a grin. "How could you think that? You are most welcome," Susan exclaimed. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Carol added, "By the way, we brought gifts for you and Johnny." She handed the bag she carried to Susan. Susan, pleasantly surprised, eagerly opened the bag in their presence. "This is the gift I selected for you." Carol pointed to a crystal pendant. Then, indicating another crystal bracelet, she continued, "This one is from Joe." In truth, both gifts had been chosen by Carol. Her attention to detail as a young woman contrasted sharply with Joe's nature, which would never have considered bestowing gifts upon others. Susan first adorned herself with the bracelet, joyfully expressing gratitude to Joe, saying, "Thank you, I truly cherish your gift." She then donned the pendant gifted by Carol and offered her thanks. During dinner, they savored Susan's culinary skills once more. Johnny, upon his return, received his gift and embraced Joe, exclaiming, "Good buddy." Joe had presented Johnny with a pair of nunchucks, crafted from crystal, resplendent, and dazzling, though impractical for actual combat. A fervent fan of the dragon, Johnny was thrilled with his present. Later that evening, Susan extended an invitation for the 3 to stay overnight, but Joe and the others politely declined, citing their pre-purchased tickets. When Susan offered to drive them to the station, they again declined gracefully. The flying vehicle remained atop the inn. What tickets were there to speak of? After bidding farewell, they ascended to the rooftop, with Chala climbing up independently. Joe was reluctant to grasp the hand of a grown man, finding it peculiar. Chala, too, was averse to Joe's attempt. Recalling the intense gaze Joe had cast upon him at the factory, the flying vehicle took to the skies once more. The Big Apple City was not far from Joe's home. Their train journey had taken merely hours, and the return via the flying vehicle was even swifter, taking less than half an hour. As night enveloped the land, the townsfolk had already retreated indoors, under the cloak of darkness. The flying vehicle landed in an open space 500 meters from Joe's residence. After bidding farewell to the guard, the trio swiftly made their way to Joe's doorstep. Before stepping inside, Joe called out, "Mary, we are back." In the hearts of the siblings, Mary's significance surpassed that of John. Mary and John emerged at the sound of his voice. The four embraced in succession, after which Mary ushered them inside. Joe took a few steps before realizing someone had been overlooked. The night had fallen, and Chala, dressed in all black, had been forgotten amidst the excitement of Joe and Carol's arrival. Joe quickly turned and called out to Chala, apologizing for the oversight. At that moment, Chala wore an expression of exasperation, feeling that his father's trust had been misplaced. Chapter 42. The Affluent. Upon entering the house, illuminated by the warm light, Mary and the others finally noticed Chala. Joe introduced him as a friend met during their journey, mentioning that Chala would be staying for a while and would attend school in Massachusetts alongside Joe. Joe had already resolved to attend Massachusetts. Mary warmly welcomed him and apologized for not noticing him earlier. Chala replied with a smile, "It's quite all right." In this era, individuals with darker skin were significantly disadvantaged in America, facing discrimination in various aspects. However, the situation in Smallville was relatively better. The town boasted a number of black residents, and interactions among them were generally harmonious, devoid of overt discrimination. After everyone settled down, Mary served some beverages before excusing herself to tidy up for Chala. Joe and his three companions engaged in conversation on the sofa, primarily sharing experiences from New York City. Prior to their return, they had agreed to refrain from discussing their encounters in Wakanda. Moreover, they had concocted a backstory for Chala, portraying him as a prince from Wakanda who came to America to pursue his studies, finding himself alone in New York until he met Joe and his friends. Upon learning that he was also heading to Massachusetts for education, they invited him to their home. Joe planned to keep his abilities hidden from Mary and John, wishing to shield them from any undue shock. After all, his powers were quite extraordinary. Chala, being a prince, had received an excellent education from a young age and engaged in delightful conversation with John. Their exchange became even more animated when Chala presented gifts for John and Mary, two exquisite masks crafted from gold, emblematic of Wakandan culture. Joe, in turn, revealed two bracelets gifted to him by the former king, urging John to ensure Mary wore them at all times. Mary was thrilled and adorned herself with the bracelets, while John initially hesitated, claiming that it was unbecoming for a man of his stature. However, before Joe could persuade him further, John donned the bracelets himself. Admiring them with newfound appreciation, Joe remarked that John was indeed a man of contradictory nature. As the hour grew late and John began to yawn, they decided to retire to their respective rooms for the night. The following day, Joe announced plans to accompany Chala to Boston for some shopping. John, feeling unoccupied at home, volunteered to drive along. Carol joined them, finding herself bored as well. After breakfast, the four set off. They had initially invited Mary, but she declined, citing unfinished chores. Upon arriving in Boston, they headed straight to the mall. The moment they entered, Chala transitioned into shopping mode. He purchased 2 sets of each clothing item that suited him well, swiping his card with swift efficiency. Joe followed suit, acquiring a tailored suit and several designer garments. Everyone received their share, including Mary, who was at home. John felt somewhat embarrassed at first, believing Chala was overspending on him, but with encouragement from the others, he gladly accepted the gifts. Joe and Carol were not shy at all, well aware that Chala was extraordinarily wealthy and that such expenditures were trivial for him. After all, if he could afford garments made from vibranium, why would he hesitate to accept ordinary clothing? Their confidence had grown considerably, accustomed to the indulgences they now enjoyed. Observing Chala's effortless payment process, Joe felt a pang of envy, solidifying his resolve to become a wealthy man himself. When the opportunity arises, I shall venture into space, returning only with substantial riches. Joe resolutely resolved within himself. The power of currency holds immense sway. In the land of America, one soon discovers that wealth indeed grants the freedom to act upon one's desires. If given a choice, Joe would still opt for superhuman abilities over money. During lunch, Chala graciously treated them to an extravagant meal. The afternoon saw them engaged in fierce competition for over 2 hours until Chala finally relented. He found the sensation of spending quite exhilarating. Back in Wakanda, he had never concerned himself with the mundane aspects of sustenance, as everything was provided for him. This outing, with its constant transactions, was a delightful experience. Particularly amusing was witnessing merchants regard him with disdain upon entry, only to emerge with undue reverence. Akin to a dog eagerly wagging its tail for a bone, they even fervently invited him to return. As they prepared to depart, each person was laden with bags, completely filling a vehicle. During this time, John and Joe urged Chala to exercise restraint with his finances, expressing concern over his extravagant spending. However, Joe and John soon realized that Chalia's family possessed vast resources, not just vibranium mines, but also gold and diamond mines. Consequently, John ceased his attempts at persuasion. Upon returning to Smallville, it was the time for dinner. Mary had prepared a feast, eagerly awaiting their return. Upon seeing the four of them together, Mary was taken aback. They were all strikingly dressed, with John leading the way. Under the evening sky, he sported the high-end sunglasses gifted by Chala, a cigar between his lips, a magnificent gold chain adorning his neck, and a tailored suit, complemented by polished new shoes, despite the summer heat. Joe, on the other hand, remained less ostentatious, having donned a new outfit while occasionally showcasing his diamond-studded watch. Carol, clad in leather, also donned a pair of sunglasses. As the three stepped inside, Mary was still searching for Chala. Just as she was about to inquire, Chala spoke right before her. It was only then that Mary noticed him, dressed entirely in black. He wore a suit and sunglasses, and had he not revealed his pearly white smile, he might have gone unnoticed. Once inside, Mary playfully scolded them for their attire. Aside from Joe, the others were overly bundled for summer. John was already sweating profusely. Oddly enough, Carol and Chala appeared completely unfazed. After a day of exploration, they were famished. Before Mary could voice another word, John impatiently exclaimed that she was rambling and that he wanted to eat. In light of Chalia's presence, Mary afforded John some leniency, casting him a disapproving glance before promptly serving the meal. During dinner, John persistently encouraged Chala to eat more, his enthusiasm markedly greater than the previous day. Yesterday, Takara had just arrived, and although John extended a welcome, his cordiality was nothing compared to the warmth displayed today. Observing John's demeanor, Carol finally understood the origins of Joe's character. It was undoubtedly influenced by John. The enthusiastic expressions of the father and son were strikingly identical. Initially, they had treated the old king in the same manner. Chapter 43. Carol enlists. Time flowed silently, and before they knew it, over a month had passed. The close companionship over this period had borne fruit. Takara and Joe had become good friends with Carol. The three, all young and not far apart in age, found their personalities to be quite compatible, gradually evolving into genuine friends. When Takara first arrived at Joe's home, he felt somewhat apprehensive, for this individual was rather extraordinary, his prowess somewhat intimidating. However, as time passed, Takara discovered that Joe was quite amiable, possessing a kind nature. Were it not for his formidable abilities, Joe would merely appear as a strikingly handsome, yet ordinary individual. Takara, however, harbored no fear of Joe. His apprehension lay solely with Carol. Among the trio, Carol was the undisputed leader, and both Joe and Takara dared not provoke her. This woman was exceedingly vexing. Takara and Carol had both recently acquired their abilities, making their simultaneous enhancement rather unusual. Carol constantly urged Takara to engage in sparring sessions. With comparable physical prowess, their competition revolved around combat skills. Takara, having undergone rigorous training from a young age, found it implausible that Carol could ever stand as his equal. Yet, Takara refrained from unleashing his full strength. At times, when the heat of battle escalated, Takara, on the verge of overpowering Carol, would suddenly feel a chill run down his spine, sensing a gaze of death upon him. Such a predicament was exceedingly frustrating. Ironically, Carol was painfully aware of her own limitations. After each bout, she would incessantly chatter, critiquing Takara's performance, much to his chagrin. "Without your brother, I could defeat you in 10 moves." Takara inwardly lamented. Eventually, Takara flatly refused to spar with Carol any longer. Upon her arrival, he resorted to lying on the ground, feigning death, impervious to any nudging. As they discovered new amusements, their latest endeavor was to play the heroes. The underground world of Boston was in disarray, ravaged by the antics of the trio. Various businesses were collapsing, unemployment loomed. No one knew from whence this self-proclaimed group of three knights emerged, but they consistently intervened during misdeeds. Possessing formidable strength, they were not to be trifled with. They inflicted no physical harm, yet their psychological toll was profound. Their favorite pastime was to watch these small-time thugs slap themselves. Each session could last for half an hour. The following day, these thugs would venture out sporting bruised faces, a source of great embarrassment. Now, even the leader of Boston's most notorious gang, the Tiger Gang, was too ashamed to show his face. With a swollen visage, how could he face anyone? The atmosphere had grown so untenable that many were preparing to relocate. Boston had become uninhabitable. Numerous individuals had arranged to depart together on August 10th to carve out new territories elsewhere. Regrettably, what these brigands remain oblivious to is that this day also marks the temporary dissolution of the three knights. On August 20th, 1988, the town of Smallville was as sweltering as ever. Today, Roar is set to enlist. The previous night, Joe and Chala organized a farewell celebration for her. It was merely the three of them. enjoying a modest barbecue and sipping some drinks in the backyard. Chala, slightly inebriated, could no longer maintain his princely composure and transformed into the foolish son of a landed gentry. Seizing the moment while Carol went inside to fetch ingredients, he insisted that Joe accompany him to Boston that night, claiming it would be just like their usual clandestine escapades. And after all, Joe could fly swiftly back and forth. Joe, of course, firmly declined. To be honest, for a fleeting moment, Joe was tempted by the prospect of such an unprecedented experience. However, dear brother, did you not notice who was behind you as you spoke? Carol was right there. Moreover, the gang operating in Boston had recently been thoroughly dealt with by you. What would be left for them now? Without hesitation, Carol kicked Chala 10 meters away. Joe felt a shiver of apprehension in his heart. Fortunately, he had keen hearing. Oh, the youthful exuberance of the little leopard has arrived. At this moment, they stood before the train station. Carol's Air Force Base was quite distant, located on the opposite end of Massachusetts. Just moments ago, Carol had bid farewell to John and Mary, who were now seated on the train waiting for Joe and Chala. They had granted the three young ones some space to converse. Once you depart, do not draw too much attention to yourself, Joe earnestly cautioned. Maintain a low profile. Given your current physical prowess, which far exceeds that of the average individual, do not expose yourself. I understand, Carol replied somewhat impatiently. Perhaps it was because this was the first time Joe had spoken to her in such a manner. Or perhaps it was the irritability of impending separation. Perhaps it was a combination of both. We do not seek trouble, yet we are not afraid of it. If you encounter injustice, do not hesitate to retaliate fiercely, Joe asserted. With me by your side, you have a steadfast support, thicker than the captain's shield. Regardless of who it may be, retaliate directly. If trouble arises, I will bear the consequences. Joe was somewhat aware of the chaos within the American military. With Carol's capabilities, no one would dare to bully her if she chose to resist. His concern lay in her reluctance to escalate matters. She yearned to pilot an aircraft in the sky. This was evident from her daily requests for Joe to take her aloft. If she were expelled for causing a ruckus, it would deeply sadden her. Thus, Joe felt compelled to speak in such a manner. I know, was her succinct reply. We need not fear anyone, Joe continued somewhat insistently. At worst, we shall indulge ourselves in a grand feast, and then accompany John and the others to Wakanda, where there awaits a future king. Joe gestured towards Chala, who promptly nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, Wakanda will always welcome you. Huh, Carol sneered, oblivious to who had insisted on going out last night. I warn you all, do not engage in such behavior. It is utterly tasteless. Takara, looking rather embarrassed, replied, I was drunk yesterday, all right. I remember nothing. Moreover, Joe added with utmost seriousness, if any man shows interest in you, or if you find a boyfriend, you must inform me. Joe had watched Carol grow up, despite being younger than her. He held memories of their shared past. He had always regarded this overt sister as a younger sister. Should anyone dare to pursue his sister in secret, Joe would undoubtedly explode with fury. Although Carol had a rather prominent face, many foreigners found that appealing. Who knows who might have taken a liking to her? Perhaps you should focus more on yourself, Carol retorted. I am the elder sister. But you are foolish and straightforward. Do not let anyone deceive you while counting your money. Joe shot back. Carol glared at him, a scowl on her face. All right, take care of yourself. As they prepared to part for the first time, Joe felt at a loss for words. They always exchanged the same few phrases. I wish you to become an ace pilot. That will certainly happen, Carol replied, raising an eyebrow with confidence. You too, take good care of yourself. Engage more with others. Look at you. You have hardly any friends at this age. At this moment, Carol's tone softened. Her previous stiffness stemmed from the sadness of parting. Yes, how about a hug? Carol smiled, extending her arms. Joe embraced her. And then Carol shared another hug with Takara. Explore this country more, and contemplate your future, she advised. I will, Joe affirmed. And make sure Joe doesn't spend your money. Carol shot a playful glare at Joe. I'm off, goodbye. With that, she turned gracefully, waving her hand as she walked away without looking back. Joe stood there for a while, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Although Carol's train had yet to depart, he was unaccustomed to her absence, having lived together since childhood. Chapter 44. Joe's Inabilities. Here it comes. Joe lay languidly on the sofa, feeling rather out of sorts after Carol's departure. The incessant chatter of the person he usually found irksome had suddenly ceased, leaving the atmosphere considerably more subdued. Takara had also vanished somewhere, leaving Joe without anyone to entertain him. Boredom enveloped him. Perhaps he could venture into space for a bit of fun? Joe pondered, but then reconsidered. He feared he might lose track of time and return late again, much to the dismay of John and the others. Joe, look what I've got. Takara's voice rang out from outside. Joe rushed to the sound and beheld Takara sitting atop a Harley motorcycle. Takara revved the throttle, producing a thrilling roar from the bike. What do you think? Pretty cool, right? Takara grinned. Indeed, it looks fantastic, Joe replied. The silver body, somewhat low-slung seats, and simple lines exude a rugged charm that the man does not admire. For years ago, I stumbled upon it during a casual stroll in town. A family was relocating and holding a garage sale. This motorcycle was too large and unwieldy. When I purchased it, the seller urged me to treat it well. Quite cool. Joe, feeling a rush of excitement, touched the handlebars and said to Chala, "Let me give it a try." Chala was more than willing to share his motorcycle. Instantly dismounting to make room for Joe, Joe settled onto the bike, mimicking Chala's movements, and squeezed the throttle. The motorcycle's engine let out a deep growl. "How do I operate this?" Joe fumbled for a moment before sheepishly asking Chala. "You don't know how to ride?" Chala's eyes widened in disbelief. "Who said I can't ride?" Joe retorted, a mix of embarrassment and irritation flooding him. "I just haven't figured it out yet." He pressed the pedal to the floor. Suspecting he hadn't engaged the gears. Looking down, he spotted a foot pedal, which he presumed was the gear shift. Joe pressed down on it while continuing to squeeze the throttle. Suddenly, the motorcycle stalled. He looked at Chala with an innocent expression. Chala burst into laughter, revealing his perfect white teeth. "So there are things you can't do," he teased. "This motorcycle has issues. Being secondhand, it's not reliable." Joe shot back, irritated. "It's clearly your inability," Chala countered. Joe felt humiliated, having been mocked by the younger man. He clenched his fist, feigning a strike toward Chala. But Chala was unafraid. After over a month of camaraderie, he understood Joe's character well. "It seems our superhero is not invincible after all," Chala continued to jest. Joe decided to teach him a lesson, recalling a scene from a superhero film in his past life, where a certain African-American superhero tossed a troublesome child into the air. He resolved to try this with Chala. The old king had entrusted him with Chala's care, as the boy had been a bit unruly lately and needed some discipline. Did he truly believe anyone could mock him? Did he think he was Carol? Joe prepared to dismount the motorcycle, intent on giving Chala a lesson. Chala, having learned from past encounters, recognized Joe's intent and quickly moved to prevent him from getting off the bike. Joe genuinely didn't know how to ride this motorcycle. He had ridden bikes in his previous life, but they were all automatic. Just a twist of the throttle and off they went, unlike this one, which had stalled. Joe was mechanical inept. He had failed his driving test 3 times in the past. Back then, the driving tests were not stringent, and he ultimately passed only after bribing the examiner. "This is the clutch." T'Challa pointed to the left handle and said, "You must squeeze the clutch while shifting gears to engage, then gradually release the clutch, and the vehicle will start." I know, Joe replied, masking his impatience. He restarted the motorcycle, muttering, "Squeeze the clutch, shift gears, squeeze the clutch, shift gears." Then he released the clutch. With a familiar sound, the motorcycle stalled once again. Joe glanced at T'Challa, who felt an urge to laugh but restrained himself, fearing it would lead to mishap. "You must release it slowly," T'Challa gestured, demonstrating the motion. "All right, slowly," Joe repeated as he attempted to restart the motorcycle, carefully releasing the lever after successfully shifting gears. Yet again, the engine sputtered to silence. Frustration washed over Joe's face. "You released too slowly. It needs to be neither too fast nor too slow," Joe retorted. "But you said to do it slowly." "Indeed. But not excessively so." "Fine, I shall try once more." Joe restarted the motorcycle, but once again, failure ensued. I'm done, he exclaimed, vexed, feeling as though the motorcycle was conspiring against him. "This piece of junk is hideous. Whoever wants to ride it can have it. I'm through." Joe contemplated kicking the motorcycle into outer space to teach it a lesson. "Clearly it's your ineptitude, yet you call my motorcycle a piece of trash." T'Challa thought to himself, stifling his commentary. "Let us give it another go," T'Challa suggested. "No more attempts. I refuse to engage with this frustrating contraption," Joe declared. "How about this? I will help you with the gear, and you can simply ride away," T'Challa offered, feeling it was essential for Joe to experience it, lest he be tempted to dismantle the motorcycle in the night, a notion T'Challa had no doubt Joe would entertain. "All right then." Joe pretended to hesitate, but his eager eyes betrayed him. T'Challa started the motorcycle and engaged the gear. "Get off quickly." Before T'Challa could dismount himself, Joe had already pulled him off. With excitement radiating from his face, Joe mounted the motorcycle and aggressively twisted the throttle. The motorcycle surged forward with a roar. "Hey, slow down," T'Challa shouted. He wasn't particularly worried about Joe's safety. He was more concerned about his newly acquired motorcycle, which he hadn't yet fully enjoyed. At this pace, Joe would surely crash and ruin the bike. After all, it was far less resilient than Joe. Laughter erupted from Joe as he rode, reveling in the freedom of the open road. With no one in town to regulate him, he pressed the throttle to its limit. The wind tousled his hair, filling him with exhilaration. "This is far more thrilling than flying. It's just a bit slow," Joe mused to himself. Chala had only engaged first gear, and Joe now hesitated to touch the foot pedal, fearing he might stall the motorcycle. Watching the bike return unscathed with Joe riding it, Chala exhaled in relief. Thankfully, there was no crash. Chala rejoiced, unaware that Joe had narrowly avoided colliding with a tree, having leapt off the motorcycle to lift it just in time. I can't let it get damaged. I haven't had enough fun yet, Joe thought at that moment. Gradually bringing the bike to Chala, he dismounted and casually remarked, "Not bad," before haughtily retreating indoors. Chapter 40. Someone sneaks out in the dead of night. Joe perked up his ears, ensuring everyone was asleep before stealthily slipping out of his room. Where is it? Joe fumbled around the living room. The surrounding darkness posed no challenge for him. Found it, Joe whispered. Earlier that evening, he had seen Chala toss the motorcycle keys onto the living room table, and after a brief search, he successfully retrieved them. He giggled, ready to ride the motorcycle. Joe quietly glided out of the house and into the yard. The Harley lay nestled on the lawn. Grasping the Harley, he soared away, landing moments later on the road outside town. Joe dared not start the motorcycle at home. Waking everyone would be utterly embarrassing. Riding out in the middle of the night, Chala would surely burst into laughter. Joe had his pride, after all. He had been so aloof just that afternoon. That aloofness was his own perception. After securing the Harley, Joe excitedly climbed aboard. Turning the key, he ignited the engine. Clutch in, gear engaged, clutch released, Joe recited to himself. As expected, his first attempt faltered, and the motorcycle stalled. This time, Joe was patient, with no one around to mock him. He persistently tried over a dozen times before finally engaging the gear. Yes, Joe exclaimed, nearly jumping for joy. I do possess a flair for driving. With the throttle wide open, the motorcycle surged forward. A gentle breeze swept through the night as Joe squinted, his face alight with delight. To avoid disturbing anyone, he kept the lights off. After all, he could see just fine. Joe hummed a tune, savoring the ride. After a while, he grew dissatisfied with the motorcycle's speed, currently in first gear. Even with the throttle fully engaged, he barely reached over 70 miles per hour, too slow for his taste. Joe began experimenting with shifting gears, recalling Chala's earlier advice that shifting and engaging gears were nearly the same. This time, he succeeded on the first try, smoothly shifting into fifth gear. At this moment, his speed soared to over 190. Now, Joe felt satisfied, skillfully maneuvering the handlebars as the motorcycle glided along. It was the deep of night, and Smallville was quite remote. This road was utterly deserted. For the average person, such speed would be terrifying. A moment's carelessness could lead to catastrophe. Xiao is unlike anyone else. His speed is remarkable, his physique incredibly resilient. Whenever the motorcycle threatens to lose balance, he effortlessly supports himself with his long legs. And nothing seems amiss. Oh ho ho, he exclaims in exhilaration, the deep rumble of the engine echoing into the night, carrying him far and wide. Yet, he muses, the velocity still feels too sluggish. For him, nearing 200 kilometers per hour resembles the sluggish crawl of a snail, were it not for the thrill of riding. This motorcycle would hold no allure for him. I have resolved to enroll in the mechanical engineering department at university, alongside a physics program. He contemplates. Steel embodies the romance of man. With his intellect, learning anything comes swiftly. He feels as though he is destined for a life of prosperity, free from adversaries and the burdens of a livelihood, allowing him to pursue his passions unrestrained. One day, I shall craft motorcycles with my bare hands, creating one that surpasses even the speed of an airplane, a supersonic motorcycle. He fantasizes joyfully. With his capabilities, he believes that once he has amassed sufficient knowledge, constructing something akin to a mech will be far simpler than what any arrogant individual might achieve. I won't even need a hammer. Steel alloys will be as pliable as clay in my hands. Cutting will be effortless. With a mere glance, a high-temperature laser will ensure precision without fraying, shaping materials to my desires. He knows he will never lack for resources. With a small leopard residing at home, he can readily acquire precious materials, even rare vibranium. Obtaining aerospace alloys is equally feasible, as numerous satellites orbit above, and he could easily dismantle one. He could even procure meteorites endlessly. As for blueprints, a mere look through his eyes would reveal all. He feels confident that anything he desires to create in the future is within his grasp. Envisioning the mechanical devices he will eventually fabricate fills him with delight. If given the chance, I could even replicate Optimus Prime. He chuckles heartily. With a newfound sense of purpose, he realizes that since awakening his abilities, life had begun to feel devoid of excitement. Now, he has finally discovered an intriguing goal, bringing him fulfillment. As he daydreams about a warehouse filled with motorcycles and sports cars, the motorcycle suddenly sputters and dies. What is happening? He wonders, restarting the engine. But it falters again after just a few paces. Upon inspection, he discovers the fuel tank is nearly empty. After purchasing it yesterday, he had neglected to refuel. And after such an extensive ride, the tank has run dry. Well, I suppose this is it for today. I shall return another time. His enthusiasm for this Harley has significantly waned. His mind is now occupied with thoughts of how magnificent and exhilarating his future creations will be. Undoubtedly far swifter than this languid Harley. This one, he can now dismiss. Tomorrow, I shall seek out some books to peruse, and once I commence my studies, I will embark on the design of my own motorcycle. I must acquire some vibranium. My motorcycle shall be forged from vibranium. However, after some contemplation, Joe resolved to abandon that notion. For a first motorcycle, it need not be made of vibranium. Having only recently visited Wakanda, it would be inappropriate. Perhaps next time, when Little Panther returns, I shall accompany him. Instead, I shall opt for aerospace alloy. If I manage to procure some from the skies, it should suffice. His aspirations have certainly soared. As he pondered the design of his motorcycle, Joe soared home on his Harley. After returning the Harley to its original position, he stealthily slipped into his room, where he enjoyed a night of sweet dreams. The following morning, as Challo awoke, preparing to ride his motorcycle for a leisurely outing, he discovered that it would not start. How peculiar. I distinctly recall there being fuel yesterday, Challo mused, standing beside the motorcycle in bewilderment. Joe silently passed by, uttering not a word. How could it possibly be out of fuel? Challo regarded Joe with a hint of suspicion, his first instinct suggesting Joe was involved. What are you staring at? Challo felt an urge to retort, but reconsidered the disparity in their combat prowess and chose to refrain. It's a second-hand model. It consumes fuel, Joe remarked. Challo dismissed Joe's nonsensical claims. He had inspected the motorcycle upon purchase, and it was in impeccable condition. This situation undoubtedly involved Joe. Yet Challo could find no evidence to substantiate his claims, so he reluctantly abandoned the matter. This young man, somewhat foolishly, pushed the Harley several kilometers to the town's gas station to refill the tank. A half hour later, Challo, donning sunglasses, rode the Harley back before Joe. Come, Joe, let us take a ride. He completely forgot his disdainful behavior from the previous night, merrily leaping onto the motorcycle and snatching Joe's sunglasses, pushing him to the back. I shall drive, Joe declared. You can't even ride. Before Challo could finish his protest, Joe revved the motorcycle and sped onto the highway. Joe rode the motorcycle with unrestrained acceleration, the wind rendering Challo's words somewhat unclear. When did you learn to ride? Challo questioned, perplexed. Chapter 46. Reporting and Joe dismounted the motorcycle with satisfaction, returning the sunglasses to Challo. Not bad, he muttered. Challo felt a sense of despair. That scoundrel had enjoyed himself, leaving him with nothing. This motorcycle consumes fuel at an alarming rate, doesn't it? Riding for an entire morning, and now it's out of gas. I haven't even had a turn. Challo silently fumed. Were it not for the disparity in their strengths, he would have certainly confronted Joe. Just because he boasts superior combat abilities, does he believe he can act with impunity? Challo pondered, and it seemed that perhaps he could. Frustrated, Challo pushed the motorcycle back to town for another refueling. The young man, somewhat straightforward in his thinking, was unaware that he could simply refill the oil himself. Joe, not wishing to remind Challo, thought it might be beneficial for him to engage in a bit more exercise. Time passed slowly, and before they knew it, the day of their enrollment had arrived. Have you packed everything? Mary inquired. Just before getting into the car, she asked once more. Rest assured, everything is in order. Joe replied with a hint of exasperation. Let us go, he urged, pulling Mary into the vehicle. John and Challo had already settled in early. Today marked the beginning of Joe and Challo's academic journey, and the two elders insisted on accompanying them. We'll drop you off right at the school entrance. Don't worry, we want to go inside, Mary declared, leaving Joe with little room to refuse her. Thus, the quartet set off. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology, located in Cambridge, Massachusetts, was established in 1861, though it officially began enrolling students in 1865. The main campus is situated along the Charles River. We've arrived, John stated calmly. Joe looked up to behold the grand entrance of the Western-style palace. After disembarking, Joe and Challo gathered their luggage and waved to the two individuals in the car, saying, We're going in now. You can head back. Take care of yourselves, Mary advised. I will. It's south so close. I'll come back to see you when I can, Joe reassured her. After bidding farewell to Mary, Joe and Challo entered the campus. The school was bustling with activity, as it was the beginning of the academic year, and students were returning one after another. Excuse me, could you please tell me where the new student registration is? Joe asked a bespectacled girl, startled by being abruptly addressed. The girl was initially displeased and was about to express her annoyance. However, upon seeing Joe's face, her expression softened, and she adjusted her glasses, smiling as she said, Are you new students? Yes, Joe replied, feigning shyness. As a man who had been handsome since childhood, Joe was well aware that this demeanor would endear him to the ladies. Freshman, come along. I'll take you to registration, the girl exclaimed enthusiastically, pulling Joe along while completely disregarding Challo standing beside him. Joe, caught off guard and unable to retrieve his luggage, glanced back at Challo. who merely pursed his lips and quietly followed with their belongings. By the way, what department are you in? The girl asked. Engineering, Joe responded. Oh, I'm sorry. I led you the wrong way. The engineering department is to the right. This is the physics department, she corrected herself. Chala, eager to mention that he was in the physics department, realized that his words would likely go unheard and instead noted the location of the physics department as he continued to follow. Upon reaching the engineering registration point and collecting various materials, the bespectacled girl insisted on escorting Joe to his dormitory. After he declined, she expressed her disappointment but assured him she would remember him and hoped he would come back to visit. Finally free from the girl's company, Joe turned to Chala with a smile and remarked, that senior was quite enthusiastic. Haha, I sense that the future university life will undoubtedly be splendid. Chala preferred silence, merely rolling his eyes. Come on, Joe said, draping his arm around Chalia's shoulder. I'll accompany you to the registration. They proceeded to the Department of Physics, assisting Chala with the enrollment process. As anticipated, they were assigned to the same dormitory, a pre-arrangement by the former king. The dormitory consisted of a twin room with a shared living area, and upon entering, they found it quite agreeable. After spending over half an hour tidying up the space, both displayed remarkable agility, ensuring every corner was immaculate. Living with Chala had its advantages. Wherever he went, there were no cockroaches or mice to be found. Perhaps it was due to his abilities bestowed by the panther god, which emanated an aura that sent smaller creatures scurrying away. Once everything was in order, they settled onto the sofa in the living room. What shall we do next? Chala inquired. I have no idea, Joe replied, somewhat stiffly. He was not one to enjoy using his brain, yet he still posed a question. How about we explore the campus a bit? Get familiar with it? Chala suggested. I don't wanna. I've already seen it. When? Just now. Chala was speechless. You're impressive. Fine, I won't bother with you. Still, we ought to find something to do. Are we just going to sit idly in the dorm? Chala expressed his displeasure. I just don't know what to do. Joe lamented, feeling rather bored. Without a smartphone, he couldn't watch videos, read novels, or play games. Life felt rather dull. By the way, Joe suddenly remembered. Do you have any connections to help me sell some things? What valuable items do you have to offer? Chala retorted, not directly answering. He was unaware of Joe's financial struggles. His most prized possession was a vibranium suit acquired from Wakanda. Never mind that. Just tell me if you have any connections. Joe pressed on. No, Chala replied, feeling a bit stumped. He was not much help. Joe was even contemplating bringing some items back from space for Chala to sell, feeling increasingly impoverished. Our contact with the outside world is quite limited, Chala explained. I know. You Wakandans are isolationist. Only playing among yourselves, Joe said lazily. Forget it. Let's go out and take a look. Weren't you just saying you didn't want to go out? Now I do, Chala replied. The two wandered aimlessly along the banks of the Charles River. Joe stared vacantly, pondering how to find someone who could assist him in selling a meteorite. Otherwise, it would be worthless in his possession. Chala's gaze wandered, primarily fixated on the young women nearby. This boy was indeed in his adolescence, his heart restless. With Joe's keen hearing, he often caught the creaking sounds from someone's bed at night, sending shivers down his spine, prompting him to sleep with earplugs. Joe, look over there. There's a stunning beauty, Chala exclaimed, shaking Joe to draw his attention. As Chow followed Chalia's gaze, he noticed only a somewhat plump black girl, decidedly not a beauty. Where? He inquired. Right in front of us. Chala pointed. Chow looked again, still seeing only the same girl. That one. Chow gestured. Exactly, Chala affirmed. Well, to each their own, Chow replied, opting not to critique Chalia's taste in aesthetics and instead dragging the immobile Chala away. What are you doing? Chala exclaimed. I was planning to ask for her contact information. Next time, Chow dismissed. If you hadn't pulled me away, I would have invited her to dinner tonight. Chala retorted, somewhat disgruntled. Ignoring Chala, Chow strolled leisurely. Hey Chow. A somewhat familiar voice called from behind. Chapter 47. Acquaintances and the Arrogant. Upon hearing the voice, Chow turned to see Susan standing cheerfully before him. Today, Susan wore her hair down, a cascade of thick golden locks resting on her shoulders, complemented by a fitted white blouse that accentuated her enviable figure. Susan looked stunning today. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, prompting her to tuck it behind her ear. Chow gazed at Susan with delight, exclaiming, What brings you here? Their previous encounter in Big Apple City had left a profound impression on him, primarily due to Susan's exceptional culinary skills. Is that not allowed? Susan countered. Am I not allowed in Massachusetts? No, I meant. Chow stumbled over his words, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. Susan burst into laughter and embraced Chow warmly. After their embrace, she remarked, surprised, aren't you? Indeed, but I'm quite pleased. I never expected to encounter a friend here, Chow admitted candidly. Hearing this, Susan's delight was palpable. Her large eyes nearly squinted with joy. Haha. I am fortunate to have also been accepted to MIT, Susan proclaimed. You've worked so hard. As long as you applied to MIT, you were bound to be accepted. Xiao recalled how, during their time in Big Apple City, he often saw Susan engrossed in her studies. Susan was the same age as Carol, but Carol had opted for military service instead of attending university. Originally, Susan had intended to apply to Columbia University in Big Apple City. But after meeting Xiao and his sister, she changed her mind and decided to attend MIT. During conversations with Carol, she learned that Xiao was about to complete his studies at MIT, which further motivated her decision to come. Could you lend a hand? It's a bit heavy. Susan indicated the suitcase she was carrying. Oh, right. Xiao responded, finally realizing and taking the suitcase from her. Hello. After their lengthy conversation, Susan finally noticed Chala beside Xiao. Having met before, she had a vague recollection of him. Hello, Chala replied. Beside Joe, he had grown accustomed to being overlooked, after all. It was not the first or second time it had happened, and Chala felt no ripple of emotion within. The three walked side by side, with Joe positioned in the middle. Have you completed your enrollment process? Joe inquired. Not yet. I just arrived, Susan replied. Then let us assist you with your enrollment, and afterwards we can escort you to your dormitory. How about we dine together this evening? Joe proposed. Sounds great. By the way, which department are you in? Joe suddenly remembered he had yet to ask about her college. The physics department, Susan answered. Ah, so you and Chala are in the same department, Joe remarked with a smile, after helping Susan with her registration and guiding her to her dormitory. It was rather fortuitous that her dormitory was in the same building as Joe's. Thank you so much. Without your help, I would have been quite vexed with this suitcase. Standing at the base of the dormitory, Susan said with a smile as she took the suitcase from him. It was merely a trifling task. You are too modest. We are friends, after all. Besides, Johnny is one of my buddies, Joe said, extending his fist to lightly tap Susan's shoulder, a gesture he often shared with Johnny. Halfway through his motion, he realized this was Susan, not his friend. Instead, he gave her a gentle pat on the shoulder. Remember to come down at 5:30. We shall meet here for dinner. All right, Susan readily agreed. Then, see you at 5:30. Goodbye, Joe waved. Goodbye, Susan replied, and just as she finished her sentence, she saw Joe turn and walk away. No dilly-dallying, Susan thought as she turned to ascend the stairs. Time was rather tight. There were still over 3 hours until 5:30. She went upstairs to tidy her dormitory and prepare herself, applying some makeup. Since her dormitory was conveniently nearby, Joe and Chala had no inclination to wander and decided to return to their own dormitory. Their dormitory was on the 5th floor, and since the hour was still early, the building lacked an elevator. Upon reaching the 5th floor, as they turned the corner, someone came rushing towards them, colliding with Joe but not Chala. Unfortunately for Joe, the individual crashed into him, causing him to stagger slightly while the other person was sent flying back. I'm so sorry. Are you all right? Joe quickly rushed to help the person up. This was not Joe's first experience with such incidents. Previously, in the Big Apple, an impolite egotist had also collided with him and had been similarly knocked back. It was impossible for him to be vigilant at all times. Lapses in attention were inevitable. As fate would have it, this individual had collided with him, which could only be deemed unfortunate. Why must it be him who was struck? Even if it had been Chala at his side, he would not have been sent flying. With a scowl, upon meeting the gaze of the person on the ground, both exclaimed simultaneously, It's you. It's you. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Joe, recalling his previous encounter with someone in the Apple City, found himself face to face once more with none other than the arrogant, foul-mouthed Mr. Big Shot. The iconic visage, merely a touch younger, with fairer and more supple skin, and significantly less facial hair. Yet, Joe recognized him at once. After all, that distinctive face was quite memorable. Since their last encounter, Joe had felt a sense of disillusionment. It wasn't exactly disillusionment, but rather the realization that some individuals remained as unabashedly loquacious as ever. It was exhilarating to watch in a film, but when it became personal, the sensation was utterly sublime. I wondered why I had been hearing incessant barking today. It turned out he had encountered an acquaintance. Tony quipped. Perhaps he caught a whiff of something foul. Joe, refusing to assist the sprawled Tony, retorted defiantly. Huh, Tony scoffed. Last time you sent me flying. And I haven't sought retribution yet. Now that we meet again, apologize. You're home? You crashed into me. The fact that you flew away only reveals your frailty. My apologies. This dormitory was indeed a donation from my family. Tony smugly pointed out the flaw in Joe's words. Joe chose silence, feeling utterly drained. Wealth indeed. Yet still a weakling. A single collision sent him soaring, clearly a sign of physical depletion. Insolent monkey, Joe muttered as he sidestepped the fallen Tony and departed. Your family is wealthy. I'll grant you that. At that moment, the prostrate Tony Stark rose, adjusting his attire and disdainfully watching Joe's retreating figure, exclaiming, Gorilla. Tony genuinely believed Joe resembled a gorilla. An under-evolved one at that. Otherwise, why did he always bounce off upon collision? Joe and Chala entered the dormitory. Who was that just now? Chala inquired. An arrogant fool, vain and narcissistic, with a tongue that never shows mercy. Joe replied curtly. He paused, revealing that his family were arms dealers and his father was the chairman of Stark Industries. Chala finally comprehended, for Stark Industries was renowned worldwide. Even in Wakanda, Chala had heard of it. Let us rest for a while. We'll head down for dinner at 5:30. Joe wished to say no more and retreated to his room. He felt fatigued, wearied by the ridicule of being poor, and Joe was decidedly unhappy. Being wealthy is quite the feat, he thought bitterly. Written after 100,000 words. Unbeknownst to me, this book has reached 100,000 words. It has been 24 days since I published it. I am a person of fickle disposition and am astonished at my ability to persist in writing for such an extended period. Truly, I never imagined I could maintain this endeavor for nearly a month. Why? It is all thanks to you. I still vividly remember your support in the reviews. I was fortunate, as on the very first day of uploading the book, I garnered 20 collections, making me feel as though I wasn't merely indulging in my own solitary delight. What left the deepest impression on me was the crab. He was the first to leave a message for me, seemingly on the second or third day after my book was released. Each morning, upon checking the back end, I could see his recommended votes, alongside many others who have consistently accompanied me. There was Zue Fong Xiao, who has rewarded me several times. Long Yu Fan, my roommate, Qian Zai, who seems to reward me daily. Qing Lian Shengzhu, the first to express a desire to reward me, though I have let him down due to my slow updates. Shui Qi Dong, Feng Zizi, Dongfang Liang Shi Beiyan, and Chao Wei Wenxiang, among others. Their support is etched in my heart. Initially, I aimed for 1,000 starting coins, yet I have not achieved that. Some days, I struggle to produce even 2 chapters. I have fallen behind and am uncertain of how much I owe. Writing for the first time has been challenging. At times, I find myself at a loss for words, which drives me to frustration. After all this rambling, I wish to express my gratitude to everyone who has read and cherished this book. I am truly honored. Please grant me some time. My earlier writings were not up to par. I am diligently learning, and I hope to improve as I progress. I feel incredibly fortunate. I initially intended to write for fun, yet unexpectedly found myself under contract, which thrilled me immensely. Having reached 100,000 words feels like a significant milestone. I aspire to surpass the next 1,000,000 words. I will persevere. Lastly, I kindly ask for some recommended votes and collections, as my data has been growing slowly, which is quite disheartening. Collections, recommendations, collections, recommendations, collections, recommendations. I must repeat it thrice. Additionally, I wish to promote a book written by my roommate. I initially encouraged him to write, but he has been rather lazy, managing only 10,000 words thus far, at a pace of 1 chapter a day. And his work is quite rough. However, I have read his introduction, which is far superior to mine, so I urge you to take a look. It cannot be overlooked. I cannot compete with him. The title is Naruto, the human-tailed beast. The protagonist is quite handsome, so do check him out. I am feeling rather stuck. I wish to swiftly delve into the thrilling plot, yet the transitions are proving challenging to write. I need to adjust my approach. Expect 5 updates tomorrow. My apologies. Chapter 48. Dinner. It was a little past 5:20 in the afternoon when Xiao and T'Challa had finished tidying up and stepped outside. The weather was delightful, with a gentle breeze that invigorated the spirit. While waiting beneath Susan's dormitory, it wasn't long before she descended, shortly before 5. Shall we go? Where to? Upon their first encounter, Susan inquired. This question left Xiao momentarily speechless. In both his previous and current lives, Xiao has been a person lacking in decisive opinions, content to go with the flow. His lazy disposition often leads him to think of something and then abandon it without the ability to follow through effectively. In his previous life, Joe did not fare particularly well. Had he not possessed extraordinary abilities in this one, he would merely be an ordinary individual, unremarkable in every sense. Even in a world that is not Marvel, it is improbable for him to become the affluent figure of his own imagination. At best, he could enjoy a life of comfort due to his prescience. Success, after all, has no shortcuts, unless one is fortunate enough to be born into a well-structured family, or possesses exceptional capabilities like Joe. One must tread the path of diligence and sincerity. Joe hesitated to disclose his indecision about their destination to Susan, yet he felt compelled to respond. Utilizing his superhuman vision, he surveyed the vicinity and spotted a lively Chinese restaurant named Rekindling Memories, not far from the school. With confidence, he declared, "Let us go to Rekindling Memories. It's just around the campus." "All right, lead the way," Susan replied promptly. The restaurant was a mere kilometer from MIT, and the trio engaged in cheerful conversation, arriving in about 10 minutes. Upon entering Rekindling Memories, Joe noticed a considerable crowd of young patrons, likely students from the university. The owner, an individual of Asian descent, greeted them in fluent English, inquiring about their needs. Seeing another person with yellow skin sparked Joe's desire to converse in Chinese with the owner, but he restrained himself. This world was no longer the one he had known. Although there existed a nation of Chinese heritage, it was ultimately different from his past life. People had changed, and so had circumstances. He resolved to let the past remain behind him. In the future, he would offer support to China when he could, driven by certain sentiments in his heart. Susan was familiar with Chinese cuisine from her time in New York City, while Chala had recently emerged from Wakanda and was experiencing this for the first time alongside Joe. Chala appeared curious, studying the menu with uncertainty. Joe was equally excited, having not savored Chinese food in a long time, unsure if the flavors would still resonate with him. With the owner's guidance, they ordered Kung Pao chicken, dry-fried beef chow fun, garlic chicken, and Joe opted for a century egg. The latter, however, was met with disdain from Susan and Chala, who deemed it an abomination based on its appearance. "So you're still a prince?" Susan inquired, as they awaited their meals. Joe had previously shared details about Chala's background, prompting her question. "Indeed," Chala responded, "merely a prince of a small African nation with a few tribes." Not yet comfortable enough to reveal the truth, Chala conveyed the external perception of Wakanda. "Wow, that sounds quite impressive," Susan exclaimed. Chala smiled modestly, remaining silent. As his thoughts drifted to a girl he had encountered earlier that afternoon, while out with Joe, captivated by her presence, he believed he had fallen in love. Chala resolved to seek out the girl the very next day, having memorized her scent. With his keen instincts, he was confident that as long as the girl remained at school, he would be able to find her. Ignore him. His mind has long been captivated by a woman, Joe remarked to Susan. That afternoon, while in the dormitory, Chala incessantly brought up the girl whom Joe found rather unimpressive, much to Joe's annoyance. He even blamed Joe for stealing her away from him. Aware of his rudeness, Chala offered Susan an apologetic smile before drifting into his thoughts. Susan, understanding, engaged Joe in conversation. Before long, their meal arrived. They roused Chala from his reverie, and they began to eat. Upon tasting the first bite, Joe felt a tinge of disappointment. The flavor was not authentic. It leaned towards a Western style, overly sweet and cloying, which struck Joe as peculiar. The century egg, however, was quite authentic. Susan and Chala relished it, declaring it delightful. The two were engrossed in their meal, while Chala clumsily navigated his dish with a fork, momentarily forgetting his earlier fixation. When it came time to settle the bill, Chala intended to treat them, as he was accustomed to doing. However, Susan insisted on splitting the cost, and seeing that Susan had already contributed, Joe felt it inappropriate to let Chala bear the entire expense, and thus paid his share as well. Upon exiting the restaurant, Susan and Chala expressed their satisfaction with the delightful dining experience, and Susan praised Joe for choosing such a fine establishment. Joe, smiling, replied, "It's nothing. At this time of year, nothing beats enjoying spicy crayfish with a cold beer." "What's that?" Chala inquired. "Is it delicious?" "Absolutely," Joe affirmed. "The texture is tender, and the flavor is delectably spicy." With this enticing description, Joe found himself yearning for crayfish. It had been over a decade since he last indulged in them, and he felt nostalgic. Yet, at present, crayfish were not widely popular in Huagua, only found in select locations, making them rather elusive. The more he thought about it, the more he craved them. Joe was now utterly consumed by the desire for crayfish. Unable to resist the thought, he contemplated, perhaps he could fly to Huagua for a taste? Casting his gaze eastward, he noted that there were no vendors selling crayfish, only families preparing them at home. Given his current appearance, he would likely attract unwanted attention. Unable to purchase any, Joe found himself in a quandary. Perhaps he could cook them himself? An idea sparked in his mind. Yes, he could prepare them himself, which would be even more enjoyable. Cooking crayfish was not difficult. With the right seasonings, he could make them quite delectable. He had done so in his previous life as well. Thus, it was settled. "Tomorrow evening, I shall take you both to enjoy crayfish," Joe declared. Hearing Joe extol the virtues of crayfish, Susan and Chala grew intrigued, eager to discover if they were as delightful as Joe claimed. "Great. Where shall we go?" Susan asked. "You'll find out soon enough. Just eat lightly tomorrow evening. And we shall meet at 8, Joe teased, withholding the details. One must indulge in the delight of consuming lobsters during the evening, accompanied by a refreshing beer and a gentle breeze. Those who have experienced this sensation are well aware of its charm. Without further ado, Susan was given a ride home, and afterwards, Joe and Takara returned to their respective dormitories. As Joe lay on his bed, he pondered the ingredients for the lobster dish: star anise, ginger, garlic, Sichuan pepper, and soy sauce. Lost in thought, he gradually drifted off to sleep. That night, Joe dreamt of relishing lobsters, with Takara watching beside him, drooling in desire. Joe felt there was not enough for both of them, neglecting to share with Takara. Chapter 49. Chef Joe emerges the following morning. Joe awoke to discover his face and pillow drenched in his own saliva. Disgusted by his own lack of composure, he lamented how he could drool so much over a dream of eating lobsters. Thankfully, no one was aware of this embarrassing incident. Otherwise, his image as a charming figure would be tarnished. Relieved, he promptly tossed the pillow into the washing machine to obliterate any evidence. For he was keenly conscious of maintaining his handsome facade. He wondered who could leave the house in disarray, sporting messy hair and slippers. After a flurry of activity, Takara finally arose, roused from his slumber by the cacophony of the washing machine's rumble. Groggily, he greeted Joe, having endured a restless night, plagued by the image of a girl that lingered in his mind. It was only after much tossing and turning that he finally fell asleep. Dreaming of her, though the details eluded him, he could only recall the joy they shared together, waking up to find his underwear damp. "What are we doing today?" Takara inquired. It seemed the school had turned a blind eye to them, leaving them with ample free time once again. "I have some errands to run shortly. You can arrange your own plans," Joe replied. "All right," Takara acquiesced, not particularly desiring to accompany Joe today. He had intentions of seeking out his own charming companion. Having Joe along would feel burdensome, and he had to admit that Joe was slightly more attractive than he was, just by a hair's breadth. Joe had set his sights on visiting Huagua, having lived in this world for over a decade without ever having ventured there. His feelings towards Huagua were rather complex. He had always avoided contemplating it, but this time he felt compelled to go. His inner foodie awakened with a fervent desire for lobsters, necessitating this journey. Although he could gather some ingredients in America, he could not resist the urge to witness that land with his own eyes, his former homeland. The lobsters, undeniably, were best experienced in their authentic form from Huagua, he reassured himself. Dressed not in battle attire, but in his casual vibranium ensemble, Joe sought out a secluded spot, took a leap, and soared into the sky. To avoid detection, he ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters, then accelerated directly towards Huagua. After orienting himself, within half a minute, he had arrived in Jiangxing. In a previous life, Qiao was born in Jiangxing, where he grew up, studied, and worked. This city left a profound impression on him. Gazing at the surrounding buildings, he noted their novelty, yet he realized that in just over 2 decades, these structures would likely vanish. After settling in, Qiao soon discovered his grave miscalculation. He was financially destitute. Moreover, in this era, some things remained unattainable even with wealth. He pondered whether they accepted U.S. dollars. Ultimately, he abandoned the notion of paying for anything, and, as he strolled through the streets, he felt the eyes of onlookers upon him, as if he were a rare panda. Some paused their tasks to scrutinize him, pointing and whispering, which made Qiao feel extremely uncomfortable. Just walking around the street, he attracted so much attention. He imagined that if he were to brandish U.S. dollars and converse fluently in Mandarin to purchase items, it would be an utterly daunting spectacle. Thus, Qiao resolved to engage in some clandestine activities. He stealthily pilfered a few bags, collecting scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili peppers, ensuring he had all the necessary ingredients. He even swiped an iron pot, wondering how the homeowners would react upon returning to find their kitchen so dramatically transformed. They would likely be pleased, especially since he left behind a $100 bill, if they recognized its worth. Since the arrival of Takala, Qiao had become relatively affluent. $100 was now a trivial matter for him. With his exceptional speed and nimble agility, Qiao executed his deeds without a trace, ensuring that no one would suspect him. He took extra care to leave no fingerprints, eliminating any evidence of his actions. This would undoubtedly become a peculiar case in the future. Quietly commending his own cleverness, Qiao found himself surprisingly adept at this newfound endeavor. "I truly possess a talent for thievery," he mused, not lingering long before hastening to the lakeside. In this era, crayfish abounded. One could easily find a lively lake and catch a handful, all in splendid condition. Fortunately, the crayfish had yet to be depleted by the industrious citizens of the great celestial empire. With no tools at his disposal, Qiao plunged into the lake to catch the creatures directly. After all, he was sturdy enough that anything that pinched or bit him would certainly not be the cause of his discomfort. After over half an hour of foraging, Qiao decided to cease his efforts, amassing nearly 50 pounds of crayfish, enough to satiate the 3 of them. A feast of crayfish promised to be exhilarating. To his delight, while fishing, he also stumbled upon a turtle, which he casually tossed into his bag, intending to bring it back to Takala, who had recently been rather restless. On his return, Qiao moved much slower, primarily due to the cumbersome load in his hands. It was impractical to fly swiftly, lest the bag tear. Upon arriving back at the dormitory, which was empty since Takala had gone out, Qiao wasted no time. He filled a basin in the bathroom with the crayfish and turtle, nearly overflowing the space. He was grateful that he had pilfered such sizable creatures. Even if he had to make 2 trips, they would still fit. When Chala returned in the afternoon, he was taken aback to find the place teeming with crayfish. Upon entering, he locked eyes with the turtle. What on earth happened? Chala exclaimed. Joe, looking bewildered, rushed out of the bedroom, equally astonished. He had just indulged in a nap, a habit from his previous life that Carol had often teased him about. To his surprise, upon awakening, crayfish and turtles had made a grand appearance. The living room was filled with their presence. Hastily, Joe began to usher them into the bathroom. Without further ado, he sprang into action, and soon, his silhouette could be seen throughout the entire bedroom. Chala joined in the fray, tidying up while muttering, "What have you done, Joe?" Before long, the two had managed to restore order. Seated on the sofa in the living room, Chala remarked, "So, this is what we shall dine on tonight?" "Indeed," Joe replied, "but they are raw. I'll prepare them." "You can cook?" Chala asked, skepticism etched on his face. Of course. Joe felt slighted by Chala's disbelief and was determined to prove himself. "If I manage to cook them well, I dare you not to eat." "I truly wouldn't dare," Chala muttered under his breath, though Joe caught the remark, causing him to flinch slightly. "Joe, I've experienced a heartbreak," Chala confessed, his face drawn. He had intended to share this upon his return, but the sudden distraction of the crayfish had made him forget until now. I sought out that girl from yesterday. Once I found her, I followed her, and she fled in fright." "Were no words exchanged?" Joe inquired. "Indeed, I trailed her for quite a while, and eventually, I couldn't resist approaching her. As I stepped before her, she threatened to call 911. I didn't do anything," Chala lamented. "After I explained, she insisted I no longer follow her and mentioned she already had a boyfriend." Chala wore a look of deep grievance. Joe, uninterested in Chala's woes, thought that listening too much would lead him astray. He, Jordan Foster, was a master of charm, adept in the art of wooing. Though he had long since retired from that arena, otherwise, he would have had countless admirers. Unlike Chala, who had resorted to stalking, nearly landing himself in trouble. A rather inept approach. With such resources at his disposal, what had become of Chala's funds? If Joe were in Chala's shoes, he would pursue in a Ferrari. "Where shall we prepare the crayfish you mentioned for dinner?" Chala inquired, regaining his composure. "I've discovered an excellent venue," Joe replied with an air of mystery. "The rooftop. It's a splendid location, but typically locked. To access it, I must enter from the rooftop itself and unlock the door. And how will Susan join us?" "There's no one downstairs to oversee. She can simply walk in," Joe assured him. Determined to create a delightful crayfish dining experience, Joe had finally begun to strategize. "By the way, I have a task for you," Joe declared to Chala. "What is it?" "You are responsible for cleaning the lobsters." "What?" Takara was bewildered. He neither knew how to wash them nor wished to do so. Looking at the bathroom filled to the brim with lobsters, he wondered when he would ever finish. "I won't," Takara resolutely declared. "Enough of the chatter. I will instruct you. I have other matters to attend to, and some ingredients are still lacking. I must make a trip to the supermarket. Tell me what to buy, and you shall wash." Takara, having grown wiser, stubbornly refused to comply. "There are certain items that must be seen in person before one can decide whether to purchase them, so you should wash," Joe said with a smile, placing his hand firmly on Takara's shoulder, applying subtle pressure. Sensing the impending torment from Joe, Takara quickly relented. I'll wash. "Very well. Since you have agreed to wash, come, I shall teach you how to clean the small lobsters." Joe retracted his arm and led Takara to the bathroom. After demonstrating with a brush, Joe made a hasty exit, leaving Takara staring blankly at a mountain of lobsters waving their claws. "Remember to wash them thoroughly. We shall dine on them tonight," Joe called out before departing. Joe leisurely made his way downstairs, having already prepared the ingredients. Simply seeking an excuse to avoid the washing task, he enjoyed a stroll around the school, even turning down a few overly eager senior girls, whom he suspected of harboring ulterior motives. He flatly rejected all advances. Joe also visited the cafeteria. It was still early, so he decided to sample the food. Pleasantly surprised by its quality. After leaving the cafeteria, Joe found himself at a loose end, but was disinclined to return to the dormitory, knowing Takara was likely still washing. Humming an unknown tune, he wandered aimlessly until dusk fell. Feeling it was about time, Joe bought a bottle of oil at the supermarket before heading back to the dormitory. Upon his return, Takara was still in the bathroom, laboriously washing the lobsters, though he was nearing completion, with only a dozen left. After finally cleaning the last few lobsters, he wiped the sweat from his brow, stretched, and cheerfully announced to Joe, "I'm finally done." However, his expression quickly soured upon noticing Joe lounging comfortably on the sofa. This alone was not troubling, but the bottle of oil placed on the coffee table was. Takara was incensed. After toiling for hours, Joe merely ventured out to fetch a bottle of oil. Did he think Takara was simple-minded? A common bottle of oil. And Joe had claimed he needed to check the supermarket to know? He had taken hours, returning just in time? Takara was tempted to hurl the brush in his hand at Joe's face, but ultimately restrained himself, weighing the disparity in their combat capabilities. Unable to win, he sighed deeply and stormed back to his room. He needed some solitude. By the time Takara gathered with Susan in the evening, his face still bore a frown. It was utterly frustrating. All right, don't be upset. I've prepared a turtle for you, a little something to make amends. Joe observed Chala's demeanor and felt a pang of guilt for his earlier actions. No need. Chala replied in a deep voice. You wash the crayfish, and I'm certain they will taste exquisite. Make sure to indulge. Oh, Chala remained discontent. When Sue arrived, the two led her to the rooftop of their dormitory. Before descending, Joe deftly opened the door. He was quite accustomed to these matters. Upon reaching the rooftop, Susan inquired, So, are you planning to prepare the crayfish yourself? Indeed. Joe responded with a smile. Chala reacted with skepticism, while Susan appeared pleasantly surprised that Joe possessed culinary skills. Surveying their surroundings, Susan asked, Is it permissible to start a fire here? We won't get caught, will we? Rest assured. I've locked the door and prepared some coverings, Joe assured her. What will you use? Susan inquired further. Joe silently revealed a large pot with a diameter of 1 meter. Susan's expression shifted to one of doubt regarding Joe's cooking abilities. Such a large pot. Was it truly meant for cooking? Crayfish originated in America. So Susan was not entirely shocked, though she was curious about Joe's method. Cooking spicy crayfish involves just a few steps, Joe explained as he lit the stove. Added oil, tossed in the ingredients, and finally poured in the crayfish before covering the pot. It will be ready shortly. At this moment, Chala began to believe that Joe's dish might indeed be edible. His movements suggested experience, and the large iron pot was already emanating a delightful aroma. Soon, the crayfish was ready. Joe poured the contents into a prearranged platter. Once everything was set, he raised a cup filled with cola and proclaimed, Cheers. The trio clinked their glasses, eager to begin their meal. The crayfish looked appealing, a vibrant red glistening with oil. Susan and Chala hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Having never eaten crayfish before, put on gloves and eat the tails, Joe prompted, diving in with enthusiasm. He was eager to taste his creation. With the first bite, Joe knew he had succeeded. The flavor was just right. However, he lamented the absence of alcohol, as he was still underage and unable to purchase any. As Susan and Chala observed Joe's technique, they too began to indulge. The moment they took their first bites, they were enamored by the flavor, the spiciness causing them to gulp. I can't believe you made it so delicious. Chala exclaimed, It's truly fragrant. He completely forgot his earlier disparagement of Joe's culinary skills. The three of them were fully engrossed in their meal, beads of sweat forming on their brows, when suddenly, the rooftop door swung open. Chapter 51. Reconciliation. Tony Stark casually strolled onto the rooftop. Each night, he cherished the solitude of the rooftop, gazing quietly at the vast expanse of the starry sky, which brought him a profound sense of relaxation. The entire dormitory building had been donated by his family, granting him certain privileges. For instance, he resided alone in his dormitory, and the rooftop was his personal domain. The key to the rooftop was possessed solely by Tony, ensuring that no one else could enter. However, upon opening the door, Tony was taken aback. To his astonishment, he discovered 2 men and a woman indulging in delectable crayfish, thoroughly enjoying themselves. One of them was particularly familiar to Tony, the individual who had knocked him down twice. The memory of Joe lingered in Tony's mind, primarily due to the painful encounters he had endured. What are you doing here? Tony inquired brusquely. The presence of intruders in his private territory made him distinctly uncomfortable. The trio, who had been reveling in their feast, fell silent. Chala and Susan turned their gazes toward Joe, their eyes conveying a singular message. Is this the scenario you described where no one would disturb us? The atmosphere grew tense and awkward, enveloping them in silence. Hey! Joe forced a smile and greeted Tony. He had been so engrossed in his meal that he had momentarily overlooked the approaching footsteps, leaving him unprepared for the encounter. Tony remained silent, instead striding toward the three with purpose. Nearby, a pot of crayfish simmered, exuding an enticing aroma that stirred a sense of hunger within Tony. What are you eating? Tony asked. Crayfish, want some? Joe offered a crayfish toward Tony. I never eat such tiny creatures. Tony replied with a hint of disdain. I usually indulge in lobsters that are a dozen times larger, flown in from Australia. Despite his words, Tony's hands moved instinctively and without gloves. He mimicked Joe and the others, diving into the crayfish. After savoring one, he smacked his lips. Not bad, though it still pales in comparison to a hamburger. At that moment, Tony had developed quite the penchant for hamburgers. Count me in. With so many, the three of you surely cannot finish it all. I want to drive you away, he declared, taking a seat beside them. The ground was covered with mats, and Joe and his companions sat similarly. Chala felt a twinge of annoyance at Tony's sudden intrusion, as he had personally washed all the crayfish. He felt a sense of ownership over the effort he had put in. The rooftop isn't yours. Why should you kick anyone out? Chala retorted. I mentioned it last time we met. This building was donated by my family, so the school entrusted the rooftop to me. I am the only one with the key, and I have yet to address your trespassing into my personal space. I could call the authorities, Tony boasted with a sense of triumph. Chala fell silent, contemplating Tony's smug expression, and at that moment, he wished he could donate an entire building himself. I have money too, Chala thought. All right, I'll add you in, Joe announced. Chala fell silent, quietly devouring the crawfish. After Tony's arrival, the group felt a bit unfamiliar with him, and the atmosphere grew somewhat subdued, lacking the previous laughter and merriment. However, he seemed oblivious, savoring each bite and commenting, "It's quite greasy." Before long, Tony began to struggle with the spice. Joe, who enjoyed spicy food, had added a generous amount of chili. "Is there anything to drink?" Tony inquired. "There's cola. Help yourself," Joe replied. Tony shrugged it off, poured himself some cola, and after a sip remarked, "This cola lacks a kick. It needs some alcohol. Not of age, so I couldn't buy any," Joe lamented, wishing for a drink as well. "Just wait," Tony replied casually as he stood up and left. A few minutes later, he returned, a bag in hand. "The drinks are here," he exclaimed, presenting 2 bottles of whiskey. Joe's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the alcohol. Susan abstained from drinking, leaving the 3 men to each pour themselves a glass. "Cheers," Tony called out. With a gulp of whiskey, the 3 men reveled in the moment, the spirit effectively countering the spiciness of the crawfish, enhancing their appetite immensely. With the addition of alcohol, the atmosphere grew lively once more. As they drank, the camaraderie deepened, and Tony dismissed any grievances with Joe, both men sharing a laugh that dissolved past tensions. Gradually, the whiskey bottle neared its end, and the crawfish were nearly consumed, all devoured by the trio, while Susan, having already eaten her fill, watched them with a smile as they boasted tipsily. Her gaze remained primarily on Joe. She found him quite endearing at that moment. His cheeks slightly flushed, and his chatter increasing. The conversation drifted to Chala's recent heartbreak. It wasn't Joe who brought it up. Rather, Chala, inebriated, had let it slip himself, eliciting laughter from Tony and Susan. Tony patted Chala on the shoulder and declared, "Tomorrow, I'll treat you all. Let us hit the bar, plenty of ladies there. Don't we need to check ages?" Joe queried. "As long as you don't say anything, who cares? They're more than happy to make money." Tony chuckled heartily. "I'm in." Susan suddenly interjected. "Perhaps it's best if the ladies sit this one out. We men will handle it," Tony suggested. "What? Are you saying women can't go to bars? Are you looking down on them?" Susan retorted, her irritation with Tony growing. She was displeased that he intended to take Joe to a bar, a place she deemed chaotic, worried Joe might not return unscathed. Observing Tony's ease, it was clear he frequented such establishments, and she feared he would lead Joe astray. "All right, you can go tomorrow," Tony conceded, not wishing to prolong the debate. As the 3 men became increasingly intoxicated, no one bothered to clean up the remnants of the crawfish shells. It was Susan who took it upon herself to tidy up. Once she finished, the 3 men, now arm in arm, descended the stairs, while Susan returned to her dormitory alone. In summary, the gathering over the delectable crayfish was a resounding success, leaving everyone thoroughly satisfied. However, on the following day, Joe and his companions did not venture to the bar. Joe and Chala were unaffected by the spicy feast, as neither of them was ordinary. They could withstand the heat. Conversely, Susan and Tony were not as fortunate. Having never experienced such fiery dishes before, they indulged excessively. While their mouths relished the flavor, their stomachs protested. Particularly, Tony spent the entire day in distress. Chala felt a tinge of regret for missing the bar outing, as he had eagerly anticipated it. He had never set foot in one before meeting Tony. In Wakanda, the thought of bar hopping had never crossed their minds during their time together. Now, upon hearing Tony speak of the abundance of women at the bar, Chala could hardly contain his excitement. He yearned for female companionship to soothe his wounded heart. Chapter 52. Unwavering resolve. Joe lay languorously on the sofa, his expression devoid of enthusiasm. Today marked the realization of Chala's anticipated bar adventure. The trio had decided to exclude Susan, believing that having a woman along would complicate matters. They intended to sneak out without her knowledge. As the agreed-upon time approached, Chala stood before the mirror, adjusting his appearance meticulously from head to toe. "Joe, do you think I should shave?" Chala inquired, studying his reflection. "Yes," Joe replied absent-mindedly. "But I feel that shaving makes me look too young. A bit of stubble adds a touch of maturity. Then perhaps you should skip it," Joe responded wearily. Chala should have felt honored. He had successfully exhausted the usually invincible Joe. Since finishing dinner, Chala had incessantly bombarded Joe with questions, leaving him mentally drained. Knock, knock, knock. Joe recognized the distinctive rhythm of Tony's knock, requiring no glance to confirm. Only he could produce such an urgent sound. For the first time, Joe found Tony's knocking quite pleasant. With a swift leap, he sprang off the sofa and darted to the door, opening it in less than a second. Ready to go? We should be on our way. Tony's voice called from outside before he even stepped in. Today, Tony donned a rather flamboyant outfit, complete with sunglasses, leaving Joe puzzled as to why one would wear shades at night. Upon seeing Tony enter, Chala asked, "Tony, do you think I should shave?" "No need," Tony replied curtly. "Rest assured, no one will notice. We'll order a few bottles of the finest wine, and that will be more than enough. No one will care whether or not you've shaved." Tony's blunt yet straightforward advice resonated with Chala, who promptly tossed aside the razor and declared, "Then let us depart." On their way, Chala sought guidance on what to be mindful of at the bar, feeling somewhat anxious as a novice. Tony casually shared his wisdom, suggesting that projecting an image of wealth would attract women. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the entrance of the bar. True to Tony's words, no one checked their ages, and the three of them entered seamlessly. Tony reserved a private booth and, perusing the drink menu, ordered several bottles of the finest spirits. After placing the order, Chala leaned against Tony and inquired about a particular drink. Tony gestured towards Joe, saying, "That kind is just like him." At that moment, Chala noticed a woman had taken a seat beside Joe. She held 2 cocktails and offered one to Joe, saying, "Hey handsome, care for a drink?" Joe smiled, accepted the drink, clinked glasses with her, and replied, "Thank you," before downing it in one swift motion. The woman, pleased, leaned closer to Joe and suggested, "Shall we dance?" "I'm sorry, but I don't know how," Joe politely declined. Undeterred, her interest only seemed to grow as she brightened at the prospect. "I can teach you." "No, thank you. I'm not in the mood to dance right now." Joe reiterated his refusal. "All right then, if you change your mind, feel free to find me," she said regretfully, lightly touching Joe's face before returning to her seat, glancing back at him occasionally. "Cough, cough. Actually, many women approach me like that," Tony remarked to Chala, who looked skeptical. "Let me demonstrate," Tony declared, snapping his fingers before heading to the bar where a stunning woman was sitting. Chala watched Tony's actions intently. He observed as Tony approached the woman and engaged her in conversation. Moments later, Tony returned, arm around the woman, and smugly asked Chala, "What do you think?" Chala was astonished. He hadn't expected Tony to charm a woman so effortlessly, thinking to himself that if Tony could do it, surely he, with his good looks, could as well. He declared, "I can do it too." Rising from his seat, he set off to flirt. Joe sensed that Chala would likely fail. After observing Tony's earlier interaction, he noted that the woman initially showed little interest until Tony casually raised his arm, revealing a luxurious watch on his wrist, which sparked her enthusiasm, leading to a lively conversation. Now, as Chala attempted to emulate Tony, he was destined for disappointment. Indeed, after a while, Chala returned, clearly dejected from his unsuccessful attempt at flirting. Tony consoled him, "Don't be disheartened. If looks aren't sufficient, wealth can compensate. Money attracts women." He chuckled, "After all, there aren't many like me, handsome and wealthy." This encouragement only deepened Chala's disappointment. "I am quite the heartthrob back in Wakanda, you know," he silently raged. In the dead of night, the three stood at the entrance of the bar. "Joe, are you really not going?" Chala pressed, recalling how he had treated all the women in the bar to cocktails, finally garnering their favor. While inside, he and Tony were joyfully embracing each other, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Later, as the event was coming to a close, the three of them received room cards, and now that is what they are discussing. "I won't be going." "You all should," Joe said with displeasure. Did he not wish to attend? There were several girls who handed him the room cards, one of whom was quite to Joe's liking. He desperately wanted to go. It would undoubtedly be a splendid evening. Yet, considering his current state, would he dare to? The excitement could be overwhelming. Joe's power was still surging, and he struggled to keep it in check. Daily life was manageable, but engaging in heart-pounding activities was beyond his control. This feeling of being caught in limbo was excruciating. "Are you unable to go?" Tony asked bluntly. "You're the one who can't. I have special circumstances," Joe retorted irritably. He knew this behavior would amuse Chala and Tony to no end the following day. They were both a bit inebriated and preoccupied with thoughts of women today, so they wouldn't press the matter too much, but once they sobered up, they would surely be in stitches. Joe felt more frustrated than Chala had ever been. "You all go have fun. I'm heading back." Joe didn't want to elaborate further, as it would only complicate his explanations, so he turned and walked away. Tony and Chala exchanged glances. Their minds clear now, they paid no further attention to Joe, playfully fiddling with their room cards and sharing a sly grin as they hurried off to find their rooms. Joe returned to his dormitory, feeling quite vexed. His heart was ablaze with restlessness, yet he did not dare to act. If his strength continued to grow, would he be forever unable to engage with women? He shuddered at the thought of spending decades alone, a formidable sorcerer. He took a cold shower to cool down. Afterward, as he lay on his bed, he imagined those two undoubtedly getting intimate now, silently vowing to himself. He must venture into space more frequently in the future to familiarize himself with and master his abilities. Such situations must never occur again. Chapter 53. Carol's Day, Lackland Air Force Base. Early morning. After freshening up, Carol arrived punctually at the training field. Her newly made friend, Maria Rambo, had already lined up early. Carol jogged over to stand beside Maria, being the last to arrive. The square-faced instructor glanced at his watch. Seeing that Carol was not late, he said nothing, merely casting a few extra glances in her direction. After running a couple of laps around the field, the instructor issued commands, and the group, silent and obedient, began to run. The training field was 5 kilometers for 1 lap, making it 10 kilometers for 2. Initially, there had been complaints upon arrival, but after a stern lecture, everyone was now dutifully running. "You almost arrived late again," Maria whispered to Carol. Carol smiled, admitting that she had stayed up a bit late the previous night. On her very first day, Carol had arrived late and was penalized with an additional 2 laps. However, after the heart-shaped grass enhancement, such setbacks were trivial to her. She even deliberately stifled a bit of sweat, feigning breathlessness while reporting, for anything less would have seemed odd. The two exchanged no further words, maintaining a steady pace as they ran. As all were newcomers, the requirements were lenient. Completing the entire distance within an hour sufficed. Carol found herself running with ease, keeping pace alongside Maria, her thoughts drifting to Joe, whom she had not seen in ages, pondering how he might be faring now. The slowest among them completed the course in 5 minutes, and the instructor granted them a brief respite before breakfast. After the morning meal, Carol faced the most daunting aspect of her routine, studying. She had hoped that upon arrival, she would be free from academic obligations. Yet she found herself unable to escape the burden of learning, which was quite a headache. The first week was manageable, merely involving early rising, physical training, and health examinations, all of which posed little challenge for Carol. However, by the second week, she grew increasingly exasperated, discovering that she was required to study engineering and Air Force history. During lectures, she often dozed off, earning herself another 2-lap penalty. The morning dragged on in a haze of drowsiness until Maria nudged her awake, and they proceeded to lunch. The only aspect of the training base that Carol truly appreciated was the excellent quality of the meals. Following lunch, they entered a new round of training. Today, they were to practice aerial climbing, a perilous endeavor, lacking protective gear, as they would navigate ropes nearly 10 meters high, testing their physical and mental fortitude. Each person was required to ascend in turn, with no one permitted to evade the challenge. The instructor shouted from the side, perhaps due to their gender. Maria and Carol were placed at the end of the line, instructed to observe how their predecessors successfully navigated the course, allowing them to gather some experience. One burly male soldier ascended without hesitation. Halfway up, he swung his body, causing the rope to sway, and promptly grasped another rope, repeating this maneuver until he swiftly completed the task. "Well done," the instructor praised. The soldier, feeling quite proud, whistled as he sauntered past Carol and Maria, appearing to take it all in stride. Yet upon closer observation, one could discern that his breath was slightly uneven. Their small team consisted of only 12 individuals, and the others quickly finished the climb, leaving only Carol and Maria. "You've got this," Carol whispered encouragingly to Maria before she took her turn. Maria ascended but struggled to navigate the first rope, and by the time she reached the third, her strength had waned considerably, leading her to falter and slide down. Laughter erupted from the nearby male soldiers, clearly relishing the spectacle. Maria approached Carol, visibly disheartened. "It's all right," Carol reassured her, patting Maria's shoulder. "With a bit more practice, you'll get the hang of it." Having spoken, Carol approached the rope and swiftly ascended to its summit, outpacing the male soldiers ahead of her with remarkable speed. The onlooking soldiers expressed their astonishment, yet some could not resist mocking her. "It appears swift, but we shall see if she can sustain it." Ignoring their jeers, Carol clung to the rope, readying herself for her next maneuver. As she remained motionless atop the rope, the male soldiers resumed their taunts, urging her to concede, asserting that her strength was insufficient and that a woman could never succeed. Carol disregarded their disparaging remarks, exerted her arms, and leaped to another rope, repeating her actions with such agility that she completed the entire course in no time. Upon her descent, the soldiers fell silent, their eyes wide in disbelief. They had all personally attempted this challenge, and despite their robust physiques, each had struggled to pass the training. Yet, here was Carol, a woman, who had effortlessly succeeded. "Remarkable. You are the fastest among us," the instructor praised, equally astonished, for it was common that female soldiers struggled on their first attempt, often requiring extensive training to succeed. The fact that Carol had triumphed on her first try, and with such speed, left him in awe. Carol beamed with delight, casting a dismissive glance at the male soldiers, proclaiming, "You are outperformed by a woman." The soldiers, deflated, lowered their heads in silence, feigning indifference. With a graceful turn, Carol departed, leaving them with an elegant silhouette. After the afternoon training concluded, Carol and Maria dined together before heading to the Panchiao Bar, the sole establishment for relaxation in the vicinity, where the new recruits gathered for leisure and entertainment. Do not be disheartened. You will surely succeed in time, Carol comforted Maria, who sipped her drink in contemplative silence. If you were to score last in an exam, it would be disheartening, but knowing that your close friend topped the list would only deepen your sorrow. Without comparison, there is no pain. Maria, consumed by gloom, continued to drink. Come, let us sing. Observing Maria drown her sorrows in alcohol, Carol resolved to coax her into a more spirited mood. Seizing the microphone, she insisted that Maria join her in song. Initially reluctant, Maria was ultimately compelled to sing a few lines. To her surprise, once she began, she could not cease. Her voice crescendoed, reverberating throughout the bar. As Maria sang with increasing fervor, she pulled Carol into a dance. By the end of the song, she was drenched in sweat, her spirits lifted, and she eagerly invited Carol to play billiards. The two enjoyed a delightful evening, and Maria, shedding her earlier melancholy, returned home with Carol, both swaying joyfully. That night, Carol lay alone in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Maria, having indulged in drink, had succumbed to slumber early. The combination of alcohol and a demanding day of training had exhausted her. However, for Carol, after a day's training, this amount was merely a warm-up. Unlike the other rookies, who were already fatigued and fast asleep, she found herself restless. Since parting ways with Joe, no one had been there to bid her good night every day. Chapter 54. 1990 times swiftly passed, and 2 years had elapsed. In these 2 years, everyone had undergone significant changes. Joe, now 17, had grown considerably taller, reaching an impressive height of 192 meters, towering over both Tony and Chala. Chala stood just above 180 meters, while Tony was still under 180. They had all matured considerably, and their relationships had deepened. The rooftop of their dormitory had transformed into their regular gathering spot, and Tony and Chala had invested significantly in its renovation, complete with a swimming pool, kitchen, and various amenities. Each of the four, Joe, Chala, Tony, and Susan, now enjoyed their own private bedrooms. The renovation had cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars, a small fortune in the 90s, resulting in a luxurious retreat. The entire rooftop resembled a lavish penthouse suite. For Chala and Tony, finding a date had become less about going out and more about bringing the girls back to their splendid rooftop, akin to a presidential suite. Susan had blossomed into an even more beautiful young woman, yet she remained single. Many boys at school pursued her, but she rebuffed all advances, often using Joe as a shield. This predicament had caused Joe considerable frustration. After all, he regarded Susan as a close friend. Naturally, when a friend was in need, he felt compelled to assist, leading the entire school to believe that he and Susan were an item. Consequently, his own romantic prospects dwindled, leaving Joe feeling somewhat disheartened. Although he was not dating, the attention from girls was a source of pride. He was truly single by choice. However, Joe felt ready to enter a relationship. Over the past 2 years, he had frequently ventured into space, honing his abilities and significantly enhancing his control over his powers. With daily practice, he had become quite adept. Joe estimated that while he might not yet be ready for intimate encounters, he was certainly capable of normal affection like kisses and hugs. Unfortunately, Susan's presence seemed to hinder his progress. Meanwhile, Tony had led Chala astray, completely derailing him. Over the past 2 years, the two had undoubtedly caused chaos for countless girls, often frequenting bars. Chala had become well-versed in various forms of entertainment, evolving into a playboy much like Tony. The two were inseparable, leaving Joe feeling increasingly neglected. Despite his numerous excursions to space, Joe had not managed to bring back a meteorite. Although Tony had connections to help Joe sell it, Joe was unsure how to explain it to him. While Tony was somewhat conceited and self-absorbed, his intelligence was undeniable. If the reasons were not convincing, he would certainly grow suspicious. Joe was not yet prepared to reveal his abilities to him. On one hand, he feared it might discourage Tony, and on the other, he was apprehensive that Tony might want to exploit his powers. Setting aside personal matters, Tony can be regarded as a mad scientist in the realm of science. At times, he would engage in experiments that lasted for 10 days to half a month, causing Chala to often find himself alone at the bar with no one to accompany him, which was rather dull. This was primarily because Joe had an aversion to the noise of bars, which proved quite unbearable given his auditory sensitivity. Joe feared that once he divulged his abilities to Tony, the latter might request blood or hair samples, making it difficult for him to refuse. Furthermore, there was nothing in the world that could harm Joe. To provide blood, he would have to resort to self-harm. What a peculiar thought. Over the past 2 years, Carol had undergone significant changes. She had always exuded a certain charisma, but after 2 years of military service, her presence had become even more commanding. Due to her exceptional performance during her service, she had been selected for a highly classified program and had not returned home for quite some time, keeping the details from Joe under the guise of confidentiality. Joe, however, was indifferent to Carol's participation in this secretive initiative. Had he exerted a little effort, he could have uncovered the truth easily. Yet, as a younger brother, he felt it inappropriate to constantly pry into her affairs. Besides, Carol's abilities were on par with Chalia's, making her unlikely to encounter any peril. Accidents were rare unless she were to face extraterrestrial beings. Presently, the siblings communicated via phone once a week, and today was their scheduled time for a call. Joe had also met Carol's close friend, Maria, who had also been selected for the same clandestine program. During this time, Maria had become pregnant, though the identity of the child's father remained unknown. Joe speculated that the father must be someone of high status, as it was perplexing how Maria could be chosen for the program despite the time and challenges of pregnancy. Joe lounged by the rooftop pool, clad in shorts made of vibranium, basking in the sun. Over the past 2 years, Chala had returned to Wakanda several times, and Joe had accompanied him on those visits. During one of these trips, he approached the old king with grievances about his clothing frequently wearing out and his financial inability to purchase new garments. In response, the old king generously gifted him several vibranium outfits. Yet, Joe felt somewhat dissatisfied, believing the king to be stingy for not providing a more substantial gift at once. However, he remained patient, knowing that with his current relationship with Chala, it would only be a matter of time before Chala ascended further. As the sunlight graced Joe's figure, it illuminated his well-defined six-pack abs, leaving no doubt that his physique was nothing short of flawless, a fact that had long evoked envy from Tony. Joe had even set up a gym on the rooftop, but after exercising for just 2 days, he had not returned, leaving Susan as the sole occupant of the gym thereafter. At this moment, Susan was indeed in the gym. The sun's warmth made him drowsy, and when he next awoke, it was to Susan's voice calling him. "Joe, come try the cookies I baked," Susan said. Whenever Susan was around, she would invariably whip up some snacks in the kitchen for everyone to enjoy. After all, what was the point of Tony having a kitchen if not for such delightful moments? It was during one of those times that he had first tasted Susan's culinary skills. As Joe remained slightly dazed, with his eyes still closed, Susan tenderly fed him a cookie. With his eyes shut, Joe relished the delectable treat crafted by Susan. "What did you add to it?" he inquired. Susan beamed at his delight, replying, "This time I added cranberries. What do you think? Quite delightful, isn't it? So go on. Have some more." With that, she playfully stuffed another cookie into Joe's mouth. This scene had played out numerous times. Initially, Joe had been a tad resistant, but eventually, after befriending Susan, he grew accustomed to it. "Ah, Susan, you've been secretly preparing delicious treats for Joe." At that moment, Chala and Tony arrived on the rooftop, and it was clear that the remark originated from Tony. Not at all. Susan glanced at Joe's oblivious expression, her eyes dimming momentarily before she cheerfully continued. "Who told you two to be absent? Here, try my freshly made cookies." Tony eagerly grabbed a piece, instantly giving a thumbs up. "Excellent," he exclaimed, swiftly snatching the plate from Susan's hands and retreating with Chala to enjoy the cookies elsewhere. Susan retorted playfully, "Choke on them." The four of them engaged in light conversation until it was time for Joe and Carol to have their routine phone call. Oddly, Carol did not call as expected today. Joe waited 1 minute, 2 minutes. A slight delay was not unusual. However, after half an hour, Carol still had not reached out. An ominous premonition crept into Joe's mind. Chapter 55. Trouble arises. Wrath unleashed. Susan noticed Joe's troubled expression and comforted him. "Don't worry, Joe. Carol might be busy today and hasn't he had the chance to call. That is unlikely. Carol and I always speak at this time, at most. There may be a few minutes delay, but never half an hour," Joe asserted. In the early days of Carol's enlistment, Joe frequently flew to see her, but eventually, Carol requested he refrain from visiting, and they agreed to a weekly call, never missing one in 2 years. Joe decided to employ his enhanced vision to locate Carol. As an unsettling feeling lingered that something had gone awry, he lifted his gaze towards the Air Force base where Carol was stationed. No, no, no. Joe scoured the entire base, yet he could not find a trace of Carol. He observed several officers in a meeting, witnessed personnel hauling in a damaged aircraft, and spotted Maria, who appeared sorrowful, her eyes slightly reddened. Wait. Joe noticed Maria clutching a photograph of herself with Carol. Was Maria grieving over their picture? A jolt surged through Joe's mind, blood rushing to his head. Something had happened to Carol. Initially engulfed by sorrow, rage soon consumed him, a fiery storm of fury crashing through his thoughts. Who dares to harm Carol? Joe bellowed. He could not possibly believe that Carol had met with an accident on her own. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of someone else. Given Carol's physical prowess, Even in the event of a plane crash, unless it exploded instantaneously, she would surely have managed to escape. Joe's abrupt outburst startled both Susan and Chala, causing them to jump. Before they could utter a word, Joe shattered his phone in a fit of rage and ascended into the sky. Despite his overwhelming fury, he remained considerate of Tony and Susan. Otherwise, at his velocity, the resulting winds would have left only Chala unscathed while Susan and Tony would have been utterly torn apart. As Joe soared into the heavens, he unleashed his full speed, shattering the sound barrier in an instant and conjuring a tempestuous gale. Even so, Susan and Tony were buffeted about by the fierce winds. Once they regained their footing, the three exchanged glances, bewildered. Tony swore under his breath. "What is happening?" he inquired. "I don't know," Susan replied, somewhat dazed. "It seems something has happened to Carol." They all fell silent. Then Tony spoke up. "Did Joe just fly away? Am I seeing things?" "No, the winds he created nearly knocked us off our feet," Susan responded. "All right, allow me to clarify," Chala interjected, observing the incredulous expressions on Susan and Tony's faces. "Joe possesses a rather unique ability, enabling him to perform feats beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. So that was the reason for his sudden break of the sound barrier?" Tony gazed at Chala, incredulous. "Just a little. In truth, he could go even faster. As far as I know, 2 years ago, Joe traversed half the solar system in a single night, and he even took a nap on the sun that evening." After Chala's revelation, silence enveloped the trio, each lost in contemplation. Tony and Susan felt as though their worldviews had been irrevocably altered. They needed a moment to recuperate. Meanwhile, Chala was concerned for Joe, fearing he might act recklessly, while also worrying for Carol, whom he regarded as a sister. "Let this be a misunderstanding. I hope Carol is unharmed," Chala silently prayed. In the sky, Joe showed no restraint in his speed. Trailing behind him was a powerful current of air that gradually escalated into a hurricane. In less than 5 seconds, perhaps even shorter, Joe arrived at the Air Force Base where Carol was stationed. Amidst the howling winds, he hovered above the base. "Tell me, where is Carol?" Joe's cold voice reverberated throughout the facility. The guards outside barely managed to lift their heads before the gale swept them off their feet. Had they not clutched the railings with all their might, they would have been blown away. Once the sudden gust passed, they beheld Joe in the sky, prompting them to sound the alarm. Joe observed silently from above. Upon hearing the alarm, a battalion of fully armed soldiers rushed out. Upon spotting Joe, they exclaimed in unison, "Oh my God, is he a deity? God!" All were left in astonishment as the once orderly formation began to devolve into chaos. "Who is in charge?" Joe inquired. A middle-aged man stepped forward. "I am. Do you possess the requisite authority? I demand to see the highest leader of this base. I will notify the commander immediately." The man replied, picking up the intercom. "Commander, you must come out." The highest authority of the base had already observed Joe through the surveillance cameras. He was reluctant to emerge. However, upon hearing Joe's demand and feeling the gaze of those around him, he begrudgingly steeled himself and stepped out. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of fear and harbored resentment towards the middle-aged man who had summoned him, vowing to remember his face. The base was overseen by an elderly gentleman with graying hair, slightly portly, who trembled as he approached. "What brings you to me?" he uttered, his voice lacking vigor. Joe descended from the heavens, causing the soldiers stationed beside the commander to become agitated, all raising their weapons to aim at him. Though fear gripped them, their basic military training remained intact. "Tell your subordinates to lower those toys. They are of no use to me," Joe remarked, casting a glance at them. The soldiers grew increasingly restless. Initially startled by Joe, they soon regained their composure, reassured by the weapons in their hands. The commander waved his hand, signaling his men to holster their firearms. "Is Carol here?" Joe asked pointedly. The commander recalled the name. They had just concluded a meeting discussing the matter. The Pegasus project had failed, and the test pilot was indeed Carol. He yearned to divulge everything to Joe, perceiving him as exceedingly dangerous, yet feared that revealing too much would jeopardize his own position. "I apologize, but this individual falls under military confidentiality. I cannot disclose information," the commander attempted to articulate as diplomatically as possible. "Not convenient, is it?" Joe struggled to suppress his desire to obliterate everything, turning his head away, his eyes glowing ominously. The aircraft, structures, and all surrounding elements were severed, the entire base cleaved in two. Even the earth itself was divided. A burnt odor permeated the air. "Deactivate the heat ray," Joe commanded, satisfied by the shock etched across the commander's face. "Are you now able to disclose the information?" Chapter 56. The disappearance. All personnel at the base stood in a chilling silence, scarcely daring to breathe, the atmosphere so oppressive it rendered them breathless. Some among them had indeed seen the battlefield, witnessed the agonies of life and death, and the smoke of war. Yet, that was a conflict between men. What Joe exhibited now, did it resemble humanity? They began to suspect Joe was merely clad in a human faade, with a robotic or extraterrestrial essence lurking beneath. The unknown is the most terrifying of all. Who could fathom what further capabilities Joe possessed? If his eyes could emit lasers, they would not be surprised if he morphed into a monstrous figure several dozen meters tall next. They would rather confront the battlefield, engaging in fierce combat, than face an unknown monstrosity. All the soldiers fixated on the corpulent supervisor, hoping he would promptly disclose the information that Joe sought, allowing this individual to depart swiftly. They truly wished to avoid an encounter with Joe. The supervisor was equally distressed. He desperately yearned to divulge everything he knew to Joe, eager to rid himself of this calamity. Heaven knows the sensation of facing an enraged Joe, suffocating enough to induce blood from his mouth. Yet, he found himself in a predicament. Having barely settled into his position, he was confronted with the disastrous failure of the Pegasus project, which had cost the base billions of dollars, leaving him troubled about how to explain it to his superiors. Now, with Joe, this harbinger of doom, his calves quivered with trepidation. The pressure was suffocating. If he spoke, the venerable members of Congress would hardly care about the nature of the truth. They were not present. They would surely shift the blame onto him, precisely when he was in dire need of a scapegoat. They would only accuse him of leaking state secrets, undermining military prestige, and even attributing the failure of the Pegasus project to him. Should he utter a word, he would face a military tribunal. There was even the possibility of incarceration, just when he could make room for others waiting in line. Yet, remaining silent was not an option. Observing Joe's bloodshot eyes, he feared that any further delay would provoke Joe's impatience, leading to his own obliteration. He was caught in a dilemma, to speak or not to speak. His heart ached. The supervisor resolved that once this ordeal passed, he would request a transfer to a more tranquil post, vowing never to engage in such turmoil again. He aspired to reside in a grand city, perhaps the illustrious Big Apple, to relish life. Who would want to linger in this desolate place? Joe regarded the supervisor with indifference, awaiting his words. Internally fraught, the supervisor maintained a faade of composure, declaring with righteous indignation, "I regret to inform you that the Pegasus project is a military secret. It has long been secured within the archives 5 levels underground. You have no right to access it." Joe cast a meaningful glance at the supervisor, refraining from further tormenting him, and recklessly stormed into the base, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Once Joe departed, the supervisor nearly collapsed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he addressed those nearby. "Notify the higher-ups. All personnel are to be on alert. The base has been compromised. Initiate a state of readiness. Immediately organize a search team for the first underground level. Conduct a meticulous, inch-by-inch search. Leave no corner unchecked." Time was of no concern. Thoroughness was paramount. He intended to ensure that the intruder would have no means of escape. With fervor, he articulated his commands, standing tall to direct operations on the surface while awaiting directives from above. "Remember, take your time, but do not overlook a single nook. Even if it is merely a mouse hole, inspect it thoroughly." "Yes, sir." The soldiers responded with righteous enthusiasm. They then proceeded to the first underground level to investigate the old tunnels, for recently, the base had seen an influx of rodents. The safety catch of the gun was released, and upon sighting a mouse, it was instantly exterminated. The detestable rodent. Joe rushed into the archives room, locating the dossier pertaining to the Pegasus project. Upon opening the file, he was struck by the prominent stamp that read, "Pegasus Project, Project Termination." In no time, Joe perused through all the documents. Dr. Lawson, the Lightspeed engine, he murmured to himself, noting that Maria was also one of the test pilots, prompting him to seek her out for further information. At that moment, Maria was in the base, curled up in her blanket within the dormitory on the lower level, oblivious to the alarms blaring outside. Joe refrained from further destruction. The base commander, displaying acumen, acknowledged the situation, and the documents indicated that the incident was unrelated to the base. It would be unwise to direct his anger towards them. Carol was missing, and while he was understandably furious, it was no justification for harming innocent individuals. Joe could not embody the classic adage, "With great power comes great responsibility." He resolved to master his strength, avoiding reckless actions that could endanger the innocent. He would be the master of power, not its slave. Gradually, Joe ascended the staircase, contemplating the information he had uncovered. It was evident that Carol's incident was connected to the plane crash. However, no trace of her had been found among the wreckage, not even a body. It was highly likely that Carol was not dead, but merely missing. Joe pondered silently. Dr. Lawson's body had been discovered, yet Carol's remained elusive, which meant she must still be alive, possessing the abilities of the Black Panther. She had the capacity to escape from the crash. Perhaps Carol was injured and was now somewhere, waiting for him to find her. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he yearned to head to the crash site in search of Carol. However, first, he needed to gather more information from Maria, for some truths could only be known by those directly involved, insights that the documents could not reveal. Soon, Joe descended to the first floor. In a corridor, he encountered a squad of heavily armed soldiers. Upon seeing Joe, the leader momentarily froze, only to act as if he had not seen Joe and instructed his men, "Sector 1 has been cleared, no intruders detected. We are proceeding to the second floor." With that, they bypassed Joe and headed to the underground level, initially walking but soon breaking into a jog. Utilizing his enhanced vision, Joe located Maria's dormitory and knocked on the door. After a brief wait, a weary-looking Maria opened it. Surprised to see Joe, she exclaimed, "What brings you here?" Having previously sought out Carol and met with Maria several times, she was aware that Carol had an exceptionally handsome brother. "Come in quickly. You'll be arrested if you're discovered." Maria hurriedly pulled Joe into the dormitory, checking the surroundings for any onlookers as she closed the door. Her concerns were unfounded. The soldiers who had received the alert had already proceeded to the underground level. Everyone knew that there were no intruders on the first floor. "Joe, something has happened to Carol. She is missing, and the news I received is that Carol is dead." As soon as she entered, Maria stated that she knew Joe would eventually be informed of this matter. "I know, which is why I came," Joe replied calmly. "But I need to know the details." Chapter 57. The reason. The search this morning, Carol came to me, banging on the door to wake me up, Maria recounted. "She often does that," Joe interjected. "Since we were young, Carol always knocked vigorously. We had to rise early every day. Carol often struggled to wake up, but today, unusually, she roused me at the break of dawn. I still remember it was only 5:30 a.m. Although Carol and I were pilots, as women, we were strictly prohibited from operating combat aircraft at the base, making our test flight of Lawson's plane a rare opportunity." At this point, Maria paused. "Carol suggested we race. Whoever arrived at the test flight base first would get to fly. She cheated by taking a shortcut and beat me there. Upon meeting Lawson, she seemed anxious, stating she needed to rush to save some people. She initially claimed she would pilot the Aces." Noticing Joe's confusion, Maria added, "Aces is the name we gave to Lawson's aircraft." Joe nodded, signaling Maria to continue. But Carol insisted, "If lives are at stake, I am willing to pilot the plane." "She always liked to play the hero," Joe remarked. "Since childhood, she has told me she wanted to be like Captain America." Indeed, without the dream of heroism, how could we have dared to become pilots in the face of discrimination? "Carol and I had always longed for such moments," Maria said, her excitement evident as if a memory had resurfaced. "They say Carol is dead. I refuse to believe it. I cannot accept it. I know she must be somewhere. She is still alive." As she spoke, tears streamed down Maria's face, and she wiped her eyes, insisting that Carol was surely still alive. "I, too, cannot believe Carol is gone," Joe said. "So, let us go to the site of the plane crash and take a look." Rising to his feet after hearing the entirety of Maria's account, he resolved to search for Carol. As long as Carol was still among the living, Joe was convinced he would find her. He would search every inch of the earth, on land, underground, and beneath the sea. He would leave no stone unturned. He would undoubtedly find Carol. "If she is not on this planet, then I shall venture into space daily, breaking the speed of light to search the universe for Carol," Joe vowed fervently in his heart. Although he was not yet capable of reaching the speed of light, which would allow him to traverse the cosmos in search of Carol, he knew that at his current speed, it would take decades to even locate a habitable planet. Once he achieved light speed, traveling through wormholes would be far swifter. And with the space stone and the Bifrost, there were many possibilities to explore. In his heart, Joe devised numerous contingency plans. He could faintly sense that once he transcended the speed of light, he would experience a profound transformation, marking his entry into adulthood. Presently, he could still be considered a juvenile superhero. His powers were rapidly augmenting under the sun, yet he realized that after surpassing the speed of light, mere sunlight would no longer suffice for further enhancement. Joe was uncertain whether he was a Kryptonian. His abilities mirrored those of Superman. Yet there seemed to be a subtle disparity. "I shall traverse the depths of the heavens and the underworld to find Carol. Unless I am rendered incapable of flight or perish, I am determined to locate her," Joe silently vowed. Reflecting on the days spent with Carol, he recognized that despite often finding her exasperating, it was only in her absence that he understood the importance of cherishing such moments. In this lifetime, family represented Joe's greatest obsession. Without his family, he could scarcely fathom what he might become. He would strive to restrain his powers, refraining from their reckless use. Otherwise, he would have long since transformed into a dark overlord. When succumbing to darkness, who could possibly stand in his way? At times, Joe maliciously entertained the notion of establishing his own dominion, self-proclaiming divinity, as long as he did not cause too much commotion. Perhaps Ancient One and Odin would remain indifferent to his endeavors. The thought was indeed enticing. He had initially believed his abilities were akin to those of the Superman portrayed in films, leading to some trepidation towards Ancient One. Now, however, his strength far surpassed that of the cinematic Superman. Did he truly believe that Ancient One could thwart him if he unleashed his power to obliterate a star? Let us proceed to the site of the incident, Joe declared to Maria. Now, Maria inquired. Very well, but we need a means of transportation. Please wait a moment while I see if I can commandeer a plane from the base. No need, I already have one, Joe replied. Let us depart. All right, just follow closely behind me and remain calm, as if you belong to the base, Maria advised, somewhat concerned that Joe might be apprehended. Joe chose not to respond further and obediently followed Maria out of the room. As they journeyed, Maria found it peculiar that the entire lower level seemed devoid of personnel. Strange, where is everyone? She murmured to herself. The pair successfully exited the base, and astonishingly, there were no guards in sight. Maria felt that this was highly unusual, but there was no time to dwell on it. They needed to head to the plane crash site. In reality, there had been personnel outside, with a supervisor directing operations. However, upon noticing Joe's imminent departure through the surveillance monitors, he casually remarked to a colleague, "I need to use the restroom," and then discreetly vanished. He had no intention of getting involved in this matter. He had long been prepared for reassignment. Joe's situation was likely causing headaches for the higher-ups, and he had already submitted his report, leaving the rest beyond his concern. Once the supervisor left, around 10 individuals, in an unspoken agreement, slipped away as well. Joe's recent display of power had instilled a sense of trepidation in them. No one wished to confront him. Thus, Joe and his companions emerged to find not a soul in sight. How do we get across? Maria inquired, having scanned the surroundings without spotting any means of transportation. She felt a twinge of regret for having heeded Joe's advice against pilfering an aircraft to make their escape. "We shall fly," Joe replied. Before Maria could utter another word, he grasped her hand and ascended into the heavens. In consideration of Maria, Joe did not soar at great speed, taking over an hour to reach the site of the aircraft disaster. While gliding through the skies, Maria hesitated, almost voicing her curiosity about his ability to fly. Had it not been for the fierce winds, she would have inquired sooner. Upon landing, she was about to pose her question when Joe looked skyward and said, "Wait a moment, I must attend to something." No sooner had his voice reached Maria's ears than he vanished from sight. In an instant, Joe found himself beyond the stratosphere. He sensed a gaze upon him, and, upon looking up, discovered a satellite aimed directly at him. "Do not provoke me, my mood is rather foul. Let us pretend this incident never occurred," Joe declared to the satellite's lens. Though sound could not traverse the vacuum of space, he was aware that someone behind the screen would interpret his gestures. Having said his piece, Joe crushed the satellite into a lump of scrap metal and hurled it towards the sun. We must be mindful of our environment. There is already too much space debris. Chapter 58. The Meeting Bang. As the screen turned black, a high-ranking military official adorned with numerous medals slammed his hand on the table. How dare he? Such audacity. This is provocation. Dispatch a team to eliminate him at once. No one can challenge the might of the American Armed Forces. The official's fury enveloped the conference room, rendering it so silent that one could hear a pin drop. No one dared to speak, each person maintaining a stoic demeanor. Moments later, a bold young man rose and exited without a word. "Where are you going?" the official queried. "Reporting, sir. I am mobilizing the troops to eliminate the target," the young man replied, feeling quite pleased with himself for being the first to take action, certain that the commander would remember him. Promotion seemed within reach. The young man was correct. The military official indeed took note of him. The official scrutinized the young man for a few seconds, pondering the origins of this fool. He had merely uttered a few remarks, yet the young man was eager to act, leaving him in an uncomfortable position. Is the target a normal person? How can I maintain the military's authority without a few words? Is this not standard procedure? You imbecile, you took me seriously. The official glared at the young man and said, "Return." The young man obediently returned to his seat. As some attendees were newcomers and still acclimating to the situation, the official turned to the secretary beside him and instructed, "Provide an overview of the situation." "Certainly," the secretary replied, opening the report in hand. "This morning, at dawn, Dr. Lawson, the head of the Pegasus project at the Rakran Air Force Base, unlawfully departed with an experimental photon engine aircraft. Subsequently, the aircraft met with a tragic accident, resulting in the demise of Dr. Lawson and the test pilot, Carol Danvers. Dr. Lawson has been confirmed dead, while Carol remains missing. The base report presumes Carol has also perished, leading to the termination of the Pegasus project." The secretary produced several photographs, featuring fighter jets, Dr. Lawson, and Carol. Recent intelligence from the satellite indicated that the target is Carol's biological brother, named Jordan Danvers, who is currently enrolled at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Records reveal that the target was previously an ordinary individual. An ordinary person, interjected the influential figure, after exchanging glances with him. The secretary continued, at precisely 5:10 p.m., the target, referred to as Joe, inexplicably learned of Carol's disappearance and flew directly from his dormitory to the Lakeland Air Force Base. Due to incomplete information, we can only deduce that Joe arrived at the base in less than a minute, possibly even shorter, causing a hurricane along the way that resulted in nearly $100 million in damages. The straight-line distance from MIT to Lakeland Air Force Base exceeds 800 kilometers. At this revelation, someone could not contain their disbelief. Are you implying that this individual flew over 800 kilometers in less than a minute? What a joke. Indeed. The secretary affirmed with a nod, in under a minute. The confirmation from the secretary ignited a cacophony in the conference room, with attendees whispering and speculating amongst themselves. Silence. Please, continue, the influential figure commanded, restoring order. At Lakeland Air Force Base, the target emitted rays that severed everything they touched, including the fighter jets stationed outside the base, the 40-centimeter thick concrete walls, and even the earth itself, all occurring in an instant. The secretary's voice quivered as he recounted this, revealing his inner turmoil. He paused momentarily before adding, ultimately, I received word from the base that the target was tracked by satellite. As you can see, upon being detected, the target instantaneously ascended into space and destroyed the satellite. With that, the secretary closed his folder and exhaled deeply. The conference room fell silent once more, with no one daring to speak. The attendees were left in shock, rendered speechless. Even the influential figure, who had been aware of the entire situation, found himself momentarily disoriented. This is impossible. Someone finally broke the silence, asserting that humanity could never achieve such feats. Let us not jest. Today is not April Fool's Day. No one wished to accept this reality. Joe's emergence signified a presence far more terrifying than nuclear weaponry. If, on a given day, Joe were to become displeased and unleash chaos, who in this world could intervene? None present would escape unscathed. Having long held positions of power and witnessed the treachery and malevolence of humanity, they were certainly unwilling to place their lives in the hands of another. Confronted with their own conscience, they realized that had they possessed such power, they would have long since acted on their desires. Reluctantly acknowledging the truth, the influential figure declared, such entities have emerged on this planet, transcending our control. This is akin to the divine, murmured one individual. Can we confront him? Another inquired. The executive addressed the secretary, elucidating the capabilities of the target. According to our assessment, the target's strength remains unknown, yet it is likely to far exceed that of an ordinary human. Its speed surpasses 100 times the speed of sound. Its physical resilience is formidable, and it possesses the ability to emit beams akin to lasers from its eyes. Additionally, it boasts superhuman senses and can survive in a vacuum. The secretary responded, this merely represents the overt manifestation of its power. We anticipate that the target's abilities far exceed these estimations, with a danger level beyond our evaluative scope, rendering any comparison futile. Engaging it is inadvisable. Any weaponry currently at our disposal would prove utterly ineffective against the target's dermis. Someone inquired. Indeed, the secretary affirmed. Is it possible to gain control over the target's parents to influence the target itself? A voice queried. According to the data, Joe places significant value on familial bonds. Otherwise, the situation with Carol would not have escalated to such proportions. Their interest in Joe's capabilities is rather alarming. If only we could manipulate Joe. The attendees momentarily envisioned the scenario, captivated by the prospect. Some even contemplated studying Joe to comprehend the source of his abilities, wishing to possess such power themselves. Yet, it was the executive who first regained composure, exclaiming, abandon such thoughts. Can you truly restrain him? Given his demonstrated speed, before you could even react, he would have whisked someone away, and perhaps even sent you to meet your maker. The room, lost in fanciful reverie, jolted at the realization of being instantaneously dispatched, causing a collective shiver. Our current focus should be on strategizing how to confront the target in the future, rather than entertaining foolish notions. The executive asserted. My recommendation is to allow the target to proceed as if this incident never transpired, the executive proclaimed. As an elderly individual, he had been subjected to a torrent of fear that day, his heart struggling to withstand the strain. With only a few years left in his life, he was reluctant to provoke Joe. Agreed. With the executive's stance established, no one dared to dissent. The assembly echoed their concurrence. Very well. I shall now meet with the president to report the events that unfolded. Once I step out of this room, forget all that has transpired. If I catch wind of any indiscretions, it will be military tribunal for you. The executive rose decisively to leave, pausing at the door to issue a final warning. I caution you all against harboring thoughts that ought not to arise. Should trouble ensue, it will bear no relation to our military or the United States. As the meeting adjourned, Maria had just settled in, awaiting Joe's return when he reappeared. Where have you been? Maria inquired. I went to caution certain individuals to prevent any disruptions, Joe replied. The site of the plane crash lay along the lake's shore, where remnants of the collision were still visible, surrounded by debris. Joe meticulously surveyed his surroundings, and with his intellect, he swiftly conjured a vivid image in his mind. Carol's aircraft, for reasons unknown, had sustained severe damage and was spiraling out of control. As it plummeted, Carol valiantly attempted to regain control, crashing through trees before ultimately descending onto the surface of a lake. The aircraft, propelled by inertia, careened towards the shore. The traces of the incident had been largely erased, likely by personnel from the Air Force Base. What struck Joe as peculiar was that the scene appeared to have been meticulously altered, suggesting that the base's personnel were concealing something. However, the records he had perused in the archives made no mention of these alterations. They bore signs of tampering and offered little in the way of useful information. Surely, there was a secret the base wished to keep hidden, Joe pondered. The only information he extracted from the archives was regarding Lawson's unauthorized test flight of an untested aircraft, which subsequently met with disaster at this location. It seemed a return visit was imperative. Joe resolved to revisit the Air Force Base, for the evidence at the crash site had been so thoroughly obscured that he had not discerned a single clue. Let us depart. There is nothing to be gleaned here, Joe remarked to Maria. Maria, who had been diligently searching the shoreline for traces, responded, You concluded there is nothing here after searching for less than a minute? Well, it pertains to my abilities, Joe replied. Maria promptly fell silent. If Joe could fly, he surely possessed other extraordinary capabilities. At that moment, she became certain of why there had been no one in sight when they left the base. It had to be Joe's doing. Where to now? Maria inquired. Back to the base. They have concealed everything, Joe declared. Maria, resolute in her demeanor, did not elaborate further and gestured for Joe to lead her back. This woman was indeed exceptional among ordinary individuals. As Joe and Maria ascended into the sky, Joe expressed his disdain. I find this place repugnant. With that, his eyes emitted beams that flattened the land within a 5-kilometer radius. Forests, lakes, nothing was spared. Simultaneously, he inscribed the words land of abomination into the earth, the high temperature of the beams crystallizing the phrase, ensuring it would endure for decades to come. There was no other motive. Joe was simply irked and sought to wreak havoc while leaving a warning for any future visitors. He understood that once he departed, others would inevitably come to this location, and he had no desire to discern the identities or allegiances of those individuals. He merely wished to convey that they should not provoke him, unless absolutely necessary. Joe did not wish to take lives indiscriminately. Excessive killing would render one indifferent to the value of life, elevating oneself to a godlike status. And that was not a path he desired to tread. However, should anyone dare to provoke him, they would only have themselves to blame for their demise. Maria gazed at the masterpiece left by Joe, her expression one of resigned familiarity. Today had proven overwhelmingly stimulating for her. A close friend had gone missing, and the brother of her friend displayed inhuman abilities. One incident could be accepted, two could also be tolerated, and she even jested, Your handwriting is quite commendable. After an hour of flight, Joe returned to the base with Maria. Upon landing, Joe inquired, Is Carol's belongings still here? Could you assist me in organizing them? I wish to take her things back. Joe aimed to send Maria away. He intended to be resolute in his mission, and with Maria present, the higher-ups would be unable to challenge him, nor could they disregard her. Maria, being perceptive, cast a glance at Joe and silently turned to leave. Hours passed, and the traces of destruction caused by Joe had nearly been cleared, save for the large hole he had created, where a group of individuals was engaged in repairs. Upon seeing Joe, the personnel at the base reacted as if confronted by a monster. They abandoned their work, eager to escape. Joe reassured them, It's fine. Continue your tasks. I'm merely here to gather information and will not cause further disruption. At this juncture, anger served no purpose. Joe sought to ascertain the true sequence of events. The personnel bore no grudge against him, and it felt inappropriate to trouble them further. Those near the hole appeared caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to move or remain still, their expressions a mixture of confusion. Recognizing that his presence complicated matters for them, Joe glanced toward the higher-ups area and approached. Coincidentally, a group of senior officials was convening, which alleviated some of Joe's burdens. Upon reaching the doorway of the conference room, the guard stationed there raised his weapon nervously, retreating until he found himself pressed against the wall, oblivious to his own predicament. Witnessing this scene, Joe felt a tinge of displeasure. I am no monster. What is there to fear? Rest assured, I do not consume humans. he declared with a smile. Having vented much of his frustration at the sight of the incident, he felt relatively at ease, confirming in his heart that Carol was indeed alive. The guard remained silent, gripping his weapon tightly, his body trembling slightly. Ignoring the guard's apprehension, Joe pushed the door open and entered. "Leave," barked the slightly plump supervisor, not even glancing up initially. However, upon noticing the pallor on the faces of those seated opposite him, he raised his gaze to discover Joe, and his complexion turned ashen. Closing the door behind him, Joe asserted, "I need to know the true account of events, every detail." Inside the conference room, the attendees exchanged glances, none willing to speak. No one wished to assume responsibility. Observing this standoff, Joe remarked, "Call your superiors. I believe they will make the right decision." Conveniently, a telephone was available in the room. And hearing Joe's directive, the supervisor dialed the number for higher command. Soon the call connected. It seemed a secretary answered, as the supervisor listened for a moment before stating, "I need to speak with the general. It's urgent." The person in charge waited anxiously, and soon a commanding voice resonated from the other end of the line. "Speak." Only then did the person in charge respond. "He has arrived. He wishes to know everything." After a moment of silence, presumably the general was contemplating, before the authoritative voice continued, "Tell him there is no need for concealment until he is satisfied." "Understood," the person in charge replied, a hint of relief and joy barely perceptible in his tone. After ending the call, the person in charge dialed another number and instructed, "Bring the members of the morning search and rescue team to the conference room." Chapter 60. Information in less than 10 minutes. All the personnel involved in the morning search and rescue had gathered. Although the conference room was spacious, it could scarcely accommodate the throng of attendees. The slightly plump leader of the base was visibly troubled. Who issued such an order? Utterly foolish. Why summon all the logistical support when the principal individuals were already present? After some deliberation, 8 individuals were selected, each adorned with spectacles, clearly researchers. It was these 8 who had meticulously cleared the remains. "Please detail the specifics of your findings," the base leader asserted, adopting an air of authority. The individual standing at the center among the 8 nodded and began. "When we arrived at the scene, it appeared as if an explosion had occurred." At the very first sentence, a jolt surged through Qiao, yet he remained silent, listening intently. "According to our instruments, there was a significant energy reaction at that location, and the surrounding radiation levels were notably elevated. We conducted a thorough search, and while the area was strewn with aircraft debris, the crucial photon engine left no trace whatsoever." The speaker was meticulous in his delivery, but Qiao was disinterested in such trivialities and interjected, "There is no need for that. Focus on the individuals, the conditions of the 2 on board." The speaker glanced at Qiao with surprise. He had spent the entire day examining the wreckage and was oblivious to the events outside. Qiao bore no insignia of the base, dressed in casual attire that clearly marked him as an outsider. To appear in such a confidential setting and still make demands? The base leader acquiesced. "Let us heed his request. We discovered only 1 corpse at the site, and curiously, this body did not match either of the 2 individuals aboard. The blood was blue." The speaker continued. A wave of astonishment washed over Qiao. "Blue blood? Surely this could not belong to a human." Before coming to the conference room, "We were in the process of reconstructing the facial features of the corpse. The results should be available now." Qiao cast a glance at the leader, who promptly remarked, "Please fetch the reconstruction results." Upon hearing this, someone exited the room, returning shortly with a photograph. The member of the search team examined the image and exclaimed, "This is impossible." "Let me see," the leader chimed in, equally intrigued. The person in charge took the photograph, scrutinizing it for a considerable time, before stating with a grave expression, "It is Dr. Lawson." The individual in the image was indeed Lawson, yet she was not human. She was an extraterrestrial. An alien had infiltrated the Air Force Base, and she was the head of a classified project. Where did she come from? What were her intentions? Did she have accomplices? Although the person in charge appeared somewhat timid in front of Joe, he still possessed a basic level of decorum, which was essential for attaining his position. At that moment, a whirlwind of thoughts engulfed him. He had encountered numerous incredulous events today, and all he desired was to report to his superiors and extricate himself from the situation. "Just wait," he thought to himself. "Surely I will be summoned for a discussion, and at that time, I must insist on retiring to the Big Apple." Joe, on the other hand, was merely curious about Dr. Lawson's identity and soon dismissed it. What did it matter if she was an alien? It had no bearing on him. If provoked, he could easily reduce her to a pulp with a single punch. He had that much confidence. Currently, his primary concern was Carol's well-being. "Is there any information regarding Carol?" Joe inquired. "Yes, we found a strand of hair at the scene, which upon comparison, belongs to Carol. However, we only retrieved 1 hair. No other biological evidence of Carol has been discovered," came the response. "So Carol is still alive?" Joe sought confirmation. "Theoretically, yes. But we cannot discount the possibility of her being completely obliterated, replied a member of the search team. This statement displeased Joe immensely, igniting a fury within him. He shot a disapproving glance at the individual and asked, "Is there any further news?" "Indeed, we discovered signs of a skirmish. But the weapons used were not of any known terrestrial variety." Hearing this, Joe began to piece together the situation. It seemed a group of extraterrestrials had arrived on Earth, likely adversaries of Lawson, who had downed the aircraft, subsequently eliminating Lawson at the crash site and abducting Carol. It was a near certainty, Joe mused. As long as Carol was alive, he would undoubtedly rescue her. With a sufficient understanding of the situation, Joe resolved to leave. "That's enough. I'm going to retrieve Carol's belongings and depart," he declared. Approaching the base commander, he placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Thank you." The disappearance of Carol had nothing to do with the base. He had caused quite a disruption and frightened them sufficiently, which left Joe feeling somewhat embarrassed. "We will provide an explanation to the families of any personnel affected. It is our duty," the commander asserted with righteous indignation, though inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it had no connection to the base. If trouble was to be sought, let it be with the extraterrestrials, not with us, the commander thought to himself, fervently wishing that Joe would soon find someone and never cross paths with him again. Ideally, Joe would leave Earth altogether and venture into the cosmos to search for his sister. He certainly did not wish to encounter Joe among his fellow Earthlings again. With unwavering determination, Joe found Maria, who had nearly finished packing Carol's belongings, leaving only a military uniform unaccounted for. Upon seeing the uniform, Joe mused about Carol's misfortune for not having worn it today. This particular uniform was crafted from vibranium and had Carol donned it. Who could say whether it would be the aliens capturing her or vice versa? "So how is it?" Maria inquired as they met. "Carol is alive, though she is somewhat elusive at the moment," Joe replied. Upon hearing this, Maria breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Carol was alive, they could search for her at a leisurely pace, confident that they would eventually find her. Indeed, Joe nodded in agreement. Maria swiftly organized everything into a suitcase, noting that Carol's possessions were quite few. "All right," Joe said, taking the suitcase. "I'm heading back. Are you staying here?" "I'm not sure. With everything that has happened, I don't know where else to go. I think I'll stay here for a while to gather my thoughts," Maria replied. "All right. If anything arises or you encounter difficulties, seek me out. You know where to find me." "I will," Maria assured him, as Joe carried the suitcase. Maria escorted him out of the base. "I'm off. Goodbye," he said. "Goodbye," Maria replied as Joe ascended into the sky, quickly disappearing from view. After standing outside for a moment, she returned to the base. Meanwhile, the supervisor watched Joe depart and exhaled deeply. Finally, he has gone. Chapter 61. Friends on the rooftop. As Joe soared through the sky, his mind churned with thoughts on how to locate Carol. Although it was confirmed that she was alive, her current situation remained precarious. Who could predict when she might meet her end? This was not Earth. What if the aliens lost interest in her and her fate was sealed? What if her vessel collided with an asteroid belt and exploded? The uncertainties were myriad, and Carol's circumstances were far from secure. Yet, Joe found himself at a loss for how to search for her. Should he recklessly venture into the cosmos like a fool in search of a needle in a haystack? Finding one person amidst billions on Earth was already a daunting task, let alone in the vastness of space. There were more celestial bodies than there were people on Earth. How could he even begin to search? By the time he found her, she might have perished without a trace. After all, his speed had not yet reached that of light. With no clear plan forming in his mind, Joe decided to return to his dormitory, where he could contemplate his next steps. Another troubling matter weighed on him: how to explain Carol's disappearance to John and Mary. They were both of considerable age, and he feared that this news might distress them. Yet, if he remained silent, the truth would inevitably surface. What a predicament! It wasn't long before Joe flew back to school, landing directly on the rooftop of the dormitory. To his surprise, Chala and the others were still there, awaiting his return. "Joe, is everything all right with Carol?" Susan asked with concern. "Carol has vanished, and I suspect she has been abducted by extraterrestrials," Joe said with a hint of melancholy. Upon hearing this news, the three of them were momentarily taken aback, then took turns enveloping Joe in a comforting embrace. "Everything will be fine, Joe. Carol will be all right," Susan reassured him. "I am uncertain. I wish to search for her, yet I lack direction," Joe replied, despondently. "How can you be so sure that Carol has been taken by aliens?" Tony inquired. Joe then recounted his experiences from that day. "If your account holds true, Carol must have been taken," Tony pondered aloud. "I am at a loss as to what to do next. I possess the ability to fly, I can survive in a vacuum, and I can endure without sustenance for prolonged periods. I long to venture into the cosmos to find Carol, yet I fear that she may come to harm before I locate her," Joe lamented, his words tumbling out in a rush. "Do not fret. We shall devise a plan together. We will surely find a way to locate Carol, Susan said, grasping Joe's hand tightly. At that moment, they paid little heed to the overwhelming information they had just received, each furrowing their brows in contemplation of solutions. But how could they search? They had no leads whatsoever. Just moments ago, they learned of the existence of aliens and had yet to fully grasp this concept. Yet they were already tasked with devising a method to traverse the universe to seek them out. Even a genius like Tony found himself at a loss. The current state of earthly technology was far from capable of interstellar travel. Joe, possessing slightly more knowledge than the others, began to ponder whether he should acquire the Tesseract from Shield. He had previously overlooked these Infinity Stones, not wishing to collect them, reasoning that Thanos would eventually come to Earth to retrieve them, at which point he could defeat him and be done with it. However, upon reflection, he deemed it prudent to gather the stones to enhance his own capabilities. For instance, had he possessed the Space Stone, he could have opened a portal. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it appeared. "Are you aware of the Tesseract?" he asked. "Did it not fall alongside Captain America? Aside from Chala, who among us is not an American? Who has not grown up hearing tales of Captain America? By rights, Tony ought to refer to him as Uncle. That is the Space Stone. It can create portals. I could utilize it to find Carol," Joe expressed with growing excitement. "Shall we go to the ice and excavate the Tesseract?" Tony proposed. "No need. The Tesseract should currently reside with Shield. Let me search for it." Just as Tony and the others were about to voice a multitude of questions, they noticed Joe's eyes glimmering with determination. Joe focused on Shield. Yet despite searching every corner of the organization, he could not locate the Tesseract. Strangely, why is the cube not in Shield? Joe withdrew his gaze and spoke. "Let us set aside what Shield actually is. How can you be so certain that the cube is in their possession?" Tony inquired. Joe found himself at a loss for an answer. Should he confess? "I am a time traveler. I have seen the film." Thus, he merely replied, "I have some alternative sources of information." "Who says your information is reliable?" Tony retorted. The uncertainty gnawed at Tony, leaving him quite uncomfortable and somewhat agitated. Joe's display of knowledge about aliens and Shield was entirely foreign to him. As for the Tesseract, he was aware of its existence but lacked comprehension of its true purpose, having merely heard his father mention that it was an infinite source of energy. Now, Joe's assertion that this object could open portals shattered Tony's understanding. Tony, a playboy and a brilliant scientist, albeit the latter identity weighed more heavily, found the new information overwhelming. This defies the laws of science. Joe ceased speaking, his eyes shimmering with a golden light. He intended to seek information about the Tesseract within Shield. Soon enough, he located the information. But it was disheartening. The Tesseract had been appropriated for an experiment known as the Pegasus Project. After Lawson's demise, the cube vanished without a trace, and Shield personnel harbored a deep resentment towards Lawson. The cube, a priceless treasure, had been lost due to Lawson's negligence. Shield was driven to the brink of fury against him. The Tesseract had once resided within Shield, yet not long ago, Dr. Lawson had utilized it to develop a photon engine, and following his death, the cube had disappeared. Joe lamented, "This avenue is closed off." Now, Joe recalled Lawson, for it was because of him that Carol had vanished, and now the Tesseract had also disappeared due to him. All routes traced back to Lawson. Damn it! Joe cursed in frustration. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself and contemplate alternative solutions. It wasn't as though the absence of the Tesseract meant they could not locate anyone. It was not a one-of-a-kind object. There were still 5 others. Indeed, it is not unique, Joe exclaimed excitedly, startling the other 3. Joe was now determined to seek out someone he had long evaded. He believed that in doing so, he might discover a way to retrieve Carol. Chapter 62. "You're here? I'm stepping out for a moment." Joe tossed out the remark before vanishing from sight. The 3 on the rooftop exchanged glances at the slowly rising sofa. Even the usually composed Susan felt compelled to voice a remark about Joe's mother. "We are here brainstorming ways to assist you, and you just disappear? Relying on your speed? Bah, speedster." After a lengthy pause, Susan turned to Chala and asked, "Does he often behave this way?" Among the trio, Chala was the first to recognize Joe's abilities. Joe had never concealed anything from Chala. Except for that one time, he stealthily rode his motorcycle. Observing the glances exchanged between Susan and Tony, Chala remarked, "Faster than this." He often spent his evenings away from the dormitory, basking in the cosmic rays of the universe, a habit he had grown accustomed to. Chala shrugged his shoulders, feigning helplessness. Susan expressed her concern. Men are far too quick. Her apprehension about the future was palpable. Joe, the embodiment of speed, showed little interest in the picturesque scenery as he traversed mountains and oceans, ultimately arriving at the lofty heights of Kathmandu, Nepal, the home of the revered Karmataji. As dusk settled in, casting a warm glow, Joe set foot upon this land. At that moment, Kathmandu was alive with activity, bustling with crowds. A vibrant atmosphere enveloping the streets. Here, a mystical ambience pervaded the air, gradually easing Joe's restless heart. Following the throngs of people, he strolled along the streets of Kathmandu in search of Karmataji. The lively streets, teeming with tourists drawn by the proximity to Everest, were a tapestry of diverse individuals. Joe was aware that Karmataji resided in this vicinity, yet it seemed shrouded by a barrier. His extraordinary vision failed to locate its position. In his recollections, Karmataji resided behind an ordinary door, yet before him stood numerous such doors, at least 10. Could it be that he had to knock on each one? Joe mused. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to soar into the sky and call out for the Ancient One, for his voice could easily serve as a sonic weapon, though he rarely employed it. However, he reconsidered. Such a commotion would be unwarranted amidst the throngs of people, and the risk of a stampede was a genuine concern. He had come seeking assistance, and thus resolved to maintain decorum, opting against any outlandish displays. Just as Joe prepared to examine each door, a hooded figure approached him. "Follow me," the cloaked man instructed. Joe obediently trailed the figure through the crowd until they arrived at a modest door. "Come in," the man beckoned, opening the door and turning to Joe. Upon entering, a different world unfolded before him. Although the exterior appeared unremarkable, the interior was spacious and imbued with a scholarly essence. Incense wafted through the air, and sunlight streamed in, creating a gentle haze. The hooded man's attire was already peculiar, but Joe also spotted a robed figure with spectacles, engrossed in a book. The robed man glanced at Joe before returning to his reading. "My name is Caecilius," the hooded man introduced himself, extending his hand. "Joe," he replied, shaking hands with Caecilius. "The Supreme Sorcerer has informed me to guide you, but you must wait a moment. The Sorcerer is currently occupied and will meet you shortly." Caecilius explained. "Very well, thank you," Joe responded. "You may wait over there for a while," smiled Caecilius. Joe complied with the request, plopping down onto a nearby stool. Having arrived at Kamar Taj, Joe felt no urgency and began to survey his surroundings. After a thorough observation, Joe couldn't help but marvel at the decor, acknowledging the wisdom of an ancient being who had lived for centuries. The furnishings around him exuded a sense of age. Though he was unaware of their historical significance or monetary value, he recognized them as antiques. Joe had been navigating the world for many years. Yet here was someone who had been immersed in it for centuries, undoubtedly possessing considerable wealth. He concluded that the standards set by the Ancient One were quite high, and he would not settle for anything less in his future abode. "Perhaps I could construct a house on the moon, or even on Mars. Imagine owning a residence throughout the entire solar system." As he pondered these whimsical thoughts, he found himself somewhat bored. "Come, have some tea." Caecilius interrupted his musings, offering him a cup. After savoring a sip, Joe remarked on its delightful flavor. "I'm glad you enjoy it," replied Caecilius. "When shall I meet the Sorcerer Supreme?" Joe inquired after a lengthy wait, feeling increasingly impatient. No one had ever made him wait for such a duration. "I cannot say," Caecilius explained. "The Sorcerer Supreme's whereabouts are often unpredictable. He may currently be traversing other universes, and his return is uncertain. I often find myself doing the same." Joe sensed that the Ancient One was perhaps flaunting his prowess, but he too had his own strengths. "I understand. There are times when I soar to the sun's core for a sunbath and lose track of time." Joe chuckled. Caecilius glanced at him and stated, "The Sorcerer Supreme traverses the multiverse with his soul. Well, I still have my physical form." Joe retorted playfully. "I must say, the sun's center is quite fascinating, with splendid vistas. If you ever wish to visit, I can take you there. Once you do, you want to leave." Joe responded enthusiastically, though internally he mused. "Visit to be scorched to death? What is so impressive about sorcerers? A bunch of weaklings. If you dare approach me, I'll obliterate you with a single punch. Consider the second punch my concession." However, Joe pondered whether the sorcerers here favored hand-to-hand combat, which struck him as intriguing. He laughed heartily, mentally preparing himself in case the Ancient One did not assist him in locating Carol. He was currently weighing his chances in a potential confrontation, the only apprehension being what would happen if the Ancient One unleashed his soul. He had yet to experience the sensation of astral projection. If it comes to blows, I shall not engage in close combat. I'll unleash my energy beams right at your face." Joe calculated inwardly, uncertain if the Ancient One could indeed project his soul, but unwilling to take that risk. "In truth, I am not merely a warrior. I am also quite capable of combat. Calisius, upon hearing Joe's words, momentarily stiffened, then casually refilled Joe's cup with tea. He resolved to remain silent, realizing that conversing with this individual was futile. Just as Calisius lapsed into silence, a voice resonated. Calisius, you may leave now. I wish to converse with our guest. Hearing this, Calisius bid farewell to Joe and exited the room. Joe exchanged glances with Gui, his initial reaction fixating on the latter's bald, reflective scalp. You have arrived, Gui said with a gentle smile, his tone soothing. Chapter 63. A dialogue with Gui. Did you anticipate my arrival? Joe retorted. I have been observing you for quite some time, Gui replied, disregarding Joe's inquiry and continuing on his own. This statement startled Joe, igniting a sense of apprehension. What did this imply? Could it be that he was aware of Joe's identity as a traveler? Joe contemplated whether to confront Gui. Did he possess the confidence to take action now? The traveler identity was his most guarded secret, one he could not permit another soul to discover. I noticed you the moment you soared beyond Earth 2 years ago. Gui's voice remained as gentle as ever, his cadence neither hurried nor slow, enveloping the listener in a comforting embrace. This man could easily pass for a sage, Joe mused, managing to quell the unease within himself. Emulating Gui's demeanor, he smiled, clasped his hands behind his back, and nodded in a tranquil manner, eager to hear what Gui would say next. From the instant I laid eyes on you, the river of time began to alter. Gui suddenly paused, leaving Joe in suspense. What did he mean? Please, continue. What of the future? Do not leave me in suspense. As for the future, that is for you to experience. Gui stated. Your strength is formidable, but what is most significant is your precious heart, untainted by the allure of power. I firmly believe that true strength lies in the power of the spirit, and you are doing remarkably well. Gui complimented Joe at this juncture. Joe nodded in agreement, feeling a swell of pride within him. This compliment resonated deeply, for it was the sole aspect of himself he held in high regard. At the very least, in his previous life, he was an ordinary person, and in this existence, he had gained extraordinary power without any cost, rendering him nearly invincible. This power had come too easily, so effortlessly, in fact, that it unsettled him. Sudden wealth, often accompanied by madness, can lead to ruin. Many who win the lottery find themselves in turmoil. He pondered what right he had to wield such immense strength, feeling an undercurrent of fear. At times, he would be haunted by nightmares, visions of himself engaging in wanton slaughter, dreams of having killed John, Mary, and Carol with his own hands. Thus, he continuously reminded himself, restraint. He was a human being, not a demon, not a monster. When you regard yourself as human, no matter how you transform, you shall forever remain a person. Fortunately, Joe has persevered, and he can confidently assert that he has not misused his abilities for malevolent purposes. As for Wakanda, that was merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. Have you not noticed the camaraderie between Joe and Chala? Possessing strength does not equate to its abuse. Joe wishes to avoid a future where his family and friends might seek to eliminate him due to his nefarious deeds. What meaning lies in sitting upon a throne, isolated in solitude? Ultimately, Joe believes himself to be quite remarkable. Currently, Joe finds himself particularly fond of Ancient One, thinking to himself, truly, as the Sorcerer Supreme. Her words are delightful. How impressive the Sorcerer Supreme is. I should have visited you sooner. Your insights on life have been tremendously beneficial to me. Perhaps you could offer me a few more compliments? Ancient One, with centuries of composure, nearly faltered at Joe's exuberance, momentarily catching her breath before responding with a gentle smile. Joe's eyes sparkled with joy, momentarily forgetting his original purpose for visiting Kamartaj. The agitation dissipated, and he felt at ease. Nonetheless, he still needed to inquire about Carol. Sorcerer Supreme, are you aware of my intentions? He jested, only to quickly adopt a serious demeanor, earnestly asking. His gaze reflected anticipation, hoping to glean the information he sought from Ancient One, news of Carol. Indeed, Ancient One replied with her customary calmness, you need not worry. Carol will be unharmed. When you meet again, the encounter will be quite intriguing. With a playful glint in her eye, she offered an unusual smile. Intriguing? Joe raised his voice in surprise. Upon hearing Ancient One's reassurance, the tension in his heart eased, and he returned to his normal self. Since Ancient One had assured him that Carol was safe, he felt confident that there would be no issues. He held a certain faith in her character. Next time we meet, I shall be inclined to confront her, Joe exclaimed with irritation. Carol's disappearance had caused him immense distress, and he worried incessantly, feeling as though his hair might soon begin to fall out. If this continued, he might be left with none. Would he still be handsome then? One might say that as her older brother, she certainly has been a source of worry for him. He fretted endlessly over her well-being. She mentioned her intention to enlist, and he took her to Wakanda, which could be deemed rather brazen. He equipped her with self-defense capabilities and even procured a set of vibranium armor for her, yet unexpectedly, she still encountered trouble. Alas, this foolish sister of mine. She left without donning that vibranium armor. How naive. Look at me. I wear mine daily, warm in winter, cool in summer, and moisture-wicking. I've had this garment for 2 years and have yet to wash it, yet it still smells delightful. Joe lamented to Ancient One, leaning closer to her in hopes of sharing the scent of his attire. Ancient One, instinctively stepping back a couple of paces, smiled and said, "Isn't it the unexpected turns of life that render it so captivating? Indeed, it must be the fortunate surprises that make it truly splendid." Joachim remarked, "For instance, if I were to win $100 in the lottery today, such unexpected fortune would be delightful. But if I were to step outside in the morning and step into a pile of dog excrement, my mood would be utterly ruined for the day. Look at Carol's situation. It startled me. You have no idea how I boldly strode into the military base, leaving everyone in awe. Yet, who knew?" Joachim paused, his tone losing its levity, and spoke earnestly. "I was terrified. I truly fear for Carol's safety. Should anything happen to her, I cannot fathom how I would cope. She is my sister. If anyone were to harm my family, I would slowly cast them into the sun, watching as the moisture within them evaporates bit by bit." The last few words Joachim uttered sent a chill down one's spine. On the surface, Gu-Yi appeared unaffected, but it was evident how much Joachim valued his family. Unbeknownst to Joachim, while he was awaiting Gu-Yi, the latter was peering into the river of time, observing future events. Just as Joachim furiously ascended towards the Air Force Base, chaos erupted within the time stream, nearly obliterating the future. "By the way, Master, when will I be reunited with Carol?" Joachim casually inquired. 6 years from now." "What? 6 years?" Upon hearing this, Joachim's demeanor shifted dramatically. In that span of 6 years, not only must he account for himself, but how would he explain things to Mary John? Moreover, given someone's intense sisterly affection, a week without communication or a fortnight without seeing her would likely drive that someone to madness. "Master, please open a portal for me. I must bring Carol back. I implore you," Joachim said earnestly. Chapter 64. What is this nonsense? Absolutely not. Gu-Yi firmly rejected the request, stating that such an action would alter Carol's future, impacting her life significantly. "It's all right. With me protecting her, Carol will fare quite well. The impact will be minimal. I am here," Joachim replied with a smile. "What if the impact actually leads to Carol becoming better off?" Gu-Yi countered. Joachim fell silent, then spoke. "Better than being with me?" "Indeed." Gu-Yi nodded with a smile. After a long pause, Joachim said bitterly, "Very well, I shall not seek her out." Joachim felt a sense of loss. What circumstances could possibly render Carol better off than living alongside him? Joachim pondered. "I am Superman. What can I provide for Carol? Even if she desired a star, I could fetch one from the cosmos for her. Are you certain she will return in 6 years? 100% assured?" "I guarantee it." "Then, if Carol has not returned in 6 years, I shall dismantle your abode. I cannot ascertain if I can defeat you now, but in 6 years, I will undoubtedly prevail," Joachim declared fiercely, like a child venting his frustrations. "Rest assured, the Supreme Sorcerer never speaks falsehoods. When the day comes that you and Carol meet again, you shall be utterly astonished." Gu-Yi replied calmly. "I eagerly anticipate the reunion of you siblings, and I shall certainly be present to bestow my blessings upon you. Shall I?" Upon hearing this, Dr. Strange felt a peculiar sensation. Could it be that he glimpsed the scene of himself fervently confronting Carol in the vast river of time? Was he merely curious to witness the commotion? How absurd. At such an advanced age, still finding amusement in trivialities. Surely, he would not genuinely harm Carol. She was so feeble, a mere shadow of strength. A single blow would suffice to vanquish her. And what a pity it would be to have awaited her return only to cause her demise. Perhaps, at most, he would confine Carol, indulging in a feast of her favorite earthly delicacies before her. After all, she had been absent for 6 years and would undoubtedly yearn for the flavors of earth. As these thoughts danced through his mind, a smile crept upon his face. He believed it would undoubtedly be a delightful affair. Observing his mirth, Dr. Strange couldn't help but chuckle as well. "What brings you such joy?" he inquired. "Oh, nothing in particular," she replied. "Merely the sight of you young ones reveling in happiness brings me joy as well." "Is that so?" He laughed heartily, and she joined him in laughter. After a while, he ceased his exuberant laughter and posed a question. "Master Sorcerer, may I have the honor of visiting your library?" With Carol's predicament resolved, a sense of relief washed over him, allowing his true nature to resurface. He did not wish for this journey to be in vain. The thought of acquiring some magical knowledge ignited his determination. After all, he had traveled such a great distance. It would be remiss not to return with something of value. He recalled his every visit to Wakanda, never once returning empty-handed. He deemed it essential to learn the arcane arts. Engaging in physical combat daily was hardly sufficient, and it lacked a certain flair. Being a sorcerer would indeed be quite magnificent. Although he harbored some concerns regarding the close combat nature of Dr. Strange's spells, acquiring a teleportation circle would certainly suffice. Flight was undeniably impressive, especially with a cape billowing behind him, exuding authority. Yet, drawing circles possessed its own grace. The added special effects, with sparks flying, created a splendid visual spectacle, especially as he reminisced about his limited experiences of flying while dragging others along. What a hassle! And quite comical. How much more stylish to draw circles with one hand. Moreover, it would be swifter than mere flight. Certainly, Dr. Strange replied with unwavering resolve. Splendid. You are indeed the master sorcerer. I find you quite agreeable. He exclaimed joyfully, astonished by the ease of the matter. Within his heart, he mused, Dr. Strange is truly a benevolent soul, just like the old king. Reflecting upon the old king, he felt it was high time to invite Chala for a visit to Wakanda. He had grown taller, and his garments felt somewhat snug. Besides, wasn't it the season for a wardrobe refresh? It would be delightful to surprise Tony and the others, taking them to Wakanda for a leisurely retreat. In his mind, he envisioned himself waving his hand, drawing a circle, and instantly arriving in Wakanda, leaving them utterly envious. Follow me. I shall take you to the library, Dr. Strange announced. Certainly, Joe replied, unable to contain his excitement as he hurried after him. Indeed, that is not my library. It belongs to all of Kamar Taj, a treasure for everyone, not for any one individual, spoke the Ancient One with deliberate calmness. Jor had scarcely absorbed her words, offering only a perfunctory nod. Upon their arrival at the librarian emerged to greet them. Supreme Sorcerer, the librarian inclined his body slightly in acknowledgement. The current librarian was not the formidable figure of the future, but rather a slender young man who bore the appearance of an Indian. I have brought him to the library. The Ancient One gestured towards Jor. He may peruse any book here. Yes, Supreme Sorcerer. The young man clearly idolized the Ancient One, demonstrating utmost respect. I shall take my leave now. Feel free to explore. Just do not cause any damage, she instructed Jor before turning away. Rest assured, I, Jor, would never defile a book, he assured with a thump on his chest. That is well, the Ancient One remarked, casting one last glance at Jor before departing. Clearing his throat, Jor rubbed his hands together and addressed the young librarian. Brother, could you assist me in locating the book about drawing circles? What circles? The young man appeared puzzled. You know, the ones that enable one to instantly transport to any location. Jor elaborated. Ah, that is the art of teleportation, the librarian replied. Yes, that is it. I wish to record the spell from that book. The young man soon returned with a thick tome bound in sheepskin. Everything you seek is contained within. Thank you. Jor expressed his gratitude. The young man remained silent and disappeared into the depths of the library. Jor meticulously opened the book, his reading speed astonishing. He could retain everything he read. In less than a minute, he had perused the entire volume. This is quite simple, he remarked. Excuse me, do you have a floating ring? I am about to draw some circles. He sought out the librarian once more. I will fetch it for you, the young man said without further inquiry, swiftly bringing back a floating ring. Let the places I have visited come vividly to mind. Jor thought, reflecting on the essence of the teleportation spell, marveling at its simplicity. Every detail, even the faintest blade of grass, lingered in his memory. Draw circles, Jor murmured, his hands mimicking the motion. Yet after an extended effort, he had achieved nothing. No spark, not even a flicker. What is going on? Frustration bubbling within him after numerous failures. You are unable to channel your magic, the librarian observed keenly, identifying Jor's dilemma at a glance. What? You cannot channel magic. Without it, no spell can be cast. The young man reiterated. This cannot be true. It is indeed the case. Perhaps you could consult the Supreme Sorcerer. She might possess a solution. Jor remained unconvinced. After all, he was a genius. Time passed, though how long he could not say. The young man had grown weary, yawning as he waited. What nonsense. I shall cease my studies. Jor exclaimed in frustration, casting the book aside as if he wished to tear it apart. I returned home. It was too late. I shall come again to learn next time. Joe tossed aside a remark, vanishing without a trace, leaving the pendant he had hung on the table. Before departing, Joe had pilfered a piece of porcelain from the place where Ancient One had received him. After all, he never returned empty-handed. Having learned no magic, could he not take something as a memento? Chapter 65. Anticipation. With a disgruntled expression, Joe arrived back at school. A plethora of events had transpired that day, and by the time he reached his dormitory, it was well past midnight. Joe directly made his way to the rooftop. Since the renovation of the rooftop, he had scarcely stayed in the dormitory. The room was spacious, filled with various entertainment equipment, and aside from Susan, the three of them had been spending their nights there. Tony and Chala had even treated it like a hotel. To facilitate bringing people back, they had installed a lift, the only elevator in the entire dormitory, which led solely to the rooftop. Consequently, other students had lodged complaints and protests. Yet, it proved futile. Once the news reached the school's administration, there was no further response. In this regard, the annual donation of $100 from Tony and Chala to the school had indeed been quite beneficial. Joe was quite annoyed by Tony and the others bringing people back. His hearing was keen, and at night, he could hear every little noise distinctly. Moreover, he was now 17. Eventually, after Joe's vehement protests, Tony and the others enhanced the soundproofing of the bedrooms. With Joe wearing earplugs, he managed to endure it. The lights on the rooftop were still aglow. Joe opened the door, and the three were waiting on the sofa in the living room. What happened? Upon seeing Joe, Susan inquired. I went to summon a sage, and she told me that Carol would return in 6 years. Joe replied nonchalantly. Perhaps Carol is currently on vacation somewhere in the cosmos. That's good. As long as she is safe, 6 years will pass swiftly, Susan remarked. Everyone exhaled in relief. Then turned their attention to Joe. Aside from Tony, Susan and Carol shared a good rapport. Ask away. I know you have a multitude of questions. Observing their expressions, Joe realized they were brimming with inquiries. How can you accomplish so many incredible feats? Tony momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Prior to Joe's return, they had already inquired with Chala about Joe's capabilities. Perhaps it's due to my handsome appearance, Joe jested. Tony, who had been eagerly anticipating this moment, raised his middle finger at Joe. Damn it. I've been pondering for ages, and you give me that? Tony retorted with irritation. Is that so? As far as I know, someone here hasn't had a girlfriend yet. Has he, boy? With Susan present, Tony shot Joe a meaningful glance. Yet, the number of girls pursuing me is the highest. I receive contact information daily. It's quite bothersome. Joe boasted. Boy, I am the dream lover of every girl in this entire school. The two commenced their usual banter. Well, Joe was the first to cease the mutual mockery, as it served no purpose and led to mutual destruction. He stated earnestly, I am unsure of the reason. One day my abilities simply awakened, and I found myself growing stronger through sunlight. I truly did not know Marvel had this, my apologies. This is unscientific, Tony exclaimed, nearly losing his composure. Are you certain you are human? You might as well ask John that question and see if he doesn't chase you with his hunting rifle. Joe retorted with annoyance. How is this even possible? Tony still could not accept it. You resemble a remarkably efficient solar panel, converting light energy to enhance yourself. There must be mechanisms at play that we do not comprehend. Joe, allow me a sample of your blood for research. Tony insisted, grasping Joe's hand. Joe anticipated Tony's reaction. There was a laboratory on the rooftop, and given Tony's nature, he would undoubtedly wish to use himself as a test subject. Directly refusing would not be prudent. So Joe decided to let Tony down gently. All right, Joe replied with a smile. After Joe consented, Tony led him to the laboratory, his innate curiosity ignited. Upon arriving, Joe extended his arm, saying, Go ahead. Tony was unreserved, immediately seizing a sterilized needle and puncturing it into Joe's skin. Yet the needle bent. Unconvinced, Tony switched to a thicker one, but it too bent. He even resorted to a knife and a cutting machine, yet Joe's arm remained entirely unscathed. How foolish of me, Tony lamented. I should have realized that at your speed, without corresponding physical resilience, you would have fallen apart long ago. By the way, do you still wish to draw blood? Joe yawned, thoroughly bored. No, it's not necessary. I wouldn't want to trouble you. Tony, now alert, displayed his intelligence, realizing the futility of the endeavor. Let's head back. We've waited long enough. The two returned to the living room. Noticing Tony's crestfallen expression, Joe remarked, Tony, this world is filled with mysteries yet to be uncovered. There is still much time ahead of us. We are both young and have ample opportunity to explore. I simply find everything that transpired today to be utterly astonishing and vastly unscientific. Joe understood that Tony was an individual marked by arrogance, and today his perceptions had been challenged, leaving him somewhat rattled. He had always considered himself a genius, believing no problem was beyond his grasp. Now, faced with Joe, he found himself at a loss, unable to fathom the principles at play, leaving him feeling defeated. He often criticized others for their ignorance, yet now he felt no better himself. Unscientific is also part of science. Perhaps in time, you will comprehend it. So, you promise that I can conduct experiments in the future? Tony asked eagerly. Get lost. Why don't you volunteer as a test subject? Joe replied. I am truly grateful for your concerns, Joe stated earnestly, even though you were of little assistance. Just as Tony and the others were about to protest their lack of contribution, Joe preempted them. The three were momentarily silenced. I have a proposal. Chala suggested that in celebration of Carol's safety, they should visit a bar today. However, he seemed to have become rather frivolous, preoccupied solely with amusement, which left Joe somewhat anxious about his academic prospects. Though Tony also indulged in daily revelries with him, he was on the verge of mastering every teacher in the school. What would the late king say about his academic performance? Upon reflection, Joe realized that Chala had indeed fulfilled the late king's expectations. Chala had become quite familiar with America. He had mingled with countless acquaintances from all walks of life. Although he was uncertain about technological advancements, he had a friend named Tony Stark. Well, let it be. No, Tony interjected. That's Susan's voice. The two turned their attention to Joe. Let's call it a night. It's quite late, Joe suggested. All right, Chala replied, gesturing with his hand. How about we reconvene here tomorrow? I've recently met several new ladies. Let's fill the pool with water for tomorrow. Chala and Tony chuckled in unison. Joe felt a stir of excitement. Susan, wishing to object further, observed the three men's eager expressions and chose not to say more, turning to leave. I'll come tomorrow as well, she huffed as she retreated to her room. Joe exchanged glances with the others before returning to his own quarters. He hoped Chala's taste would improve. Lying in bed, Joe mused. Chapter 16. I am destined to be wealthy. The following day, fortune smiled upon them with a clear, azure sky. Joe donned a pair of shorts and reclined comfortably on a lounge chair, sipping on a refreshing beverage. The golden sunlight accentuated his well-defined muscles, complementing his handsome visage, causing a gaggle of women nearby to salivate. Yet, none dared to approach him, for Susan lay beside him. Any woman attempting to initiate conversation would be swiftly deterred by Susan's piercing glare. There were those self-assured enough to disregard Susan and approach Joe, but in such moments, Susan would engage Joe in fervent conversation, ensuring he had no opportunity to attend to anyone else. Today, Susan had taken great care in her appearance. And with her natural beauty, she stood out among the throng of women. She was the stunning Miss Susan today. Yet, it irked her to no end that after spending over an hour perfecting her makeup, Joe offered not a single compliment, instead choosing to gaze at other women. Did I dress for a dog? Joe truly appreciated the utility of sunglasses. They effectively concealed his wandering eyes. Not bad. Oh, the one next to her looks good too. Joe critiqued inwardly. Chala's taste had certainly elevated. Out of the 10 or so women he had called over, Joe found 3 or 4 worthy of a score above 75. At that moment, Carol had long since faded from Joe's thoughts. The righteous have little to worry about, and as Ancient One mentioned, in 6 years when Carol returns, she will fare better than if she were to linger here. The sister has matured. It is time to let her soar on her own. The universe conceals myriad stories, and allowing Carol to experience the world is indeed beneficial. In fact, when Carol comes back, Joe hopes to join her in exploring the vastness. Joe himself aspires to venture into the cosmos. The world is vast, and he yearns to see it all. If not for his current lack of speed and the prolonged solitude that space travel entails, he might have already departed from Earth. He mused that it would be splendid if Carol could return with a spacecraft. Such a scenario would undoubtedly propel him into adventure. However, thoughts of John, Mary, and his friends intruded upon his contemplation. Perhaps by the time Carol returns, he might already have a girlfriend. What then? He pondered the absurdity of returning from interstellar escapades only to find himself in a state of disarray. Perhaps he could bring everyone along for the journey. But each person has their own responsibilities, family, friends. How could they abandon everything to accompany him in the cosmos? Joe realized he was overthinking. Perhaps he should focus on more immediate matters, like appreciating the beauty around him. After all, he need not dwell on Carol for now. Marriage would come in due time. Why burden himself with excessive worries? It's conceivable that when Carol returns after 6 years, she might even introduce him to a brother-in-law. He contemplated how he would react if Carol were to return with a partner. Would he extend his blessings? Joe shook his head. Such sentiments were unfathomable. The likelihood of him offering congratulations was virtually non-existent. In fact, it would be more likely that he would express his discontent. After nurturing a cherished flower for over a decade, he could hardly bear the thought of it being mistreated. He harbored a paternal instinct towards Carol. What if she returned with a burgeoning belly, or had her tastes altered by the cosmos, choosing a peculiar extraterrestrial instead? The image of her returning with an unusual alien companion and a peculiar little child was too distressing to contemplate. It was indeed a possibility. Given that Carol had yet to experience romance, perhaps her tastes were uniquely discerning. Feeling overwhelmed by these conflicting thoughts, Joe resolved to cast aside his tumultuous musings and redirected his attention to the allure of the women around him. He particularly focused on the peaks of beauty. Tony, perhaps weary from his frolic in the pool, reclined on the lounge chair to Joe's right. Observing Tony sparked an idea in Joe's mind. Since everyone was already aware of his capabilities, perhaps he should venture into the heavens to gather some meteoric treasures or dive into the depths to unearth ancient jewels. It was tiresome to be the subject of mockery regarding his financial status. While it was indeed pleasurable to spend their money, he also desired to maintain his dignity. How could he continually rely on others for funds when contemplating the purchase of luxury cars, planes, or yachts in the future? Xiao believed that he had not yet developed a sufficiently thick skin. Although everyone claimed to be indifferent to money, the thought of such matters becoming public was somewhat embarrassing. It was far better to rely on oneself. Tony, do you have any connections to help me sell a few items? Xiao inquired. What are you planning to sell? You don't possess anything of value. Are you thinking of selling blood? I would buy a milliliter for $1 million. Tony responded casually. How is that even possible? I intend to venture into space and bring back some meteors. You can help me sell them, or perhaps Martian or lunar soil, anything from the solar system. I can acquire. The entire solar system is my backyard, Xiao declared with a tone of pride. What do you think? You can't do it, can you? I can. Just wait until you hear me say, I'm poor every day. You may have wealth, but you still can't fly. I can. Xiao felt immense satisfaction witnessing Tony's moment of defeat. In the past, when they played together, Xiao had not yet revealed his abilities, and Tony often boasted before him, leaving Xiao unable to retort. Now, however, when Tony flaunted the rarity and value of his sports cars, Xiao could simply counter with, I can fly. How delightful it was to put him in his place. Although Xiao envied Tony's collection of sports cars, which was one of the reasons he desired wealth, Tony was momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally said, I can help you sell them, but I'll take a 30% commission. That is fine, it doesn't matter. There are plenty of meteors in space. I could move one and give it to you. We're friends. Just tell me what you need, and I'll get it for you for free. Xiao boasted, feeling exhilarated. It turned out that mocking others could truly become addictive. Tony chose to remain silent. Get them back first. Just don't let yourself get shot down. This remark reminded Xiao of a particularly embarrassing experience, and he decided to inform the commander of the last Air Force base he had visited before attempting to retrieve meteors. He had an acquaintance with some influence in the military, and he would ask him to put in a good word. After all, if he were to get shot down again, he feared Tony would laugh himself to death. Don't worry, that won't happen. I'll go collect them tomorrow. Don't you want me to bring you some cosmic specialties? Let me tell you, the last time I bathed in a volcano on Venus, the lava was exhilarating. Xiao was clearly boasting. Tony felt a pang of discomfort. He decided not to remind Xiao that some meteors were not particularly valuable and might only fetch a few tens of thousands of dollars. He even entertained the thought of disparaging Xiao's meteors, no matter what he brought back, claiming they were worthless. Let him continue to show off. Noticing Tony's silence, Xiao paid no mind, reveling in the thought, I am about to become wealthy. He created a group chat with the number 148844125 to engage with others. As updates were out of the question, for now, he would simply chat. Chapter 67, Discussion. After the commotion, the entire rooftop lay in disarray. Fortunately, this gathering was not organized by themselves. Instead, Chala enlisted the services of a professional event planning company, which took care of all the arrangements. Unbeknownst to Joe, this group of young women had been sent over by the company because Tony was not impressed with Chala's original selection and opted for an upgraded package. Chala's intended guests were all ebony beauties, not out of prejudice, as Tony had also ventured into such encounters. But he and Joe simply shared a preference for lighter skin tones. The night had fallen. Both Tony and Chala were unusually subdued, refraining from inviting anyone over. The four of them lounged on the balcony chairs, gazing at the starry sky. Silence enveloped them. So, what are your plans for the future? Joe suddenly inquired. Why this question all of a sudden? Chala responded. Just a spontaneous thought. Come on, let's discuss our aspirations. Joe declared with an exuberant tone, reminiscent of an enthusiastic youth. Chala, you go first. Ahem. Dear Chala, what is your dream? Please, share your aspirations aloud. Me? I have no dreams, only responsibilities. Once my father ages a bit more, I shall return to assume the mantle of king, Chala replied. Honestly, I do not wish to be king. I yearn to lead a simple life. The burden of kingship is exhausting. You see, before I met you all, in Wakanda, I had no friends. Everyone revered me, yet no one looked at me with ordinary eyes. They held lofty expectations for me. From birth, my future was predetermined, to become the Black Panther, to reign as king, to bear the responsibilities of Wakanda and uphold our family's honor. Sounds splendid, doesn't it? In truth, it is quite draining. There are many who wish for you to run, and you can only be passively propelled forward, running perpetually until death brings an end. Even my marriage will not be free. My future wife will undoubtedly mirror my mother, emerging from the royal guard, a battalion of women from various tribes. Where the first to conceive shall become queen. It is all merely a political alliance. Thus, Joe, knowing you all has become my most cherished memory. Chala stated earnestly. The atmosphere grew heavy. After a moment of silence, Tony spoke up. You are all aware of my family. I will inevitably inherit Stark Industries. A prospect I do not welcome. That man, my father. I refuse to live perpetually in his shadow. I must prove my worth, to show that I am not inferior. I desire that one day, when people see us together, they will say, Ah, Isn't that Tony's father, Howard? Rather than, as it is now, everyone asking, how is your father Howard doing? I utterly despise that feeling. That man has orchestrated everything for me. My path has been laid out. Upon graduation, I am to join the company and gradually ascend to his position. But why should it be that way? Why should I follow his arrangements? Tony's voice suddenly rose. I am not a puppet. I am Tony Stark. He became visibly agitated. Joe, do you not think that Chala and I are unfortunate? From the moment we were born, everything was predetermined for us. Joe replied, you are unaware of the fortune you possess. If being a king and inheriting billions is considered a misfortune, then I long for such a fate. I am the one who truly suffers. You have no idea. Despite my strength now, I feel an immense void within me. I genuinely do not know what I should pursue. At least you have paths laid before you. But what about me? What am I to do? I lack a goal. If I wished, I could grasp all the knowledge on earth within a few days. But is that truly desirable? There is no element of the unknown. No challenge at all. It is indeed lonely. I do not even have a worthy opponent. I must constantly restrain my own power, fearing that a moment of carelessness could lead to catastrophe. Is this not exhausting? Can you imagine having to be cautious even when shaking someone's hand? I do not even know the extent of my strength. Every day I control it, and I dare not express excitement. If I were to stomp my foot without restraint, it would create a massive crater. I am so kind-hearted. If I were to inadvertently harm someone, I would feel guilt for a lifetime. For some reason, Joe felt a pang of nostalgia, perhaps due to Carol's sudden departure, and he found himself uncertain about what to do next. Wealth? Status? Power? All of it is within his reach. But do these truly matter to him? Joe pondered carefully. They are indeed significant. However, they are not necessities. What troubles Joe now is the question of what he should do in the future. He yearns to engage in something meaningful. He begins to understand the plight of superheroes and supervillains. Perhaps there are indeed saints among them, sacrificing personal gains for the greater good. Yet he still believes that their troubles often stem from the sudden acquisition of power. With great abilities and youthful exuberance, who would not want to flaunt it? Can I not showcase my prowess? Perhaps heroes, in their endeavors, truly become heroic, but their original intentions may not be so noble. At the very least, the admiration of the world serves as one of the motivations for becoming a hero. After doing good deeds, one may find themselves moved by their own actions. How unfortunate we are. The three men exchanged glances and exclaimed in unison. Perhaps this is why we are friends. For the sake of friendship, let us toast. Chala somehow produced a bottle of wine, complete with glasses. Listening to the three men lament their difficulties, Susan felt utterly drained. She sensed they were boasting. Initially, she had intended to share her aspirations for the future, but now she felt no desire to speak at all. Little did Susan know how their friendship had come to be. After 2 years of acquaintance, she still had no understanding of the dynamics among these three. Without mentioning Xiao, the friendship between Chala and Tony was forged through their late-night escapades in nightclubs. Now, they shamelessly lament their misfortunes. Each of them is either a king or destined to be worth billions, and one is even beyond human. Susan sadly realized that among them, she was the only ordinary person. She was not a princess, her family did not possess a fortune, and she certainly would not. Susan felt despondent. Previously, it didn't bother her. They all played together daily, never broaching such topics. But now, upon reflection, she felt exposed. I am but an ordinary person. Susan silently screamed in her heart. While the three beside her continued to bemoan their fates, she could no longer bear to listen. It was disheartening, suffocating. You all carry on. I'm tired. I'm heading back to sleep, Susan declared as she stood up. Wait, Susan, you haven't shared your dreams yet. Xiao interjected. Susan shot him a fierce glare and left without a backward glance. She needed to return and enrich herself. She was determined to strive. Chapter 68. Diligent Xiao. The following day, Xiao woke up early. He swore, had it not been for the allure of money, he would have remained in bed. The power of wealth is indeed formidable. It prompted the notorious truant of Massachusetts, Xiao, to rise by 9 a.m. Unbelievable. Today, everything seemed delightful to Xiao. He even complimented Susan when he saw her in the morning, leaving her exhilarated for the rest of the day. After today, I will be a person of means. Xiao mused happily. He meticulously styled his hair and donned his latest battle attire, humming a tune as he prepared to leave. It was a red and blue ensemble, reminiscent of the neighboring superhero's suit, though devoid of the outer undergarment. After admiring himself in the mirror, he thought, Xiao, you truly are the most dashing of them all. With joy, Xiao soared into the sky. His first destination was the Air Force Base, seeking the plump officer in charge. Xiao believed Tony was right. If he managed to retrieve a meteorite with great difficulty, it would be embarrassing to have it shot down. He needed to notify them first. The atmosphere posed its challenges. Not only did it disrupt his hairstyle with turbulent air, but he also had to deliberately reduce his speed to avoid causing a storm. After approximately 30 times the speed of sound and a brief journey of 10 minutes, Xiao arrived at the Air Force Base. This time, he did not force his way in. Instead, he spoke earnestly into the camera. "Hi, it's me, please let me in." His sincerity was palpable. The person monitoring the camera nearly knocked their head on the display screen. Why is he back again? They thought in panic, urgently reporting to their superior, who then hurriedly informed the slightly rotund officer. The officer, sipping coffee to stay alert, choked on his drink, exclaiming, "You mean him? That menace? He is back?" The officer pondered whether he had somehow offended Xiao, wondering why he had returned. Even Maria had been treated well, with all her requests fulfilled. He had even ensured her placement in the flight sequence, despite facing complaints for it. Rumors have emerged suggesting that the base has a secret liaison with Maria. Is it easy for me? Couldn't he have waited a little longer? The officer thought to himself. Next week, I shall be reveling in the delights of Big Apple City. Couldn't you arrive then? He felt that each visit from Joe would cost him a day of his life. He simply couldn't bear the fright. What? Am I not welcome? Joe's languid voice drifted from behind the officer. Having waited outside for far too long, Joe, losing his patience, abruptly soared inside. Upon entering, he overheard the officer exclaiming about his calamity. Joe felt quite aggrieved. He hadn't even touched the slightly plump officer. He had merely damaged a bit of his base. Was this disdain truly warranted? Observing the officer's demeanor, Joe suspected that if he took just 2 steps forward, this man might feign fainting. No, you are most welcome. It's just a bit surprising, the officer replied with a forced smile. Joe cast him a glance, too indifferent to engage in a quarrel. Today was a day for fortune, and he could not afford to squander time. I would like to request your assistance, Joe stated directly. Upon realizing that Joe was not there to create trouble, the officer straightened up, eager to help. Speak freely. Whatever you need, I am at your service. It's nothing much. I wish to contact your superior, preferably someone high up in the Department of Defense, Joe nonchalantly remarked. Ah well, those high-ranking officials are generally quite busy. They only reach out to us, and we must follow protocol to schedule an appointment. The officer responded, his expression troubled. Is it possible to contact them? Joe's tone slightly intensified. Using the emergency channel is certainly an option, the officer immediately replied. Then please proceed, Joe instructed. The officer dialed a number he had never called before, and upon connection, he handed the phone over to Joe, wishing to say nothing at all. Hello? Came a somewhat aged voice from the other end. Greetings, esteemed one. I am Joe, Jordan IV, Joe introduced himself. There was a brief pause from the person on the other end before he inquired. What do you want? Nothing much. I'm rather impoverished. And you are aware that I am a law-abiding citizen. Thus I cannot engage in illicit activities. I can only venture into space to collect a few meteors to sell for household expenses. I hope you won't be alarmed when I come crashing down. Joe remarked in a jesting tone. The other party remained silent for a long while, and even through the phone, one could hear the rise and fall of his breath. All right, is there anything else? If not, I shall hang up, the esteemed one declared, evidently uninterested in prolonging the conversation. By the way, I can also undertake satellite launches, satellite recoveries, space travel, and specialize in the various products of the Moon, Mars, Saturn, Mercury, Venus, and Pluto, among others. Would you be interested? As long as the payment is right, I assure you I will deliver splendidly. The esteemed one felt utterly exhausted. They had been in meetings for this individual, and the president had summoned him countless times. Various think tanks and proposals had been presented. His head ached terribly, and now this person had come knocking at the door. Did he truly believe that the American military was easy to bully? Were it not for the inability to prevail, I would have long since apprehended you and sliced you into pieces. What are you so smug about? Currently, we have no such demands. The superior remarked while rubbing his temples. Very well, should the need arise in the future, do inform me. I assure you a friendly price. I anticipate several waves of activity shortly. Just ensure I am not cast aside. No need for anxiety. I am quite experienced. No meteorite could ever cause harm to the great United States. By the way, could you provide me with a phone number? We should keep in touch for future matters. Before Xiao could finish, the other party abruptly hung up. Unperturbed, Xiao turned to the person in charge and said, All right, I shall take my leave. I will visit again when time permits. The individual maintained a facade of politeness while internally cursing. I do not care. Tomorrow I shall take a sick leave. If you manage to find me, consider it a victory. With that, the person vanished. As Xiao broke through the atmosphere, he could not help but squint. The sensation of facing the sun always made him drowsy. During this time, he encountered a satellite from the United States and exchanged a greeting. This time, he did not cause any destruction, aware that they were merely concerned. Not long after, Xiao arrived at the asteroid belt. Amongst the piles of meteorites, he sifted through them, selecting one that appeared particularly valuable. This piece, dark and glossy, was unmistakably rich in substance. He propelled the meteorite towards Earth. This time, he did not summon Superman. He was nearing adulthood and was no longer a child. Before long, Chow halted outside the atmosphere, startling a group of high-ranking officials behind the satellite screen. What scheme is he concocting now? Chow, smiling, addressed the satellite. I shall find the right position. No sound accompanied his words, only lip movements. Once he confirmed the direction, Chow sent the meteorite blazing through the sky, coming to a steady stop in a deserted area on the outskirts of Boston. He discarded the meteorite and flew back to the rooftop. Tony, come out. I've brought back the meteorite. Help me sell it quickly. Before even entering, Chow exclaimed. Chapter 69. Worthless. It is well known that 3 individuals in Massachusetts are notorious for skipping classes. They never attend their morning lectures, instead opting to sleep soundly in their dormitory. Chow, Tony, and Chala. Therefore, when Chow returned in a flurry, Tony was still fast asleep. Bang, bang, bang. The siblings were equally boisterous, the knocking resounding loudly. Tony, wake up, Chow shouted from outside. After a full minute of knocking, a groggy Tony yawned and opened the door. What madness is this so early in the morning? Tony grumbled, irked at being roused from a deep slumber, and felt a surge of irritation. I've dragged the meteorite back. Come on, help me sell it. Chow, undeterred by Tony's displeasure, spoke with great enthusiasm. Not going to happen. I want to sleep. Tony initially thought there was a significant issue, only to realize it was merely about helping Chow with his meteorite. I am not interested. Hurry up. Joe lifted Tony and shook him vigorously. Are you awake? No more sleeping. Let us go check out the goods. Tony's face turned crimson from the shaking, and all traces of drowsiness vanished. Ever since everyone became aware of Joe's extraordinary strength, he no longer concealed it, boldly declaring, I am Superman. Put me down. Tony exclaimed in frustration, still suspended in the air. Promise me you'll accompany me to sell the meteorites first. Joe held on, finding it effortless. The weight was negligible. He could easily lift 10 times more without breaking a sweat. Tony flailed his legs, initially kicking Joe's calf, but soon relented, realizing it was futile and his foot hurt. Fine, fine. I'll go. Tony finally conceded. Only then did Joe set him down. Once on the ground, Tony took a deep breath and immediately dashed back to his room, slamming the door shut. You go by yourself. I'm not going. And I want to go in the future. He protested. You treat me like this and expect me to help you sell meteorites? Absolutely not. You promised me. Joe called from outside the door. I regret it. Tony retorted. Do you know what happens to the last person who deceived me? I don't know. Tony replied impatiently, then inquired, what is the consequence? I have no idea. No one has deceived me yet. I'm contemplating whether to carry you around the school. Joe mused leisurely. Tony imagined that scenario, shuddering at the thought. It would be utterly humiliating. Wait, let me freshen up. Make it quick. My meteorites are in the outskirts, and no one is watching. Joe urged, glancing at his meteorites, relieved that no one was nearby. All right. Tony replied, exasperated. He deliberately took half an hour to emerge, looking revitalized. Nice suit, he remarked, eyeing Joe's battle attire. Joe dismissed him, recognizing the envy in Tony's tone. Envy for his own perfect physique. Let us go? Joe declared. Sure, where to? The outskirts of Boston. I'll fly you there. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Tony. Tony jumped back, evading him. You're going to fly me there? Yes, I'll carry you, Joe affirmed. Tony envisioned the scenario and quickly responded, no need. Just give me the address. I'll call a helicopter. He was not about to be carried around. It would tarnish his image. I'll take the helicopter. Tony reiterated. Fine, suit yourself, but hurry up. Joe replied. I'll head over first. I need to keep an eye on it. With that, he turned and flew away, his red cape fluttering vibrantly. Tony watched Joe's retreating figure, scowling in annoyance. Wait, you reckless fool. Don't let me find a way to deal with you, or I swear I'll pummel you. Well, it seemed another person had joined the ranks of those wishing to confront Joe. An hour later, Tony, munching on a hamburger, descended from the helicopter, still holding a packaged one. Give me one. Joe gazed longingly at the food, his desire palpable. Before Tony could even react, the hamburger had already made its way to Joe's mouth. The taste was delightful, prompting Joe to compliment it. Tony, exasperated, felt a surge of frustration. This individual was becoming increasingly insufferable, leaving him with a throbbing annoyance. Reminding himself not to stoop to the level of a brash fool, Tony inquired, where's the meteorite? While awaiting Tony's response, Joe pondered the conspicuousness of such a large meteorite. Surely, others would covet his prized possession if they laid eyes on it. With a swift motion, he slapped the meteorite onto the ground. Now consumed with thoughts of wealth, Joe's intelligence seemed to plummet. He unearthed a chunk of the meteorite, a piece with a diameter of 3 meters. Its surface was dark and unremarkable, reminiscent of what Tony had seen in the restroom the previous day. Upon closer inspection, Tony touched the meteorite and circled it, feeling a rush of glee. Indeed, Joe, the thoughtless brute, had misjudged its value. This object was worthless. Nearly bursting into laughter, Tony felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This is merely a stony meteorite. Devoid of value, he feigned disappointment. What? Joe could hardly believe it. Aren't meteorites supposed to be valuable? Clearly, you never indulge in reading. What a waste of that immense brain of yours. Tony retorted. In my efforts to assist you in selling this meteorite, I thoroughly researched the subject. Meteorites are generally categorized into 3 types: stony meteorites, iron meteorites, and stony iron meteorites. Yours is a stony meteorite, comprising 95 of such types, and it possesses the least value. Furthermore, the largest stony meteorite in the world is still less than half your specimen, and its surface shows insufficient combustion from atmospheric entry, indicative of the fact that you retrieved it too hastily, raising suspicions of authenticity. Tony maintained a serious facade. Is it truly worthless? Joe asked, a hint of despair in his voice. Absolutely, I swear it. Let me not encounter a woman for 6 months if I deceive you, Tony proclaimed. Joe looked at Tony several times, feeling defeated. All right then, don't be disheartened, Joe. If you keep searching, you will eventually find a valuable meteorite. I must tell you, stony iron meteorites are the most valuable. If you find one and bring it back, it could exceed $1 million. Tony feigned encouragement. Only $1 million? Joe inquired, feeling it was insufficient. How many trips would it take for him to become a billionaire? He had a modest goal of first earning $100 million. He failed to consider the current era. The dollar still held value, and the meteorite market was not as booming as he imagined. Feeling disheartened, Joe decided against further meteorite hunting. He had also conducted research the previous night, but after only a brief glance at some books, he had fallen asleep. Tony, don't you launch satellites? I could assist in sending your satellite into space, Joe said, gripping Tony's shoulder. With considerable effort, Tony extricated himself, snapping his fingers. Not necessary, we have ample satellites. However, he paused, scrutinizing Joe. My family is in need of a security chief, and I believe you would be suitable for the role. I can offer you $30,000 a month. Get lost. Chapter 70. Another year. Hey, Susan, let's go for a spin, Joe exclaimed, donning his sunglasses as he revved the engine of his Lamborghini. Wealth had returned to him. At the tender age of 18, he had transitioned into adulthood. On the day of his birthday, Joe, in deep reflection, resolved to earn money in a manner that was above reproach. Thus, he embarked on a new venture. Do not misunderstand. It was not as you might presume. He descended into the depths of the sea to salvage sunken vessels. With his exceptional eyesight, the secrets of the ocean floor were laid bare before him, and the pressure of the water posed no challenge. Capable of surviving in a vacuum, he thrived beneath the waves as well. In a mere 2 days, Joe managed to recover several shipwrecks. Among them was a vessel dedicated to transporting antique jewels, which resulted in a windfall for him. After accounting for taxes and Tony's 30% cut, Joe still achieved his modest goal, $100 million. In the currency of the 90s. Tony took several months to facilitate the sale of this collection of antiques, and the sudden influx of items caused a notable decline in the global market for antique jewelry. With newfound wealth, Joe promptly ordered a Lamborghini, a car he had once longed for but could never afford. After obtaining his driver's license, he could hardly contain his excitement when the vehicle finally arrived, prompting him to showcase it immediately. Unable to flaunt his success to Tony and Chala, one of whom owned countless luxury cars while the other piloted a sleek aircraft, he settled for impressing Susan instead. Sure thing. Susan readily agreed. For her, such moments of solitude were rare. Once she settled into the car, Joe unleashed the power of the sports car. Yet, a peculiar scene unfolded on the streets of Boston. A stunning Lamborghini was, surprisingly, outpaced by a bicycle. Goodness, it's not rush hour, and the roads are wide open. Yet this sports car is crawling along. If it weren't for the inability to change lanes, I would have long since let this Lamborghini driver choke on his fumes. Observing Joe's intense concentration while driving, Susan felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. He had not uttered a word since she entered the car, and watching him so earnestly navigate the vehicle stifled her frustration. Yet, her impatience grew. Did he even know how to drive? At long last, after enduring 5 torturous kilometers, Susan could bear it no longer. She yanked Joe from the driver's seat and took the wheel herself. Joe, sulking in the passenger seat, lamented that he had not yet had his fill of driving. Finally, the Lamborghini was matched with a speed that befitted its stature. Susan, who appeared demure, drove with a wild abandon, swiftly exiting the city limits. Now this is driving. What was that earlier? Susan remarked, glancing at Joe. There were too many cars on the road. I was understandably a bit nervous and failed to showcase my true capabilities. But now, I'm sure I can manage. Joe explained, eager to demonstrate his prowess. Let me take over. I'll show you what real driving looks like. Susan cast a disdainful glance at Joe, believing him to be inadequate. However, under Joe's relentless persuasion, she eventually relinquished the driver's seat to him. Primarily, Joe's recently pouting expression was irresistibly endearing, which melted Susan's resolve. As Joe grasped the steering wheel once more, exhilaration surged through him. I assure you, my driving talent is exceptional. I can adeptly maneuver any vehicle, and I have never been involved in an accident, Joe boasted, oblivious to Susan's disinterest in countering his claims. Gradually, he accelerated, the speed increasing with each passing moment. See, I do possess driving prowess, Joe exclaimed with a grin directed at Susan. Is that so? Then what about those fingerprints on the steering wheel? Susan retorted, pointing out the conspicuous impressions left by his overly forceful grip. Ahem, it's merely a reflection of the car's poor quality, Joe defended himself. Susan began to regret getting into Joe's car. She had anticipated a delightful drive, but was instead confronted with his lackluster driving skills. You even need reminders from me while driving, she remarked. A right turn ahead, she added. Rest assured, trust my skills, Joe declared confidently. He turned the steering wheel with vigor, narrowly avoiding a miscalculation, yet his haste combined with the speed caused the vehicle to skid dangerously. As the car threatened to overturn, Joe swiftly opened the door and leapt out, bringing the car to a halt. You see, I can drive without causing any trouble, he said from outside, assuring Susan that he could stop it at any moment. Shaken by the tumultuous ride, Susan was furious, insisting that Joe should not touch the steering wheel again and maneuvered the car back to the campus herself. Park it and turn off the ignition, she instructed. Joe, you are ill-suited for driving. How can that be? Joe replied. I possess a brilliant mind. I learned swiftly. Driving is trivial. I merely jested with you earlier. He chuckled. With that, Susan left the car, feeling exhausted. Ignoring her departure, Joe returned to the driver's seat and circled the Massachusetts Institute of Technology at a leisurely speed of 5 kilometers per hour. That night, the four gathered on the rooftop. So Joe, how's the new car? Tony inquired. It feels absolutely fantastic. I must let you drive it sometime. The experience is truly sublime, Joe responded. Susan remained silent, contemplating that it was unfair for her to be the only one to drive Joe's car. Tony and Chala deserved a chance to experience it as well. By the way, Joe, are you about to graduate? Tony asked. Indeed, I have secured 2 Ph.D. degrees in physics and engineering. I do not intend to pursue any further studies, Joe replied. After 3 years, Joe had finally earned 2 doctoral degrees, a feat he was proud of, and he had no desire to continue his academic journey, as studying always made him feel drowsy. So, you are leaving school soon? Susan asked, having just completed her master's degree and planning to pursue a doctorate herself. Among the 4, Chala held the least advanced degree, still working towards his undergraduate credits. Indeed, what I previously mentioned holds true. I genuinely find myself at a loss regarding my next steps, Joe remarked. Then by all means, go forth. I plan to dedicate the next 6 months to completing my PhD in biology, Tony replied with a smile. Absolutely, we stand behind you, Susan chimed in. As for me, my doctoral pursuits will no longer be in Massachusetts. I shall return to the Big Apple, having just received an invitation from Columbia for my PhD. Amidst the exchange among 3 genuine intellectuals and 1 faux scholar, Chala felt somewhat hesitant to interject. He was still preoccupied with the pressing concern of how to graduate from his undergraduate studies. The thought of failing to graduate filled Chala with embarrassment. From now on, I shall refrain from leisure activities and devote myself to diligent study, he mused. However, he reconsidered. No, today shall be my final outing. Tomorrow I shall earnestly commence my studies. After some contemplation, Chala resolved to invite Tony out for one last adventure that evening. Where do you intend to go? Susan inquired of Joe. I am uncertain. For now, my plan is to traverse the entire globe in its entirety, Joe responded. Chapter 71. Homeward bound. As the date of departure from school approached, Joe resolved to return home for a visit. A year had elapsed, and Carol's situation was already known to his parents. Even with the knowledge that Carol would return in 6 years, Mary and John remained profoundly saddened. This knowledge weighed heavily on Joe's heart during each return visit, as he longed to alleviate his parents' sorrow, wishing he could bring Carol back immediately. In the interim, Joe sought out the Ancient One, hoping she could divulge Carol's whereabouts, as he was determined to retrieve her. However, after repeated counsel from the Ancient One, Joe ultimately refrained from pursuing Carol. The main obstacle was the Ancient One's silence on the matter, leaving Joe feeling powerless. To persuade him, she even introduced him to the multiverse, and since that experience, Joe had not returned to Kamartaj. He resolved to wait until his abilities were more formidable, promising himself that his next endeavor would be to reclaim his honor. Having failed to bring Carol back, Joe felt a twinge of embarrassment as he returned home. Upon entering his house, he found Mary, adorned with reading glasses, engaged in embroidery. With strands of silver threading through her hair, and an increase in the wrinkles on her face. Joe felt a pang of sorrow. Over the year, Mary had aged significantly. "I'm home," she announced. "Yes, I am preparing for graduation, although I remain uncertain about my future endeavors," Joe replied. "Whatever path you choose, John and I will support you wholeheartedly," Mary said, setting aside her work to meet Joe's gaze. "I am aware of your unwavering support. However, at this moment, I am entirely at a loss for what I wish to pursue. Life feels devoid of challenge, without a goal or aspiration. I dread the thought of allowing my life to pass by so aimlessly. Presently, I am utterly bereft of direction for the future." Joe poured out his heart to Mary, articulating his troubles and seeking solace in her understanding presence. "I have resolved to wander the world alone after graduation, seeking to uncover the essence of my existence. Should you possess an idea that you fervently believe to be remarkable, do not allow the misguided opinions of fools to dissuade you from pursuing it. Naturally, this does not imply that every thought is a stroke of genius. Nonetheless, if something resonates with you, if it holds significance in your life, then you must endeavor to pursue it. Only by engaging in what you yearn for, in the manner you deem appropriate, can you yield the most splendid results." "Child," Mary approached Joe, taking his hand. "John and I have little to bequeath to you, yet we believe we have provided you and Carol with a delightful childhood. In this regard, we can consider ourselves reasonably competent parents. The future lies ahead of you, and you must navigate it on your own. Should you feel weary, return often to rest." Mary gazed at Joe, her voice gentle. "I will," Joe replied. "By the way, I recently came into some money. This is for you and John." "We don't need it," Mary said, pushing aside the bankbook Joe offered. "John and I are doing well in town, self-sufficient, and comfortably provided for, without the need for additional funds." "You could live even better," Joe contended. "Yes, certainly, but we are content as we are." "Then let me give it to John," he suggested. "You can try, but when he returns this evening, he won't accept it. Just take it back. John and I are truly happy now." Mary glanced at the time, smiling as she said, "I must go prepare dinner. Since you are back today, I will make your favorite dish. You two can share a drink tonight." With that, Mary entered the kitchen. Joe leaned back on the sofa, lost in contemplation. How he envied those with clear goals, advancing resolutely towards them. That evening, the three of them sat at the dining table. The absence of one person rendered the atmosphere somewhat uncomfortable, which is why Joe disliked returning home. "Planning to travel after graduation?" John inquired. "Well, I'm unsure how long it will take. I wish to explore for a couple of years," Joe replied. "Then go for it. You've just turned 18. When I was your age, I had nearly traversed the entire country. Young people should venture out and experience the world." John laughed. "Indeed," Joe responded, somewhat distracted. "Joe, we know you are a bit different," John said after a moment's thought. "Remember the tree in the backyard and my old pickup? Mary witnessed you lifting it when you were 6 or 7. John's remark caught Joe off guard, as he had not yet formulated an explanation for his abilities, which had motivated his return. He had not anticipated John would bring it up first. "You thought no one was home and decided to play with my pickup. But you were quite careless. You nearly damaged it," John chuckled. Joe laughed along. "Did I really?" "Absolutely." All three shared a laugh. "Listen, child," John said, looking at Joe. "Whatever you wish to do, pursue it wholeheartedly. Your life is still long. You will eventually discover what is truly worthy of dedicating your entire existence to." "Have you found it?" Joe inquired curiously. "Indeed." John embraced Mary, and they shared a kiss, exclaiming that making Mary happy for a lifetime is precisely what I wish to pursue. Joe felt as though he was not consuming food, but rather jealousy. He was overwhelmed with envy. Despite the gravity of the discussion, why was he served a platter of unrequited affection? Setting aside past lives, in this one, he had already become an accomplished sorcerer at the age of 18, and the future remained uncertain. Joe felt a profound blow. "I am full. I shall return to my room." Joe set down his utensils and awkwardly retreated to his chamber. Inspired by John's revelation, he pondered that his overthinking stemmed from his lack of a girlfriend. If he had a girlfriend, would he be so troubled? Lying on his bed, Joe contemplated the qualities he desired in a partner. Beauty was undoubtedly paramount. Furthermore, they should share common interests, possess a cheerful disposition, and ideally, be skilled in the culinary arts. Reflecting on the girls he knew, a silhouette emerged in Joe's mind. Perhaps Susan fit the criteria? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. A relationship with Susan was utterly impossible. They were just good friends. Good friends, not to be crossed. As he mused about potential romantic interests, Joe gradually drifted into slumber. That night, he experienced an exhilarating dream in which he had a girlfriend. They could even engage in mischievous antics. However, amidst a cacophony of thunder and fire, Joe awoke in fright upon seeing his girlfriend's face. "Good grief, Susan!" he exclaimed, startled. The following day, bidding farewell to Mary and John, Joe returned to school. Upon arriving on the rooftop, he noticed Chalice squatting there, appearing somewhat despondent. What troubles you, Chala? You seem rather unwell, Joe asked. Joe, you have finally returned. Something has happened. Joe's expression grew increasingly grave. What transpired? Chapter 72. Heartache. Tony's parents have encountered a tragic incident. He has already flown back. Chala revealed. When did this occur? Joe inquired. Last night, his parents perished in a car accident. The stock prices of Stark Industries are plummeting. Tony must now prepare for his parents' funeral while stabilizing the company, Chala explained. Damn it. Let us go. Tony needs us now. Joe cursed. Susan was also on the rooftop. I will accompany you, she stated. Very well, Chala, retrieve your aircraft. I will fly with the two of them. It may even be swifter than the aircraft. Joe spoke rapidly. Due to the necessity of caring for Susan, flying with the two of them was indeed slower than using the aircraft. Chala was robust. But Susan was delicate. Joe had to adjust his speed for her. Meanwhile, Chala's aircraft was perpetually in stealth mode, hovering conveniently above the rooftop. All right, Chala replied. Without allowing the aircraft to descend, Joe directly ascended with the two individuals. Chala skillfully piloted the craft, manipulating the controls as they soared towards the bustling city of New York. Upon reuniting with Tony, Joe noticed a stark transformation in his demeanor. His hair was disheveled, his beard unkempt, and deep bags under his eyes revealed a sleepless night. Most strikingly, Joe observed a hint of redness around Tony's eyes, a stark contrast to his usual proud self. As soon as they met, Tony exclaimed, "They are gone." Why? Joe, tell me why. He gripped Joe's arm tightly, veins protruding from his forearm. I had yet to prove myself before he left. He is a coward. Howard Stark is a coward. He feared being surpassed by his own son, fleeing from the prospect of my superiority. Tony's face flushed with emotion, and even his typically composed demeanor faltered as spittle landed on Joe's face. Joe remained silent, gently patting Tony's back. The last time I saw him was last Christmas. He sent me to boarding school as a child, neglecting me completely. Joe, I despise him. I loathe him for prioritizing his career over family, for never caring about me. Do you know? I still remember vividly from a time when I was far too young to attend school. It was their wedding anniversary, and my mother prepared a lavish dinner. We waited for him until the late hours, watching my mother's hope dim with disappointment. That man didn't return that night. And the next day, he stumbled home reeking of alcohol. My mother, despite her disappointment, smiled as she helped him to bed and made him a hangover remedy. All while she had barely slept herself the night before. He may be a man of the people, a figurehead for Stark Industries and America. But he has wronged my mother and me. Why couldn't he die alone? Why must he take my mother with him? Tony released Joe and stepped toward Howard's portrait. Howard, are you a man? What gives you the right to leave me with this mess? I have no interest in your company. Rise and face me. Live another 10 years before you depart. I will spend the next decade defeating your legacy. Stand up. Tears glistened in Tony's eyes as he shouted, his voice hoarse. Stand up. I will conquer you before you leave this world. In a moment of desperation, Joe struck Tony on the nape of his neck, rendering him unconscious. Turning to the ever-reliable butler, Jarvis, who had been observing quietly, Joe inquired, "Where is his bedroom?" "I shall escort you," Jarvis replied, his silver hair impeccably groomed. Dressed in a tailcoat, though a tremor was evident in his voice. "You should rest as well," Joe suggested. "I am still able." "I wish to see the master and mistress beforehand," Jarvis replied softly. Once everything was settled, Joe and Chala Susan sat in the living room. Joe lowered his head, burdened by guilt. Observing Tony in a frenzied state, Joe felt a deep sorrow as a friend. He possessed the power to alter this reality. He had witnessed the Civil War. Howard's accident was no mere mishap. It was orchestrated by Hydra. Joe's thoughts echoed within. Hydra. The die had been cast. Yet Joe resolved to make amends. He would seek out that Hydra division and eradicate it. Turning to the two, Joe declared, "I shall step out for a moment." He soared into the skies over Russia. Although the exact location of Hydra eluded him, he was certain it lay somewhere within the vast expanse of Russia. Methodically, he searched, circling half the country, until, after several hours, he finally discovered it. Taking note of the coordinates, Joe pivoted to return. He could not embark on this mission alone. He needed to bring Tony along. Upon his return to Tony's residence in Long Island, Tony was already awake. "Are you feeling composed?" Joe inquired. "Well, I want to entertain you for long. I'll be heading to Stark Industries for a board meeting shortly." Despite any reluctance, it was still his legacy, and he intended to safeguard it. No one would dare encroach. Tony seemed aware of unrest brewing within Stark Industries. "No worries. Shall I accompany you to Stark Industries?" Joe offered. "No, I can manage," Tony replied, unwilling to accept assistance. This was a matter for the Stark family to resolve independently. He silently conveyed to someone within. "This is my first step towards proving myself." In the Stark Industries conference room, voices echoed. "I cannot believe a mere child is capable of assuming the chairmanship. Is it time to vote? Those in favor of my being appointed chair, please raise your hands." A majority arose, and thus, Tony proclaimed, "From this moment forth, I am the captain of Stark Industries." Silence enveloped the room. The initial dissenting voice had departed, never to return. Later that night, clad in a suit, Tony returned home. Reporting to the three who awaited him, everything went smoothly. After everyone retreated to their rooms, Joe knocked on Tony's door. "Do you truly believe it was an accident?" Joe asked directly. "Absolutely not," Tony responded resolutely. "The vehicle had been modified. Even if it were an accident, it would not have sustained a scratch. That was no accident. It was murder. I am already investigating this matter. Do not let me discover who was responsible." Tony's voice was chillingly cold. "I've located them," Joe announced. "Those rats are hiding in the snow, but they cannot escape. I will contact the military." Without hesitation, Tony reached for the phone. Joe halted him, asserting, "No need. I am the military. I am sufficient." Tony remained distracted. Otherwise, he would not have forgotten this crucial detail. "Let us go," Tony urged. "Count me in. I'll join you on your aircraft." Chala's voice resonated from outside. "Set forth, and send that wretched group to hell. Those who bring unhappiness to my friends and family are but scum." Chapter 73, Annihilation. Chapter 5, Seeking Votes. In a desolate region of Siberia, 3 individuals disembarked from their craft. Tony shivered. As the frigid landscape enveloped them, the trio was united in their quest for vengeance. Clad in his daytime suit, Tony appeared markedly out of place, while Joe and Chala, adorned in their battle attire, were impervious to the cold. During the change, Chala had momentarily captivated Tony's attention, explaining, "I am both prince and warrior." Tony remained silent, his mood soured, though he was tempted to retort. "Come closer," Joe instructed Tony, radiating warmth. As a solar battery, he could absorb and emit energy at will. Upon hearing this, Tony moved nearer, instantly feeling the chill dissipate. They soon arrived at a cavern-like opening, where a sturdy iron door loomed before them. "This is it," Joe declared, forcefully kicking open the 10-centimeter-thick door. The Hydra base erupted in alarm, sirens blaring. The trio paused at the mouth of the winding tunnel, hesitating to enter. "What now, Tony?" Joe inquired. "At present, Chala and I serve as your muscle." "Thank you, truly," Tony expressed earnestly, before his tone shifted to one of cold resolve. "We shall proceed slowly, incapacitating rather than killing. Let them lie defeated. Once they are all down, I will summon Stark Industries missiles to rain down upon them, commanding their descent into terror." Although uncertain of Chala's capabilities, Tony held unwavering faith in Joe. "Understood," Joe replied, knowing that for him, the distinction between incapacitating and killing posed no challenge. A single blow would suffice, and he could easily moderate his strength. "Stay behind us," Joe advised, ensuring Tony's safety. For Joe, the speed of bullets resembled the leisurely pace of ants, rendering interception a trivial task. He pondered why his reflexes were so sharp, yet his driving skills faltered. Such contradictions baffled him. Within a mere 50 meters, they encountered a squad of fully armed soldiers. The opposing force, upon sighting Joe and his companions, uttered not a word before unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Joe and Chala, unfazed, advanced steadily, their synchronized steps instilling unparalleled pressure upon the soldiers. Despite their resolute demeanor, the soldiers retreated, continuing to fire, their minds ensnared by indoctrination. Joe and Chala deliberately refrained from swiftly dispatching this unit, relishing the suffocating tension that arose from their awareness of impending doom, yet feeling unable to escape it. Joe remained unconvinced that these brainwashed individuals were devoid of emotion. Any discomfort inflicted upon them was a small victory in his eyes. The Hydra soldiers surged forth in relentless waves, their numbers overwhelming, yet an astonishing spectacle unfolded on the battlefield. The heavily armed faction, outnumbering their adversaries, found themselves retreating. Bullets incessantly erupted, with some combatants obliviously holding down the trigger even as their magazines ran dry. Joe took notice of this curious display. "So, you too can feel fear. I had assumed none of you were afraid of death." His voice resonated clearly within the cavern. No one acknowledged him, as the gunfire mingled with thick smoke, relentlessly striking Joe and Chala. What plunged the Hydra soldiers into despair was the absence of the familiar sound of bullets piercing flesh. Instead, all they heard were the clattering of spent cartridges falling to the ground. The path they once traversed with their eyes closed now felt interminably lengthy. After what felt like an eternity, they finally retreated to a dead end. There was no escape, no commands issued, and the gunfire abruptly ceased, leaving the confined space eerily silent, save for the faint sound of a mosquito, though none were present. After a moment of silent exchange, a voice from the Hydra side inquired, "Who are you?" Initially in Russian, then shifting to English. At this moment, Tony stepped past Joe and the others, remaining silent, yet casting a cold gaze upon them. Upon seeing Tony, realization dawned on their opponents. "Fire! Fire!" A voice commanded from the other side, the urgency evident in their tone. As the gunfire erupted, Joe instinctively pulled Tony behind him. "Shall I go, or will you?" Joe queried Chala. "Let me handle this. If you strike, it will be over," Chala replied. Joe gestured for Chala to proceed. Chala dashed forward like a cheetah at full speed, plunging into the throng. With no regard for combat finesse, he unleashed a flurry of punches and claws, leaving devastation in his wake. Within 3 minutes, only the 3 of them remained standing. All others had fallen. With only a few stragglers unaccounted for, Joe glanced around, noticing a hidden chamber behind them, where several individuals remained. The fallen were merely the foot soldiers. The higher-ups were still lurking within. Joe overheard someone exclaiming, "Quick, quick, quick, release those few." With a powerful kick, he breached the wall, and the trio pressed onward. In what resembled a cage, several men and women stood confined. "I'll take the lead," Chala declared, charging forward once again. This time, however, he encountered formidable opponents, each possessing advanced combat skills and reflexes that rivaled his own. Outnumbered, Chala, clad in his Black Panther suit, found himself in a challenging skirmish. His speed granted him an edge, and he engaged them in a fierce struggle. Joe observed the unfolding scene, recognizing that while Chala had a distinct advantage with his equipment, the battle would require several minutes to secure victory. He had yet to make his move, and this would mark his first engagement. After all, it was Chala's moment to shine. As Chow swiftly entered the battlefield, he delivered a powerful punch to a burly bald man. The impact was so immense that the man was obliterated, with blood and flesh splattering everywhere. "My apologies, I may have exerted too much force," Chow explained. Subsequently, he tempered his strength, dispatching one adversary after another with precision. "This victory is mine. I shall soon triumph," declared Chala. "You are too slow." Chow resolved to waste no more time and charged towards the rear, delivering several more strikes. Now, apart from Chow and his 2 companions, there was no one else standing in the base. "Tony, launch the missiles and level this place," Chow said, wiping his hands. "I've already given the order. They will arrive in 5 minutes. "We should leave," Tony replied. The 3 exited the base, standing silently 200 meters away. Soon, the 5 minutes elapsed, and the missiles struck the base with pinpoint accuracy. The tremendous shockwave tousled their hair, and snowflakes danced in the air. After observing for a moment longer, Tony spoke. "Let us depart. Stark Industries has a plethora of matters awaiting my attention." The trio then boarded their aircraft. Just before their departure, Chow seemed to glimpse an ice coffin shattered and buried in the earth. On the aircraft, Chow grasped Tony's shoulder and reassured him, "It is all behind us. You are not alone. We are here with you." Chapter 74. A visit. Upon returning to Long Island, Tony nearly stumbled as he disembarked from the aircraft. In a single day, he had lost his parents and become an orphan, now bearing the immense burden of Stark Industries all on his own. He had endured far too much, far more than anyone his age should have to bear. Tony had only just reached adulthood this year. His adolescence had come and gone earlier than most, leaving him with a weighty responsibility. As friends, Chow and Chala could only support Tony from behind, unable to lighten his load in any way. Moreover, even if they wished to assist, Tony would not permit it. He was that prideful an individual. While they could enjoy camaraderie during leisure, when it came to personal matters, Tony never allowed anyone to lend a hand. Chow and Chala helped Tony back to his room before stepping outside. In the living room, Chow inquired of Chala, "Did you not find satisfaction in today's battles?" Chala responded, "Indeed, it felt like mere warm-up. It was over too soon." He cast a forlorn glance at Chow. The previous group of Hydra soldiers had been easily dispatched, while a few opponents in the rear proved to be worthy challengers. Yet, after only a few minutes, Chow had snatched away the opportunity to engage. The warrior's blood within him had barely begun to boil before it was extinguished. It was utterly unsatisfactory. In truth, it was both of their first experiences with killing. Chala, hailing from Wakanda, had faced numerous battles and witnessed bloodshed, but he had only ever hunted beasts, never men. As for Chow, this was indeed his inaugural combat experience. Neither bore any psychological burden. Instead, they felt a sense of dissatisfaction, having found the encounter lacking in thrill and vigor. "Very well, to prevent any future complications, let us venture out once more," Joe remarked. "Given Hydra's nature, they will not let this matter rest. They will undoubtedly come knocking at our door." While Joe and Chala are not afraid, Tony might unwittingly fall into their trap. And then there are Susan and Mary Jane. They are mere mortals, and Joe cannot possibly keep an eye on them at all times. If Hydra takes advantage of his inattention, Joe would regret it for a lifetime. One must eradicate the roots of the problem. On the way back, Joe activated his enhanced vision and hearing to monitor the world, the sheer volume of information causing him a headache. At long last, he located the main target, an island with nearly 10,000 Hydra operatives. At present, their upper echelon was convening. Joe overheard someone banging on the table, declaring a desire to eliminate him and to investigate his background, threatening to wipe out his entire family. Since they were coming for him, how could Joe allow them to escape unscathed? Naturally, he would retaliate. Fortunately, Hydra is an extensive organization. Since the disappearance of Red Skull, they have lacked a leader. The base Joe and Chala had just destroyed was merely one faction, unrelated to S.H.I.E.L.D. Typically, their intelligence is compartmentalized, with annual summits among the major leaders. Currently, the faction intent on Joe's demise is just this one branch. This makes matters considerably simpler. Otherwise, Joe would have to scour the globe to eliminate every Hydra operative, a task both time-consuming and laborious, not to mention ungrateful. The future would miss out on a thrilling spectacle. All right, let us proceed. Without hesitation, Chala rose to his feet. Tonight, he sought a decisive battle. The two boarded their aircraft, with Joe directing the course towards a specific island in the Pacific. As they flew, they began to converse. This time, do not interfere. I wish to fight with full vigor, Chala asserted. Joe looked at him in astonishment. Are you certain? Chala nodded, resolute. Leave it all to me. I am more than sufficient. Joe regarded Chala with sympathetic eyes. The naive youth still believed this was akin to their previous encounter with a small outpost. This time, they were confronting a stronghold. There were nearly 10,000 soldiers, fully armed with an array of weaponry, including heavy arms, rocket launchers, and even nuclear devices. If this Hydra faction were not concerned about exposure, they could easily conquer a small nation. Even against the 5 major powers, the other countries would not stand idle. Chala still wished to tackle this alone. Facing a neatly lined-up battalion would undoubtedly wear him out. Joe contemplated not reminding Chala, allowing him to take the lead. After all, with him present, nothing dire could unfold. As the aircraft hovered invisibly above the island, alarms began to sound below. Before the two could disembark, missiles were launched at them. At the last moment, Chala skillfully maneuvered the craft to evade the incoming missiles. What in the world is happening? Have we reached the core base of a major power? Takara inquired. Before Joe could respond, a flurry of missiles was launched, aimed directly at their vessel. It would not bode well to be struck. Joe exited the craft and, with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, intercepted all the missiles, deftly redirecting them back. Explosions erupted on the island below, chaos ensued. Seizing the moment, Takara maneuvered the craft to land, and the two disembarked. As soon as they touched down, they were surrounded by a throng of armed personnel. With keen observation, Takara noted the presence of heavy machine guns, small caliber cannons, and even what appeared to be energy weapons. Where on earth have we arrived? Takara murmured to Joe. Joe responded with a smile. Didn't you say you could handle this alone? Fear not. I shall not intervene this time. Takara felt a pang of despair. Faced with such a multitude and formidable weaponry, he doubted his ability to withstand the onslaught. How was I to know it would be like this, Joe? You've led me astray, Takara exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. He felt utterly wronged. Just moments ago, someone had boasted about their ability to manage everything solo without assistance. Joe replied nonchalantly, We've come this far. The only fate for this Hydra division is annihilation. I see no harm in teasing you a little. Quickly, go forth and display your invincible prowess. Joe urged again. After a moment's contemplation, Takara solemnly stated, Let us face them together. It cannot be solely my opportunity to shine. No worries, I am indifferent to it. Joe flashed a bright smile. It is well known that I am quite formidable. You go ahead. Joe gave Takara a gentle push forward. Alone, Takara faced the crowd before him. At that moment, a spotlight illuminated him, shining directly on Takara. Hello, he waved, greeting the Hydra soldiers who were aiming their weapons at him. Good evening, the weather is quite lovely tonight. Takara flashed a grin. A chill ran down Joe's spine as he discreetly stepped back, taking advantage of Takara's distraction to slip back into the vessel. He recalled that there might be food and drink aboard, and he prepared to indulge while watching Takara's performance, finding it all rather amusing. Takara weakly called out, Do you believe me if I say I'm lost? I just purchased an island nearby. Truly, I merely took a wrong turn. Chapter 75, Sinking. I genuinely am lost. Takara shouted, dodging incoming artillery. These people are far from friendly. They greet me with heavy firepower. Who can withstand this? Though he spoke of surrender, Takara wasted no time, charging boldly into the throng. He was indeed quite clever. Taking refuge within Hydra's confines was far more preferable than being a sitting duck outside. After all, he was merely an agile melee warrior. Navigating fluidly through the crowd, Chala adeptly capitalized on his swiftness, momentarily overpowering his adversaries. He was unfazed by bullets. If they had the audacity, they could launch missiles into the throng. It wasn't particularly challenging, he mused. Endlessly tormented by Joe, Chala's confidence in his own abilities was waning. Behold my might, invincible, he bellowed, reveling in his exuberance. Chala was in his element, utilizing both hands and feet. He alternated between standing upright and crawling like a human panther. Observing Chala's display of prowess, Joe was reminded of Carol. I wonder how Carol is faring now? Is she doing well? Joe pondered. Having undergone the heart-shaped herb enhancement, Carol's physical attributes were comparable to Chala's, though Joe surmised that she might still fall short. The lineage of Chala had been fortified by the heart-shaped herb for generations, their enhanced abilities having been honed through years of study, now ingrained as instinct. With the herb's augmentation, Carol should be resilient against any bullies, right? Joe truly couldn't fathom the aliens' intentions in abducting Carol. Ancient One mentioned that Carol would thrive in the cosmos. Could those extraterrestrials be cultivating her? Joe mused. How well could that simpleton Carol fare in the universe? Would she return capable of besting him? Absurd. Perhaps she would emerge as a fleet commander, Joe speculated. Soon, however, Joe's musings were interrupted by trouble on Chala's front. He was no longer enjoying himself, bombarded by missiles that sent him leaping in every direction. Hydra was no pushover. Initially underestimating Chala's prowess, they suffered significant losses. Subsequently, they retreated while employing firepower to suppress him. Once they found cover, they abandoned conventional firearms for artillery. Several armed helicopters hovered above, unleashing heavy machine gun fire. Chala found himself cornered, the searchlights relentlessly tracking him, leaving him unable to meld into the night. Joe, help! I can't hold on. Chala shouted. Joe, hurry. I'm in dire straits. If you don't intervene, I'm a goner. I'm injured gravely. Joe leisurely sipped his drink, fully aware of Chala's predicament. It was hardly a crisis. At most, he was simply expending considerable energy. Chala, you're faltering. You're looking a bit shaky. Joe teased. Indeed, I am quite fatigued. Please, come assist me, Chala conceded, feeling utterly exhausted. Constantly pursued and battered, he felt powerless in such a battle. Inflicting torment was exhilarating, but enduring it was unbearable. Joe decided to cease his teasing. It was late, and they needed to wrap things up and return for some rest. Setting down his glass, Joe first ascended into the sky. With one hand on each, he grasped two helicopters, and with a mighty pull, the helicopters collided, resulting in an explosion. Subsequently, in less than 10 seconds, Joe dispatched all the helicopters. In truth, he could have resolved the situation more effortlessly, as a mere glance could have brought them down. However, his hands itched for action. With his formidable prowess, he found it exceedingly dull to have no worthy adversaries. Let us not mention the likes of Ancient One. That individual resorted to trickery. The last time, while Joe was caught off guard, he was subjected to a multidimensional travel package, which was utterly exasperating. Joe found this quite irksome. All that individual could muster were petty tricks. If one had the ability, they should engage him directly. Joe declared that he could withstand 100 punches from Ancient One, standing still for an hour, and then retaliate with just a single blow. Just one punch. Joe now yearned for time to hasten forward. He wished to leap into the 21st century, to encounter the green fellow and the one wielding the hammer. Joe believed that he could engage with them in a most exhilarating manner, especially the little green one, tough-skinned and resilient, certainly capable of enduring a good fight. Otherwise, he found himself languishing in boredom, with no one to spar with, resorting instead to playful antics with meteors in space. How he longed for a companion to join him in the cosmos. Joe mused. Alone, he felt terribly dull. After dispatching the helicopters, Joe casually lifted an iron pillar of unknown origin and began smashing it down. As he obliterated the surroundings, he thought to himself, what a transgression. The Hydra soldiers, once struck by Joe, had met a gruesome fate, reduced to a pulp, indistinguishable from the earth, leaving no trace behind. Not a single bone remained. Joe had thoroughly restructured the island. The once uneven terrain had now become orderly. The iron pillar had long since been shattered, and Joe had exchanged his weapons several times, now wielding a massive stone of unknown provenance. The island fell into silence. Is it over? Chala inquired, a chill creeping into his heart. It was terrifying. Previously, he had only a superficial understanding of Joe's strength, having never witnessed his prowess firsthand. But now, having seen it, Chala was taken aback. How long had it been? A minute? 2. The island's surface bore no semblance of any structures. Just moments ago, there had been a plethora of buildings. It felt akin to a person exterminating an anthill. With just a few movements, everything had vanished. Moreover, Joe remarked, there remains much concealed beneath the surface. Then shall we strike down? Chala asked. No need. Simply submerge the island. There's no requirement to tidy up the scene, Joe replied. You should return to the aircraft. Without hesitation, Chala complied. The state of the island was truly unsightly. Foul. Repulsive. Chala was reluctant to linger. Apologies, perhaps in the next life. Keep your eyes sharper. Joe silently reflected. Having vanquished so many in an instant left him feeling unsettled. This was no mere statistic. Yet Joe harbored no regrets. All unsettling factors must be eradicated, lest he find himself lamenting later. In truth, a conversation could be had. Voices emanated from below, warning of nuclear ordnance. A cessation of hostilities was proposed. The individuals beneath trembled with fear. Perhaps another time, Joe replied, and with that, he exerted considerable force. A resounding explosion followed, as a vast fissure gradually spread from beneath his feet, ultimately engulfing the entire island. The sea surged in, causing the structures below to detonate. The cacophony of explosions and groans intermingled, heralding an apocalypse for those below. Joe disregarded the tumult and struck again with renewed vigor. The island, now thoroughly fractured, began its descent. Sensing the pace was still somewhat languid, Joe submerged and delivered a few more blows. The island was slowly being consumed by the depths. This Hydra outpost would henceforth cease to exist. Chapter 76. Proposal. Joe did not immediately return to the aircraft. He lingered just a meter or two above the tumultuous sea, where whirlpools churned violently. With his keen eyesight, he discerned figures struggling beneath the surface. Without a shred of compassion, he unleashed beams of heat vision, methodically extinguishing each life until he was assured that no living soul remained. The surrounding waters took on a crimson hue, the rich scent of blood drawing in schools of sharks. These matters no longer concerned him, and he re-entered the craft. Seated on the sofa within the vessel, Joe and Chala exchanged no words. Initially, their intent had been to engage in a decisive confrontation, but witnessing the demise of so many vibrant lives left Chala feeling unsettled. Joe shared his sentiment. Was it truly necessary? After a moment of silence, Chala finally spoke. Joe remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. They quietly sipped their drinks before swiftly returning to Tony's residence. Without uttering another word, not even a farewell, they retreated to their respective bedrooms. That night, both Joe and Chala found themselves restless. The following day, Tony and Joe had a brief meeting before departing once more. A formidable mess awaited his return to rectify the situation. Tony needed to restore shareholders' faith in Stark Industries. After some deliberation, Joe and the others resolved to bid farewell upon Tony's evening return, as their assistance here was of little consequence. Tony returned past 10 o'clock, wearied and beleaguered. Is it exceedingly troublesome? Joe inquired. Somewhat tricky, Tony replied, rubbing his temples. There are those on the board who are undermining me, and shareholders are currently skeptical of Stark Industries. I must rapidly devise a new weapon system to regain their confidence. Why must it be weaponry? Joe countered. Are there more military personnel or ordinary citizens in the world? Joe had long been perplexed by the nature of the Marvel universe. During the era of the Red Skull, energy weapons were already in existence. Observing the film featuring Captain America, one can note the advanced technology of the aircraft depicted in the climax. Despite the remarkable advancements in military technology, civilian applications lagged significantly behind. Presently, in 1991, aside from landline telephones, the only option available is the pager, with not a single mobile phone in sight. Given Tony's intellect, how is it possible that he hasn't developed a mobile phone? The foremost scientists of this world seem to have dedicated themselves to military endeavors or other technologies that are decades ahead, while civilian innovations are disregarded. Countless leading figures in technology have passed away, and decades have elapsed without anyone replicating their work. Is there not an opportunity to invest some effort into researching civilian technology? As it stands, Joe feels devoid of entertainment options. Furthermore, he cannot even approach women. If only there were games to play, would he still ponder such matters? He would have been engrossed in gaming every day. In his previous life, Joe was also a young man, having devoted his childhood to gaming, embodying the quintessential recluse. I have slightly adjusted the protagonist's age. Forgive me for my inadequacy in portraying a mature man in his 30s. Now, the protagonist is in his early 20s before his reincarnation. Joe resolved to change this situation. The internet era must be ushered in ahead of time. His mind brims with numerous progressive ideas, complemented by Tony's brilliant intellect. With ample funds and personnel at his disposal, the path ahead appears clear. What is there that cannot be accomplished? Besides, if Tony falters, there is always him. Although Joe is not particularly fond of intellectual endeavors, his extraordinary mind is no mere ornament. While he may struggle to delve into new technologies, he can effortlessly chart the course forward. Of course, it would be prudent to let Tony conduct the research first. It should be a breeze for him. Joe still prefers to avoid overexerting his mind. Why don't we create a mobile phone? Joe inquired. Landlines can be inconvenient at times, and pagers only convey text. Why not invent a portable telephone? Such a device would simplify communication in the future. Furthermore, regarding the internet, despite its current sluggish speed, I believe that the future belongs to the internet, with sufficient bandwidth. Just imagine, everyone could stay informed about global events without leaving their homes, simply by sitting at their computers. Computers can serve not only for work, but also for leisure and entertainment. I am even certain that in the future, mobile phones will evolve into computers. This represents a multi-trillion-dollar market. Why not pursue it? Joe countered. Tony pondered for a moment, feeling intrigued. However, he replied, for now, the primary focus must remain on Stark Industries' military sector. Stark Industries was founded on military endeavors, and, regardless of the circumstances, military firms still hold a somewhat superior status compared to civilian technology companies. Although civilian tech companies may appear glamorous, provoking a well-established military giant could lead to immediate consequences, such as summoning an army, complete with aircraft, tanks, and even aircraft carriers. Nevertheless, you make a valid point. I find myself inspired. What you propose is indeed feasible. There are numerous existing technologies we can easily utilize. Tony remarked. I didn't expect your mind to be so resourceful, he added, astonished. I am merely being lazy, Joe remarked. How about this? Tony proposed. Stark Industries will continue to focus on military contracts, as that is fundamental. Let us, as partners, establish a new company. The trio, consisting of Joe and the others, were taken aback. Indeed, it is us. Since the idea originated from you, let everyone invest equally, Tony stated. Wishing to avoid taking advantage of the situation, Joe was right. The market was vast, preventing anyone from later scrambling for funds or resorting to salvaging meteorites or shipwrecks. Tony interjected, don't you have $100 million? Contribute that. Chala will put in $100 million as well, and I shall do the same. Susan. He glanced at her. The three of us will manage the shares, and we shall reserve 1% for you. Susan hurriedly declined. No, that is far too much. I have done nothing to deserve such a share. Tony pondered for a moment and concluded that this indeed seemed excessive. Then let us settle on 0.1%. Please do not refuse this time. Thus, the decision was made without granting Susan another opportunity to speak, as Tony decisively concluded the matter. Wait, Joe interjected. Since I proposed the idea, may I contribute less? Tony insisted on a full $100 million, leaving Joe financially depleted. I am contributing my efforts as well. Do I not merit $100 million? Tony retorted with irritation. Who among you will manage the company? The three shook their heads, each wishing to remain uninvolved in the daily operations. Well then, Chala remained silent. However, Joe did not let him off the hook, pointing at Chala. He is only contributing capital. Oh right, I almost forgot. Tony exclaimed, slapping his forehead. There is so much to consider. My mind is a bit clouded. In that case, let the two of us contribute $50 million, and Chala shall provide $200 million. We three will each hold 33.3%, and the remainder will belong to Susan. Chala then spoke up. I need to return home to gather such a sum. $200 million is indeed quite substantial. It was apparent that Chala could not produce that much immediately. No worries. This is merely a preliminary agreement. I will seek out individuals for research and development. And you can provide your share later, Tony assured him. What shall we name the company? Joe inquired. Mark Technologies. How does that sound? Chapter 77, Inner Peace? Joe questioned. Had Tony already thought of Mark? Joe had never quite understood the significance of that name. Not good. Joe shook his head. And Chala and Susan echoed his sentiment. Let us choose another. Joe suggested. What is wrong with it? Tony countered. It is the only name I could think of. If you find it unsuitable, then propose something yourselves. I shall not be concerned. How about Black Panther? Black Panther Technologies sounds quite impressive. Chala proposed. Get out of here. Joe and Tony exclaimed in unison. What on earth is a Black Panther? Does Chala seek to usurp power? Does he not realize his position is the lowest? He ought to be aware, or else he will not be included. Tony was too polite to state that the company should be called Stark Technologies. Let us call it Sun Technologies, Joe suggested. What difference does that make? Do not think I am unaware that you derive your strength from basking in the sun. Tony disagreed. Listen, Tony remarked. The company name should either bear the traces of our involvement or be entirely unrelated. One by one, the trio proposed several names, all of which were promptly dismissed. Eventually, Susan suggested Future or Future Technology, to which they reluctantly acquiesced. So it shall be Future Technology, Tony declared. I will arrange for the company name registration tomorrow. The following day, Joe and Susan found themselves unable to depart. Since it was Joe's initial concept, merely a rough idea, they lingered at Tony's residence for several days until Tony, having drained Joe of his energy, finally allowed them to leave. Tony had informed the school that he would no longer attend. The administration at MIT was quite understanding, merely requesting that he return when convenient to collect his doctoral certificate. Having returned to school for half a month, Joe had struggled with sleeplessness throughout this period. The island expedition, although it eradicated future threats, had left his hands stained with blood, thousands of lives extinguished. His heart was not so vast. It was impossible to commit such acts without bearing some psychological burden. He was not devoid of empathy, Even the act of slaughtering a mere chicken could weigh heavily on one's conscience. Though he did not suffer from nightmares. An unsettling anxiety gnawed at him, a stifling sensation that left him breathless. In his mind, Joe repeatedly reassured himself that those he had dispatched had been brainwashed. No longer deemed normal. His actions, he justified, were a form of liberation for them. Yet, he found himself unable to overcome this mental barrier. According to Eastern philosophy, he was plagued by inner demons. In his previous life, he had been an unassuming individual, leading a reclusive existence with little social interaction and no romantic entanglements. Destined to lead a mundane life. Now, having taken so many lives, his mind was in turmoil. Susan approached Joe with a cup of coffee, observing, "What's wrong? You appear rather unwell." "It's nothing, just a lack of sleep," Joe responded, instinctively reluctant to disclose the truth of his actions. "You seem burdened. Feel free to share your concerns with me. I am a good listener," Susan offered as she settled beside him. "Really, it's nothing. I'm fine. Just struggling to sleep," Joe reiterated. "You can confide in me about anything," Susan insisted. Silence enveloped them as the night progressed. That evening, Joe resolved to visit Kamartaj. Ancient One had lived for many years and witnessed countless events. Perhaps she could aid him in resolving his turmoil. Besides, Joe believed Kamartaj possessed an atmosphere conducive to tranquility. Without hesitation, he set out for Kamartaj, considering it a pleasant stroll. It was not far for him. Due to the time zone difference, it was nighttime in America. Yet afternoon at Kamartaj. Having visited several times before, Joe navigated his way there with ease. "Knock, knock, knock. Master, I have come to pay a visit," Joe exclaimed from outside the door. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, revealing a practitioner whom Joe had never encountered before, likely a newcomer. He cast a disapproving glance at Joe, deeming him rather impolite. As Joe traversed the hall, he soon found himself in the presence of Ancient One. "What brings you here today? Did you not vow never to return?" Ancient One inquired with a smile. Joe, feeling disgruntled, plopped down without responding, harboring resentment in his heart. Thinking, "Wasn't it you who ambushed me?" However, Joe dared not voice his thoughts, having learned his lesson the hard way. Last time, Ancient One had employed some unknown method that left him momentarily dazed, only to subsequently thrust him into an unexpected journey. The sensation was best left unspoken. "You appear to be in a rather poor state," Ancient One remarked. I've been experiencing insomnia," Joe replied. "Surely, it is not merely insomnia. You have taken lives. And quite a few at that." Ancient One discerned Joe's turmoil with a single glance. "Are you troubled within?" she probed. "Indeed," he admitted. "Perhaps a cup of tea will help," Ancient One suggested, preparing a brew for Joe. After taking a sip, Joe, without context, uttered, "If I do not act, they will persist in pursuing me. I merely wish to avoid trouble." At that moment, I did not think much of it. I simply sent them below to feed the fish. Ancient One comprehended everything. The Hydra was indeed a troublesome entity, oblivious to the fact that they were merely the most exuberant grasshoppers in a larger scheme. "I have slain nearly 10,000, Joe declared. "I am aware," Ancient One replied slowly. "I have witnessed far more. Over time, my emotions have grown increasingly dulled. I recommend you venture out more. With time and exposure, you shall gradually forget." The Hydra remained a destabilizing factor, and with the removal of one faction, the world would experience a measure of tranquility. "My duty is to protect the Earth, to thwart external threats. I do not wish to interfere in matters within," she continued. "In the future, you too shall bear the responsibility of safeguarding the Earth." "Me?" Joe pointed at himself incredulously. "That is impossible. I am but an ordinary person." He chuckled lightly. Ancient One refrained from further comment, simply stating, "The future belongs to you," and fell silent. The two sat in quietude, sipping their tea. After a spell, Joe felt a sense of calm wash over him. "I must take my leave. I have my doctoral defense in a few days," he announced. "Very well," she replied. As Joe made his way back, he felt as though he had gained little from his visit to Ancient One, aside from a fleeting sense of tranquility. To think he was now burdened with the responsibility of protecting the Earth. With so many superheroes around, what was it to him? The villains were hardly worth the trouble. Save for perhaps one formidable cousin. Suddenly, Joe recalled the formidable Dormammu from Doctor Strange. Dormammu seemed incredibly powerful. Joe remembered how that surgeon had wielded the power of the Time Stone, looping time millions of times, until Dormammu grew weary and departed. Was that fellow not intent on devouring the Earth? Joe found the situation quite amusing. He thought, once his friend Damon arrived, they could have some fun together. After all, there was still ample time, and Joe believed that even after basking in the sun for another decade, he would have no worthy rivals. Chapter 78. Departure and confession. That evening, Joe enjoyed a restful sleep. The following morning, upon meeting Susan, she exclaimed in surprise, "You look so much better today." "Really?" Joe replied, to which Susan nodded. "It must be because I slept well last night," he chuckled. After returning home, Joe had collapsed into bed, and by morning, his covers were all askew. As he awoke, he marveled, "Youth is truly wonderful. In my past life, I was quite frail. So, you will be leaving school in a couple of days?" Susan inquired. "Yes, after the defense tomorrow, I will be free. I expect to leave the day after," Joe responded. In reality, he should have graduated the following summer. However, due to his commendable performance at school, aside from his penchant for skipping morning classes, coupled with his understanding advisor, he was granted the privilege of graduating early. "Is your thesis ready for defense?" Susan asked. "All set. I just need to wait until tomorrow. And once the defense is over, I can depart." Joe replied with a smile. "Are you really in such a hurry to leave?" Susan questioned, her tone slightly sour. "Not particularly, but I will have much more freedom once I'm no longer at school," Joe remarked, oblivious to Susan's displeasure. "Are you not free now?" she retorted, her tone harsh. "You seem to lounge about every day, doing absolutely nothing. What's wrong with you today?" Joe asked, noticing her tone. "Is it that time of the month?" Time is indeed unfair. Having spent several years together, Joe was well aware of Susan's menstrual cycle, and he knew it wasn't due just yet. "You're the one who's being moody," Susan snapped, turning away from Joe in anger. "What just happened?" Joe muttered in frustration. Women's moods can change so suddenly. In the following 2 days, Joe was preoccupied with preparations for his defense. The defense went smoothly, and the professor promptly approved his work, even inviting Joe to join his laboratory. However, Joe declined the offer. "How ridiculous. I have no intention of exerting my brain any further. I, Jordan Foster, shall never engage in intellectual endeavors again." He thought it best to consider himself devoid of intellect. That evening, with Tony absent, the three friends gathered on the rooftop to chat. "Leaving tomorrow?" Chala inquired. "Yes, there's really nothing left for me at school," Joe replied. "Humph," came Susan's dissatisfied voice from nearby. "Once you leave, it will just be me and Susan left at school. This rooftop will be deserted." Chala lamented, feeling abandoned. With everyone leaving, he pondered who he would have to spend time with. Especially with Tony gone, he would have one less companion for nights out. "From now on, there will be no one to accompany me on my escapades." Chala expressed his sorrow. "You still plan to have escapades? You won't even graduate at this rate. Seize the opportunity to study diligently while we are away. Ideally, pursue a doctorate. Just look around you. Who among us lacks a PhD? Today, with his freshly acquired doctorate, Xiao feels rather pleased with himself. He considers himself a man of culture, an intellectual of high standing. He has resolved to carry his doctoral certificate with him at all times, ready to confront anyone who dares to mock him as a simpleton. He is a doctor in both engineering and physics. As he envisions his future, he muses that he ought to acquire a pair of clear glasses to further enhance his scholarly appearance. How could one possibly fail to graduate? T'Challa interjects. "I simply haven't studied yet, but once I do, I aim to obtain 3 doctoral degrees." T'Challa detects the pride in Xiao's tone and, feeling somewhat irked, responds, "I eagerly await that." Xiao smiles as they engage in their banter, exchanging a multitude of thoughts until Susan, growing impatient, repeatedly coughs and directs her gaze at T'Challa. Understanding the hint, T'Challa discreetly retreats, leaving space for Xiao and Susan. "Are you not going to linger a while longer?" Susan inquires. "Is there nothing at school that you will miss?" "I shan't stay. I've been there for 2 or 3 years, and I've already grasped it all." Xiao replies. "It's time for me to explore the world." "Explore what? To flirt about like Tony and the others?" Xiao's remark provokes Susan's ire. "You make a valid point." Xiao acknowledges. Susan, momentarily caught off guard, realizes she had not considered that she could seek a girlfriend. Now that he has a firm grasp of his self-control, even simple affection is within reach, and perhaps moving further could be an option too. Meeting girls from all corners of the globe seems quite appealing. Xiao opines. "You," Susan exclaims, her frustration palpable. Is he truly oblivious? Hasn't he made his feelings abundantly clear? Tony and T'Challa have both noticed, subtly creating opportunities for her and Xiao. Yet he remains utterly unaware. Countless times she has had to pretend he was her boyfriend, sharing a room, and yet that night, he did nothing. "Am I invisible to you, parading in a bathrobe before you?" She fumes internally. However, Susan restrains herself. Today, she intends to lay her cards on the table with Xiao. After years of hanging on to him, she feels as though she might suffocate from her unreciprocated feelings. Taking a deep breath, she prepares to speak, but Xiao interrupts. "What do you think about me heading to Northern Europe? I hear the women there are exceptionally beautiful." Susan, exasperated, thinks, I could just kill him. Unable to contain herself any longer, she shouts, "You fool. I like you. Just tell me, do you have feelings for me or not?" Upon uttering those words, Susan feels an immense sense of relief. Xiao stands in stunned silence, incredulously asking, "You like me?" "Of course." Susan retorts sharply, "Just tell me if you have feelings for me. If not, we can continue as friends, and I'll find someone else. I've been hanging around you for years. I'm practically becoming an old maid. No way. Xiao's first instinct, upon hearing that Susan might pursue someone else, is to refuse. Upon hearing these words, Susan's heart swelled with joy. So do you like me? Yet, you seem too foolish to realize it. Zhou fell silent, pondering within himself whether he truly liked Susan. He was uncertain. Memories of their acquaintance in the bustling metropolis of New York flooded his mind, along with the surprise of their meeting in Massachusetts. He recalled how beautiful Susan appeared that day. He had always treated her like a brother, spending every day together, growing accustomed to her presence. But did he genuinely regard her merely as a brother? Would he dream of being with Susan if that were the case? A subtle answer began to take shape in Zhou's heart. If Susan were to be with another man, would he truly offer his blessing? Clarity emerged within him. No longer hesitating, Zhou lifted his gaze to meet Susan's eyes. She appeared quite open-hearted, yet the slight tremor of her eyelashes betrayed her nervousness. Looking into her eyes, Zhou smiled and declared, I like you. What did you say? Susan seemed to have not heard him clearly. I like you. Be my girlfriend. Zhou exclaimed loudly. You are quite a man, Susan nodded, responding with calmness. Then, in a softer voice, she added, I agree. Chapter 79. 5 years have passed since Zhou and Susan became a couple. Zhou had wandered the globe for 5 years. Initially, he intended to stay by Susan's side, but she had declined his offer. Zhou purchased a villa in Long Island, adjacent to Tony's home. However, after some time, Susan noticed Zhou's distracted demeanor. He spent his days idly at home, doing nothing. Thus, she remarked, I do not wish for my boyfriend to be a lost child. With that one comment, Zhou felt compelled to leave. Such is the way of women. Before they were together, Susan showered Zhou with kindness, yet after they became a couple, he found himself under her disfavor. Now, they met only once a week. Zhou dedicated one day each week to date Susan. However, he remained a novice in certain aspects. He had experienced much, but had yet to take that final step. It wasn't that Susan was unwilling. Rather, Zhou struggled to harness his own power. For the past 5 years, when Zhou did not seek out Susan, he would traverse the world by day and sleep beneath the sun or amidst the stars by night, engaging in various escapades. After all, he was now a man with a beautiful girlfriend. Surely, he ought to master his abilities to partake in intimate moments. Unfortunately, Zhou faced failure. Recently, his growth in power had slowed, as if he had reached a critical threshold, constrained by a thin membrane. He found himself stuck at subliminal speeds, perpetually unable to attain light speed. He was so close. Perhaps he only needed to increase his velocity by a few meters per second to achieve it. Yet that remained elusive. Zhou felt a deep conviction that if he could surpass light speed, his strength would undergo a monumental transformation, allowing him to fully command his powers. Only then could he truly be with Susan, rather than merely gaze upon her from a distance. Just a step away from success, yet it became stuck. The sensation akin to choking. Zhou felt utterly miserable. Every time the two were lost in passion, Zhou would suddenly falter, earning himself a disapproving glare from Susan, an expression of disdain. Zhou had attempted to let Susan take the lead, but before she could even settle in, he almost caused her injury. Nonetheless, aside from this incident, their relationship flourished, so much so that they were on the verge of marriage. Unfortunately, Carol had yet to return, and Susan, devoted to her career, would not allow Zhou to assist her. Otherwise, they might have already tied the knot. Ultimately, Zhou retained a trace of the traditional Chinese male disposition, desiring stability. However, over the past 5 years, Zhou had amassed considerable experiences. He traversed the globe, witnessed various landscapes, savored diverse cuisines, encountered myriad cultures, and experimented with numerous professions. He had been a laborer, a truck driver, a superhero aiding others, and even a journalist, accumulating over 20 different occupations. Gradually, Zhou matured, and a vague sense of direction for his future began to form. Nevertheless, the priority remained, awaiting Carol's return this year. He was now 22, and it was time to settle down. Establishing a career was no longer necessary, as Zhou had become an invisible tycoon. The advancements in technology were remarkable. For instance, the touchscreen phone he currently possessed, while not yet smart, boasted an array of functions. Beyond the basic capabilities of making calls, playing music, watching movies, and taking photographs, it also supported various simple games. Having just concluded his previous job, Zhou found himself in a state of idleness, so he picked up his phone to play a solo game. Just as he was about to complete a level, a phone call interrupted him. Initially inclined to express his frustration, he was pleasantly surprised to see it was Susan calling. Upon answering, he gently inquired, "Hello, my dear. What brings you to call? Is it not permissible to reach out without a reason?" Susan's tone was sharp. Sensing the urgency of survival, Zhou quickly responded, "Of course not. Your timing is impeccable. I was just thinking of you." Susan was not swayed by Zhou's flattery and urged him to return quickly, as Chala was visiting and currently in their home. "All right, 2 minutes," Zhou replied. After ending the call, He tidied up and hurried back. Upon entering, he found Chala seated in the living room, with Susan serving him a glass of water. "Long time no see, my brother," Joe exclaimed warmly, embracing Chala before planting a kiss on Susan's cheek. "Did you miss me, darling?" Joe's emotional intelligence had notably improved, much to Susan's delight, earning him an appreciative eye roll. It had been 6 months since Joe and Chala last met. Chala had graduated from MIT last year with a master's degree, but, recognizing the challenges of pursuing a doctorate, he chose to return to Wakanda to assume his role as prince. "What brings you here today?" Joe inquired as they settled in. "Nothing in particular. Just feeling bored at home, and thought I would come to see you both," Chala replied. In truth, he slipped away from Wakanda after being nagged by his mother. Ever since his return, she has been subtly urging Chala to procreate post-haste. She desires grandchildren. Chala is overwhelmed, particularly as his sister is still under 10 years of age. And yet his mother is pressuring him for children. He feels he hasn't yet had his fill of life. Unable to bear his mother's incessant chattering, Chala ventured out to join Joe and the others, seeking to immerse himself in the charms of the Big Apple. "Let us call Tony and go out tonight," Chala suggested. "He'll be thrilled to know you're here," Joe replied with a smile. 5 years have elapsed, and Tony has emerged from the shadow of losing his parents. He now manages Stark Industries, which thrives alongside advances in future technology. However, it is worth noting that Tony has also indulged in a more extravagant lifestyle. His daily escapades provide fodder for numerous tabloids throughout the city. That evening, the four friends gathered. After dining, Tony and Chala, arm in arm, prepared to indulge in some revelry, intending to include Joe. However, Joe declined, as he now had someone to look after, and he was not fond of that atmosphere. With a grin, Tony remarked to Chala, "No need to call him. Be careful, or Susan might come looking for you." Thus, the group split into 2 factions. Tony and his companions sought out companionship, while Joe and Susan returned home. As Joe lay in bed, he inquired of Susan, "How is school treating you these days?" Among the 4, only Susan remained in academia. She had long since earned her doctorate in physics from Columbia and was currently working as an assistant in a professor's laboratory. Fortunately, all was going smoothly. "Honestly, you should consider leaving that lab. You're just a gopher there," Joe suggested. "Here you go again," Susan replied, somewhat displeased. "I have my own career, and I enjoy this work." Joe ceased his commentary, knowing further discussion would only irritate her, and an angry Susan would strip him of his privileges, possibly even banishing him from the bed. "By the way, how is Johnny these days?" Joe asked. "Still the same, out and about every day. If he met Tony and Chala, I'm sure they'd hit it off." Speaking of Johnny made Susan's head ache. He certainly provided her with no peace of mind. Chapter 8, Carol's Situation, Part 2, Thousands of light years away from Earth, on Hala, the capital of the Kree. A golden-haired Carol found herself once again ensnared in a dream, a chaotic tapestry of images that left her with a throbbing headache. However, she no longer goes by Carol. She is now known as Vare. Restless, she rose and opened her window, gazing at the sky where several spacecraft soared, the city bustling with advanced technology. Carol stepped outside and knocked on Marvel's door. "Do you know what time it is?" Marvel asked, somewhat exasperated. "I can't sleep," Carol admitted. "If you can't sleep, take some sleeping pills. That will surely help," Marvel suggested. "You've been dreaming again," he added, clearly accustomed to her plight. Carol pouted. She often experiences peculiar dreams. In some, she finds herself lying on a sandy expanse, where an unfamiliar woman is brutally slain by a member of the Skuru tribe before her eyes. More frequently, she dreams of a man, a remarkably handsome man. His demeanor radiates warmth, particularly when he smiles, and Carol often dreams of him. This man even takes her on flights through the skies, unaided by any apparatus. He evokes a sense of familiarity within Carol, yet she cannot quite place him. The effort to recall brings her excruciating headaches. "Shall we engage in a spar?" Carol proposed to Mywell, her restlessness compelling her to seek some physical activity. "No," Mywell declined. He pondered how a woman from Earth could possess greater agility and strength than he, fearing that sparring with her would be akin to being subjected to torment. Generally, the physical capabilities of his kind, the Kree, far surpassed those of Earthlings, with Mywell being a notable exemplar among them. Although he could not compare to that aberration, Ronan, whose genes had undergone a mutation, he should have found it easy to dominate an ordinary Earthling. Yet, he knew he could not best Carol. "Let us proceed. I assure you I shall not rely on my physical prowess to overwhelm you," Carol asserted. "Really?" Mywell inquired. "Indeed. Very well, to the training room then." Without hesitation, Mywell changed into his gear and stepped out, eager for retribution. Within the confines of the combat chamber, they exchanged blows with vigor. Despite her promise to refrain from using her physical advantages, Carol fought with a degree of hesitance. With a resounding thud, Carol was knocked to the ground by Mywell's punch. It appears your combat skills remain as abysmal as ever, with no sign of improvement, he taunted. Once more, Carol sprang to her feet, rejoining the fray. Gradually, she increased her strength, causing Mywell to struggle. Kicking Carol away, Mywell remarked, wasn't it agreed that we wouldn't rely on physical advantage? Apologies, I lost track, Carol replied. Control your strength. You must learn restraint. Mywell advised. All right, let us continue. The two resumed their sparring, with Carol honoring her commitment to moderate her strength. However, it wasn't long before she found herself on the ground once more. The floor is rather slippery, Carol noted. That's because I struck you. That's why you slipped, Mywell replied, basking in his triumph. Again, Carol refused to concede. As they clashed again, Carol found herself overpowered. Mywell, seasoned in combat and adept in various techniques, was closing in for another blow when Carol, in a moment of desperation, unleashed a burst of yellow light from her left hand, propelling Mywell several meters away. Ow! He exclaimed, landing painfully. Didn't we agree not to use physical advantages? He gasped as he struggled to rise. Indeed, but I did not employ brute force against you. I utilized my special abilities, Carol replied, feigning innocence. Control your power. Fuss. How many times must I tell you? You need to learn to control your strength and not be swayed by your emotions, for that will only render you weak. Mywell declared earnestly. He regretted venturing out clad only in a tank top, for had he been properly equipped, he was confident he could teach Carol a lesson in humility. At the very least, they should have been evenly matched, or so he believed. I do not consider myself weak. At the very least, you cannot defeat me, Carol retorted. You are a warrior, yet you are also a soldier. We emphasize teamwork over individual prowess. No matter how formidable your strength, you might conquer 1, 10, or even 100 foes, but can you contend with an entire fleet? Interstellar warfare demands coordination and collaboration, not the indulgence of personal heroism. You have abandoned your comrades to infiltrate enemy lines on numerous occasions. If this continues, the Supreme Intelligence will have a word with you, Mywell admonished with gravity. But I believe I have done nothing wrong. At least, I have successfully completed every mission I participated in. I strike down my enemies with precision, Carol countered defiantly. Indeed, you have triumphed a few times, but can you guarantee that you will always single-handedly obliterate your foes in the future? One misstep, and you risk exposing the entire squad, dooming everyone, Mywell lamented, feeling exasperated by Carol's stubbornness. This woman, relying on her formidable strength, often charged ahead of her teammates during missions, leaving them in a state of trepidation. It seems you need to have a word with the Supreme Intelligence, Mywell noted, observing Carol's nonchalant demeanor, clearly unheeding of his counsel. She required guidance from the Supreme Intelligence. As a native of the Kree Empire, Mywell firmly believed that there was nothing the Supreme Intelligence could not resolve. Then let it be so, Carol scoffed. That afternoon, the two traveled aboard a common mode of transport on Hala, an aerial vehicle. What is the Supreme Intelligence like when you summon it? Carol inquired of Mywell. The Supreme Intelligence is a collective consciousness of the Kree. It manifests as the form that each individual holds dear in their heart. Your father? No. Your mother? No. You see me, don't you? Carol asked with a smile. Not even close. Stop guessing. Mywell concluded the conversation. The Supreme Intelligence had dispatched Mywell to guide Carol in mastering her abilities. However, Mywell felt a pang of sadness, for he found himself somewhat outmatched by Carol. Yet, despite this, Carol harbored a growing fondness for him. Rumor had it that when she was gravely injured, it was Mywell who had given her his blood. His essence flowed within her veins. Now that she had lost her memory and retained little recollection of the past, her frequent interactions with Mywell had naturally fostered a sense of affection for him. The key factor was that he encouraged her daily. Without a past, Carol felt adrift, uncertain of the future, until Mywell rekindled her confidence. Mywell taught her combat skills, invited her to join his team, and often offered her words of encouragement. Carol felt immense gratitude towards Mywell. Now, descend, Mywell instructed as the spacecraft came to a halt. You may enter on your own. Without uttering a word, Carol stepped into a grand hall. Chapter 81. Supreme wisdom. Upon entering the hall, silvery tendrils spread from beneath Carol's feet, extending to her temples. Her consciousness transitioned into a realm of pristine white. Each visit to the Supreme Wisdom felt oddly familiar, as if she had experienced something akin in her past. Yet Carol was certain that this was not her first encounter with the Supreme Wisdom. As she opened her eyes, a figure emerged from the blinding light. It was a tall man, possessing golden hair akin to her own, with a strikingly handsome and muscular physique. This was the man who haunted her dreams. Who is he? Why does he evoke such deep familiarity, as if he were kin? Carol pondered. Clad in a black battle suit and a flowing black cloak, the man approached her, the cloak billowing behind him. He radiated strength. Carol thought to herself. Voss, the man spoke. Supreme Wisdom. Your commander informed me that you are cleared for the mission. The man, an embodiment of the supreme wisdom, smiled, enveloping Carol in a warmth reminiscent of the sun. Son? A word suddenly sprang to Carol's mind. What does it mean? She wondered. Indeed, as she sought to recollect her past, a pang of anguish struck her. You are struggling, attempting to master your emotions. Yearning to forget the pain of your past, the supreme wisdom observed, a projection materializing beside him. It displayed a multitude of planets. For centuries, the scrolls have recklessly expanded, threatening our Kree civilization. You are merely one of their victims. Your family, friends, everything you cherished has been obliterated by the scrolls. The supreme wisdom's visage expressed sorrow. They infiltrated planets through deception, conquering them. An image of scrolls aiming guns at her flickered before her eyes. As the vision faded, the supreme wisdom continued. You must relinquish the fears of your past. Harness your courage and fury to protect Kree civilization. At the same time, seek vengeance for yourself. Carol lowered her head in sadness. Had she truly lost everything? A pang of heartache struck her. She lifted her gaze towards the supreme wisdom. My past is a void. Your appearance should resemble that of my closest kin, yet I can recall nothing. Perhaps this is a form of fortune, allowing you to forget your past and become a purer Kree. The needs of the Kree civilization outweigh your personal desires. The supreme intelligence is brainwashing Carol. We bestow upon you formidable power to fight for the future of the Kree people. The chip embedded in the back of Carol's neck glimmers. Her gaze solidifies, fists clenched, as she declares her fervent desire to battle. Then learn restraint. Pay heed to the collective. Do not recklessly charge forth alone. We grant you power not to lead you to your demise. The Empire has been besieged by the Skrulls for centuries. Every resource is of utmost importance. You must dedicate your value to Kree civilization. What we have given you can also be taken back. I shall not let you down. Carol's fists emanate an orange-yellow glow. You have a new mission. It is imperative that you complete it with excellence and honor. The Supreme Intelligence chuckles. Indeed, Carol responds, subsequently exiting this realm and opening her eyes. With a smile, she strides out of the Great Hall. Carol boards the spacecraft alongside a group of individuals. A small squad affiliated with MyWEL. A new mission? A black man inquires. I bet it's the Skrulls wreaking havoc again. It could be perilous. What is there to fear? We have Foss. She can resolve everything. A middle-aged white man with long hair chuckles. They have undertaken numerous missions with Carol. And to be frank, aside from this individual's reckless nature, the rest are quite remarkable. The camaraderie among them is strong. They are all comrades. And Carol's boisterous nature allows her to connect well with everyone. As long as she doesn't instigate any fights, all is well. This individual seems to yearn for combat. The delightful aspect is that during missions, they can simply bask in victory, as Carol invariably resolves all matters. However, there are moments of concern when she disappears without a trace, only to be found later sitting beside the corpses of enemies, relishing her food. Gluttony is another impression the group has of Carol. She appears to be perpetually munching, even during combat, with candy in her mouth, often speaking incoherently over the comms. Humph! Scoffs the female sniper beside her, the only other woman in the squad, and the sole one who has never shown Carol any kindness. Yet Carol remains unfazed. Perhaps this woman is envious of her beauty and strength, feeling overshadowed. Amidst their banter and laughter, the spacecraft descends. Through the wormhole, they arrive at their destination, Tofa. Before disembarking, MyWL articulates their mission. We need to rescue Kree Intelligence Officer Solarl. The Skrulls have invaded another border planet. Ronan's fleet will provide cover, bombarding the southern region. Our task is to locate Solarl, extricate him, and depart before the Skrulls can react. Do you understand? MyWL inquires. Understood. Acknowledged. Comprehended. The atmosphere within the Marvel team was quite pleasant, with members exchanging jovial banter as a means of alleviating pre-battle stress. Engaging in combat against the Skrulls was perilous. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. It was only after the death of a previous comrade that Carol had joined their ranks. Despite her arrival heralding a period devoid of mishaps and the completion of missions with relative ease, the palpable tension remained. Listen up, Marvel raised his voice. This mission must not falter. Solar possesses numerous secrets of the Empire, and should the Skrulls acquire this information, the ramifications would be catastrophic. Let us all remain vigilant and focused. He clapped his hands together, cautioning against contact with the indigenous inhabitants of Tofa, for they could potentially be Skrulls in disguise. Observing the seriousness etched on their faces, Marvel continued. All right, let us embark. For the Kree. For the Kree. The team echoed. As they approached the spaceship, Marvel turned to Carol. You have seldom faced the Skrulls and lack experience. Do not act impulsively this time. Exercise caution. They are not like our usual adversaries. Understood. Carol replied nonchalantly, confident in her abilities. After all, Marvel had expressed similar concerns before, yet she had successfully completed her previous missions. Just relax, I'll handle it. She mused internally, refraining from voicing her thoughts lest Marvel launch into another lengthy admonition. Onward. With that, they leapt from the spacecraft. Chapter 82. You have returned. The command ship had already completed its bombardment and was en route back. The team landed near a body of water. Upon disembarking, the sniper Minerva, who harbored disdain for Carol, ascended to a vantage point, while the remaining members proceeded together. As this was Carol's first confrontation with the Skrulls, she exercised a measure of patience and chose to walk alongside the main group. However, she strode confidently at the forefront. Minerva, do you copy? Marvel inquired via the team channel, but he received no response. It appeared the Skrulls had jammed their signals. Before long, they encountered the indigenous inhabitants of Tofa. Wait. Marvel signaled. We cannot ascertain whether they are Skrulls in disguise. Let us take a detour. However, this would significantly extend their route to the temple, prompting dissent among the team. Safety is paramount, Marvel insisted. Yet, Carol could no longer contain her impatience and declared, I'm heading to the temple first. She swiftly disappeared from sight. Very well, Marvel sighed, watching her retreating figure. Let us proceed. If we lose contact, we will regroup at the ship. Ultimately, Marvel and the others did encounter the inhabitants of Tofa, leading to an entangled confrontation. Meanwhile, Carol arrived at the temple, where she spotted a figure curled beneath a garment. It resembled Solar. Carol thought to herself, recalling that she had seen Solar's photograph. As Carol approached, she confirmed that the individual before her was indeed Soral. However, to ensure absolute certainty, she exchanged the secret code with him. Once reassured, Carol settled beside Soral, feeling at ease since the Kree's codes had never been compromised. Are you feeling well? Can you walk? I will take you out shortly, she said, though her mind wandered, lamenting the mundane nature of this mission. It was far too simplistic. She hadn't even encountered a Skrull yet, and was already poised to complete her task, deprived of any combat. How dull. At that moment, a voice crackled through her earpiece. Just as Carol intended to listen closely, Soral rendered her unconscious with a shock. When she regained consciousness, a throbbing pain surged through her head, as if something were churning within her mind. She found herself restrained on an operating table. Did we obtain any useful information? A voice inquired. We can only confirm that Dr. Lawson is still on planet 53, came the reply. Then let us proceed to 53 while continuing our investigation. We require more intelligence, asserted the initial voice. Harnessing her latent abilities, Carol unleashed a surge of energy. As a diminutive green-skinned Skrull pressed his finger to her forehead, she broke free from her restraints. Rising swiftly, she dispatched the small Skrull with a forceful kick and quickly seized a larger Skrull who appeared to be their leader. What have you done to me? Carol interrogated. Nothing much, merely perused your memories. It seems the Kree have manipulated you significantly, the captured Skrull responded. Momentarily taken aback, Carol loosened her grip slightly, allowing the Skrull to escape and call for reinforcements. Capture her. A horde of Skrulls encircled Carol. Observing the surrounding green-skinned adversaries, she chuckled, relishing the prospect of a fight. Ignoring the previous Skrull's words, she resolved to engage them. Once she subdued them all, the truth would inevitably unfold. After all, given the Skrull's cunning nature, who could ascertain whether they were deceiving her? Despite her shackled hands, Carol felt invigorated, her excitement mounting at the thought of combat. She charged into the throng of Skrulls, delivering powerful punches and kicks, even resorting to headbutts when her limbs faltered. In no time, she had incapacitated all present Skrulls, save for the one who had initially been captured, their leader. They certainly lack resilience, Carol remarked. Channeling her full power, she shattered the iron pipe binding her hands, liberating them. Clenching her fists, she reveled in the satisfying crack of her knuckles. The battle has only just begun, Carol exclaimed, feeling her entire being invigorated. This spaceship was vast, undoubtedly. Many more Skrulls lurked within. Although they might be weakened, their numbers promised an exhilarating encounter. As she scoured the ship, she dispatched any Skrull she encountered before they could mount any resistance. As I pushed forward, I finally arrived at the location where the escape pod was stored. And there I found the original Skrull. He was about to board the escape pod and slip away. Naturally, Carol could not allow him to escape right before her eyes. She was about to reach out and pull the Skrull out when he, sensing danger, shouted, Joe. Carol recognized this name. It had frequently appeared in her memories. With a hint of desperation, he called out. Upon hearing this familiar name, Carol was momentarily taken aback, as if she had uttered it every day, yet could not quite recall why. Seeing Carol lost in thought, the Skrull seized the opportunity and activated the escape pod to flee. He regretted it immensely. Initially thinking he had caught a significant prize, he realized too late that he was dealing with a formidable opponent, someone who had incapacitated everyone aboard their ship. What a blunder. By the time Carol regained her senses, He was already far away. Given her impulsive nature, she immediately gave chase. She yanked a Skrull, who was initiating the escape pod, and took his place. Joe had been cast out of his home. The reason? He had stirred Susan's affections without the means to act upon them, and the increasingly frustrated Susan had kicked him out, feeling pitiful and without a destination. Joe donned his newly acquired vibranium armor to seek solace from Mother Sunday. This suit was freshly obtained and had scarcely been worn. Today, he planned to wear it out for a test run. The thought of the old king's exasperated expression made Joe chuckle. As their relationships grew closer, the formalities faded, and Joe found himself visiting Wakanda more frequently. He now had a dedicated room for his vibranium suits and clothing. Each time he glanced at his wardrobe gradually filling up, a sense of happiness washed over him. The suit he wore was not merely a battle suit, it was armor, or rather, a type of armor without a helmet. As Joe found wearing one cumbersome, the armor gleamed in golden hues, adorned with a red cape, exuding an air of grandeur and sophistication. Clad in it, Joe felt like a celestial being. After a delightful slumber in the embrace of Mother Sun, Joe flew back to Earth the following day. As he re-entered the atmosphere, boredom led him to glance around, and to his astonishment, he spotted the person he had missed dearly. Filled with excitement, Joe soared towards her. Carol was engaged in a discussion with Nick Fury. They were jesting about intergalactic warriors, causing Nick and the nearby Coulson to burst into laughter. Just then, a gust of wind whipped through, making it difficult for them to keep their eyes open. When they finally managed to squint against the breeze, they beheld a figure suspended in midair, a man clad in golden armor, with a red cape billowing behind him. His face was strikingly handsome, as if sculpted by the finest artisans. At that moment, both Nick and Coulson simultaneously thought, "Is he a god?" Joe hovered across from Carol, slowly descending to the ground. Gazing at her familiar visage, he spoke softly, "Sister, you have returned. Today I will be a bit late. I have found some companions, and we are joyfully playing. I will update later, postponing it until the evening." Chapter 83. The Kree Empire, just wait for me. Carol? Carol gazed at the familiar face of Joe and instinctively uttered his name. This visage frequently appeared in her dreams. Who else could it be? Joe replied with a smile. After 6 long years, he was delighted to reunite with Carol. "Come, let me treat you to a sumptuous meal and introduce you to my girlfriend. You won't believe who she is. We are heading to the Big Apple. I have purchased a house there, and by the way, I am quite affluent now." Joe chuckled as he attempted to usher Carol away, completely disregarding Nick Fury and Coulson who stood nearby. Joe recognized the two men, but had no time for them. Compared to Carol, these future directors seemed trivial. Carol evaded Joe's grasp and exclaimed, "Wait, who are you? What is our connection?" "I am your brother." Joe exclaimed, "Oh, come on. You vanish into the cosmos for 6 years and return without recognizing me?" Joe, still unaware of Carol's amnesia, laughed. "Stop joking. Let us go. I can hardly wait for you to meet my girlfriend. You will be utterly astonished. By the way, have you found a boyfriend in these 6 years? I hope he doesn't resemble a monstrous alien." Joe spoke rapidly, eager to share everything after their long-awaited reunion. "I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. I cannot recall my past." Carol replied. "You have amnesia?" Joe inquired, astonished. "Are you serious?" "Yes," Carol responded earnestly. Seeing that Carol was not jesting, Joe's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression tinged with anger. "How could you have lost your memory?" Joe questioned, struggling to comprehend. Did Ancient One mean that Carol would be better off by losing her memories? Joe felt a surge of anger, suspecting deception. "Can you tell me about your experiences over the past 6 years?" Joe steadied himself and asked. Carol instinctively trusted the Joe before her and was about to recount her 6 years of experiences when Nick Fury, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, interrupted. "Pardon me for interrupting your conversation, but this lady fell from the sky and damaged a video store. We need to take her back for questioning," Fury stated, producing an identification badge for Joe to see. "We are from the Department of Homeland Security. Please cooperate with our investigation." "Get lost," Joe replied impatiently, his frustration mounting. "We have the authority," Nick Fury began, but was cut off by Joe. "No one on Earth has ever made me cooperate with an investigation. I don't care what security agency you are from. I am busy right now. To avoid complications, I suggest you call your director before making any decisions. Tell your director that my name is Jordan Foster." For the past 6 years, Joe has never concealed his abilities. The satellite surveillance allows them to monitor him. Yet as long as the gaze is not fixed upon him, Joe remains indifferent. It is beneficial for them to acknowledge his prowess, as it deters the foolhardy from seeking trouble with him, which would be quite tiresome. Consequently, the high-ranking officials of various nations on Earth are now aware of the presence of an individual they cannot afford to provoke. A tacit understanding has developed between them and Joe. "You do not disturb me, and I shall not interfere with you." Perhaps stunned by Joe's dramatic entrance, Nick Fury uttered not a word and dialed the director's number. The device in his hand was the latest generation of futuristic technology, widely used by many. Indeed, Joe is as affluent as he claims. Once the director answered, Nick conveyed the situation and mentioned Joe's name. The response from the other end was succinct. I understand. You need not concern yourself further. The mission is concluded. This response left Nick feeling despondent. He instinctively sensed that he was on the brink of engaging with a hidden facet of this world, one unknown to ordinary people. Yet the director now instructed him to withdraw. Reluctantly, he returned to his vehicle, silently observing Joe and Carol. Now that we are undisturbed, tell me what you have experienced over these 6 years, Joe said to Carol. Complying, Carol recounted her journey. Upon hearing her tale, Joe interjected, So, you now go by Vare and have become a Cree? I have always been a Cree, Carol asserted, as if it were self-evident. Nonsense, it is all preposterous, Joe retorted, his anger flaring. You are my biological sister, and your abilities were not bestowed upon you by that so-called Cree Empire. I was the one who took you to Wakanda to harness your potential. Consumed by rage, Joe yearned to immediately venture to the holostar that Carol mentioned, with the intent to obliterate the supreme intelligence that had brainwashed her. He even contemplated annihilating the Cree Empire, though such an action would contravene the natural order. Listen, Joe said, gripping Carol's shoulders and gazing intently into her eyes. Your name is Carol Danvers. You are a human from Earth, not a Cree. Your family and friends are safe. You have been deceived. He endeavored to keep his emotions in check, adopting a gentler tone. I do not know if what you say is true. My head aches terribly. There is a voice within me affirming your words. But Carol paused. My experiences over these 6 years and the supreme intelligence, she fell silent, cradling her head, overwhelmed. Seeing Carol in such distress pained Joe immensely, apart from himself. No one had harmed her throughout her life. Even his own actions had been a result of her own recklessness. Cree, supreme intelligence, Joe muttered under his breath. He vowed that once Carol regained her strength, he would journey to Hala and demolish that supreme intelligence for daring to manipulate her mind. In addition to the Ancient One, now Carol wishes to shatter her Kamatage. That old woman deceived herself. Just look at Carol's current state. There's no sign of improvement whatsoever. Let us not dwell on this. We shall take our time. A pang of sympathy struck Joe. I still have a mission, the scrolls, and soon Rog will arrive. Carol seeks to evade the confrontation. Just as well, when he arrives, you will comprehend everything, Joe said through gritted teeth. Once Rog is here, we shall incapacitate him first, and then compel him to elucidate all matters. He will bring an elite squad and can summon the accuser's warship at any moment. A force capable of annihilating an entire planet, Carol instinctively cautioned. Rest assured, even if all the military might of the Cree Empire is called forth, they shall come and go without return. I will ensure they understand the consequences of harming my sister. Joe's voice was icy. They will undoubtedly regret it. Chapter 84. The arrival of the Ancient One. When will Rog's ship arrive? Joe inquired, unable to contain his desire to strike someone. According to Carol, Cree possessed commendable physical prowess. Joe resolved to wait until Rog arrived to seize him by the legs and smash him into the ground several times before questioning. That wretched creature, is he not a warrior? If I do not kill you, leave you maimed, you shall spend your next life confined to a wheelchair. They say it will still take a day, Carol replied honestly. Let us find a CAF where you can elaborate on your story, Joe suggested. Carol had briefly mentioned her experiences, but there remained many details unknown to him. After all, he is quite the elder sister's boy, standing on the street. Their armor and Carol's battle attire drew too much attention. It would be wiser to seek a private space. Regardless, he had money now, and the cost of a CAF could easily be recouped in mere moments. Very well, Carol acquiesced, for she had many questions to pose to Joe. The pursuit of the scrolls had long since slipped from her mind. Now, with a rare opportunity to uncover her obscured past, she was unwilling to let it pass. From the moment Carol laid eyes on Joe, she felt an instinctual trust in him. As the two made their way to the CAF, a woman stood atop a rooftop, firing a peculiar weapon at them. Given their swift reflexes, they would certainly evade her shots. Once they had taken cover, Carol remarked, "Scrolls." With that, she prepared to give chase. However, Joe was quicker. Just as Carol took a few steps, Joe returned, grasping a scroll in its green-skinned form. Carol pouted, unwilling to concede. "He is mine." "You were too slow," Joe retorted. "Despite not having seen you for years, your skills remain as feeble as ever." After all, they were siblings who had spent over a decade together, and even with Carol's amnesia, their dynamic was unchanged. Such familiarity was not something amnesia could erase. "I simply was not prepared," Carol retorted defiantly. "Is that so? An inept individual remains inept. Do you think that after a jaunt to the cosmos you can triumph over me? Dream on," Joe taunted. The two fell into their familiar banter, which lightened Joe's spirit somewhat. Carol was at a loss for words. The truth lay before her, yet what was there to boast about? Sooner or later, She would deliver a blow that would send him hurtling into the sun. Upon uttering this, Carol inexplicably felt a sense of deja vu, as if she had uttered similar words in the past. Huh, you inept fool. Even if you were to wander the universe for another 1,000 years, you would still be unable to breach my defenses. Perhaps it had been too long since Joe had sparred verbally with Carol, as he showed no mercy with his words. Just you wait, Carol retorted fiercely, falling silent thereafter, feeling somewhat defeated. Am I not strong? In Hala, I have never lost a one-on-one battle, aside from the legendary Ronin. She had bested all others of notable strength. Well, I shall await your efforts, Joe replied smugly. Carol could hardly contain her urge to unleash a burst of energy right in Joe's face. Let us proceed to the CAF, Joe declared, leading the way with the scroll in tow. Carol followed closely behind him. Upon arriving at the CAF, it was still morning. Joe tossed a card, instantly reserving the entire establishment, disregarding the startled CAF owner. Over the years, he had frequently been witnessed using his superpowers by ordinary people, yet no word had ever leaked out, as someone had always covered for him. Thus, Joe was quite adept at handling such situations. Once seated, the trembling owner cautiously brought them their coffees before discreetly retreating. After taking a sip, Joe inquired, "So, what is the situation with the scrolls?" Just as Carol began to explain, a spark ignited, and a circular portal materialized beside the table. Out stepped the Ancient One. "Long time no see, Joe," she smiled warmly. "How dare you show your face here?" Joe replied irritably. "I was just about to visit Kamar Taj to seek you out. And what would you want with me? Are you planning to demolish my sanctuary?" The Ancient One jested. "You hit the nail on the head," Joe thought inwardly, though he dared not voice such sentiments in her presence, feeling a twinge of intimidation. However, Joe sensed that once he achieved a breakthrough, he would no longer fear an elderly woman. He would indeed bring down her Kamar Taj. "You deceived me," Joe huffed. "Is this what you meant when you said Carol would become formidable? It would have been better had you simply given me her location to find her." He pointedly addressed the Ancient One, gesturing toward Carol. "Look at her. Her strength hasn't improved much, and she's become even more foolish." Carol, standing nearby, was visibly annoyed. "Not necessarily," the Ancient One replied with a teasing tone. "I mentioned that I eagerly anticipated your reunion, which is precisely why I am here. What is there to anticipate? Carol has lost all memories of the past, and I am currently plagued by headaches." Joe chimed in, unable to resist a jab at the Ancient One. Joe considered himself still a child, his body instinctively signaling that he was in an embryonic phase, awaiting transformation into maturity. "Therefore, I am here to assist you in resolving your issues," the Ancient One smiled. "Do you have a solution?" Joe's eyes sparkled with hope. "I am a sorcerer who has cultivated my powers for centuries. Ancient One has indeed intensified my abilities over these several hundred years. Yes, indeed, you are the supreme sorcerer. Your prowess is unparalleled. Please assist Carol in regaining her memories." Joe's tone became exceedingly respectful. Unfazed by Joe's flattery, Ancient One extended her index finger towards Carol's forehead. "Delve deeply into your past," she instructed. Upon being touched by Ancient One's finger, a multitude of fragmented memories surged within Carol's mind. After a moment, she opened her eyes. "I remember everything. I recall it all," Carol exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion, tears welling in her eyes as her forgotten past unfolded before her. Ancient One regarded Carol with a gentle smile. Once her emotions settled, Carol bowed deeply to Ancient One, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Supreme Sorcerer. It was my duty." Ancient One replied with a smile. 6 years ago, I made a promise to someone that his sister would return transformed into a remarkable individual, and I have come to fulfill that promise. Yet, I don't see her as particularly remarkable," Joe interjected, discontented. Ancient One ignored him and addressed Carol. "Take a moment to truly understand the power within you. It is far more profound than it appears." Upon hearing this, Carol closed her eyes. Gradually, an orange-yellow glow radiated from her entire being. "Not too shabby," Joe commented, "but I wonder if it's effective. Continue to explore your powers. You can become even stronger. Immensely so. Have some confidence in yourself," Ancient One encouraged. "Ah," Carol cried out, her hair standing on end as she opened her eyes, which now gleamed with a blinding light. Carol ascended into the air. "Wow," Joe exclaimed, taken aback. "Keep going," Ancient One urged. The brilliance emanating from Carol intensified to a degree that ordinary beings could no longer gaze upon her. After a while, Carol opened her eyes and fixed her gaze on Joe. "Come, let us duel," she declared. Without waiting for Joe's response, she lunged towards him. The two burst forth from the CAF, instantly arriving in outer space. After they departed, Ancient One murmured to herself, "I anticipated your reunion with great eagerness." Chapter 85, Still No Match. "You foul brother, I have longed to challenge you." Carol, now overflowing with confidence, felt the immense energy within her swell to an overwhelming extent. With Joe in tow, she burst through the atmosphere, activating the oxygen system of her Kree battle suit, and then released him. What is happening? Joe was still a bit bewildered. Did Carol just suddenly unleash an extraordinary surge of power that propelled them from Earth? How had she become so formidable in an instant? Joe pondered in confusion. Ancient One merely spoke a few words, and Carol was aglow, effortlessly lifting herself from the planet. Was that even a second's duration? Just moments ago, he had dismissed her glowing power as ineffective, and now he found himself proven wrong. Facing each other from a distance of several meters, Carol proclaimed, "Let us fight." In the vacuum of space, her voice could not be heard, yet Joe understood her intent. Carol has regained her memory and her strength has surged remarkably. With a single blink, she is ready to confront Joe, disregarding the scroll in the CAF. Today, she seeks vengeance. Carol vividly recalls the times when her hands would swell after clashing with Joe and the taunts about her being weak. Just moments ago, Joe had reiterated those very words. How could the impulsive Carol endure such provocation? The opportunity for retaliation has finally arrived. Seeing Carol's audacious demeanor, Joe responded with a gesture, ready for the fight. Who fears whom? Carol appears formidable and is eager for a sparring partner. Today, Joe intends to show Carol that had it not been for her fortunate early arrival by 3 years, she would merely be a younger sibling. During their exchange in space, Dr. Strange created a mirrored dimension, brewing a pot of tea, poised to witness an exhilarating spectacle. The stage for this domestic showdown is set. Carol extends her hand. 3, 2, 1. As her fingers curl into a fist, the moment arrives, and they spring into action. The most sophisticated high-speed cameras on Earth fail to capture their incredible velocity as they collide. Their fists meet, and Joe silently remarks, "Not bad in terms of strength." Everything transpires in an instant, and only these two extraordinary individuals can perceive the unfolding events. After the initial strike, they lock eyes once more. Carol is exhilarated. The recent clash with Joe has left her hands unscathed. The energy within her has shielded her delicate hands, sparing her from any pain. This time, there will be no swelling. With newfound confidence, Carol charges at Joe again, and they engage in a flurry of punches and kicks. Initially, Joe had held back, fearing he might injure Carol, but seeing her completely unharmed ignites his excitement. No one has ever withstood a restrained punch from him. Until now, with Carol. How delightful. She will serve as his new punching bag. After exchanging countless blows, Joe finally unleashes his full power against Carol. Although Carol's strength does not match his, she remains uninjured, swiftly returning to the fray after being knocked back. Their incredible speed propels them millions of kilometers away from Earth in an instant. The entire solar system seems to come alive as they shatter innumerable meteoroids, scattering fragments in every direction and disrupting a meteor belt in their wake. In a fervor, Joe and Carol engage in a fierce contest, their strikes becoming a blur. Unbeknownst to them, they exchange countless punches and kicks, eventually tumbling together onto the surface of Venus, creating a massive crater upon impact. Yet, they do not cease. Joe sends Carol flying several kilometers away with a punch, only for her to return and send him hurtling back. Amidst the volcanoes of Venus, they persist, splattering lava everywhere, even triggering a chain of volcanic eruptions. The perpetual storms that rage within Venus's atmosphere are disrupted by their battle, enveloping the entire atmosphere in a cloud of dust. Still, they do not relent. The combat was exhilarating for Carol, who became increasingly adept as she realized her own formidable strength today. With a mere flicker of energy beams, she experienced an unparalleled thrill, having battled across nearly half the solar system. Her mastery over physical energy control grew more proficient, resulting in accelerated speed and amplified power. The energy seemed boundless, and Carol unleashed it with abandon. From Venus, she launched herself into the vast expanse of space, where, in a realm invisible to the naked eye, golden light collided incessantly with yellow luminescence. In less than a second, they collided thousands of times. However, Joe soon began to feel the strain. Carol's velocity surged, now surpassing the speed of light, outpacing Joe. They had been engaged in battle for nearly an hour, yet Carol showed no signs of fatigue, and Joe was resolute in his refusal to concede. The fight raged on, shattering another asteroid belt, and Carol's speed escalated even further, transcending light speed. Joe struggled to keep pace. His speed, while close to light speed, had not yet reached it. A resounding thud echoed in the vacuum. Though sound could not travel in such a void, Carol landed a punch squarely on Joe's face, propelling him towards Mercury. The fragments of the planet scattered into space. Uncertain of their destination, Mercury, already light in mass, became even lighter. Hovering above Joe, Carol gazed down with a triumphant expression, casually rubbing her nose and gesturing for him to continue. Joe, indignant, sprang back into action, resuming his battle with Carol. The surface of Mercury, once marred by craters, became even more pockmarked. Joe found himself on the receiving end of relentless blows. Carol's speed had far exceeded the speed of light, sending him hurtling away repeatedly. Though uninjured, Joe felt a tinge of embarrassment. The true casualty was Mercury, which, if the onslaught continued, would soon be obliterated. Realizing the impending destruction of Mercury, Carol kicked Joe into space. Even there, he remained under her assault. Intentionally, she propelled him toward the sun, landing punch after kick, drawing them ever closer to its fiery embrace. Joe felt no pain. Not really, but his head was spinning from the relentless blows. Carol paused, surveying Joe with a mischievous glint. "Is this enjoyable?" she seemed to ask. Joe, feeling defeated, sheepishly raised his hands in surrender. Yet, in a moment of unexpected aggression, Carol clasped her hands together and struck him with a golf swing motion, sending him tumbling into the sun's core. Having long desired this moment, she watched with delight as Joe fell into the sun, taking a deep breath and laughing triumphantly. Revenge is sweet, she thought, reveling in her satisfaction as she awaited Joe's emergence. "Let us see you put on airs in front of me again. Your sister will always be your sister." Not far off, in a mirrored space, the Ancient One finished a pot of tea, savoring the refreshing experience. Someone has consistently spoken ill of themselves, at times assuming the role of the supreme sorcerer, and at others, being dismissed as an old woman. Now, they have received their comeuppance. How delightful. Ancient One stretched languidly, making a circular return to Kamartaj. Having consumed too much water, it was time to relieve herself. Chapter 86, Maturity. Carol wielded a considerable amount of power, even infusing it with a surge of energy, causing Joe to plummet into the core of the sun. This was the true interior of the sun, a veritable arsenal of energy, perpetually releasing its might. Countless fusion reactions occurred every moment, providing the energy that sustained the entire solar system. Joe gradually felt a profound tranquility as he succumbed to slumber. His armor absorbed the energy, its vibranium nature allowing it to harness various forms of energy, storing them within chemical bonds. 1 minute, 10 minutes, an hour passed. Carol began to grow impatient, waiting for Joe to emerge. She was not the least bit concerned for Joe's safety. Rather, she suspected he was merely toying with her, or perhaps had simply fallen asleep. She recalled Joe's previous slumber within the sun. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became that Joe must indeed be asleep. Otherwise, he would have emerged by now. Since Joe was unlikely to be in any peril, Carol decided against waiting any longer. What if Joe slept through the entire night while she remained here? The scrolls were still left behind in the CAF. It was only now that Carol remembered this matter. Resolved, she decided to return and seek out the scrolls. Although her memories had returned, several questions lingered. For instance, why were both the Kree and the scrolls pursuing that photon engine? What roles did they play in this scenario? Were the scrolls truly villains? Were the Kree as innocent as they appeared? Carol felt it imperative to unravel this mystery. Reflecting on the Kree's deceit, she began to harbor doubts about the nature of this civilization. Why had the Kree been engaged in perpetual warfare? Was it truly merely to safeguard their planet? That seemed unlikely. Carol resolved to return to Earth first, locate the scrolls, uncover the truth behind it all, and then investigate the coordinates Lawson had provided her. The scrolls were still on Earth, their intentions unknown, friend or foe, though the coordinates given by Lawson were located in outer space, closer than Earth. Nonetheless, Carol opted to return to Earth first. Upon her return to the CAF, it was already cordoned off with police tape. Stepping inside, she was relieved to find the scrolls still lying on the ground. Nearby sat Nick Fury and Coulson. There was no choice. The mess left by Joe and Carol required cleaning up. Originally, there was a special covert department designated to assist Joe. But today Nick and his team had witnessed the aftermath. As agents with a high level of secrecy and proximity, they stepped in to resolve the situation. Nick Fury could hardly contain his eagerness. He refrained from acting impulsively, merely securing the perimeter and patiently awaiting the return of the two individuals in the CAF. At long last, Carol arrived. "Hello," Nick Fury greeted her warmly. "What brings you here?" Carol inquired. "Someone must safeguard the scene," Nick replied casually. "May we have a conversation?" With that, he signaled to Coulson to step outside. Coulson, being merely an intern, possessed no authority to be privy to matters concerning extraterrestrials unless he fortuitously encountered Joe. It was also Nick Fury's first day learning about this situation. Carol left a favorable impression on Nick. She appeared amiable and devoid of ulterior motives, which might yield a wealth of information. "Is this green-skinned creature the Skrull you mentioned?" Nick asked once Coulson had departed. "Indeed," Carol responded, glancing at the unconscious Skrull on the floor. "Are such aliens common on Earth?" After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "Perhaps 5 or 6. When I returned in the pod, I noticed several more behind." "Are you an Earthling? Why have these aliens returned to our planet? What is their strength?" Nick Fury, recognizing Carol's willingness to engage, posed a barrage of inquiries. He continued to gently extract information, inquiring about Joe's capabilities and their recent activities. He maintained a cordial demeanor, attentively observing Carol's reactions. Should she exhibit hesitation or displeasure, he would swiftly shift the conversation to lighter topics or share a jest, which surprisingly led to the revelation of numerous details. Had Joe been present, he would undoubtedly remark on how the future director of SHIELD did not always exude an air of enigma, nor was he as formidable as he would become. Observing Nick's current demeanor, it was evident he possessed commendable communication skills, not inferior to the future Coulson. Of course, had Joe been there, Nick may not have dared to inquire so extensively, as Joe had left an impression of being somewhat unapproachable. While Nick continued to probe Carol for information, he had Coulson fetch her a change of clothing, as her Kree battle attire was quite conspicuous. Under Nick's deliberate friendliness, Carol found him agreeable, and the two enjoyed a pleasant conversation. She even consented to Nick Fury's request to assist him in locating the Skrulls on Earth. Meanwhile, within the sun, Joe's vibranium armor, after several hours of absorbing energy, was on the verge of catastrophic failure, threatening to explode at any moment. Before long, Joe indeed experienced a catastrophic failure of his armor. The resulting explosion unleashed a shockwave, inciting a new solar storm. Yet, Joe remained oblivious. Peacefully slumbering as if liberated from all constraints, he rolled over and drifted back into a deep sleep, lying bare within the sun's core. It was not until the passage of a full Earth day that Joe began to stir. He felt an intense heat enveloping him. His cells were wildly absorbing the surrounding energy, expanding their reach. "It's so hot," Joe murmured. Although the others remained asleep, they tossed restlessly. Eventually, unable to endure the heat any longer, he opened his eyes. In that instant, the entire solar system was shrouded in darkness. The skies of all the planets turned pitch black. At that moment, Joe absorbed the light of the sun. His eyes emitted rays, unsure of their destination, obliterating all obstacles in their path into ash. Joe radiated a brilliance that surpassed even that of the sun. For the first time, his muscles swelled, transforming his entire form. On Earth, at that moment of twilight, Gu-E gazed toward the sun, contemplating, "I must not provoke this little fellow again." In Asgard, Heimdall, guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, directed his gaze to this event, and Odin in his palace sensed it as well. A being of extraordinary power had emerged. Joe unleashed his energy within the sun, inadvertently creating solar flares. Brimming with vigor, he longed to strike something. Only after he had released his energy did he realize he was completely unclothed. Where has my armor gone? Chapter 87. Transformation. Joe gradually soared from within the sun. As he flew, he acclimated to his transformed body. Initially uncomfortable with his lack of clothing, he soon found himself feeling invigorated after covering some distance. Freed from the constraints of garments, he felt remarkably at ease. Perhaps this is why some prefer to sleep in the nude. This was indeed delightful. Joe resolved to explore the freedom of running naked more often. After all, in outer space, no one could see him, and he could truly be himself. Isn't it time to embrace one's nature? Feeling light, Joe squinted in enjoyment. Yet, he lamented the loss of his armor, which he had barely worn before it was rendered useless. It was his first time damaging his vibranium suit, and he felt a pang of regret. Even the suits he could no longer wear were lovingly preserved in his wardrobe. They represented a significant investment. Joe, a prudent man, reflected on Carol's pettiness. Her inability to accept defeat had cost him dearly, losing millions of dollars. This armor was no lightweight, beyond the cost of production. With vibranium priced at $1 million per gram, it was worth nearly $100 million. No, Carol must compensate. However, he mused, that miser wouldn't be able to afford it. Then a brilliant idea struck Joe. Once the Kree Empire issue was resolved, he would take Carol to Wakanda. His eyes gleamed with mischief. The old king was aware that Carol would be leaving Earth for 6 years, after such a long absence. Wouldn't their reunion warrant a warm gesture? He could then lament his financial woes to the old king. Joe envisioned this beautifully. Perhaps he might even reclaim his armor and acquire an additional suit. Next, Chow plans to create a similar style, but in silver. He has recently developed a particular fondness for armor. When he dons it, it will exude an entirely unique flair. Oh, the trials of being a handsome man can indeed be burdensome. After pondering over his clothing choices, Chow shifted his focus to his own physique. Observing the considerable increase in his muscle mass, he clenched his fists, feeling a surge of strength. Without any point of comparison, he realized that he could effortlessly lift any object known to mankind on Earth, including colossal ocean liners weighing several tons, as if they were mere feathers. The weight felt utterly negligible. He mused about the possibility of attempting to move a planet. Perhaps the solar system was best left untouched. The consequences of disturbing one could be monumental. However, once he ventured beyond the solar system, he could entertain the idea. The interconnectedness of celestial bodies means that even a slight miscalculation could lead to catastrophic repercussions for Earth, his home base. It would be wiser to wreak havoc on other star systems. For instance, the planets of the Kree Empire would suffice. They boast an abundance of them. And targeting a resource-rich planet would be ideal. With fewer inhabitants, there would be minimal bloodshed. After all, one cannot merely bask in the sun. It is essential to engage in personal training as well. Perhaps tugging at a few planets would be beneficial for both body and soul. While gauging his strength might require more time, Xiao resolved to assess his speed. With his enhanced vision, he could perceive the propagation of light across the cosmos, a method he often employed for speed measurements. He located a beam of light, and, as it traversed the solar system, he propelled himself forward at full speed. Intentionally, he flew towards the far side of the Earth, mindful that there were still those who could discern his state. He recalled the likes of Ancient One, that old woman, who could observe him using some arcane spell, and now there was also Carol. Xiao still possessed a sense of modesty. He was no exhibitionist. It was merely the pressing circumstances that left him without clothing. However, being unclothed was indeed quite liberating. As he raced alongside the light, thoughts whirled in his mind. Unlike before, when he barely managed to keep pace, this time he realized he was significantly faster than light. He had finally surpassed the speed of light. Xiao reflected on his previous frustrations, where he had struggled just shy of achieving this feat. It was exasperating. Now, he halted his childish competition with light and began to test his other abilities. Gazing at Earth, he was no longer met with a blurred vision. He could distinctly see the ants scurrying about below. It is worth noting that the distance between the Sun and Earth spans hundreds of millions of kilometers. His vision had undoubtedly improved, and his hearing must have as well. In fact, he was astonished to discover that he could now hear Susan lamenting his sudden departure. Other abilities have also significantly enhanced. This time, it is a comprehensive elevation, akin to a remarkable upgrade. The subconscious within him informs Joe that he has matured, transitioning from childhood to adulthood. Without a growth phase, he is an anomaly, having skipped it entirely. I am no longer a child. It seems I can now engage in activities befitting an adult. Joe chuckled, perhaps a tad mischievously. His mind began to wander towards unsavory thoughts. Shaking off the distractions, Joe commenced testing his newfound capabilities. Solar flares. He launched one outward, obliterating a cluster of meteors into mere dust. Quite impressive. Joe nodded in satisfaction. He had acquired another ranged ability, one that appeared far more dazzling than the glow of his eyes. From now on, regardless of what approached him, he could dispatch it with a solar flare. Joe mused. This power rivals that of a high-yield nuclear weapon, perhaps even surpassing it. He now considered himself a connoisseur of nuclear might. No longer would he need to engage in close combat. A solar flare would suffice. And should it fail to annihilate the target, he could always follow up with a punch. After conjuring several more solar flares, Joe began to feel fatigued. This ability was quite taxing on his stamina and seemed more suited for mass destruction. For instance, against a fleet of spaceships, or perhaps an entire planet. He certainly needed to bask in the sun more often. Breathing heavily, Joe thought, a man must possess endurance. He certainly did not wish to find himself in a position where he could only unleash a few flares. That would diminish his prestige. Having thoroughly tested his abilities, Joe resolved to return to Earth. Before flying back, he glanced at Carol's location, deliberately avoiding her, and stealthily returned to his home in Long Island. Just as Susan was about to step out, she was startled to see Joe enter the house completely unclothed. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Susan inquired. Oh no, Joe replied, then proceeded to demonstrate various muscular poses before her. What do you think, darling? Am I not stronger now? The couple had been quite open with each other. Save for one last step they had yet to explore, so Joe felt no need for modesty. After all, they were like an old married couple. A glance wouldn't cost him anything. Susan surveyed Joe's robust physique, lingering a bit longer in certain areas. Have you been taking hormones? Your transformation is quite pronounced. Haha, Joe chuckled. Have you heard about solar-powered hormones? Susan shot him a beautiful eye roll. Chapter 88. Files. What the hell, solar hormones? Susan internally scoffed. Recognizing that Joe's life was filled with extraordinary occurrences, and she was too fatigued to delve deeper. Darling, I must go change. I have errands to run shortly. Not wishing to prolong the conversation with Susan, Joe dashed back to his dressing room in the nude. Initially, he intended to don his battle attire, for he was about to engage in combat, taking on aliens, and he certainly wanted to look impressive. This was crucial for the image of his fellow Earthmen. However, after trying on several outfits, he found himself unable to fit into any of them. He had grown significantly. All the tight-fitting battle suits in his wardrobe, which once perfectly accentuated his muscular form, were now too small. The only suit of armor was damaged. With no other option, Joe reluctantly chose a rather stylish vibranium jacket. Alas, clothing was still insufficient. It seemed he needed to visit Wakanda more often. The old king must surely be missing him, Joe mused. Each time he visited, the old king was ever so warm and hospitable, undoubtedly cherishing his guest. Being handsome is a lifelong endeavor. A warrior without battle attire is merely a thug. With a tinge of regret, he stepped out, planting a kiss on Susan's cheek before leaving. "Where are you off to?" Susan inquired, no longer in a hurry to depart. "I've got something to do. Expect a surprise later," Joe replied, vanishing in an instant. Susan was friends with Carol, and once they met, Carol would surely find it amusing that her girlfriend was Susan. Joe was on his way to find Carol. At that moment, Carol was in Nick's car, the two of them on the lookout for traces of the Skrulls. Joe descended from the sky, landing in front of their vehicle, causing Nick to slam on the brakes in shock. After Joe hopped into the car, Carol remarked, "You know that's quite dangerous, right?" "It's fine, I won't get hurt." Joe chuckled in response. "I'm more worried about you damaging my car," Carol retorted. "After all, you're tough as nails, but this car can't take it." Joe paused, then defiantly replied, "If it gets damaged, you'll have to compensate me for ruining my battle gear." "Well then, I'll just take you to Wakanda," Carol casually suggested. Truly, they were like siblings, thinking alike. After stealing a glance at Joe, Carol exclaimed, "How is it that after just a day apart, you've gained weight?" "It's muscle," Joe insisted. "And you didn't even train for it." Carol scoffed. "So what? You still can't defeat me. You're just a sunbathing slacker." "You can't defeat me," Carol seethed. "I should have hit you more when we were kids." Joe recalled being beaten by Carol before he turned 6. "But now, you can't win against me," he reiterated. "Whatever you say, you still can't beat me. You're such a nuisance. Not even the sun can wear you down. You're simply stubborn and tough," Carol exclaimed in exasperation. The sibling banter startled Nick, who was driving. As he absorbed the magnitude of their conversation, he wondered if these two oddities were truly human. He was curious to meet Joe and Carol's parents, pondering what kind of individuals could produce such formidable offspring. Observing Carol's defeat, Joe joyfully engaged Nick in conversation. "Hey, I apologize for what happened yesterday morning." Through the rearview mirror, Nick caught sight of Joe's sunlit face, appearing utterly harmless. It was difficult for him to reconcile this version of Joe with the one clad in golden armor, resembling a divine being descending from the heavens. "It's all right," Nick Fury replied, his tone quite amiable. Chow nodded, accustomed to the amiable demeanor of those around him. Perhaps it was due to his striking good looks that garnered him tolerance from both men and women alike. Alas, being too exceptional could also be a burden. He mused narcissistically. Life had presented him with no challenges, flowing too smoothly for his liking. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the trio delved into serious matters. "Have we located the Skrull?" Chow inquired. "And when is Rog arriving?" "I find myself quite intrigued by him. The Skrulls are exceedingly cunning, remaining elusive amid the crowd, making them difficult to identify," Carol complained. "Rog will arrive this afternoon. I intend to settle the score with him." After realizing she had been deceived by Rog and his associates, Carol harbored no fondness for him now. "And where do we head to now?" Chow asked. "Nick and I have speculated that the Skrulls are likely at the Air Force Base, where the Pegasus Project files are stored," Carol replied. "The very base where you once served?" Chow chuckled. "I am well acquainted with that place. The base commander and I share a good rapport." Noticing Carol's skepticism, Chow asserted, "My friends are scattered across the globe. Everyone knows I am well liked." Upon their arrival at the Air Force Base, 6 years had elapsed, and the facility was filled with fresh faces. Entering through the gate was still facilitated by Nick's identification, but once inside, Chow insisted on inquiring himself. He approached a junior officer and stated, "We wish to view the files pertaining to the Pegasus Project." The officer scrutinized the trio before responding, "Follow me." After being led to a room, the officer departed, leaving them behind. After half an hour, Carol remarked, "Didn't you claim to have a good relationship with the person in charge here? Why do we now seem to be detained?" Chow remained silent. He had recently utilized his enhanced vision to survey the base, discovering that it had undergone a complete personnel overhaul from top to bottom. It appeared he would need to take matters into his own hands. He had anticipated a warm welcome upon arrival, yet found himself confined instead. Chow, inherently a civilized individual, was reluctant to resort to force. After all, he held 2 doctoral titles. "Let us go retrieve the files ourselves," he declared. With determination, Chow pulled the door open and instructed Carol and Nick, "Stay close. I am quite familiar with this place. I will lead you to the archive room, located 5 levels underground." Observing Carol and Nick searching for a map, Chow continued his guidance. Upon reaching the archive room, Chow directly led them to the storage area for the Pegasus Project documents. He had previously perused these files and knew their location. Fortunately, the position had remained unchanged. Otherwise, he would have faced embarrassment. As Carol and Nick sifted through the documents, Chow languidly remarked, "There is nothing of value here. It's all been redacted. I've seen it before. Ignoring him, Carol persisted in her search. Eventually, Nick uncovered Lawson's manuscript, exclaiming, "Dr. Lawson must be a madman. What on earth are these nonsensical symbols?" Carol snatched the manuscript from Nick's grasp and retorted, "This is Cree." Without the manuscript, Nick, feeling rather bored, glanced at the nearby files. Initially, he merely intended to skim through them, but before he knew it, his expression turned serious as he diligently perused the entire document. While examining the file, he also cast a glance at Jo, who was lost in thought nearby. After finishing her review of the manuscript, Carol called for them to exit and turned to leave. In his haste, Nick didn't even close the document in his hands and followed her closely. The file he had placed on the shelf prominently featured a photograph of Jo, with the title boldly printed in red, Jordan 4th. Chapter 89. Welcome to Earth. Jo and Carol sauntered out, with Nick Fury trailing behind, keenly observing his surroundings. "Are we really just walking out like this?" Nick inquired, hastening his pace to align with the two of them. "What else? Do you wish to fly? I could take you out directly," Jo replied with a chuckle. Nick offered a sheepish smile and fell silent, though his eyes continued to dart around. Watching the youthful Nick, Jo found it odd to see him without his eye patch. He wondered when the egghead had transformed into a one-eyed figure. What's there to fear? If someone approaches, we'll just deal with it. Carol, despite having endured some teasing from Jo, felt emboldened once more. She sensed a powerful energy within her, leading her to act with a certain recklessness. "I just feel that our current demeanor is rather ostentatious. It's not ideal." Nick couldn't help but interject. After that, silence fell as they proceeded down the corridor. "Ah, a little kitty." As they walked quietly, Nick suddenly exclaimed, his voice rising. He hurried to the front and scooped up an orange cat, gently stroking its paws and asking, "What's your name, little kitty?" He no longer concealed his presence. "Isn't this the cat Dr. Lawson adopted?" Carol remarked, eyeing the feline in Nick's arms. "I believe it's called Gugu. This is Dr. Lawson's cat?" Nick, who had been amusing the cat, perked up at Carol's words. "So it's without a master now?" "That seems to be the case," Carol replied. "Oh, look at this poor cat. It must be so lonely in this cold base without its owner. Let us take it with us," Nick said, petting Gugu's head. "Suit yourself." Eventually, they encountered soldiers from the base. After a friendly exchange, the personnel courteously escorted the trio out, even providing them with a plane. "How gracious," Carol exclaimed, thrilled to take the pilot's seat. She had been itching to fly for quite some time and couldn't resist the urge to take control. Once airborne, Jo asked, "Where to now?" Nick, still playing with the cat, replied, "Let us head to our bureau. The captured scroll is still there." Carol found the suggestion of the egg quite agreeable. The pilot flew them to what Nick referred to as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Upon hearing this lengthy title, Carol complained, "Isn't that name a bit too long to remember?" Nick replied, "In truth, only the most exceptional agents can recite that name. We typically refer to it as SHIELD. Upon arriving at SHIELD, Nick led them to the facility where the scrolls were detained. While Carol and Jo conducted their inquiries, Nick stepped away to report to the director, all the while cradling the kitten. "What brings you to Earth?" Carol inquired of the scroll. "To survive," the scroll replied. "Survive? You invaded," Carol began but hesitated, realizing that the situation was more complex than she initially believed. Perhaps she had been misled by the highest intelligence. "I truly cannot fathom what you could possibly need from our primitive planet," she questioned. "Yes, all we seek is a photon engine. Once we find it, we will depart. We mean no harm. We merely desire a home where we can exist." The scroll's tone bore a hint of desperation. Initially, they had contemplated using force, but their swift defeat had quelled any such thoughts. Egg, still holding the kitten, entered the director's office. The director, startled, exclaimed, "What are you holding?" "A delightful little kitten," Nick replied, somewhat bemused. "Is it really necessary to have a cat?" the director asked, still somewhat apprehensive. "But it's so adorable. Please, keep it away from me." Nick mused internally, acknowledging the director's authority. Reluctantly, he placed the kitten outside the office, assuring it, "Stay here and don't wander off. I shall return shortly." Upon re-entering the office, Nick briefed the director on his experiences. Upon hearing that Jo and the others had arrived, the director insisted on meeting Jo. As they took the elevator, the director distanced himself, clearly uneasy about Nick's feline companion. "Must you always hold that cat, Nicholas?" the director could not help but voice. This remark momentarily caught Nick off guard, and he fixed the director with a penetrating gaze. "He is a Skrull," Nick thought to himself. Carol had informed him that Skrulls could transform into any creature they had encountered, possessing identical genes, yet their transformations were limited to recent memories. Nicholas Joseph Fury was his full name, but most simply called him Nick. Only those unfamiliar with him would use his formal name. "Surely the director cannot be unfamiliar with me?" he pondered. After all, he reported to the director daily, who had never addressed him as Nicholas. I am a favored agent in the director's presence, thriving within the ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick mused. Yet, he maintained a composed exterior as he guided the disguised director towards Joe and Carol, ready to face whatever awaited them. Having exited the elevator, our future commander's carefully laid plans crumbled unexpectedly. He had never anticipated that this scroll would strike him. The green-skinned being, bearing the director's old countenance, dealt him a mighty blow that sent him sprawling. That fist was colossal and heavy. While Carol was still inquiring, Joe abruptly interjected, stating, I need to step outside. That cat-loving man is in trouble. Nick remained on the ground, unable to rise as he continued to endure the beating. The imposter director seized his weapon, aiming it at him, and casually remarked, goodbye. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Joe's voice echoed from behind. Hey, I suggest you lower the gun. The counterfeit director pivoted, directing the muzzle toward Joe, warning, you know, meddling often leads to unfortunate consequences. Unfamiliar with Joe, the imposter director would not have dared utter such words had he known the truth. Losing his patience, he declared, farewell. Gunfire erupted, and the bullet hurtled towards Joe. He scarcely bothered to evade, feeling no sense of danger at all. Clang! The shell clattered to the ground, and the imposter director's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Joe, unwilling to waste any more time, swiftly delivered a precise slap, rendering the man dizzy, before hoisting him and Nick to seek out Carol. P.S.A. scroll. Nick quickly asserted. Oh, Joe replied nonchalantly, his focus already drifting far beyond the immediate surroundings, as he pondered the absence of the Kree. When the three reconvened, before Nick could utter a word, Joe announced, a spaceship has entered the atmosphere. Nick, you stay here. Carol, shall we investigate? Despite Nick's reluctance, Carol readily consented. The principal actors had arrived. The two moved with remarkable speed, and just as Rog and his companions disembarked from their vessel, they found Joe and Carol standing before them. Joe flashed a bright smile, exclaiming, welcome to Earth. Chapter 90, Misfortune for All Fuss. Who is this person? Rog inquired, still oblivious to Carol's regained memories. Observing Joe's somewhat arrogant grin, the smile struck him as unsettling, akin to a cat encountering a mouse. He is my brother, Carol responded. Brother? You adopted a native brother on Planet 52? Rog asked, bewildered. By blood, Carol clarified. By blood? Your family was long since exterminated by the Skrulls. How could? Wait. You've regained your memories? Rog realized, understanding why Carol's demeanor had seemed off, consistently wearing a frosty expression. You perceive it, don't you? Carol replied coldly. Observing Carol's attitude, Rog was now utterly convinced that she had indeed regained her memories. Fuss you. I am Carol Danvers, not Fuss, Carol interjected, cutting Rog off. Very well. Carol, you should not be on this planet. You are property of the Empire. You belong solely to the Kree Empire, and there is no escaping that. Once we have dealt with the Skrulls here, the Supreme Intelligence will meet you, and your past should be but a blank slate. This planet seems unnecessary to exist any longer, as the future may one day restore your memories. You have harmed the inhabitants of this world. Since Carol is aware, Rog is no longer playing his role. Feigning kindness daily has become rather tiresome. The warriors of his kind, the Kree, are inherently cold. With a tone of bravado, Joe chuckled. From what you say, does that mean I am about to meet my demise? Indeed, you possess a certain self-awareness, and I find myself growing fond of you. However, your smile is rather irksome, so I must apologize. Rog aimed his weapon at Joe. Fuss. Oh no, I mean Carol. I am rather eager to witness your reaction upon seeing your own brother perish before your eyes. Rog appeared to believe he had the upper hand and spoke with confidence. You know, I truly despise you. During Carol's time on Hala, she often sought fights with Rog, using her enhanced abilities and strength to defeat him repeatedly. She had maintained a facade of indifference, but deep down, she was seething with resentment, waiting for the moment of retribution, and now that moment had arrived. Rog, fully equipped, felt confident he could match Carol evenly, while the remaining members of the team would easily handle Joe. After all, Joe, at first glance, appeared merely muscular yet relaxed. An ordinary individual. The combat system had just identified him as nothing more than an average human, posing no threat at all. In truth, had Rog and his companions arrived a few days earlier, the combat system would have identified Joe and likely sent them fleeing in terror. At that time, Joe had not yet undergone his transformation. His abilities were unmasked, and the system would have declared him extremely dangerous, recommending immediate retreat. Now, however, Joe had a complete mastery of his powers, his strength contained, and he bore an uncanny resemblance to an ordinary human. Upon hearing Rog's words, Carol glanced at Joe and smiled. It's fine, go ahead and kill him. I want to kill him too. Rog found this response peculiar. Was there animosity between her and her brother? Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought. Any human who encountered them was destined for demise. Besides, They would soon obliterate the entire planet 52, and a swift death would be less painful. Although Joe had just welcomed him to Earth, his smile somewhat irritating, Rog decided it would be a kindness to grant him a swift passage. Perhaps Carol was merely deceiving him. Rog pulled the trigger of his energy pistol, unleashing a laser aimed at Joe's heart. Yet, the fabric of Joe's clothing remained unscathed. Joe maintained a smile. Is that a toy gun? Why is its power so feeble? Come now, do me the favor of killing me. Rog's expression morphed into disbelief. Was he truly unaware of the capability of his own weapon? This vessel has been modified. Even the alloy of the spacecraft can penetrate directly with a force of 50 millimeters. Yet, it seems it cannot even tear through the fabric of this Carol's brother's clothing. A sense of foreboding enveloped Rog. He feared misfortune loomed ahead. Ready for battle, Rog exclaimed, then began to seek cover. Joe and Carol silently observed as Rog's team assumed their combat formation. Are you prepared? I am coming for you, Joe said with a smile. Rog and his companions remained silent, opening fire instead. In an instant, a barrage of lasers surged toward Joe and Carol. Neither attempted to evade. They were indifferent to the onslaught. After all, their defenses remained intact, and moving was effortless. Rog is mine, Joe declared to Carol. Carol merely remarked, don't kill him. He still has his uses. The others are fair game. She chose to spectate. Having shared 6 years as teammates, a bond remained, and she felt no urge to intervene. Confronted by the lasers, Joe advanced step by step toward Rog and his team. The Kree combat squad activated their energy shield. Joe tapped on the transparent barrier before him, producing a resounding thud. Is this sturdy? Joe inquired. Still, no one acknowledged him. Rog and his team continued to fire while slowly retreating. Sensing the situation slipping from their grasp, this was not the script. This was merely a neglected, backward planet. The Empire had turned a blind eye to this desolate realm. How could a monster emerge here? Don't flee, Joe chuckled. Let me, a native, witness the advanced technology of your esteemed Kree Empire. Let us see how robust your shield truly is. Rog and his team retreated with increasing urgency. Joe ceased his prattle, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the shield, along with the individual behind it. It appears to be less than durable, Joe remarked. Does the illustrious Kree Empire indulge in corruption? What substandard equipment have you been supplied? Not only does it fail to kill, but even the protective measures are woefully inadequate, truly a disregard for life. As Joe spoke, he struck down every opponent except Rog, leaving a pool of green liquid upon the ground. Rog continued to resist, fleeing while hurling stones at Joe, indifferent to whether they inflicted harm. His sole aim was to stall Joe momentarily and escape to the spacecraft. Once aboard the ship, Rog immediately activated the engines. Just before takeoff, he broadcast, I have alerted the Accuser fleet. Your planet 52 will soon meet its demise. Await your fate here. However, his elation was short-lived, as Joe, descending from above, stomped through the spacecraft. He then yanked Rog out, stating, Do you know what I intend to do after hearing my sister's stories? Without waiting for Rog's response, Joe seized his leg and slammed him repeatedly into the ground. Carol watched on, feeling a twinge of pity. Pity the unfortunate land, marred by 2 deep craters. After being subjected to a relentless ordeal by Joe, Rog has yet to succumb, though he is left dizzy and disoriented. Joe continues, I have no intention of killing you. This is merely the inception. The Accuser fleet is soon to arrive, correct? Splendid. I shall obliterate them before your very eyes, and then drag you to Hala, where I will dismantle your supreme intellect right before you. What do you think of this proposition? I am far more merciful, for I do not indiscriminately obliterate entire planets. Suspended in Joe's grasp, Rog feels an inexplicable sense of foreboding regarding Joe's words. The imminent arrival of Ronin's Accuser fleet spells misfortune for him. Yet, upon further contemplation, he muses that having company in his misfortune may not be so bad after all. Misery loves company, he thinks to himself. Chapter 91, A Tactical Retreat. Joe carries Rog back to S.H.I.E.L.D. During their return, Joe does not moderate his speed. After all, Rog is a Kree, endowed with superior physical attributes, and given that he is the enemy, Joe sees no need to decelerate for him. If he dies, so be it. It is but his ill fate. Remarkably, Rog endures the intense pressure. He has not perished, merely lost half of his vitality. Had Joe not damaged his combat suit moments earlier, he likely would have fared even better. After all, Kree technology is quite advanced. But it simply encounters a peculiar anomaly in Joe. Upon arriving at S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick observes Joe holding a person dressed in attire resembling that of Carol's first encounter. Immediately, he comprehends the situation. A Kree? Nick inquires. Joe nods and then asks Nick, What happened to your eye? Nick's left eye appears injured, and he is shielding it with one hand. It's nothing. Just a mischievous little feline that gave me a scratch. Nick explains. From an adjacent room, The Skrull impersonating the director interjects unceremoniously. That is no cat. It is a flurkin. I advise against bringing it around. It is far more perilous than you Earthlings. Joe turns his gaze toward the fake director, who retorts, I was not referring to you. Nick, undeterred by the mention of the flurkin, clutches the creature and directs a glare at the Skrull, causing him to retreat a few steps from the door in fear. I care not whether it is a flurkin. In my presence, if you fear it. It is my adorable little kitten. Nick asserts boldly. The startled Skrull, unwilling to concede, responds, I hope your eye heals soon. He then addresses Joe and Carol, saying, I am Talos, leader of the Skrulls, and I believe we can engage in a conversation. Joe disregards him and turns to Carol, asking, the ship belonging to Rog and his crew is still where we left it, correct? Carol nods affirmatively. Nick's eyes brighten at the mention of an alien ship. A valuable asset indeed. Ahem, I would be most delighted to assist you in recovering it, Nick offers, contemplating the prospect of dismantling it for research. By the way, should I utilize the resources from the Bureau? Nick pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding against involving the Bureau personnel. He yearned to keep the benefits for himself. Even though Nick Fury had not yet assumed the full authority of his position, he had already begun to indulge in personal gain, establishing safe houses across the globe. There's no need. I have my methods, Joe declined. He dialed Tony's number. What is it? I'm busy. Tony's tone was somewhat impatient, his voice slightly breathless. Joe employed his enhanced vision to glimpse what Tony was engaged in, quickly diverting his gaze. A rather inappropriate scene. He stole another furtive glance. I just acquired an alien spacecraft capable of traversing wormholes. Since you're so occupied, I shall not disturb you further. I will seek assistance elsewhere, Joe stated matter-of-factly. After a brief silence from the other end, Joe heard the sound of Tony getting dressed. Where are you? Give me your location. Weren't you quite busy? Joe inquired. I just realized I might be able to squeeze out a little time for you. After all, you are my friend, and it is only natural to lend a hand. Tony's demeanor was predictable, and Joe paid it no mind. After relaying the spacecraft's location, he ended the call. He refrained from discussing anything further. Tony would be sure to reciprocate his assistance. Upon hanging up, Joe noticed Nick casting a resentful glance in his direction, which sent shivers down Joe's spine. He turned to Talos and asked, What do you wish to discuss with us? Talos replied, We harbor no ill intentions. We merely seek to locate the photon engine left behind by Dr. Lawson and depart. Nick interjected, You just attempted to kill me. That was merely an unfortunate incident. Talos responded, displaying an impressive lack of embarrassment. Talos earnestly addressed Carol, Our quest for the photon engine is solely to find a new home. We, the Skrulls, are the true victims, as the Kree have invaded our home world. If you doubt this, you may inquire with this Kree. He gestured towards Rog, whom Joe was holding. Carol turned to Rog, who remained silent with his eyes closed. The doctor stated that the photon engine was intended for saving lives, not for combat. Carol asserted. Indeed. Talos exclaimed, invigorated by Carol's words. Dr. Lawson was a good person. Although she is Kree, she always considered the well-being of us Skrulls. Joe listened, feeling a sense of unease. Why did it seem as though Dr. Lawson was a traitor among the Kree? Talos continued to plead, and eventually, he managed to sway Carol's belief slightly. Release him, Carol instructed Nick. Nick hesitated. There's no need to worry. With Joe and me here, he wouldn't dare make any moves. Carol reassured him. Reluctantly, Nick released Talos and his kin. Joe, meanwhile, was growing weary of the ongoing discourse. He had little interest in the Kree and Skrull enmity and was simply awaiting the arrival of the Accuser's fleet that Rog had mentioned. He longed to pilot the spacecraft. Once we have dealt with the Accuser's fleet, I shall take you to the coordinates left by Dr. Lawson. I hope you have not deceived me. Carol cast a significant glance at Talos. No, we Skrulls never lie, Talos replied, a smile plastered across his face. Huh, Carol scoffed. The Skrull's demeanor is that of seasoned tricksters. Here they come, Joe exclaimed, noticing a fleet suddenly emerge from the vastness of space around Earth. Let us proceed, Carol suggested, but this time, leave a portion for me. All is fair in competition. Talos argued. No way, it shall be half for each. The two engaged in a dispute over the division of spoils. It wasn't until Joe witnessed the fleet launching missiles that he relented. All right, they've fired their missiles. I won't argue any further. It shall be half for each. That is more like it. Carol responded with satisfaction, and as her words echoed, she transformed into a streak of crimson light and vanished. Joe immediately pursued her, leaving Nick and Talos exchanging glances of surprise. As Talos approached, Nick hoisted Gugu defensively, warning, Stay back. Carol intercepted half the missiles, reserving the remainder for Joe. If it is to be divided equally, then all must be shared. On board the flagship of the Accuser's fleet, Ronan inquired of his subordinate, Does Planet 53 possess such an advanced missile interception system? The subordinate adjusted the screen, revealing footage of Joe and Carol intercepting the missiles, with Joe flashing a grin at the display. Ronan mused that he seemed to have been ensnared by Rogan's machinations. Joe and Carol, each positioned on opposite sides, confronted the oncoming vessels. Carol charged forward, using her head to pierce through ship after ship. Joe deemed that method too undignified, opting instead for thermal beams that pierced directly through. Dozens of ships erupted in explosions, leaving only the flagship intact. Ronan observed the screen, his legs quaking slightly, yet his expression remained stoic. Joe and Carol halted before the flagship, locking eyes with Ronan. Unfazed, Ronan maintained his composure as the three exchanged glances. Carol clasped her hands together, generating a surge of energy. Not to be outdone, Joe disregarded the draining effects of solar flares and unleashed a powerful strike upon the flagship. The spectacle was magnificent as the colossal vessel began to detonate, erupting in a display of fireworks. Inside the flagship, Ronan and his subordinate were jolted by the explosions, nearly losing their balance. "I've been standing too long. My legs are a bit unsteady," the subordinate remarked. "What shall we do now, accuser?" Ronan retained his calm demeanor, though his voice quivered slightly as he replied, "We must retreat." Chapter 92. The space laboratory. The accuser's flagship was engulfed in flames. Ronan, wielding a heavy hammer alongside his subordinate, made his way to the escape pod. He walked leisurely, feigning nonchalance, stating, "They will eventually be ours." The subordinate remained silent. Recognizing Ronan's bravado, having followed him for many years, he was well aware of Ronan's true nature. The accuser of the Kree Empire was indeed frightened. He is merely engaging in routine bravado. After being reprimanded by a certain titan, Ronan had expressed similar sentiments. He refrains from exposing the truth, as he still needs to navigate the treacherous waters under Ronan's command for his own sustenance. Ultimately, only a handful of the accuser fleet returned. "Carol, this is all your fault," Joe lamented. Carol looked at Joe with confusion. "Why did you blow up those ships? Are you unaware of their immense value?" Joe retorted. "Didn't you also obliterate half of them? Wasn't it you who initiated the destruction? Am I to be outdone by you?" Carol responded. Joe was in anguish over the loss. Not a single ship remained, all reduced to ash. He reflected on the recent battle, finding it rather brief and simplistic. Though the fireworks were quite splendid, engaging in ship combat proved far more enjoyable than fighting other beings. Joe had observed Ronan's escape without interference, deliberately allowing it in hopes that Ronan would return with an entire fleet for another round of aerial combat. Upon their return to S.H.I.E.L.D., Rog saw Joe and Carol returning, their laughter indicating Ronan had met with misfortune, which brought him a measure of comfort. He harbored a flicker of hope. Perhaps his rapport with Carol during their masquerade would spare him from demise, granting him another chance to return to Hala. If Ronan, the illustrious accuser, had failed, then his own failure could be excused. Perhaps upon his return, he could muster another crew, ensuring they would never set foot on Planet 53 again. There were monsters there, Rog mused, unaware that Ronan had already inscribed his name in his little notebook. "Have the accuser fleet been dealt with?" Nick inquired. Joe nodded. Nick suppressed the urge to exclaim, "That was astonishingly swift. Had they been out for just 5 minutes? Was the alien fleet truly so feeble?" Carol approached Talos, stating, "I will take you to the coordinates left by Dr. Lawson. If what you say is true, I shall assist you." Talos nodded gratefully. "Thank you so much. That location is in deep space, so we require an aircraft capable of traversing the cosmos," Carol explained. "Fury, where's the plane we took from S.H.I.E.L.D.? "It's parked outside," Nick Fury replied. Cradling a cat in his arms, he was now inseparable from it. "I will modify it, and then we shall set off. Rog, stop playing dead and come help." Carol kicked Rog, who obediently rose from the ground and followed her outside. Joe, intrigued, trailed behind, skeptical about Carol's ability to modify the aircraft, considering her academic struggles. A brain is a marvelous asset, yet it seemed neither of the children born to Mary and John possessed one. Joe, despite his superior intellect, was merely a pseudo-scholarly figure. Could someone like Carol truly modify an aircraft? Joe also boasted that he could forge a transformer with his bare hands. However, by the time Joe, Ludan, and Talos arrived at the airfield, Carol and Roger had already disassembled half of the aircraft's engine. Pre-technology, Talos remarked disdainfully after a cursory glance. Watching Carol adeptly modify the plane astonished Joe. "How did you manage that?" He couldn't help but inquire. He recalled how Carol had once relied on him for her high school assignments. How had she become so proficient now? Someone had even dreamed of constructing a supersonic motorcycle. Yet now there was not a single splash of progress. Carol refrained from answering Joe. Would she confess to him that she was cheating? That all her actions were guided by the intelligent system of her battle suit, and she was merely following its prompts? The notion of the intelligence system reminded Carol of the chip that the Supreme Intelligence had left at the back of her neck. It turned out that when her emotions were unstable, the Supreme Intelligence would soothe her through the chip, but now, she had no idea where the chip had gone. Perhaps it had been destroyed during her altercation with Joe. Carol was quite eager to meet the Supreme Intelligence again, not for any particular reason, but simply because it bore an uncanny resemblance to someone she knew, unable to prevail in the real world. She could at least take her frustrations out in the virtual realm. In just half a day's time, Carol and Roger had successfully modified the aircraft. Initially, Carol had not intended to bring Nick along, but unexpectedly, Lou Dan had slipped aboard with a cat. "Hello, everyone," Nick Fury greeted, a sly grin plastered across his face. "Gugu, say hello to everyone, quickly," he urged, holding Gugu's paw. Gugu, however, remained unresponsive. Nick positioned Gugu's paw towards his own face, shaking it, and saying, "Little darling, why aren't you obedient?" "Ah," Nick exclaimed in pain as Gugu swiped at his left eye. Covering his eye, Nick glared at Gugu. "Meow, Gugu mewed." And just like that, Nick's irritation dissipated as he cradled Gugu in his arms. "You are simply adorable," Nick exclaimed, observing Nick Fury in his cat-lover demeanor. Talos mused that this man was doomed to become a one-eyed monster in his next life. After more than half an hour of flight, the aircraft arrived at the coordinates provided by Dr. Lawson. "There's nothing here," Nick Fury exclaimed. Carol shot him a disdainful glance before tapping a note on the display screen on her left arm, disabling the cloaking mode. Suddenly, a massive spaceship materialized before them. "This ship is mine. Anyone who dares to contest me shall face dire consequences," Joe declared from the co-pilot seat, immediately asserting his claim. He was calculating how much this vessel could fetch, his eyes nearly transforming into dollar signs. Nick Fury intended to interject, but upon seeing the murderous glint in Joe's eyes, he swallowed his words. "Forget it. You're impressive. I want to argue with you," Nick conceded. Talos and Rog lacked the standing to speak. They were captives, while Carol was one of their own. Thus, this spacecraft rightfully belonged to Joe. Upon entering the vessel, Joe was the first to leap down. He caressed the walls of the ship, exclaiming, "Ah, behold this material, so sturdy. It is evidently a rare alloy, surely not inexpensive." Beside him, Nick Fury rolled his eyes. "Do not take advantage of the fact that I possess but one eye. Did I not just witness you leaving a palm print as you groped about? If you have the gall, remove your hand now." Chapter 93, The Tesseract. As they traversed the corridor, Talos stumbled upon a baseball, gazing at it for an extended period before hastening his pace. Upon reaching the hall, the first sight that greeted them was the cosmic cube. "Buy one, get one free," Joe exclaimed with delight, astonished to find the cosmic cube here. He had not seen it at SHIELD, and was thrilled to discover it now. With this artifact in his possession, he mused over the possibilities of traveling wherever he wished. He envisioned the scene vividly, sticking out his tongue and proclaiming, "Joe, go wherever you desire." The image was indeed moving. "Mine, all mine." Without waiting for others to react, Joe immediately seized the cube and tucked it behind him. Nick opened his mouth, intending to say something, yet no words escaped him. "Meow." Gugu leaped from Nick's arms, scurrying to Joe's back, attempting to lick the cosmic cube he held. "What do you think you're doing?" Joe inquired, eyeing Gugu. The feline stared back at him with wide eyes. "Get away. This is mine." Joe dashed aside, hoping to shake off Gugu, but the cat followed closely behind. Nick silently applauded Gugu in his mind. "What a splendid cat. If you can retrieve the cube, you can scratch my eyes out," Nick mused. In his heart, he believed that SHIELD's possessions would eventually belong to him. The cube was theirs, and thus, it was also his. Although Joe was currently snatching it away, Nick assessed their respective strengths and refrained from speaking, reasoning that one could hardly argue with a cat. Unbeknownst to him, the last dog that had attempted to wrest something from Joe now had grass growing 3 feet high on its grave. "Why is there a child's toy here?" Carol questioned as she rummaged through the doctor's workstation. "Perhaps the doctor retains a childlike spirit," Nick replied with a chuckle. Talos remained silent, quietly observing his surroundings, harboring some unspoken longing. "Talos," a woman's voice called out, and soon, a Skuru woman with gentle facial features leaped into Talos' embrace. The two shared a fervent embrace, whispering to one another. After a moment, Talos turned to Carol and said, "This is the reality of war. War has rendered my people displaced. It has torn me from my wife. I have many kin scattered across the cosmos, all thanks to the Kree." With his final remark, Talos gestured towards Rog, who was idly standing by. Rog hesitantly replied, "I have never laid a hand on a scroll. Within the Empire, I am a renowned dove. It is all Ronan's fault." He seemed to believe his own words. "But I have heard that your relationship with Ronan is quite amicable," Carol remarked slowly. "That is mere gossip," Rog stated, unflustered and unfazed, his fa crumbling. In the film, he shamelessly challenged an elderly woman to a duel, only to be sent flying by a blast of energy. Listening to Talos recount tales of his kin being battered by the Kree, Joe was thoroughly entertained. He felt no belief or sympathy, only amusement. How could one discern the veracity of Talos' words? Even if true, it was merely misfortune on their part. After all, it was inconsequential to Joe. He was not a Skrull, he was rather petty in his thoughts. Furthermore, regarding the Skrulls, Joe felt a profound sense of reproductive isolation from them. Skrulls could not best the Kree, and even if they were indeed peace-loving and benevolent, the essence of this world remains the survival of the fittest. It is a mechanism through which the universe subtly maintains balance. Those who lag behind shall be beaten. In his past life, Joe had been among the weak and thus lived a life of discontent. In this life, he was a Superman, destined for a remarkable journey. He would pursue whatever he desired. He could do as he pleased. Even if it meant seeking 10 girlfriends, that was an impossibility. One Susan was more than he could handle. If there were 10, his head would surely explode. Joe vowed that he would only seek one girlfriend in this lifetime. Standing here, if he were to pursue more, let lightning strike him. As Joe continued to ponder, behind him, the creature Gugu, amidst Nick's incredulous expression, extended 4 tentacles from its mouth and swallowed the tesseract whole. "Foolish cat, what have you done?" Joe exclaimed, feeling a sudden lightness in his hand. "Meow," Gugu responded, scampering into Nick's arms. "It is merely a little kitten," Nick said. Lu Dan observed everything clearly. It was Gugu who had consumed the cube, and now he sought to take advantage of the chaos to claim it for himself. When it came to the tesseract, Joe would not be courteous to a mere cat. He snatched Gugu from Nick's grasp and demanded, "Will you regurgitate it?" Meow. Seeing the foolish cat's refusal to cooperate, Joe disregarded any notions of animal cruelty and hoisted Gugu by its hind legs, shaking it vigorously. "Will you spit it out? Will you?" Gugu showed no sign of compliance. Joe intensified his efforts, shaking at a rate of 10 times per second, then 100, then 1,000, until his arms became a blur, and a burnt odor filled the ship's air. Clang! The tesseract was expelled from Gugu's mouth, falling to the ground. Joe tossed Gugu back into Nick's embrace and retrieved the tesseract. Nick, concerned, examined Gugu and reproached Joe. "You are truly heartless." Joe dismissed him, cat slave. Furthermore, it is uncertain whether this is indeed a cat. Just moments ago, his hand speed reached an astonishing 10,000 per second. An ordinary cat could not possibly survive such velocity. Observe the creature in Nick's grasp. Aside from appearing somewhat lethargic, it seems to be in fine condition. The cosmic cube proves to be invaluable to Joe. Not only does it facilitate travel, but with the cube in his possession, his formidable cousin Thanos cannot evade him. Thanos will be unable to gather the 6 Infinity Stones, and Joe believes that even with just one hand, he could easily best Thanos. Once Thanos acquires all 6 stones, he will undergo a transcendental evolution. Joe is keenly aware that, given his current strength, he could not eliminate half of the universe's population, while Thanos could accomplish this with a mere snap of his fingers. Thus, it is prudent to keep the stones securely in his possession. As for the shield, with that so-called S-H-I-E-L-D, even if he were to become the director, it might as well be renamed Hydra Shield. Presently, the director of S-H-I-E-L-D is Alexander Pierce, a member of Hydra. In the future, the majority of S-H-I-E-L-D agents will be affiliated with Hydra. Contemplating this, Joe cast a sympathetic glance at Nick. Poor child. After decades of arduous development, he has unwittingly become a pawn for others. Well, now that the truth is unveiled, let us part ways. Observing Talos still lamenting to Carol, Joe feared that the naive Carol might fall under Talos' influence. Judging by her empathetic demeanor, Talos had achieved 80% success. As the leader of his kind, Talos undoubtedly possesses considerable intelligence, and his persistent appeals to Carol's compassion reveal his recognition of her gullibility. With her formidable combat abilities, should he succeed, he would gain a powerful protector at no cost. Regrettably, Joe's warning came too late, as Carol declared with compassion, "I will help you find your people and assist in rebuilding your home." Upon hearing this, Joe could only bury his face in his hands. Carol is beyond saving. So foolish. It is painfully obvious she is volunteering her efforts to Talos, allowing herself to be misled into becoming a savior while neglecting her fellow Earthlings to champion the safety of other cosmic races. Joe couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 94. Displaying. Returning home, Joe strutted proudly as he towed Dr. Lawson's laboratory, the Kree Empire's cruiser having returned to Earth. In truth, this vessel is well equipped with energy. Having lingered in outer space for so many years, it has basked in the warmth of Joe's solar mother and is fully charged, entirely capable of returning to Earth. Though Joe himself cannot pilot it. Carol, Rog, and Talos, however, possessed the skills, but Joe forbade them from touching it. In his own words, "This is my first spacecraft. And from this moment onward, I alone shall pilot it." With that, he dragged the ship back to Earth. He felt elated. With a new vehicle and an infinity stone in hand, he had profited immensely in recent days, having successfully navigated his formative years. His power surged while his mastery of it reached perfection. The transition into manhood is but a matter of time. During the few minutes Joe spent towing the spacecraft back to Earth, nations with satellites, along with various organizations and companies, frantically captured photographs of the event. Yet Joe remained indifferent. "Feel free to take pictures. Have you seen this magnificent spaceship? It's mine. Do you want it? I can see the envy in your eyes. If you dare, come and seize it." Joe mused, contemplating whether to eliminate anyone who dared to take his ship or to demand some form of compensation. He was reveling in his ostentation. The images of his previous battle against the accuser fleet still adorned the desks of various leaders. And the cosmic display of fireworks was simply too grand to ignore. The upper echelons were already aware of this peculiar individual from Earth. In addition to marveling at the bizarre nature of Joe, they found themselves utterly powerless. Furthermore, from the photographs, the woman accompanying Joe during the fireworks display was identified as his sister, extinguishing the flames of ambition within many hearts. There was no feasible way to confront Joe. And now, with the addition of his sister, it seemed utterly impossible. The thought was exasperating. Over the past 6 years, countless evaluations had been conducted regarding Joe's combat prowess, and each assessment deemed him insurmountable. His threat level had long since breached the ceiling. Recently, several hundred individuals from various factions had relocated to Smobble Town. Not to confront Joe, but rather to protect him. Even the powerful feared that some lunatic might eliminate John and Mary. If Joe were to be provoked and retaliate by annihilating Earth, who could possibly stop him? The last time Carol went missing, the tornado Joe inadvertently created resulted in losses amounting to hundreds of billions. And that was merely a disappearance. Should lives be lost, it would indeed be apocalyptic. Even Susan had her own protectors. As soon as he landed, Tony's call arrived. "I heard you acquired quite the behemoth?" Tony inquired. "Not quite. It's merely an aging cruiser. Been in service for over a decade, with somewhat outdated equipment. The engine is behind the times, allowing for only a few hundred light years of space travel. And the shield can barely withstand a nuclear blast. It's terribly antiquated." Joe's pride was palpable, even detectable to the cat in Nick's hands. He had just meticulously inquired about the cruiser's performance metrics, and now Tony's call was precisely what he desired. "Apologies, I dialed the wrong number," Tony replied before promptly hanging up. Joe immediately called back. "Tomorrow, let's have a gathering. Carol has returned, and it will be on my ship. I just checked. The kitchen is well equipped, and it can cook by itself with just the ingredients. I believe I have a meeting tomorrow," Tony responded, reluctant to attend. He knew Joe would undoubtedly flaunt his possessions, and Tony Stark would never allow anyone to show off in his presence. "The ship needs your calibration. Help me with the modifications," Joe insisted. "As friends, help me just this once." "When tomorrow?" Tony asked. "Midday, perhaps?" Joe contemplated before responding. "All right," Tony replied, hanging up once more to avoid further conversation, knowing Joe's propensity to boast. Setting down the phone, Joe noticed Nick reluctantly descending from the ship. "I perceive that this spacecraft has become somewhat antiquated. Our SHIELD can assist you with its maintenance at no cost," Nick added, emphasizing that our agency is home to numerous top-tier engineers. "No, thank you. I have already sought the expertise of Stark Industries," Joe firmly declined. Noting that Nick appeared poised to speak further, Joe interjected, "Tony will be coming." "Very well," Nick shrugged. Who among us is oblivious to the fact that Tony Stark is a prodigy? He has spearheaded the development of numerous advanced weaponry at Stark Industries, which owes a significant portion of its current market value to his brilliance. Joe glanced at Rogue and Talos, contemplating how to accommodate this group. Rogue was relatively easy to arrange. A simple spot to wait would suffice, and when the time came, he could be taken to Hala and discarded there if necessary. The primary concern lay with Talos and his fellow Skrulls. That fool Carol had foolishly agreed to assist them in locating their kin and rebuilding their homeland. Yet Joe was resolute in not permitting Carol to depart immediately. Mary and John had waited 6 long years. It would be unreasonable for Carol to vanish for a month or two. If she dared to leave prematurely, Joe would not hesitate to break her legs. Unless Carol could best Joe in combat, escape would be impossible. Thus, the question of how to manage Talos and his companions during these 1 or 2 months arose. They had no standing to object, especially since Joe was irked by Talos persuading Carol into servitude. After a moment's deliberation, Joe pointed to Rogue and Talos, addressing Nick. "They are your responsibility now. Did you not claim that SHIELD possesses vast resources? Find them a suitable place to stay, in no more than 2 months. Carol and I will ensure their departure. Nick, seeming somewhat troubled, nodded, though his demeanor suggested he believed he was facing an insurmountable task. Unbeknownst to Joe, Nick was secretly elated. Rogue and Talos were extraterrestrial beings, and their displayed technology far surpassed that of Earth. Any inquiry Nick made would surely yield ample benefits for him. Finally, Joe added, I trust they are all peace-loving individuals and will not cause you any trouble. Here is my phone number. Call me if anything arises. Upon receiving Joe's contact information, Nick ceased to feign difficulty and, smiling, promptly dialed Joe's number. Let us exchange contacts, shall we? He cheerfully suggested, verifying the accuracy of the number. The future head of espionage certainly displayed considerable caution in his dealings. Talos and his companions remained silent, expressing their profound gratitude to Joe and Carol before obediently following the individuals Nick had arranged to escort them to S.H.I.E.L.D. Let us depart. It is time to return home. Joe cast a sidelong glance at Carol, his tone slightly irritable. Shall we visit your home on Long Island today? Did you not mention wanting to introduce me to your girlfriend? Carol felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. After 6 years away, she hesitated to face John and Mary right away. Enough of this chatter. We are heading back to town. Mary and the others have waited 6 years. Thinking of you every single day, Joe asserted, not allowing Carol a chance to respond, as he seized her hand and flew toward Smallville. The spaceship has come to a halt here, engaging its cloaking mode so that it remains unseen by the average person. After all, no one dares to touch anything belonging to Jordan Voss. Chapter 95, Family, Part 2. As John pushed open the door, it was afternoon, and he was perusing the Smallville Daily as was his routine, though this time he donned a pair of reading glasses. Hearing the door creak, he lowered the newspaper slightly to reveal his eyes. Joe, walking in front, prompted John to casually inquire, "What brings you back today?" with a hint of disdain. However, upon noticing Carol standing behind Joe, John froze momentarily, set down the newspaper, and approached her. Initially intending to pat her head, he reconsidered and gently touched her cheek, stammering, "You're back." His voice was tender and filled with excitement. Joe, standing nearby, felt a surge of irritation. He perceived that he was receiving less attention than Carol. Feeling that John had shifted his affections, recalling the days when John favored him more, it was astonishing to see John so elated at Carol's return. Carol, typically boisterous, suddenly became shy and replied softly, "I'm back." John tilted his head, gazing at Carol's face, marveling, "You've grown taller. You're even taller than me now. Wasn't she already taller than you when she graduated high school?" Joe interjected, "Oh, really? I had forgotten." John chuckled, "It's just wonderful that you're back." He set aside his hands and guided Carol to the sofa, gently saying, "Take a seat for a bit. I'll go fetch Mary. She's in town and will be thrilled to know you've returned." Turning to Joe, he added without ceremony, "Why don't you pour Carol something to drink?" Joe, who had initially intended to sit, begrudgingly headed to the kitchen at John's request. He returned with a glass of water for Carol. As John ambled away, Carol murmured to Joe, "John seems to have aged a bit." Her eyes glistened slightly. Indeed, 6 years have passed, Joe reflected, feeling the swift passage of time. The last time he had visited was 6 months ago, and in that brief span, both elders had aged further. Yet, the inevitability of life's cycle, birth, aging, and death, could not be evaded. Joe had even broached the subject with the elders, inquiring if they would wish for longevity if given the chance. John had laughed. How could such an opportunity exist? Even if it did, we wouldn't want it. Life's brilliance lies in its limitations. If I were to live for several more centuries, I would surely go mad. John's words had swayed Joe, and the matter of extending the elders' lives faded away. He had discovered a method, but since the elders were disinterested, he let the matter rest. Time was still on their side, and every time Joe returned, he would check on John and Mary's health. Though they were aging, their health remained relatively robust. Living another 2 or 3 decades was certainly feasible. Should they ever change their minds, or Joe himself reconsider, that could be addressed later. Within half an hour, Mary returned home. In the yard, Mary heard John calling her back in haste. "What is the rush?" she asked. John, placing his hands on Mary's shoulders, urged her inside, saying, "You'll understand once you reach the living room." He kept her in suspense. Upon entering the house, Mary spotted Carol, and tears immediately welled up in her eyes as she rushed to embrace her tightly. "You're back," Mary exclaimed, echoing the sentiments of the entire family upon their reunion with Carol. Carol gently patted Mary's back, wiping away her tears as she softly replied, "Yes." Once Mary had composed herself, the family was finally reunited, sitting together once more. John set aside his newspaper, captivated by Carol's tales of her adventures in the cosmos, laughing and clapping his legs at the most thrilling parts. Joe, seated beside John, initially endured John's leg slaps, but, after realizing the pain, quietly resumed tapping his own leg. As they chatted past 5 o'clock, Mary rose to prepare dinner, leaving the three of them on the sofa to converse. John, still intrigued, eagerly inquired about the appearance of aliens. The dinner was lavish, and Carol relished the home-cooked meals prepared by Mary, unable to stop herself. Both she and Joe could gorge themselves for a month straight if they chose to, or even abstain from food for several months. They were anything but ordinary. Joe, too, adored Mary's cooking and found it equally irresistible. Time seemed to revert to their childhood as they began to compete for food. And though Carol was no longer the same as before, she held her own against Joe, with both sharing the spoils evenly that day. The utensils in their hands transformed into mere phantoms, especially after Mary and John finished their meals. They let go of all restraint, as Mary's spread of dishes quickly vanished. John and Mary, seated in their chairs, laughed heartily as they watched the siblings enjoy their meal, creating a harmonious atmosphere within the family. Noticing the dishes had been depleted, Mary contemplated returning to the kitchen for more, but was stopped by Joe. No need. We merely indulged our cravings. Our actual appetite isn't that substantial, he said, wiping his mouth, with Carol echoing his sentiments, which ultimately persuaded Mary to refrain. After dinner, they chatted for a while longer until past 10 o'clock, when the elder members began to yawn, signaling the end of their conversation as they retreated to their respective rooms. Joe and Carol's rooms were located on the second floor, adjacent to one another. Upon entering her bedroom, Carol was greeted by the familiar arrangement of her room, which had been meticulously cleaned, with the bedding neatly folded and exuding a lovely fragrance. Overwhelmed by emotion, she could no longer contain herself and wept into the blankets. Mary diligently cleaned Carol's room every day. This poignant scene, however, was interrupted by the sound of Joe's phone capturing the moment. Satisfied, he tucked his phone away, reflecting on his fortunate suggestion to Tony to bring a phone along. Otherwise, this scene would have gone undocumented. How wonderful it was to have their own phone, Joe mused. Carol did not often shed tears. Joe could only recall 1 or 2 occasions, and there had been no evidence of those moments. But now, there was proof. What have you done? Carol asked, wiping her tears as she looked at Joe. Having just wept, Carol's demeanor was fierce and her gaze intimidating. In the presence of Joe, tears streamed down her face, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. The last time such a display had occurred was before Joe turned 5. Back then, Carol had no idea what had prompted her tears, and Joe, blissfully unaware, had laughed with delight, only to be met with a swift reprimand from Carol. If not for her inability to best Joe in a confrontation, she would have relished the opportunity to mar his gleeful visage. Joe, chuckling, retreated to his room, knowing that photographs were best appreciated in secrecy or printed and enlarged for display later. Revealing them now might risk their preservation on a mobile device. In the deep of night, while Joe lay in bed engrossed in his phone, Carol's voice unexpectedly echoed from the next room. Good night. The long-awaited farewell caught Joe off guard. He paused, set his phone aside, and gently replied, good night. After that exchange, Joe resolved not to print the photograph of Carol's tears, choosing to grant her a modicum of dignity. Eventually, he succumbed to sleep, his face graced by a serene smile. Chapter 96. Pepper and the Gathering. The following day, when Joe and Carol awoke, breakfast awaited them on the table. After consuming a few slices of bread and a glass of milk, Joe stepped into the yard, basking in the morning sun. He believed that sunbathing was the key to his exceptional vitality, a daily ritual he cherished. After bidding farewell to Mary and the others, Joe and Carol set out. Initially, Mary expressed mild discontent at Carol's immediate eagerness to venture out upon her return, but upon hearing their plan to return that evening, her demeanor brightened, and she promised to prepare a delicious meal for them. Joe was somewhat reluctant to return that evening, as he wished to see Susan for a matter of importance. Yet Carol, ever the chatterbox, had already assured Mary of their return for dinner. With a sigh, Joe mentally encouraged his little brother, just one more day? Tomorrow we shall feast. Once outside, Joe inquired, I'm going back to my home in Long Island. Will you join me? Carol shook her head, expressing her desire to seek out Maria, curious about her well-being and that of her daughter, who must have grown considerably by now. The two parted ways beneath the skies of Smallville, agreeing to reconvene at Joe's spaceship at noon before soaring off in their respective directions. Upon returning to Long Island, Joe found Susan on the balcony, sipping coffee and engrossed in a book, sunlight cascading over her, stirring his heart. The prospect of his newfound ability to drill holes left him restless, having contained such anticipation for 22 years. He approached Susan from behind, embracing her and teasingly asking, Dear, did you miss me? She replied, calmly taking a sip of her coffee. Why the coffee so early? Joe inquired, turning to him. Susan planted a kiss on his cheek, grumbling, It's all your fault. Excuse me? Joe responded, puzzled. You called yesterday to say we were having dinner today. I took the day off to catch up on some work while I had the chance. Just woke up and felt a bit sleepy. So I brewed some coffee to perk up. Well, thank you for your hard work. After embarking on a romantic journey with Susan, Joe's emotional intelligence has notably improved, prompting him to tenderly massage her shoulders. Susan, feeling quite relaxed, curiously inquires, "How do you manage to apply just the right amount of pressure?" Joe chuckles and replies, "Guess." However, before he could continue, the doorbell rang, resonating with a certain audacious frequency. Without needing to glance, Joe instinctively knew it was Tony's arrival. As he opened the door, Tony, clad in a sharp suit and munching on a hamburger, swaggered in with an air of confidence, even donning sunglasses despite the early hour. "Good morning," Tony greeted Susan, removing his shades. Just as Joe was about to close the door, a poised woman entered, clutching a folder. "Hello, my name is Pepper Potts, Mr. Stark's new assistant." Pepper graciously extended her hand to Joe, leaving him momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated Pepper would be accompanying Tony so soon. Joe couldn't help but scold Tony internally, reflecting on the years of delay in their relationship. Remembering the events of Avengers: Infinity War, where Pepper was pregnant, he muttered to himself about Tony's flaws. Given Tony's nature, Joe mused about the countless women he may have entangled with over the years, and now with Pepper as his assistant, he wondered how many more would follow. A tinge of envy crept into Joe's thoughts, wishing that Susan could share a similar bond. While lost in his reflections, Joe felt hesitant to act, aware that Susan's personality would likely not tolerate such behavior. Leaning against the sofa, Tony inquired, "Where is that spaceship of yours? I'd like to take a look." Tony had developed a keen interest in Joe's spacecraft and was eager to investigate. "Why the rush? Let us wait for Chala to arrive, and we can go together." Excitement surged through Joe as he began to elaborate on the capabilities of his spaceship. However, just as he was about to speak, Tony shifted his focus to discussing Stark Industries with Pepper, continuing until Chala arrived. Upon Chala's entrance, before he could even take a seat, Joe enthusiastically urged him towards the spaceship, unable to contain his eagerness to showcase it. The four of them boarded Chala's aircraft, heading towards the location of Joe's spaceship. As they disembarked, Joe exclaimed, "What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Much larger than your little craft." Chala, taken by surprise, was momentarily speechless, while Tony had already moved ahead to examine the cruiser. In the control room, Joe addressed Tony, who was engrossed in his assessments, saying, "Could you assist me in installing a smart system? I need something with a one-touch operation. These buttons are far too complicated for me." Tony waved his hand, indicating he understood, and resumed his work. Noting Tony's preoccupation, Joe redirected his attention to Chala, saying, "Come, let me show you around. This vessel is far larger than your small aircraft. One could easily get lost." Chala yearned to escape, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, yet was held back by Joe, who draped an arm over his shoulder and began to boast about his spaceship. After Joe concluded the tour for Chala, Carol entered just in time. Upon spotting Carol, Chala swiftly extricated himself from Joe's grasp and embraced her. Susan also stepped forward to share a hug with Carol. Joe, holding Susan, proudly declared, "This is my girlfriend." Susan managed an awkward smile, while Carol looked utterly astonished. "How did you two end up together?" Carol inquired. "Susan, how could you possibly be attracted to this guy? I thought Joe was joking when he mentioned having a girlfriend. What makes someone like him deserving of a girlfriend?" Susan nodded in agreement, perhaps indicating that she was indeed blind to better options. "You're quite unfortunate." After exchanging a few words, Tony approached and shook hands with Carol, stating, "I believe you were that red light from yesterday. Stark Industries satellites are quite advanced." Recognizing her, Carol nodded in acknowledgement. Once everyone had gathered, Susan decided to head to the kitchen, with Carol trailing behind, eager to ask her a multitude of questions. Carol genuinely could not fathom what Susan found appealing in Joe. Meanwhile, Tony ceased his research and engaged in conversation with Joe and the others. In the midst of their chatter, Joe piped up, "Remember to modify the exterior for me, and spray my name on it. Henceforth, this spaceship shall be known as the Joe Handsome." Tony found the name utterly ridiculous but nodded nonetheless, as it wasn't his concern. He could slap something on it later. After Tony adjusted the system, Joe remarked to Chala, "I'll take it for a spin around Wakanda." "Thank you." Chala expressed his gratitude. "Joe, this is a great help for Wakanda." "No problem. My armor is also in need of repairs," Joe replied with a mischievous grin. Chala wished he could retract his earlier gratitude. In the kitchen, Carol guided Susan on how to use the equipment. And when the conversation turned to when Susan first developed feelings for Joe, she shyly confessed, "At first sight." Carol sighed. "That obnoxious little brother of mine does have a rather appealing exterior. So, you considered me a friend, yet harbored feelings for my brother?" Chapter 97. Finally, lunch was spent amidst laughter and merriment, with everyone enjoying harmonious interactions. The age differences were minimal, and each individual possessed remarkable traits, providing ample topics for conversation. Naturally, Joe believed himself to be the most exceptional among them all. Anyone who disagreed could challenge him to a duel. After finishing their meal and engaging in further conversation, Chala expressed his desire to return to Wakanda. Poor lad, he had ventured out with the hope of enjoying a few fun days, only to realize no one was paying attention to him. It turned out that Tony, who would typically accompany him, was entirely absorbed in Joe's spaceship and had no time to indulge him in escapades. Joe, planning to return to Smallville for dinner with his family that evening, invited Chala to join, but Chala politely declined. Chala expressed disdain for the lack of entertainment options in the small town, and thus had no desire to go. Moreover, with the Joe family reuniting, what business did he have in mingling with them? It would be far better to return to his princely comforts. After Chala departed, Joe piloted the spacecraft unsteadily towards the Stark Industries Research Center. He was undoubtedly the worst pilot this cruiser had encountered since its inception. Tony, feeling quite unwell, nearly lost his lunch. After colliding with a building, Joe finally managed to bring the ship to a halt. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Joe cheerfully remarked, "The air conditioning in this ship is quite inadequate. Tony, do remember to replace it for me." With that, Joe assisted Susan in disembarking from the vessel. Tony, aided by Pepper, stepped off the ship and caught Joe's disdainful gaze, which nearly sent him into a fit of rage. What was the meaning of that? Did Joe look down upon him? "I merely had a restless night yesterday," Tony retorted, while Joe nodded in feigned understanding. Yet Tony could still discern the two words in his eyes. Weakling. Irritated, Tony replied, "You seem to possess a keen self-awareness, knowing that you ought to install an intelligence system. Otherwise, with your driving skills, you wouldn't even make it off Earth." Joe, confident in his abilities, believed it remarkable that he could pilot such an advanced spacecraft so swiftly, something most individuals could hardly achieve. After all, 99.999% of Earth's population would first need a spacecraft. Joe was unconvinced by Tony's words. His decision to install an intelligence system was merely a reflection of his laziness. "You weakling, you won't deceive me," Tony inferred from Joe's gaze. Frustrated and on the verge of cursing, he thought it absurd that some, relying solely on solar power, just a solar battery, could be so arrogant. It was utterly intolerable. "You just damaged my factory, which houses precision instruments worth roughly $1 billion. Your share this year is gone," Tony stated, taking a deep breath to calm his temper. Joe, indignant, responded, "With your dilapidated factory, you dare to withhold my entire year's dividends?" Now that Tony had recovered, he smugly replied, "It seems I may have underestimated. Your dividends for next year are also in jeopardy." Joe could hardly contain himself. Who didn't know he was a miser, with his basement brimming with cash, often retreating there to revel in his wealth? Anyone who dared to touch his money would face his wrath. Even Jesus could not intervene, as Joe declared. With a sinister tone, Joe warned Tony, "Mr. Stark, you are aware that my eyes can see anything I wish. Who knows? Perhaps one day I shall take an interest in my surroundings and stumble upon a certain someone engaged in unsavory activities. Such a scene would be quite unseemly." Tony, imagining himself caught in such a compromising situation, shuddered at the thought. "As a gesture of our friendship, I shall absolve you of any responsibility for this factory. After all, the equipment is outdated, and I was already considering a renovation." Though he spoke those words, Tony harbored a fierce determination within, resolving to research how to disable that solar battery upon his return. He thought to himself, "Should I discover a method, you shall not see a single penny from me in the future." After all, this individual, blessed with an extraordinary intellect, was utterly incapable of utilizing it. When the time came, he would surely demand additional investment. Tony contemplated how best to outmaneuver Joe, hoping to uncover his vulnerabilities and develop a weapon specifically designed to incapacitate him. The thought of having Joe under his thumb in the future brought a considerable measure of joy to Tony's heart. After handing over the spacecraft to Tony, Joe took Susan back to their home in Long Island. "Darling, be ready for me tonight. I shall return after dinner." After bidding Susan farewell, Joe flew back to Smallville. Carol had long departed. She found it intolerable to witness Joe and Susan's affectionate exchanges, completely disregarding her own feelings as a single individual. What made Carol most uncomfortable was the fact that one was her own brother, and the other was her dear friend. With the two of them together, she felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Mary prepared an extravagant feast that evening, even more lavish than the previous day, barely enough room for it all on the table. After dinner, Joe declared, "I shall return to Long Island to sleep tonight." Yet, no one acknowledged him. Mary and John were wholly engrossed in Carol, until Joe raised his voice and repeated himself several times, prompting John to impatiently wave him off, signaling for him to leave. Feeling utterly dejected, Joe flew back to Long Island, sensing he had fallen out of favor, but his spirits brightened upon seeing Susan, nestling his head against her. He soon forgot his earlier grievances. Inhaling the delightful scent that enveloped Susan, Joe lifted her up and carried her into the bedroom. As he began to initiate further intimacy, Susan halted him. "I need to go to the lab tomorrow," she said. "You can't possibly be doing anything productive." Susan replied wistfully. Recalling how each time she was stirred by his advances, Joe hesitated, leaving her with a sense of longing that lingered throughout the night. "This time is different," Joe asserted, feeling empowered to declare, "I can do this." Tony and Chala had long since agreed upon their conquests, and he felt somewhat embarrassed to admit he was still a novice. However, that mattered little. Tonight he would finally embrace his identity as a true man. "Can you?" Susan's eyes shimmered with desire, revealing that she too found it difficult to voice her thoughts. Who would believe her boyfriend had searched for 6 years, yet they had yet to reach the final step? She was no devout believer, bound by the tenet of abstaining from intimacy before marriage. Each time Susan's female colleagues drove to the lab, she discreetly distanced herself. Gazing at Susan, Joe nodded. They exchanged glances, yet neither made a move. Ultimately, it was Susan who could no longer bear the tension, with a hint of urgency. She questioned, "What are you waiting for?" That night, the villa at 85 Long Island was engulfed in sleeplessness. The following day, Susan awoke feeling somewhat fatigued, only to find Joe lying beside her, gazing intently at her. "Are you still going to the lab?" Joe inquired. "What do you think?" Susan responded playfully, casting a sultry glance at Joe. "Am I truly going today? Shall we continue?" Joe tentatively asked. "Get lost. The beauty has been drained." Chapter 98, Jarvis. Susan had not stepped outside for an entire week. Her laboratory was on the verge of reporting her missing. The diligent Susan had taken a week off, and her colleagues suspected that she had been kidnapped. It was utterly abnormal. After a week of turmoil, Susan realized that if this continued, she would inevitably face dire consequences. After a difficult refusal of Joe's advances, she finally rose from her bed after a week's absence. They established 3 rules. They could only meet once a week. It was not that Susan was incapable, but rather that someone was excessively demanding. Each encounter lasted an entire night without pause. If it weren't for her body's limits, he could rival a jackhammer in stamina. Those who had experienced it all claimed it was delightful. Joe, invigorated, stepped out, having enjoyed a splendid week that could only be described as perfect. 2 days later, a call from Tony summoned Joe to his private laboratory. Upon arrival, he found Tony, clad in sunglasses, engrossed in a flurry of keyboard activity. Just as Joe was about to speak, Tony interrupted him. "No talking. I have a new inspiration." Tony's computer skills were exceptional, and the machine was of his own design, far more advanced than anything on the market. Observing Tony in deep concentration, Joe, as a fellow man, couldn't help but admire him. This version of Tony was undeniably charming, exuding an aura of superiority. With little to occupy himself, Joe leaned in for a closer look. Witnessing lines of code rapidly materializing on the screen, he could barely grasp some of it. Joe had taken a few computer science courses. After all, the 21st century was upon them, ushering in the age of the internet. Lacking technical skills would make resource gathering exceedingly challenging. Having spent a couple of hours learning programming, he could consider himself a seasoned coder if he applied himself. Yet, he preferred to avoid exerting his intellect. His physical prowess allowed him to tackle challenges with sheer strength, rendering mental effort unnecessary. After all, a single punch could resolve most issues. If one punch proved insufficient, another would surely suffice. Why overthink matters? He believed in giving others a chance to shine. If he didn't play the fool occasionally, with his looks and capabilities, he might scare off potential friends. Perfection could be a hindrance. Take Tony, for instance. If Joe outshone him in genius, would Tony still regard him as a friend? He would likely become a rival. Such a proud individual would never tolerate being overshadowed. The same applied to Chala. If Joe didn't display some flaws, Chala would merely idolize him rather than confide in him. People are inherently similar. One could never connect with someone they felt perpetually inferior to, who would willingly engage with someone they always had to look up to. It would likely lead to avoidance. Enduring constant belittlement from friends is unbearable. Thus, Joe was not devoid of intelligence. He simply chose not to use it, preferring to avoid solitude. Suddenly endowed with nearly invincible abilities, he felt a profound sense of trepidation. He feared that he might gradually elevate himself too high, viewing himself as a deity and becoming indifferent to everything around him. Xiao yearned to be human. Having embarked on a new chapter in his life, he wished to immerse himself in it and gracefully experience existence. What he sought was a carefree attitude towards life, rather than a detachment from the mundane. Such a life would be utterly tedious. Could it be true that Xiao was incapable of driving? Was he really unable to innovate? While others were learning to walk, he could already soar. Surely he could master running as well. It was merely a matter of will. Let us not criticize the protagonist for lacking intellect. Can't this perspective be reconciled? Done. Tony's boastful voice reached Xiao's ears. All right, I'll give you a thumbs up. Xiao responded enthusiastically. Upon hearing Xiao's praise, Tony clearly basked in the compliment. After all, Xiao's status lent weight to his words. Who wouldn't he be delighted to receive praise from someone nearly divine? Indeed, I am the illustrious Tony Stark, genius inventor, millionaire, and heartthrob, Tony proclaimed, listing his many titles. Xiao found himself somewhat speechless. He noticed that his friends appeared quite narcissistic. Even the little leopard, when they shared a dorm, would spend an inordinate amount of time admiring himself in the mirror. Xiao mused inwardly, wondering who had influenced him. He lamented about his unfortunate choice of friends, feeling that his innocent nature was being corrupted by a group of rascals. Jarvis, please greet this solar cell enthusiast. Tony interrupted Xiao's reverie. Mr. Danvers, greetings. I am Jarvis, Mr. Stark's intelligent assistant. A mechanical male voice suddenly resonated. Hello, Xiao replied with keen interest, surprised that Tony had activated Jarvis at this moment. I had conceived of creating Jarvis long ago, but it had been stalled. I never imagined the operating system aboard your spacecraft would inspire me. Today, I declare the birth of the first advanced artificial intelligence on Earth, right here in my hands. Xiao nodded affirmatively and remarked, I didn't realize you possessed such talent. Typically, Xiao would employ a teasing manner when complimenting his friends, a strategy that had strengthened their bonds. While he recognized Tony's brilliance, he did not concur with the assertion that Jarvis was the first advanced artificial intelligence on Earth. Xiao recalled a certain Hydra operative who had transformed himself into an intelligent being, sacrificing his physical form to house his mind within a computer. Now that was a formidable individual. Tony enthusiastically introduced Jarvis to Xiao. Jarvis will serve as my intelligent assistant, a superintelligent software capable of independent thought. It will aid me in managing various tasks and computing complex information, making my research significantly more convenient. Wherever there is internet, there is Jarvis. It is the nuclear force within cyberspace. Most importantly, it can continuously learn and may evolve into sentient life in the future. What do you think? Isn't it splendid? After the introduction, Tony inquired of Joe. Indeed, Joe nodded. You are truly a genius. Showering Tony with compliments as if they were free. Joe wished for a similar intelligent assistant for himself, envisioning how splendid it would be. Eager to flatter Tony and bring him joy, he thought, what could possibly be wrong? Nothing at all. Tony beamed with pride. So, about my spaceship's control system, Joe gazed at Tony and asked, I will replicate a blank Jarvis for you and grant you full permissions, so you need not struggle with your rather inadequate piloting skills any longer. Tony declared with a grand wave of his hand. Joe's heart danced with joy. Artificial intelligence was within his grasp. Having long envied it while watching movies in a past life, he was now elated to have it for himself. He contemplated renovating his home, envisioning a life where everything was effortlessly at his command. After some thought, Joe resolved to urge Tony to hasten the development of Jarvis's accompanying equipment. By the way, what shall I name my artificial intelligence? Joe pondered. Perhaps Stark? Chapter 99, Profits. Joe returned home cheerfully clutching a mainframe, soaring back amidst Tony's bemused gaze. Tony genuinely considered suggesting that his friend ought to seek medical advice regarding his mental faculties. Despite possessing a remarkable intellect, Joe displayed moments of brilliance interspersed with utter folly. At times astute, at other times rather foolish. It was quite the headache. What use was it to return home with a mainframe? Merely as a decoration? Without accompanying equipment. Establishing a server for the artificial intelligence and providing it a supercomputer, it would remain just as foolish as Joe himself. Jarvis, arrange for someone to install the necessary equipment at that fool's home without delay. I refuse to let my creation be squandered. Tony could see how much Joe cherished the artificial intelligence he had gifted him, and though he wished Joe to fulfill his desires, he maintained a facade of stubbornness. Even in the presence of an emotionless AI, it must be said, Stark Industries operated with remarkable efficiency. No sooner had Joe returned home than, within half an hour, engineers from Stark Industries arrived with a substantial load of equipment. Fortunately, Joe's villa was sufficiently spacious. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge to accommodate everything. The supercomputer was placed in the basement, where Joe typically stored his money. Today, however, the usually frugal Joe generously offered each engineer a stack of cash, which they declined, believing it to be counterfeit. Who would be so eccentric as to cover a basement in cash instead of investing it? Those with a modicum of financial acumen understood that money holds value only when circulating. Stashing it away renders it mere waste paper. At the very least, it would be wiser to deposit it in a bank or secure it in a safe rather than let it languish in a basement. Yet Joe was unperturbed. As long as he frequently visited the basement, it would remain unaffected by dampness. Tony was indeed correct. He was like a solar battery, capable of both absorbing and radiating energy. Joe was a little son, unable to decline Joe's enthusiasm, especially as he was sent by the boss. It seemed that Joe had a good relationship with the higher-ups. The engineers at Stark Industries accepted the money Joe provided. Once some of them discovered that the money was genuine, They silently marveled at the existence of such a fool, and their work unconsciously accelerated. After 2 hours, they finally completed the setup of all devices. Once everyone departed, Joe eagerly called out, "Butler, come forth." The artificial intelligence Tony had assigned to Joe was initially named Butler. "Greetings, sir. What service do you require? I suggest granting me network access. That would enhance my intelligence." "Grant access," Joe replied. "Connecting to Stark Industries server, please state the password," came the mechanical voice. Upon hearing this, Joe wished to cover his head, suspecting that someone was undoubtedly eavesdropping from behind the screen. With embarrassment, he uttered, "Tony Stark is the coolest." Password accepted. As Joe expected, Tony, in the lab, chuckled upon hearing this. "JARVIS, save that recording." Tony decided that whenever someone boasted in his presence, he would pull out this audio. After all, it was a statement made by Joe himself. He couldn't possibly deny it. Satisfied, Tony returned to his work. "I want to give you a new name," Joe stated. "It is my honor, sir," responded the butler. "Since you are unkind, do not blame me for being ungrateful." Joe thought to himself, "From now on, you shall be called Big Poop, and remember to address me as master." "Yes, master." Joe nodded in approval, aware that Tony would eventually discover the name he had given the AI. But so what? Since you have disgusted me, I must retaliate. This was the way Joe interacted with his friends. They often engaged in playful banter. Joe spent the afternoon in the living room playing with Big Poop until Susan returned. "Welcome home, the beautiful Miss Susan." Upon entering, Susan was startled by the voice. "What is this?" she inquired. "Big Poop, greet my beloved Susan, the beauty." Joe's words were sweet. Susan gave Joe a satisfied glance after hearing Big Poop's introduction. Afterward, she chuckled. "Are you both still children?" At that moment, Joe leaned in. "Yes, I am still a child. I still need milk." The scene was quite spectacular. Another beautiful morning unfolded. Carol, unusually, visited Joe's home today. Since her return, she had only been there twice. This was her third visit. Carol genuinely did not want to come, feeling like a witness to a romantic spectacle. Yet, she came nonetheless. "What are they doing?" Upon meeting, Carol immediately asked. Joe understood that she referred to Rogue and the Skrulls. Nick had not contacted Joe. He was currently busy. These extraterrestrial beings possess an abundance of remarkable items, and Nick is ardently contemplating how to extract a bit more from them. All of this is in a bid to fortify SHIELD. Nick feels he has invested considerable effort into SHIELD, and it would be unjust not to receive a promotion. He has long coveted the position of director. "Just wait. Once the matters on Earth are resolved, I will accompany you." "What is the matter? Is someone looking for you?" Joe inquired. Carol did not respond, but Joe could discern from her expression that someone was indeed impatient. It was highly likely to be Talos. Rob probably did not wish to return just yet. "Are you going as well?" Carol asked. "Indeed." Joe nodded. "I mentioned my intention to dismantle that so-called supreme intelligence. I keep my promises. Furthermore, I am quite curious about the other civilizations in the universe and wish to make their acquaintance." "So what unresolved issues remain on Earth?" Carol questioned. She felt restless on Earth, yearning to roam the cosmos. Having significantly enhanced her powers, she could now confront those she once could not. Yet Joe would not permit her to torment others. "I've lost my armor," Joe remarked as he glanced at Carol, who offered an awkward smile. "Let us make a trip to Wakanda, allow them to study the spacecraft for a few days, and then I will craft a couple of suits of armor." Joe held a fondness for Wakanda, not only because of his camaraderie with T'Challa, but also due to the hospitality of the former king. Every visit was met with extraordinary warmth. For a fleeting moment, Joe felt a twinge of guilt. Now that he had acquired valuable items, he could finally visit in a grand manner. This time he was bringing gifts. After waiting at home for several days, once Tony had stored all the data from the spacecraft, Joe and Carol set off for Wakanda. Susan had commitments and could only wait for the next visit. Tony was similarly occupied, for not everyone was as idle as Joe. With prior arrangements made, the spacecraft seamlessly passed through Wakanda's protective shield upon arrival. The moment Joe and Carol entered, the slumbering god of the Black Panther, Bast, opened his eyes. He sensed the arrival of two potent beings in Wakanda. One of them was quite familiar, Joe, who visited annually, waking him each time, depriving him of restful sleep over the years. Upon seeing Carol beside Joe, he smiled joyfully, causing the entire realm to resonate with his delight. What a fortune, he thought, astonished that a simple desire for goodwill had blossomed into such a boon. With two additional formidable allies, the god of the Black Panther felt elated, believing he could now wage war against those vile deities who had repulsed him for millennia. It was time to eradicate them. This land could harbor only one true god, the god of the Black Panther declared as he brandished his claws. Chapter 100, Two Behemoths of Combat. The former king also felt quite fortunate. With the advanced technology of Wakanda, They are undoubtedly well informed about the war that transpired in space a fortnight ago. In fact, the former king is one of the few who comprehends the intricacies of the entire event, having replayed the footage countless times, each viewing provoking a hearty laugh. The spectacle of two superpowered beings was simply a windfall. Moreover, both share an excellent rapport with Wakanda. He even possesses footage of the skirmish between Joe and Carol. In recent days, the former king has been contemplating how to extend an invitation to Joe and Carol to visit Wakanda. Had it not been for Carol's recent return, which would be an inconvenience, he would have personally sought her out to foster a connection with Joe. Fortune smiled upon him as the two arrived uninvited, and he was determined to host them splendidly. After all, Joe has a penchant for vibranium suits. Gifting him a set of 10 would be a delightful gesture. There is an abundance of vibranium to spare. With these two by their side, the former king believes that as long as their relations remain amicable, Wakanda will enjoy a century of tranquility. Even if the nations of the world united against Wakanda, they would remain unperturbed. Once the shield is activated, Joe and Carol can unleash their prowess at will. Therefore, upon their descent from the spacecraft, the former king welcomed them with his entire family, embracing both Joe and Carol with an exuberant warmth. Were it not for Joe's girlfriend, the former king might have considered marrying off his own daughter to him. However, upon reflection, it seems Carol is still single. He wonders if T'Challa would be a suitable match. Dismissing traditional Wakandan customs, the former king is solely focused on cultivating a strong relationship with Joe and Carol. One must learn to adapt. After all, rigidity is not the path to success. He feels fortunate for having initiated the gifting of equipment when Joe and his companions first visited Wakanda. Thankfully, he did not send T'Challa to Oxford. How many connections could he have made there? The decision to have T'Challa attend school alongside Joe was indeed a stroke of genius. Now, with T'Challa and Joe as close friends, it is unimaginable that Joe would remain indifferent should any troubles befall Wakanda or T'Challa. Adding Carol to the mix only enhances this promising scenario. The future of Wakanda appears secure, and so does the royal lineage of their family. Ha! The former king's laughter emanated from a place of genuine joy. He guided Joe and his companions to the royal palace, bypassing the usual reception area and leading them directly to the more relaxed quarters of the royal residence. This space exudes a friendlier atmosphere, devoid of the solemnity characteristic of the Grand Hall, making it more conducive for camaraderie. This time, you must stay in Wakanda for several days, the former king declared. Joe, on previous visits, often left after acquiring a suit, sometimes alone and other times accompanied by T'Challa. This time, he primarily aimed to bring the spacecraft for their examination. After all, it is an extraterrestrial vessel. Though its technology differs slightly from vibranium, they are bound to glean some insights. Joe smiled as he spoke. I am immensely grateful. This magnificent machine is indeed a remarkable asset. The former king, eschewing any formalities, readily accepted the offer without further pleasantries. Among friends, mutual benefit is often best left unsaid. The atmosphere was delightful. Joe was laughing, for the old king had promised him several new suits of armor. The king's exuberance was so overwhelming that Joe felt too polite to decline. His cheeks were aglow with mirth. Yet, suddenly, he sensed a piercing gaze upon him. As Joe matured, his soul began to merge with his physical form. Now, should the Ancient One attempt to expel his spirit with a mere slap, it would likely prove futile. At least 5 strikes would be necessary, but by the time the Ancient One could muster that much force, Joe would have already awakened. Upon awakening, the Ancient One would not enjoy favorable repercussions. The current Joe was no longer intimidated by the Ancient One. However, he remained uncertain whether that old woman possessed any hidden tricks. Otherwise, he would have long since sought revenge. Joe held grudges. He vividly recalled the last time he attempted to retaliate, only to be incapacitated by a single slap from the Ancient One, leaving him in a state of recovery for several days, nearly traumatized. The mature Joe was no longer a defenseless child to be bullied by the Ancient One. With his eyes closed, he sensed a presence, following his instincts to confirm that indeed, a gaze was fixed upon him. The Black Panther god watched with increasing delight as he observed Joe and Carol. These two were clearly warriors. When matched against those malevolent deities, they would surely leave them dazed. With high damage output, substantial health, and formidable regeneration abilities, one could hardly find more effective combatants than these two. The Black Panther god envisioned himself supporting them from behind, granting immunity to soul-based attacks, while they relentlessly pummeled those evil gods, leaving them to cry out for mercy. In that moment, I, the Black Panther god Batet, would reign supreme over this land, and my followers would no longer need to worry about a lack of divine power. I could manifest my divine strength in the mortal realm. The divine realm was far too desolate, lacking any semblance of excitement. Lost in such thoughts, the Black Panther god was oblivious to the drool pooling at his feet. Joe's pupils transformed into golden orbs as they locked onto the Black Panther god's gaze. Within Joe's golden eyes, the Black Panther god glimpsed his own reflection. Can he see me? He pondered. Is this the great leopard Carol once spoke of? Simultaneously, Joe was also contemplating. As Joe suddenly ceased his laughter, the others looked at him with curiosity. What is it? Carol inquired. I saw a great leopard, drooling as it gazed at us, and I sense it harbors ill intentions. Just as Carol was about to respond, a disturbance arose with Chala. Chala's body convulsed suddenly, and he collapsed. When he regained consciousness, his demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. It felt as though he had become an entirely different person. I am the Black Panther god Batet. Chala's voice had changed, now resonating with solemnity and gravity. Joe immediately sprang to his feet. I care not what deity you are. Vacate my friend's body at once. Joe stated bluntly, his eyes ablaze with golden light as he sought the location of this god. I harbor no malevolence. I am the guardian of Wakanda. You should first emerge from Chala's body before speaking. Joe is concerned about Chala's well-being. Rest assured, Chala is the contemporary Black Panther. He can withstand my power without harm. On the contrary, my arrival will be beneficial to him. The deity of the Black Panther, seemingly perceiving Joe's thoughts, explained. I only intend to draw some blood and then further empower Chala, as I still require Joe's assistance. Are you that great leopard? The one who licked me? Carol inquired. Indeed, that is I. Then come forth. I wish to strike you. Carol harbored a grudge. When she first encountered this great leopard, she was nearly terrified to the point of losing control. Though she subsequently gained strength, it left her feeling quite unsettled. Retribution for wrongs and gratitude for kindness. First, she would settle the score for being licked by this leopard before addressing any favors owed. Carol cracked her knuckles, her anticipation palpable. The deity of the Black Panther remarked, I feel I have encountered the wrong person. Chapter 101. The deity of the Black Panther. While the deity of the Black Panther conversed with Joe and Carol, the former king's family was in a state of exhilaration. The Panther god had not appeared for nearly a century, and now he manifested again, residing within their son. This surely indicated that their family was destined by fate to rule. They hastily prepared to document the event, paving the way for Chala's ascension. I come with goodwill. As I did years ago, Chala stated earnestly. The powers of the Black Panther are bestowed by me. The heart-shaped herb serves merely as a conduit. Only with my acknowledgement can one attain empowerment. The Panther god articulated his contributions, noting that these two individuals were rather oblivious, their minds quite straightforward. Had he not stated it, they might have remained unaware. More critically, this man had grown stronger, as if he underwent a transformation, where he previously could not perceive himself. He now could penetrate the fabric of space to directly observe his divine realm. Should he lose control and venture into his divine domain, it appeared that he would indeed be at a loss to contend with him. So, this was your reason for that lengthy lick upon me? Carol clenched her fists and remarked, that was a ritual, a blessing I bestowed upon you. Only in this manner could you attain power. If you doubt, inquire with Chala. I licked him as well, the Panther god elucidated, while internally admonishing Chala. Young man, remember to mention that I also licked you. Or else, humph. Chala, in a state of spiritual essence within the realm of the Panther god, could simultaneously perceive the events unfolding outside. Upon hearing the Panther god's threatening tone, Chala felt a sense of injustice, believing he was being treated unfairly. You merely licked me and then swatted me away with a paw. Yet, what could Chala do? He nodded in agreement with the Panther god's words. As a devotee of the Panther god, his abilities were derived from the deity's blessing, and he dared not voice dissent. Chala could only meekly declare, Joe is my good friend. Hearing these words, the Panther god hesitated for a moment, then softened his tone slightly. Addressing Chala, I grant you my enhancement. Thank you, esteemed Panther god. Chala responded with utmost respect. The Panther god found this remark somewhat peculiar. Is that so? Carol inquired, skepticism evident in her voice. The Panther god released his hold over Chala's body, allowing him to regain control. Chala nodded and said, Indeed. The Panther god bestowed upon me the same blessing at that time. Upon hearing his voice, which was now different, Joe and Carol realized that Chala had returned to himself. Panther god, please refrain from possessing my brother's body. It feels rather strange, Joe interjected, displaying a hint of irreverence as he lacked faith in the Panther god and was confident in his own abilities. When it comes to a real fight, who knows who would falter? Besides, Carol is right here, and I doubt the Panther god could withstand the combined might of us siblings. If he were truly that powerful, why had he remained in Wakanda all these millennia? The gods of Asgard govern 9 realms, and their prowess seems rather ordinary. Could the Panther god possibly surpass them? Joe was unconvinced. If he were indeed that formidable, would he still need to tread carefully with his words and be mindful of others' feelings? Forgive him. But Joe found that impossible. He resembled a newly wealthy individual who had won a vast fortune, managing to refrain from reckless behavior but still feeling somewhat untethered. Joe's journey stretched ahead, and he had yet to cultivate the foundation that matched his strength. His humility and amiability were reserved solely for friends, family, and those he could not defeat. After all, one must still exhibit humility when warranted, that is authenticity. Before his transformation, Joe's attitude towards Ancient One had been quite genuine, yet now he felt somewhat inflated. "As you wish," echoed the Panther God's voice in the hearts of the onlookers. Joe disdainfully curled his lip, a tinge of envy evident. This so-called god, much like that ancient woman, possessed a myriad of tricks, unlike himself, who, aside from super speed, super strength, super intellect, supervision, and super hearing, lacked any additional abilities. Joe had no desire to be a warrior. If possible, he wished to be a sorcerer wielding a wand to vanquish foes. After acquiescing to Joe's request, the Panther God vanished momentarily, and suddenly a passage appeared in the room. A small, shiny-furred leopard emerged, its sleek black coat glistening. It was roughly the size of a domestic cat, lacking any semblance of the Panther God's grandeur, appearing rather endearing instead. Nick Fury, that bald egg, would undoubtedly adore it, and could not resist coming over to pet it. The Panther God leaped onto the table, tilting his head to inquire, "Are you satisfied now?" Joe was indeed pleased. This incarnation of the Panther God was irresistibly charming, and coupled with its esteemed identity, Joe felt an overwhelming urge to pet it. Its luminous fur promised an exquisite tactile experience. Joe felt a stirring of emotion. He yearned to have such a pet, particularly one that was divine. Just imagining it elevated his status. Carol boldly embraced the leopard deity from the table, unafraid and full of confidence in her strength. "What are you doing, mortal?" the leopard deity exclaimed, panic rising as it attempted to escape Carol's grasp. However, her grip was formidable, and it found itself temporarily trapped. "Are you the same leopard I saw before? You look just like a cat." Carol had entirely forgotten her initial terror upon meeting the leopard deity, now eagerly petting it. "Your fur feels so delightful," she remarked, "truly, a divine feline." "I am a leopard. I am the leopard deity," the black leopard declared, struggling to swat at her with a paw. Upon hearing Carol's compliment about its fur, Joe approached and petted it as well, confirming its softness. Even Chala couldn't resist a secret touch. The old king and queen felt a tug of desire, but refrained from acting out of respect for the deity. "Mortal, you show disrespect to the divine." The black leopard, now shrunk to the size of a small cat, finally freed itself from Carol's embrace. Leaping back onto the table to groom its fur before speaking again, Carol grinned. "So, esteemed leopard deity, what prompts your visit to us mere mortals today?" The black leopard coughed twice, then seriously stated, "I require a small favor from you. Assistance is certainly possible, and I am grateful for your earlier enhancements. Yet I have a modest request," Carol replied cheerfully. "What is your request?" "You are so adorable. Please let out a cat's meow. If you do, I will persuade Joe to assist you." "Impossible," the leopard deity retorted. "I am the noble leopard deity. How could I mimic the sounds of such a lowly creature? Refusal means no help. Shall we revisit the incident of you slobbering all over my face?" Carol challenged, cracking her knuckles. Meow? Chapter 102. The Beast Deity. Meow, meow, meow. The black leopard found itself meowing several times, unexpectedly enjoying the sound, becoming somewhat addicted. Noticing the attention of others, it remarked, "It has been a while since I last meowed. I find it hard to stop." Upon hearing this, even the venerable king, who had always admired the black leopard, couldn't suppress a smile. "What are you laughing at? Our roars are quite similar to those of cats. Clearly, you have never watched the animal kingdom," the black leopard declared haughtily, standing upright, its paws wrapped around itself, exuding an overwhelming cuteness. Carol felt an irresistible urge to embrace it again, but as she reached out, the black leopard deftly dodged her grasp. "You mortals shall not lay a hand upon my noble form." Undeterred, Carol sought to continue this playful interaction with the deity. The leopard deity leapt to the ground, saying, "Now that I have meowed, may I request your assistance?" As the panther god sprinted away, Carol withdrew her hand and nodded slightly, signaling the deity to continue. The divine creature was indeed charming, appearing somewhat delicate. However, it had aided her and enhanced her abilities, and Carol remained grateful for its kindness. During her Air Force training, had it not been for her fortified physique, she could scarcely fathom the hardships she would have endured. How could she have experienced such ease later on? Carol was aware of her circumstances, despite her frequent arrogance. The panther god, with its tail erect, approached the old king, its kaleidoscopic eyes fixed upon him. The old king immediately understood, rising to vacate his seat. The panther god nodded in satisfaction, then leaped onto the old king's throne. At least this elder was perceptive. The two siblings, however, showed no respect towards this divine being, their demeanor exceedingly impolite. Even the old king's son had been influenced, incessantly proclaiming that his brother was Joe. Humph. Were it not for needing assistance, would this panther god fear those two? Could they truly evade its prowess? The panther god pondered, realizing that evasion might indeed be unavoidable. The sibling strength seemed increasingly abnormal, escalating at a pace swifter than that of a rocket. Such phenomena defied logic. Leaning back against the cushion, the panther god languidly remarked, "You are aware that aside from myself, there exist other deities upon this land, those loathsome crocodiles, gorillas, and the lion god. They lurk in the shadows, and I require your assistance in confronting them." At that moment, the old king interjected, mentioning that some tribes revered these beings. The panther god shot a glance at the old king, who wisely fell silent. The panther god mused inwardly. Did those vile gods truly possess followers? They could not be vanquished, allowing them to siphon my devotees. If I could eliminate them, who would be inclined to share their followers? My divine power is scarcely sufficient. To be candid, I am somewhat intrigued by how you gods came into existence. Joe inquired, sensing that the panther god differed from the deities of Asgard, appearing to embody an entirely distinct form. The panther god contemplated for a moment and decided it would not mind sharing its origins. Thus, it began to recount, thousands of years ago. Exactly how many? I cannot recall. I was merely an ordinary leopard, living a carefree existence. One day, a great fireball fell from the sky, what you refer to as a meteorite. However, this particular meteorite was unlike any other, as it hailed from the depths of the cosmos, not our solar system. A nostalgic expression flickered in the panther god's eyes, seemingly reminiscing about its past life. It was a vibranium meteorite, bearing a unique cosmic radiation. The moment the radiation coursed through my body, a transformation ensued. I began to contemplate, gaining wisdom, and my form expanded significantly, ultimately reaching a length of over 10 meters. The physical transformation was secondary. It was the evolution of my spirit that molded me into the being I am today. By a stroke of serendipity, I saved a small tribe, who revered me as a divine being and transformed me into their totem. I discovered that I could absorb the spiritual energy they exuded during their prayers, which subsequently augmented my strength, evolving my spiritual essence into a realm of my own, my divine kingdom. Under my protection, the tribe flourished, becoming the precursor to what is now Wakanda. Gradually, I became one with Wakanda. As the nation grew stronger, so too did I. With Wakanda's current prowess, I could traverse the world freely. However, those wretched evil gods emerged, trapping me here. Much like myself, they were also pierced by rays, gaining sentience. Yet, they lacked my intellect, failing to comprehend that safeguarding humanity could amplify one's power. At this juncture, the voice of the panther god brimmed with pride, seemingly relishing in the superiority of his intellect over those vile beastly deities. Yet, those despicable creatures later uncovered my secret. They conspired against me, seeking to usurp my followers. The panther god's tone shifted to one of fury as he brandished his claws, as if intent on tearing those gods apart. I require your assistance, siblings. To confront them, their strength is feeble, and had they not banded together, I would have vanquished them long ago. You possess the capability to handle them. I shall provide you with a mental barrier. Given their power, they cannot inflict any harm upon you. By defeating them, I can use their remains to enhance your spirits, rectifying your final shortcomings. Your physical forms are formidable, even surpassing those divine beings that descended from the outer realms a millennium ago. Once your mental resilience is fortified, I can scarcely fathom any adversary capable of challenging you. Please assist me. My divine kingdom is unbearably desolate, and I am so very lonely within its confines. The panther god spoke with earnestness, inadvertently tinged with a plea. You wish to escape? Joe inquired. The panther god nodded. I have gazed upon this world from my divine realm for far too long, witnessing Wakanda's gradual ascent. Yet, I remain ensnared here, only able to manifest in Wakanda sporadically. Over time, I risk falling into a deep slumber. Although I have existed for millennia, much of that time has been spent in slumber. I yearn to see the world. If we vanquish those beasts, it will be different. My divine kingdom can expand, and I can roam freely across the earth, not limited to Wakanda. Would you aid me in this endeavor? The panther god implored. I wish to behold the vistas of this planet. Of course, Carol replied. You have aided me, and I shall repay your kindness. Besides, I have a penchant for combat. Carol rose, her attire transforming into battle garb. Lead the way. I will help you eliminate those gods. Frankly, I have yet to engage in battle with a deity. Joe, shall we join forces? Carol asked. I too am eager to discover just how formidable a god truly is. Joe stood as well, wishing he could instantaneously change his attire, but regrettably, he had no battle suit at present. He mused that he must consult Tony about nanotechnology. Chapter 103. Too weak, thank you. Upon seeing Carol and Joe rise, the Panther God murmured softly. The thought of imminent escape filled the Black Panther God with such exhilaration that it felt as though its entire being were about to levitate. This was no mere illusion. It truly was floating in the air. Though this mode of locomotion drained more energy than walking upon the ground, it cared not. Let Chala join us, Joe suggested midway through his stride. Given that the Panther God mentioned the benefits of vanquishing those deities, Joe resolved to include Chala, one of his few friends, ensuring he would not be neglected. Moreover, he felt a twinge of guilt for frequently borrowing battle attire from the little panther. Go on, the old king urged Chala, pushing him gently. With Joe present, the old king harbored no concerns for Chala's safety. Beside Joe, one might find the most secure place on earth. The trio, along with the panther, traversed the portal and entered the realm of the Panther God. The entire divine domain trembled, burdened beyond its capacity. At that moment, the Panther God clearly felt strained, panting as it explained, the divine realm exists between the real and the illusory. The presence of mortals overwhelms it. We must hurry. The realms of those deities are nearby. Chala found himself encircled by a group of panthers. The Panther God glanced back, revealing that these were the ancestral Black Panthers, transformed into panthers upon their demise, residing in its divine realm for millennia, providing companionship. Ancestors, Chala whispered, stroking the fur of these panthers, who reciprocated by licking his palms with their tongues. The divine realm quaked more violently, as if on the brink of collapse. I've located them, the Panther God declared. Let us depart. Growing anxious, the Black Panther God urged them onward. If they lingered, its divine realm would shatter, costing it dearly. The Panther God cast a glance at Joe, regretting their entrance. It had intended to put on a show, unaware that Joe exerted such pressure on the divine realm. It was a most unwise choice. This man was exceedingly heavy, rendering it nearly unbearable. Quickly, out, the Black Panther God implored once more, beads of sweat forming on its snout. Upon exiting the realm of the Black Panther God, Joe and his companions arrived in a landscape adorned with forests, rivers, and grasslands. The juxtaposition of these three disparate environments appeared somewhat awkward. This is where those three reside. I shall summon them. Once they emerge, you may act. The Panther God wiped the sweat from its nose and stated. With that, it advanced alone, its body gradually swelling to a length of several meters, and let out a resounding call. Meow. It resembled a cat's cry, albeit amplified. Joe and Carol couldn't help but burst into laughter. The sight of a colossal panther producing such an adorable sound was utterly delightful. Both were confident in their abilities, their demeanor relaxed, as if they had come merely for leisure. Chala stood apart, entirely focused, his body slightly coiled, the fine hairs upon him erect, as he entered a state of combat readiness. The atmosphere here was stifling for Chala, akin to a small vessel amidst tumultuous seas, on the verge of capsizing. With a resonant call from the Panther God, the surroundings erupted into life. The river churned, revealing a pair of enormous eyes, while the sound of snapping branches echoed through the forest, suggesting the approach of a colossal beast. From the depths of the savannah came a resounding roar, far more formidable than the Panther God's earlier call. Noting the gazes of the trio upon him, the Panther God disdainfully remarked, the one who calls the loudest is often the weakest, merely boasting. True power is embodied in grace and subtlety, as exemplified by me. The Black Panther prowled with elegance. From the side, Joe interjected, you really can't tell at all. This caused the Black Panther to pause momentarily before continuing his graceful stride. This deity does not stoop to your level. Suddenly, a white gorilla emerged from the forest, brandishing a long, dark staff of indeterminate material. What is this? Are you itching for a fight? The white gorilla inquired. At that moment, a 20-meter-long crocodile ascended from the river, followed closely by a lion of similar stature. Among the trio of divine beasts, the white gorilla was the most formidable. Despite its fierce words, it only spoke boldly after the lion and crocodile made their appearances. In terms of raw power, the Panther God could indeed claim dominion over these three, yet their cunning allowed them to coexist harmoniously, rarely venturing apart. You three beasts have enjoyed your days too long. Today, I feast on lion flesh, declared the Black Panther, irked that the lion's roar surpassed his own. After all, they were both members of the feline family. Why should the lion's call be more fearsome? Simultaneously, the Black Panther commanded, engage. Joe turned to Carol. How shall we divide our targets? I want that lion. It looks like a fine mount. During their initial visit to Wakanda, Carol had expressed a desire to ride a lion. Very well, I shall contend with that gorilla. It appears quite resilient. The white gorilla's muscular physique was undeniably imposing. Then I shall face that foolish crocodile. I have already bestowed upon you the blessing of souls, rendering their mental interference ineffective against you. As soon as the words left his mouth, the trio charged toward their respective adversaries, leaving Chala momentarily bewildered. He pondered whom he should engage. Joe confronted the white gorilla. "Hey, gorilla, is your staff sturdy enough?" His tone was decidedly flippant. The white gorilla, unfamiliar with the term gorilla, recognized that Joe was jesting. "You seek your demise, mortal." The white gorilla swung its staff toward Joe's head. This moment illustrated that these three deities were significantly weaker than the Black Panther. Upon first encountering Joe, the Black Panther had sensed his strength, while they remained oblivious to it. This transformation is also linked to Joe's recent evolution, showcasing a restrained yet formidable prowess. With a single strike, the white gorilla god was compelled to avert its gaze, brimming with confidence in its own strength, believing that none could withstand its mighty blow, not even that detestable leopard. However, when it intended to lift its club to assist the crocodile god, an unsettling realization dawned upon it. Its cherished club felt remarkably lighter. Glancing down, it encountered Joe's impassive expression. Beside him lay the shattered remnants of its club. Joe soared into the air, their eyes meeting at an equal level. The white gorilla god's gaze was filled with disbelief and trepidation, while Joe's eyes sparkled with a hint of mockery. "You struck me with your club. I trust a punch in return is not unreasonable?" Joe remarked. Instinctively, the white gorilla god nodded, only to be met with the sight of Joe's fist. The subsequent events were lost to the white gorilla god, for Joe's punch pierced through its skull, leaving its head in utter disarray. Joe waved his arms and proclaimed, "What a feeble god! I anticipated a more resilient opponent. Yet you couldn't even endure a single punch. How dull." He then turned his attention to Carol and the Panther God. Chapter 104, Such Injustice. Unlike the swift conclusion of the clash between Joe and the white gorilla god, the confrontation between the Panther God Batet and the crocodile god unfolded with back-and-forth exchanges. Nevertheless, Batet maintained the upper hand against the crocodile god. With agile movements, she circled around the crocodile god, unexpectedly leaving a claw mark on its tough hide, while the crocodile god found itself utterly helpless against her. After enduring for a time, the crocodile god attempted to gather strength for a powerful bite, only to have Batet evade with grace. In frustration, it swung its tail at Batet, leaving deep gashes in the ground but failing to land a hit. The crocodile god felt a surge of desperation, contemplating retreat. Out of the corner of its eye, it noticed the leader of the trio had been felled by a single blow to the head. Fortuitously, that human stood by, arms crossed, observing the spectacle. Otherwise, it too might have met a similar fate. With a furious roar, the crocodile god unleashed a surge of divine energy, momentarily stalling the panther god. Seizing the opportunity, it attempted to withdraw toward the river, yearning to flee from this sorrowful place. Yet its speed faltered. Batet, scarcely pausing for a second, swiftly leapt and clamped her jaws around the crocodile god's tail, dragging it backward. After a prolonged struggle, Batet refused to relent, her forepaws becoming a blur as they raked violently across the crocodile god's back, leaving it bloodied and mangled. "You dare to take my followers, uniting against me," Batet muttered as she clawed at the crocodile god, harboring deep resentment toward the trio. Were it not for them, she would not have been trapped in the divine realm for millennia. Abandoning the divine realm is out of the question. Not only would it result in a significant loss of power, but it has also harbored a grudge against the three beast deities for millennia. These three beasts would never allow it to escape unscathed. Likewise, the beast deities are unwilling to relinquish the faith established in Wakanda, fearing that should they do so, Batet would not spare them. Thus, the four have remained in a stalemate for thousands of years. As Bastet's claws descended, the crocodile god gradually succumbed to lifelessness. Upon witnessing the demise of the crocodile god, Batet released its grip, spitting out a mouthful of blood, tainted with the essence of its fallen adversary. With its front paws planted upon the carcass of the crocodile god, Batet let out a triumphant roar. Alas, its display of ferocity fell short. Failing to resonate with the atmosphere around, Batet felt a surge of pride, reveling in its role as the victor, the sole true deity of Wakanda henceforth. The only minor inconvenience was a slight pain in its teeth. The crocodile god's aged hide proved rather tough. Joe gazed at the mangled remains of the crocodile god and felt a twinge of regret. Such a splendid piece of crocodile hide, wasted by the Black Panther god. Joe mused about how feeble the Black Panther god appeared. It took so long to dispatch a crocodile and ended up ruining its hide. Unlike himself, who could deliver a single punch to shatter a skull, preserving the gorilla god's skin intact, suitable for crafting cushions or bed linens, ensuring that neither he nor Susan would ruin their sheets during their more spirited activities. Joe silently commended his cleverness. What a resourceful act of recycling. Though the crocodile god's back bore the marks of Bastet's assault, ample hide remained for use. Joe resolved to fashion several wallets, shoes, and belts from the crocodile god's skin, both for personal use and as gifts for friends, thus elevating his status. After all, it was the hide of a divine beast, a source of great pride. He planned to present one to Tony, a genuine crocodile god leather wallet. Such treasures are not easily acquired. Only someone as exceptional as himself could procure one. How delightful it would be to see Tony's reaction. Joe chuckled to himself, unable to suppress the amusement at the thought of Tony's expression. Meanwhile, Carol was engaged in play with the lion god, though it was less of a game and more of a ride. She sat atop the lion god's back, gripping the mane tightly, while the lion god endeavored to shake her off. It employed various tactics, even attempting to swat her with its tail, but Carol adeptly evaded each effort. Eventually, the lion god ceased its attempts, as striking itself proved too painful. "Come on, little lion, run," Carol exclaimed, thoroughly enjoying herself. The lion god's back was far more comfortable than that of an ordinary lion. After futilely attempting to dislodge Carol, and realizing both the crocodile and gorilla gods had perished, the lion god surrendered, curling up on the ground in resignation. "If you wish to ride, then ride, I shall not move." As it prepared to embrace its fate, the lion god resolved to preserve its final dignity by lying down in peace. Get up, Carol urged, playfully tapping the lion god's head. "Come on, let us run a few laps." The lion god remained silent, sprawled on the ground with its 4 legs outstretched, bidding a final farewell to Mother Earth. "I am the lion god, the sovereign of the savannah, and I shall never be a steed for any human." The lion god roared inwardly, resolute that even if struck down, it would never rise again. Seeing that her attempts to rouse the lion god by tapping its head elicited no response, Carol intensified her efforts, channeling her inner energy into powerful blows upon the lion god's head. She moderated her strength, ensuring that while the lion god felt pain, it would not be harmed. "Will you rise? Will you rise?" Carol's strikes nearly pressed the lion god into the ground. After over a minute of relentless effort, the lion god finally reacted, standing up and wagging its tail as it circled around with Carol for several laps. The pain had become unbearable. With an excited roar, Carol urged the lion god to run farther, and it was not until half an hour later that she returned, perched atop the lion god. She leapt down from its back, and the lion god, understanding, lowered its head. Carol patted its face and remarked, "I find myself somewhat reluctant to slay you." Upon hearing this, the lion god wagged its tail eagerly, forgetting its earlier resolve, now contemplating that perhaps being a mount for Carol was not so bad after all. Better to live on than to perish. "Foul lion, today I, the leopard god, shall feast upon lion flesh," declared Batet upon seeing Carol dismount. The lion god, upon hearing this, did not retort. Instead, it retreated behind Carol, nuzzling her affectionately. "Can we spare it? I rather like him," Carol pondered aloud, then added, "Of course. If its survival jeopardizes your escape, then we must eliminate it." Carol discerned the priorities clearly. Having promised the leopard god, she intended to uphold her word. Yet, she found herself genuinely fond of this lion, relishing the comfort of riding it, and its remarkable speed, not to mention its obedience. The lion god gazed at her with a sorrowful expression, regretting its decision to serve as Carol's steed, realizing that it had been taken for a ride without any assurance of survival. "Is this not an unfair exploitation?" The lion god lamented silently. Chapter 105. Carol's steed, the leopard god, Batet, glared fiercely at the lion god for a moment before waving a paw and declaring, "Forget it. I shan't feast on lion flesh." Its foolish demeanor suggests it would not be palatable. Among the 3 beast gods, the lion god was the loudest yet the weakest, having never truly provoked Batet. When the 3 beasts united against her, the lion god merely roared a couple of times, contributing little more than a token effort. It was but a subordinate. Bastet's desire to consume it stemmed from the lion god's impressive roar, though she would never admit to feeling a twinge of envy. "I have long ceased to partake in meals. Today, I shall spare you, foolish lion." The panther god languidly spoke, perceiving that Carol held a fondness for the lion. Thus, it resolved to grant Carol a favor by sparing the lion's life. However, while the lion's existence could be preserved, the divine realm must still be surrendered. It turned out that Batet shared the worship of Wakanda with 3 other beast deities. The divine authority of Wakanda was collectively held by the 4 beasts, with Batet wielding the lion's share, over 70%, while the remaining 3 shared the rest. Despite possessing the most power, Bastet's authority was still incomplete, which had confined it within the divine realm for millennia. With the demise of 2 of the beast gods, if it could consume the lion god's realm, Bastet's authority would become whole, allowing it to roam freely. The lion god, upon losing its divine domain, would experience a significant decline in strength but would not perish, thus achieving a harmonious resolution. Having been adversaries for thousands of years, neither trusted the other. Now, with Batet triumphing, it saw no necessity to extinguish the lion's life. The lion would be weakened without its divine realm, while Bastet's power would continuously grow. The lion god, which had never been a match for Bastet, would find itself increasingly outpaced and rendered devoid of any threat. Furthermore, ordinary leopards lacked wisdom, living in a daze, and the lion god was, in a strict sense, akin to Bastet. Therefore, it decided to spare the foolish lioness life, leaving it to Carol, who might cause the creature more distress than death itself. How clever I am, thought Bastet, no longer needing to present itself with grandeur before Joe and Carol, as its reputation had already been tarnished. What more could it lose? The lion god peeked out from behind Carol, its large head emerging as it spoke for the first time. Really? Its tone was laced with skepticism, yet tinged with joy. In truth, its enormous head, measuring several meters in length, could not be hidden behind Carol's modest stature of just over 1.80 meters. It was an exercise in futility. The lion god was acutely aware that, having secured its life, it would inevitably become a mere mount for Carol, yet it was indifferent. Who would not wish to live? Moreover, with such a formidable woman to protect it, it felt assured of its safety. After losing its divine realm, it could roam freely again, perhaps to seek out a pride of lionesses, as it was a male. At that moment, the lion god had completely abandoned any sense of the dignity that came with divinity. Speak another word, and I shall dispose of you, Bastet retorted sharply. Exasperated by the foolish lion's doubts, the lion god promptly withdrew its head behind Carol once more, deciding that silence was the wiser course of action. Foolish lion, do not resist. I shall merge your divine realm into mine, Bastet commanded. The lion god nodded in agreement, much like a chick pecking at the ground. Thus, Bastet commenced the fusion of the divine realms. It first engulfed the divine realms of the white ape god and the crocodile god, both of whose sovereigns had perished. It was a straightforward matter. Moreover, if this opportunity were not seized now, in due course, their realms would dissipate entirely. As Bastet commenced the consumption of the lion god's realm, it could not help but exclaim, "Perverse." The previous two realms were filled with gluttony from the crocodile god, and incessant brawls from the white ape god. Yet here, in the lion god's domain, it has taken a different turn, teeming with lionesses. Upon absorbing the divine realm, Bastet simultaneously acquired memories of the events that transpired therein, all revolving around the lion god's preoccupation with birthing cubs. The imagery was vivid. It left Bastet feeling quite nauseated, casting a disdainful glance at the lion god. No wonder this foolish lion was the weakest. It was merely an empty facade. When Bastet had completely devoured the lion god's realm, it gradually ascended into the air. Its fur gleamed with an enhanced luster, while its once streamlined muscles began to conceal themselves, resulting in a slight expansion of its form, not akin to Joe's muscular growth, but rather an increase in softness. Bastet had overindulged. In its current state, it bore little resemblance to a leopard and instead resembled a large, plump cat. After approximately an hour, Bastet descended, lifting its head high and proclaiming, "Meow." This deity has finally broken free. Elated, Bastet reveled in its newfound freedom from the confines of the divine realm. Eager to venture forth and explore, the lion god, however, appeared somewhat listless, akin to having had a kidney extracted, looking quite unwell. It had always struggled with its health, and now it was likely in even worse shape. Bastet, shrinking its form to that of an ordinary cat, was now perfectly capable of masquerading as one. "Foolish lion, you should shrink a bit as well," Bastet asserted with robust confidence. The lion god, upon hearing this, nodded and transformed into a lion of standard size. "Smaller still. Do you wish for me to look up to you?" Bastet declared menacingly, brandishing its now plump paws. The lion god, mustering its energy, began to shrink further until it became even smaller than Bastet. Carol cradled the lion god, who, feeling aggrieved, licked Carol's hand while casting a glance at Bastet. This was the essence of the lion god's expression. "This leopard is bullying me." Bastet discerned the sentiment, baring its teeth and emitting a low, threatening growl. "Foolish lion, do you think that having found a protector means I will hesitate to strike you? You are mistaken. You have only known them for a few days. Today is your first encounter. Do you think I am on such good terms with them? I have been providing them with favors for years." The leopard god contemplated, feeling the urge to teach the lion god a lesson for its audacity in sowing discord. With that, the leopard god leapt towards the lion god cradled in Carol's arms, intending to deliver a swat. However, Carol swiftly intervened, swatting it away. "Have you not seen that this little lion is already quite feeble? Do you still wish to bully it?" Carol felt that her mission had been accomplished. The lion god was now one of her own, while the leopard god Bastet was merely an acquaintance. "This is my steed. You must not bully it in the future," Carol admonished Bastet. Upon hearing this, the lion god nestled in her arms contentedly closed its eyes. It was too weak and needed to rest for a while. "How can you be so brazen?" meowed Bastet, realizing that she might no longer be able to intimidate this foolish lion. Chapter 106. Reinforcement Batet. Her belly protruding, sat on the ground, feeling a twinge of regret for sparing the foolish lion's life, sensing that misfortune might befall her in the future. Would this foolish lion become a tyrant, emboldened by her mercy? Batet pondered, recalling the lion's cunning nature. It had once acted arrogantly when associating with the gorilla god and the crocodile god. Alas, having just spared its life out of pity, she felt an ominous foreboding. After a moment of contemplation, Batet raised her plump paw and suggested, "Perhaps we should eliminate this lion before it becomes a threat." She resolved to eradicate any potential danger, denying the foolish lion a chance to rise. Carol, cradling the lion god, shot a glare at Batet that radiated murderous intent. Batet recoiled, sheepishly saying, "Actually, it seems sufficient." Though anger simmered within her, Bastet's face was adorned with ample flesh, her small eyes darting around. She noticed Takara circling the corpse of the gorilla god and called out, "You there, little leopard, come here." Takara, intrigued by the gorilla god's remains, scampered over to Batet. "Did you call for me, oh great leopard god?" In Takara's presence, Batet resumed her regal demeanor, asserting her divine authority. "Would you like to taste lion meat? This particular lion's flesh is exceptionally succulent." Takara glanced at the sleeping lion god in Carol's embrace and shook his head. "Are you jesting? I would never offend Carol." Offending Carol would invite the wrath of the sibling duo, while offending Batet. Takara remained unperturbed, for his brother was Joe. "You should be cautious. The great leopard god may wish to sabotage you," Batet warned Takara in a tone laden with menace. Unfazed by this, Takara approached Joe, standing on tiptoe to embrace his shoulder, and inquired, "Brother, what should I do if someone bullies me?" Joe regarded Takara with a puzzled expression before responding, "Why? You must retaliate. I have few friends. Anyone who dares to bully me shall face dire consequences." Takara's face brightened with joy at Joe's words. He cast a glance at Batet, and then patted Joe's shoulder, exclaiming, "Truly, you are a good brother. Once we return, let us design a new battle outfit for you." Takara had long wished to gift Joe a few new sets of armor, and the opportunity had now presented itself. Joe's spirits lifted at this suggestion, and Takara beamed with delight. Carol gazed at the lion god in her arms and felt an increasing sense of satisfaction, her face radiating warmth and sunshine. Only Batet sat on the ground, seething with anger. She felt that this generation of Black Panthers was rather lacking, their faith insufficiently fervent, and she contemplated a change. After brooding for a while, Batet spoke. "I promised to bestow upon you a charm to enhance your souls, and I shall fulfill that promise now." Without Joe and Carol, she was uncertain how long she would have to contend with the deceased beast gods and the lion god in Carol's arms. Now freed from that predicament, she felt grateful and resolved to honor her word. Moreover, rationally speaking, Batet believed it prudent not to renege on her promise. The siblings were clearly not the sort to be easily trifled with. They had not mentioned anything yet. Perhaps they had simply forgotten. If they remembered and discovered that something of theirs was missing, Batet feared she would be in a dire situation. Rubbing the excess flesh on her abdomen, Batet rose to her feet, huffing for a moment before squeezing out 2 droplets of golden liquid from her mouth. "Swallow this, and your souls will be fortified," she declared. She intentionally intended to repulse the two, taking advantage of their naivety by expelling the liquid in a spitting manner. "If you find it disgusting, then do not consume it. That conveniently saves me some divine energy," Batet mused inwardly. Joe and Carol indeed found it distasteful. Bastet's actions were utterly revolting. After staring for a moment, Joe inquired, "Did the crocodile goddess roar just now contain a soul attack?" "Of course." Batet nodded. "I was momentarily taken aback." "Very well then," Joe replied. And seizing the moment while Carol and Chala were still processing, he tossed the 2 droplets of golden liquid into their mouths. "I do not require it." Joe had an inkling that ingesting this liquid would have little effect on him. When the crocodile god roared earlier, he felt nothing. Since his transformation, he had noticed a significant enhancement in his various resistances. He now realized that his low magical resistance was merely in comparison to his invulnerable physical resistance. Even magical attacks posed little threat to him. What truly concerned him was mental attacks, for that resistance was genuinely lacking. If his will were strong, his mental resilience would also be adequate. Yet Joe was clearly not a person of formidable will. Deep down, Joe was an ordinary individual, content with his modest life, lacking grand aspirations, simply wishing to live well within his means. Perhaps in the future he would become great, but at this stage, he was merely an ordinary person possessing invincible power. He still had much to grow. However, Joe's mental resistance had been steadily increasing since reaching adulthood. He could sense that his soul was gradually merging with his physical form, once fully integrated. Anyone attempting to employ a mental attack against him would first have to breach his corporeal body. Given the meager power Batet wielded, Joe truly looked down upon the golden liquid, deeming it better suited for Carol and Chalia's enhancement. In fact, he glanced at Bastet's plump form and perceived that she could produce more. Perhaps he would request a few more droplets later from Mary and John. Dear Susan, well, that scoundrel Tony seems a bit under the weather. He requires a drop or two to fortify him. Joe cast a malicious glance at Bastet, causing an unsettling chill to creep through her. Just 4 more drops, Joe pondered. After ingesting the golden liquid, both Carol and Chala retched violently. Carol even contemplated unleashing the lion god upon Joe. Such a revolting concoction, though it appeared visually appealing, was undoubtedly something spat out by Bastet. Who knows if it bore her saliva? Just as Carol prepared to retaliate, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and it took nearly 10 minutes for her to recuperate. Once her senses returned, Carol found her mind remarkably clear, seemingly enhanced in intellect. Convinced of her newfound cleverness, she decided against confronting Joe and delightedly solved a mathematical puzzle. Reveling in the thought, indeed, I am much wiser now. Meanwhile, Chala, who had also consumed the golden liquid, was far less fortunate. He collapsed to the ground in a deep slumber. Fortunately, the ground remained unscathed. Clad in the Black Panther suit, Chala lay unconscious, and as Joe surveyed the scene, glancing at Chala and the nearby corpses of the gorilla god and crocodile god, he found himself in a predicament. How to transport them back? He turned to Bastet, suggesting they return to Wakanda through her divine realm. Bastet immediately shook her head, fearing her small divine domain could not bear the weight. With Joe's considerable mass, combined with the 2 corpses exceeding 20 meters, she felt her divine realm would surely collapse. Chapter 107. Vini. Ultimately, Bastet contacted the old king, requesting assistance in retrieving the unconscious Chala and the 2 beast god corpses to bring them back to Burning Zana. The old king was initially quite concerned about Chalia's state, but upon learning that he had consumed Bastet's divine power elixir, his worries dissipated, replaced by a broad grin. He no longer concerned himself with royal decorum. The old king's fondness for Joe grew with each passing moment, nearly prompting him to propose a marriage between him and Susan. Thankfully, he refrained, as Joe might have taken offense. In conclusion, the old king urged Joe to ensure Susan accompanied him on his next visit to Wakanda, as he recognized Joe's evident affection for her, intending to adopt Susan as a goddaughter. If he couldn't wed a daughter, surely he could claim a goddaughter? The old king's schemes were well laid out in his mind. That evening, Chala awakened just in time for dinner. During the meal, Bastet was present as well. Now free to roam, she refused to return to her divine realm, choosing instead to remain among the living, abandoning the company of past Black Panthers. The dinner consisted of the flesh of the unfortunate crocodile god and gorilla god. Upon their return, the old king had specifically sought out loyal followers of the panther god. Yet even they were struck with terror upon witnessing the 2 corpses collapsing to their knees. Any Wakandan, regardless of their belief in these deities, was well aware of their forms. Upon suddenly encountering the lifeless bodies, the individuals tasked with collecting them found themselves at a loss. The corpses were discreetly transported back to Burning, where the old king, upon seeing them, was momentarily taken aback. Yet now, observing his vigorous consumption of the divine flesh, he appeared remarkably at ease, indulging without restraint. The assembly feasted upon the divine meat, primarily comprising Joe, Carol, and Bastet. The old king and queen could only manage a meager portion, overwhelmed by its potency. Takara, having recently undergone fortification, persevered for half an hour. Only Joe, Carol, and Bastet continued their relentless feasting. In the presence of the old king, Joe and Carol were mindful of their decorum, savoring their meals slowly rather than hastily snatching the meat. Joe speared a piece of meat, intending to place it onto his plate, when it unexpectedly soared into Bastet's mouth, who audibly chewed with delight. What are you staring at? Keep eating, Bastet urged Joe. Being a novice in such matters, Joe chose not to contest Bastet's claim. Subsequently, Carol too found her portions diminished. The flavor is exquisite. Leopards ought to consume more meat, Bastet exclaimed, having entirely forgotten her earlier declaration of divinity and her millennia without sustenance. As the meat dwindled, Bastet continued to pilfer her share, prompting a shared glance between Joe and Carol. Joe then inquired, what has prompted this sudden craving for leopard meat? Carol nodded in agreement, sensing the peculiarity. They both turned their gaze towards Bastet, who was thoroughly engrossed in her meal. Upon noticing Joe and Carol laying down their utensils and regarding her with mischievous intent, Bastet swallowed her mouthful, wiped her lips with her plump paw, and reclined on the sofa, declaring, I am satiated. Joe and Carol clinked their glasses in satisfaction, sipping their wine before resuming their feast. The siblings exhibited a remarkable synergy, each consuming an equal share, neither daring to overindulge. After dining, they exchanged pleasantries before retreating to their respective quarters for rest. Although the 2 beast deities had weakened somewhat, The meat was undeniably delectable and beneficial for their well-being. After finishing his meal, the old king returned to spend the night with the queen, a fact Joe inadvertently overheard. Even Joe felt a stirring desire to seek out Susan. Though he hesitated, the following morning, during breakfast, Joe observed the old king greeting him with renewed vigor. "Good morning." The old king's voice rang out, significantly more robust than the previous day. As the sun ascended to its zenith, the slumbering lion deity awakened, expressing hunger. The lion deity addressed Carol, who had initially intended to procure some cooked meat for him. However, the lion deity, unable to contain himself, disregarded the two beast deities with whom he had recently forged camaraderie and lunged at the white gorilla deity's flesh. Joe intervened, unwilling to partake in the lion deity's saliva. And with a focused gaze, he severed a generous chunk of meat and tossed it to the lion deity. The lion deity, having been starved for so long, pounced upon the meat, devouring it ravenously and splattering blood everywhere. "Foolish beast," Batet disdainfully spoke. The lion god paid no heed, continuing to consume its meal. After devouring several pieces of flesh, it finally lifted its head, only to find the onlookers regarding it with peculiar expressions. "They often bully me," the lion god quietly explained, remnants of the blood of the gorilla god still staining its mouth. Su Rue, observing from the sidelines, was frightened to tears. The lion god licked the blood from its lips, stating, "I'm not usually like this. I'm just a bit hungry today." Displaying its sharp teeth only intensified Su Rue's sobs, the child clearly traumatized. The queen took Su Rue away, deeming the lion god's feeding spectacle unsuitable for young eyes. Once the lion god finished the meat it had severed from the gorilla god, it remained unsatisfied and devoured a substantial piece of the crocodile goddess flesh. "Burp. I feel rejuvenated," exclaimed the satiated lion god, wagging its tail in delight and attempting to depart. It sensed the peculiar gazes of the crowd, which made it somewhat uncomfortable. "Where are you going?" Carol interjected, blocking the lion god's path. "I'm just going for a stroll to aid digestion. Don't worry, I'll be back tonight. I want tea run away." "Humph, as if you dare." Carol was about to let the lion god pass. Batet chimed in, "It's surely off to find a lioness." She was aware of the chaos within the lion god's realm. Carol regarded the lion god with suspicion. "No, I'm just stuffed and need to digest." "Really? Perfectly timed." Carol responded, "I'll join you. I didn't tea right enough yesterday." The lion god, tucking its tail, turned back. "Never mind, I've digested enough." "That was quick. I am the lion god." "Once the lion god," Batet added with a triumphant air, reveling in her victory. The lion god shot a glance at Batet, thinking, "You'll pay for this, you dead leopard." It nudged Carol's leg, realizing that to seek revenge on Batet, it must first curry favor with Carol. However, no sooner had it nudged her than Carol kicked it away. "Go clean yourself up." Only after the lion god had washed itself did Carol allow it to approach. "By the way, do you have a name?" Carol inquired. "I do. My name is," the lion god began, but was interrupted by Carol. "Let me give you a name," she proposed, pondering for a moment. "From now on, you shall be called Winnie." Carol reminisced about the times she had watched the Winnie the Pooh movie with Joe as a child, recalling how joyous it had made her. The lion god was about to protest, but upon seeing Carol's unwavering gaze, it lowered its head, sulking. "Fine, I shall be called Winnie." The lion god was not fond of the name Winnie, but had no choice, for Carol had already raised her fist in determination. Feeling aggrieved, it resigned itself to the new title. Chapter 108, Cats and Dogs. Chapter 3, during their week-long sojourn in Wakanda, Joe and Carol eagerly awaited the completion of data recording from the entire spacecraft by Wakanda's scientists. Although they spent the same amount of time as Tony, the efficiency of Wakanda's scientists paled in comparison. While Tony operated as an individual, they were a collective, with each member responsible for a specific module, ultimately achieving the task. Joe had to nudge them along. Otherwise, he felt they might take a month to finish. In comparison, Joe couldn't help but remark on Tony's intellectual prowess. Of course, he believed himself to be far superior. Joe fancied himself the most intelligent, merely too indolent to exert his potential. Truly, it was certainly not due to the author's inability to depict Joe's brilliant mind. After spending a week in Wakanda, they felt they had experienced most of what the land had to offer. The territory of Wakanda was not extensive, and with both Joe and Carol's swift pace, they traversed the entire region. The panther god, Bast, had not accompanied them, his whereabouts unknown. The lion god, Winnie, fervently pleaded with Carol for permission to frolic on the savannah, which he finally received. Elated, Winnie set a modest goal. During Joe and Carol's stay in Wakanda, he would ensure every lion on the plains was turned green. Though he was no longer the lion god, his mutations rendered him unbeatable on the savannah. Not even the legendary Lion King, Simba, could rival him. Patting his waist, Winnie encouraged himself. "I can do this." Before the spacecraft, Joe bid farewell to the old king. Why not stay a couple more days? The old king inquired warmly. Joe smiled. No, it has been a long time. It is time to return. While he appeared polite, internally he mused. I have acquired my armor. The spacecraft has been thoroughly examined, and I have explored all of Wakanda. What more is there for me to do here? To listen to you groan about your wife every night. The old king, indulging in divine meat daily, had recently been feeling a bit overheated and required exercise each evening. Joe was eager to leave. He wished to return to Susan and engage in some intimate activities. As they conversed, individuals continuously loaded items onto the spacecraft. It was all the flesh of the two fallen beast gods, neatly cut and preserved for transport. Joe had given the old king 5 tons to replenish his strength, taking the remainder for himself, as he didn't have enough to feed his parents and also wanted to send some to Tony. Joe felt he had left too much for the old king, even though the spacecraft still contained over 100 tons of meat. The two beast gods, each over 20 meters long, yielded about 120 tons of flesh after being cleaned, after a few days of consumption and the portion given to the old king. Joe felt it was insufficient. Once all the meat was on board the spacecraft, Joe formally bid farewell to the old king. Chala yearned to join Joe and the others for an outing. Recently, the boy had indulged in divine meat, leading to a bit of discomfort, which necessitated a brief escape into the outdoors. However, his plans were thwarted when the queen seized him. She had brought in new female guards for Chala to assess, suggesting that if he found one to his liking, perhaps within a year, the queen might be graced with grandchildren. Su Rue had matured, losing some of his childhood charm. As the hatch closed, Joe spoke. Shit, activate stealth mode and return to my home on Long Island. Understood, sir. Once the spacecraft ascended, Carol set down the lion god, Winnie, whom she had been holding by the tail. Carol was exasperated. Her moment of weakness in allowing Winnie some freedom had nearly resulted in his forgetting to return. It was only just before their departure that she found him lounging atop a lioness. Infuriated, Carol pummeled Winnie before dragging him back by the tail. Joe, undeterred by the antics of Winnie, made his way to his private chamber. Once the door was securely closed, he couldn't contain his laughter. This time, the hall was truly bountiful. Before him lay 7 suits of armor: golden, red gold, silver gold, black gold, silver, black, and a striking blue. Joe gazed at his armaments with an infectious grin. Carol suggested they acquire a green suit, citing its favorable connotations in America, but Joe promptly rejected the idea. Preposterous. In his mind, green symbolized the verdant pastures above his head, and he had no intention of donning such a hue, especially when Carol proposed a matching green helmet. Had it not been for her good intentions, Joe might have retaliated. Was she implying he would be green with envy? Though Joe was confident that Susan would never betray him. After all, he was handsome, wealthy, secure, and exceptionally capable. There was simply no reason for such treachery. Perhaps his emotional intelligence could use some refinement. As he gazed upon the array of battle attire, a foolish smile spread across his face. Joe's craft was far swifter than Chali's vehicle, in order to remain undetected. They soared above Joe's villa within an hour. Foolish lion, alter your appearance. Carol snapped, still simmering with irritation. Very well, Winnie replied reluctantly, not daring to provoke Carol further. He contracted his form, transforming into a dog. Subtle adjustments to his face altered his nose and mouth, and his fur thickened, resulting in Winnie resembling a golden retriever. With a natural affinity for the color yellow, he chose to embody a dog of that shade. Carol grasped Winnie by the scruff and descended from the spacecraft. Just as Joe was about to follow suit, a hefty cat rolled to a stop at his feet. How did you manage to tag along? Joe inquired, having been so engrossed in admiring his battle gear that he had failed to notice the feline deity, Batet, had joined him. I ventured out to clear my mind. Batet spoke. Look, I have transformed into a cat. I shall not be a burden to you. Although Bastet's vocalizations resembled those of a feline, it was markedly different from an ordinary cat. This transformation manifested as a large, plump cat, devoid of any trace of a leopard. Bastet's eyes were drawn to the flesh aboard the ship, and it felt compelled to ensure that the lion deity, Vini, did not remain alone with Joe and Carol. What if, one fateful day, that foolish lion spoke ill of itself, inciting the siblings to unleash a beating upon it? The lion god Vini was no benign creature. Both lustful and vengeful, it relished the art of betrayal from the shadows, akin to a mere beast. Thus, Batet followed suit. It was not only you who could bestow affection, I can too. Batet resolved that if Vini stayed, it would remain as well. Following Joe ensured delectable divine meat and safety. How splendid. Meow. Batet let out a sound, attempting to appear endearing. Had it not been for Joe's keen gaze, he might have overlooked its pitiful eyes. Very well. Since Batet had chosen to accompany him, Joe decided to adopt it. Having a deity of leopards as a pet was not a bad deal. Moreover, Batet, in its current form, was rather charming, which could win over Susan's favor. If he managed to please Susan, the prospect of her joy might lead to encounters twice a week, or even more frequently. Chapter 109. Joe's strike upon returning home. Joe found that Susan was still at the laboratory. "Welcome back, sir," came the voice of the ever-present Daka. The entire villa had now been commandeered by Daka. As Joe entered the living room, he immediately heard Daka's voice. Carol lingered for a while before departing. Although Joe's abode was spacious, with numerous vacant rooms, Carol was unwilling to stay, having left Vinny behind. She could not tolerate the pervasive scent of dog food. Joe, however, did not mind. Her departure was preferable, sparing him from her presence, which would have disrupted his time with Susan. Having returned after a prolonged absence of over half a month, Joe had begun to grow weary of Carol. After relocating his battle attire to his wardrobe and admiring it for a moment, Joe prepared to step out. Today, he was to fetch Susan. Carol had suggested he don a green battle suit, a reminder to maintain a good relationship with Susan. Otherwise, soon he would accompany Carol to Hollistar to stir up trouble and leisurely traverse the cosmos, a journey lasting anywhere from 3 months to a year or more. If Joe returned to find himself overgrown with grass, Earth might very well face calamity. Thus, for the safety of the planet and humanity at large, Joe resolved to firmly secure Susan's heart during this interim before his departure. He had heard that many in Susan's laboratory harbored affections for her. This time, Joe intended to thwart all those who had designs on her. Joe felt confident, with his myriad of exceptional qualities. A touch of romance would surely render Susan utterly devoted to him. After taking a refreshing shower in the restroom, Joe meticulously styled his hair with gel and even spritzed a hint of perfume. Dressed in a resplendent golden suit, he stood before the mirror, reveling in his own reflection for quite some time. How strikingly handsome. How could someone like me be so dashing? With looks like mine, I could easily thrive on my appearance alone, yet I insist on relying on my abilities. Truly exceptional. After admiring his own charm for several minutes, Joe casually selected a watch from the display case and prepared to step out. The brand of the watch eluded him. He owned only a modest collection of a few dozen timepieces, half of which were procured with Tony's assistance. As Tony would say, every successful man ought to possess a watch befitting his status, and you, a nouveau riche, know nothing. Tony harbored a certain disdain for Joe's taste. Despite his considerable wealth, Joe lived as if he were merely middle class. What had Joe done with his fortune? Aside from acquiring a villa, the bulk of his wealth languished and used in the basement. Eventually, Tony could no longer tolerate this and took Joe to a car show to indulge in purchasing cars, wine, and watches, shopping extravagantly. Eventually, Joe found the experience overwhelming and asked Tony to buy items on his behalf, deducting the cost from his dividends. Thus, Joe now possessed a garage full of luxury cars, an array of prestigious watches, and a wine cellar. All thanks to Tony. Tony was quite pleased to assist Joe in acquiring various items, primarily relishing the sight of Joe's obliviousness, which provided him with a sense of satisfaction, as it was all rather effortless. Selecting a striking red Ferrari 50 recently gifted by Tony from the garage, Joe set out. This particular model, a new release from Ferrari commemorating their 50th anniversary, was globally limited to just 349 units. Tony had spent considerable time explaining the car's features, including its impressive 520 horsepower, but Joe remained blissfully ignorant. He knew he would never exceed 100 miles per hour behind the wheel. He was an experienced driver and quite steady. Midway, he paused to purchase a bouquet of roses, placing them in the passenger seat, and drove to the laboratory where Susan was working. After waiting for several minutes, Susan emerged carrying a folder. Joe stepped out of the car, roses in hand, and intercepted her. "What brings you here?" Susan inquired, puzzled by Joe's unusual behavior in coming to pick her up today. Having spent over 3 years in the laboratory, Joe's visits averaged less than once a year. "Because I missed you, my dear," Joe replied tenderly, complimenting his words with a radiant smile. He believed Susan would surely be touched by his gesture and would expect a sweet kiss in return. Leaning in, he was unexpectedly pushed away by Susan. "Who are you?" she asked, sensing something was amiss. She inhaled deeply, questioning his identity. In her memory, Joe had never worn perfume. His natural essence radiated warmth like the sun. Yet, this stranger before her exuded a fragrance, and having spent considerable time with Joe, Susan was aware of a phenomenon whereby certain beings could alter their appearance. Susan felt a flutter of excitement. Her mundane life was finally about to become intriguing. Someone had the audacity to impersonate Joe. How amusing. "Who are you, really?" Susan's gaze sharpened, her hand resting firmly on her phone. She pressed a hidden button beneath the device, summoning Joe for assistance, and took a few steps back. Joe's phone rang. "Hold on, I need to take this call," he said, glancing at the screen. Surprised to see Susan's name. "How did you activate the emergency button?" he asked, bewildered. Looking at the phone Joe had produced, Susan hesitated, questioning, Are you truly Joe? Who would dare impersonate me? Joe inquired. Yet your behavior today seems a bit off, she retorted. After much explanation, Joe finally convinced Susan that he was indeed himself, and the misunderstanding dissipated. However, Joe's romantic intentions had been thwarted. As Susan observed Joe intently maneuvering the steering wheel, she felt reassured of his authenticity. No one else could drive with such finesse. What happened to you today? She asked. I merely wished to surprise you, Joe replied, disheartened that his efforts had led to such suspicion from his girlfriend. Do I usually look so disheveled? He pondered, realizing perhaps he did. With the incident behind them, Joe lost interest in the romantic atmosphere. He felt it was all superficial and preferred to focus on more tangible pursuits with Susan. Upon returning home, he immediately lunged towards her. I want to take a shower first, Susan murmured, her voice slightly dreamy. Later, Joe insisted. It wasn't until the following morning that Susan, still feeling sore, finally took her shower. She shot a reproachful glance at Joe, lamenting that his return had brought nothing but trouble, and that she would miss her day at the lab. Calling her superior, Susan requested a leave of absence due to feeling unwell. Her superior encouraged her to rest, and even suggested taking a few more days off. Unbeknownst to Susan, Joe had secretly sponsored the lab, ensuring they would look after her, a fact that would certainly upset her if revealed. After her shower, Joe's intentions were once again clear. I can't do this anymore, Susan said, wrapped in a towel, her voice betraying a hint of desire, yet her body was fatigued. Just wait, Joe replied as he leaped off the bed. I'll prepare something to replenish your strength. Having not eaten yet, Joe ventured into the kitchen to fry a piece of beast god meat for her. After their meal, he resumed his previous endeavors. Romance was not his forte. He preferred to rely on his abilities. Chapter 110. The news. It wasn't until noon that Joe and Susan finally emerged from the bedroom. Baudet and Winnie were sprawled on the living room floor, with Baudet currently pinning Winnie down and seizing the remote control from beneath her paw. Look at this, Baudet announced. With Carol absent, Baudet took full advantage of the situation, playfully tormenting Winnie. Upon seeing Joe emerge, Baudet let out a disdainful huff. Upon hearing a sound, Joe turned to look. Baudet, with her large, plump paw, playfully swatted Winnie on the head. Humph! How dare you attempt to seize the remote control from the esteemed leopard goddess, Baudet? Winnie found himself immobilized beneath Baudet's weight, which felt exceedingly heavy. Joe sensed a peculiar undertone in Baudet's huff, but feeling quite jovial at the moment, he did not dwell on it. Susan's voice resonated from the bedroom. Joe, why do I hear voices? You'll see when you come out, he replied. Susan donned her clothes and emerged, her gaze landing upon the cat and dog on the sofa. Good heavens! When did they appear? Earlier that morning, while Susan was in the shower. She had not noticed the two creatures. At that time, Baudet was in the yard disciplining Winnie, who had been boasting about being Carol's steed. Eagerly anticipating Carol's return to teach Baudet a lesson. Determined, Baudet resolved to give Winnie a daily thrashing until Carol returned. They were brought back yesterday, Joe casually remarked. Hello, Susan. Baudet raised her hefty paw in greeting. Hello, Winnie, managing to wriggle free, also greeted her, determined to endear himself to everyone around Joe. Now that he was a dog, he aspired to be a commendable companion. Once his status elevated, he would certainly show Baudet what for. How can I speak? Susan inquired, looking towards Joe. That chubby cat is the leopard goddess, Baudet, and that dog is the lion god, Winnie, Joe explained. As Susan processed this information, she felt a slight itch on her calf. The eager Winnie wagged his tail and nudged her leg with his head. Susan attempted to lift Winnie but quickly discovered it was impossible and turned to Joe for assistance. Winnie measures over 20 meters in length, Joe clarified. Susan then crouched down, stroking Winnie's head, exclaiming, This is simply astonishing. Joe chuckled. Observing Susan petting Winnie, Baudet huffed in a slightly annoyed manner, feeling a twinge of jealousy. She had wished to garner Susan's affection as well, yet her body was still too heavy from the divine realm's influence, causing her to lag behind. However, Susan soon accepted both Baudet and Winnie. Having spent considerable time with Joe, she had become accustomed to many extraordinary occurrences, allowing her to adapt swiftly. His fur feels so delightful, she remarked while caressing Winnie's head. Doesn't it feel pleasant when I touch you? Joe teased with a mischievous smile. Susan shot him an exasperated glance. In the afternoon, Joe dialed Tony's phone. Where are you now? In the lab. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Joe turned to Susan, saying, Darling, I'm going to find Tony. With a dismissive wave, she replied, Go on, go on. She was engrossed in play with Baudet and Winnie and had no time to spare for Joe. Joe pouted, muttering, Women. Opting not to drive, too cumbersome, he decided to fly to Tony's lab. Upon entering, he found Tony munching on pizza while intently staring at a screen. Did you skip lunch? Joe inquired. I have a new inspiration, Tony replied. Take care of yourself. Joe patted Tony on the shoulder, causing him to jolt slightly. You seem a bit under the weather. Is something amiss? Tony inquired with impatience. I've procured some delightful delicacies. Come to my house tonight, Joe replied with a smile. Is that all? Tony set aside his work and turned to face Joe. You could have simply called. He expressed his irritation, feeling disturbed by Joe's trivial intrusion. Bored and feeling neglected at home, where Susan was preoccupied with Baudet and Winnie, he sought a breath of fresh air. Tony, wishing to dismiss Joe, resumed his research. What are you up to? Joe leaned in for a closer look. You wouldn't comprehend even if I told you. I hold dual doctorates in engineering and physics. Joe exclaimed, eyes wide, ready to produce his doctorate certificates, which he surprisingly carried with him. All right then, let me ask you this. Tony paused his work. How do we overcome the constraints posed by general relativity to achieve spatial leap? We exist in three-dimensional space. Joe began to turn away. I just remembered I have something to attend to. Do come over tonight. That evening, Susan personally prepared a feast, laden with divine beast meat, filling the table. Once seated, Tony asked Joe, So, you summoned me merely for a meal? You'll find out once you taste it, Joe replied. After taking a bite, Tony closed his eyes, feeling warmth spreading through his body. Did you drug me? And what is the story with these cat and dog? Tony pointed at Baudet and Winnie, who were eagerly dragging meat towards themselves. With each morsel consumed, a warming sensation enveloped him, reminiscent of a certain pill he had ingested. Joe cast a disdainful glance at Tony. This is divine beast meat, very nourishing. He then elaborated on the meat's origin and introduced Baudet and Winnie. How could you not include me in such an intriguing affair? Tony lamented, his interest piqued. I asked you. You said you were unavailable. Joe retorted. Did you? You failed to clarify. Tony denied, deflecting blame onto Joe. Joe, anticipating this, was prepared. Let him record it. Joe knew Tony would shift blame and had already made arrangements. All right, sir. Enough of that. Let's eat. Tony interrupted, oblivious to Joe's mischievous intent due to the phonetic difference between Sure de Coup and Stark. After the meal, Tony remarked he would send someone to retrieve more meat the following day, feeling unusually warm and needing to cool off. Days passed, and one evening, Joe embraced Susan, while Baudet and Winnie lay on the floor, all watching television. A breaking news segment reported that female lions in major zoos across Big Apple City were exhibiting signs of lethargy, suspected to be infected by a new virus, prompting the closures of lion exhibits in various zoos. Upon hearing this news, Joe and Baudet exchanged glances with Winnie. They are aware of the temperament of a certain lion. But not I, Winnie denied. Rising from his seat, he declared, I shall take my leave. It must be him. Baudet interjected. He has been rather peculiar these past few days, returning home at the break of dawn and departing late. How utterly revolting. Baudet expressed his disdain. At that moment, Susan, filled with curiosity, inquired, What are you discussing? What is Winnie? I do not comprehend. Baudet, ever so eager to share, replied. Allow me to enlighten you about this foolish lion. Chapter 111. Urgency. After hearing Bastet's explanation, Susan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. She could hardly believe that the seemingly honest Winnie could behave in such a manner, surpassing even certain individuals. With a knowing glance towards Joe, Susan noticed his face flush with embarrassment. Such behavior from a foolish lion is truly excessive. It ought to be neutered. I have seen numerous television programs advocating that pet dogs should undergo sterilization to prevent them from causing trouble. Baudet seized every opportunity to tease Winnie, feigning seriousness, though it was evident to all that he relished the situation. This is unacceptable. Susan nodded in agreement. Turning to Joe, whether human or animal, fidelity should be upheld. Joe promptly retorted, My dear, you are my greatest love. Is that so? Susan questioned, a hint of skepticism in her tone. Then why did I discover several issues of Playboy while tidying up today? Are those seductive cover models truly appealing? Those were all purchased by Chala. Joe deflected blame onto Chala, reasoning that he was not present at the moment. You know how he is. Meanwhile, Chala, far away in Wakanda, sneezed, sensing that someone was speaking ill of him. Since they belong to Chala, I shall dispose of these magazines. Susan said with a hint of amusement. Dispose of them, indeed. I have no interest in such things, darling. You know my heart belongs solely to you. Joe leaned in, and the two shared a kiss. Baudet observed, perplexed. Were they not discussing whether to neuter Winnie? How had the conversation turned so intimate? After years of slumber, Baudet remained blissfully naive. The following day, Carol unexpectedly arrived at Joe's home. What brings you here today? Joe asked without turning around. She seems to wander aimlessly every day, her whereabouts unpredictable. Carol poured herself a glass of water and gulped it down. Where's Winnie? Carol did not answer Joe's question, but instead inquired about Winnie. I have no idea where he has gone. I paid no attention, Joe replied casually. Just as Winnie was mentioned, the lion bounded into the room, leaping into Carol's arms. You have finally arrived. Winnie lamented, feeling quite aggrieved. He sensed his life with Joe was far from satisfactory. Although Susan treated him well, She could not prevent Batet from striking him. Batet was too cruel, even suggesting that he should be neutered. If that were to happen, all the lionesses in the world would lose a perfect mate. After leaving Wakanda, Winnie gazed into the distance, feeling as though the entire earth was her harem of lionesses, all awaiting her affection. What's wrong? Carol inquired as she threw Winnie to the ground. Winnie was too heavy, and the sight of a lion that had lived for millennia feigning vulnerability was somewhat unbearable for Carol. Batet bullies me every day, Winnie lamented, struggling to produce tears despite her efforts. She even suggested that I undergo sterilization. How outrageous. Bullying a lion. I think Batet's suggestion has merit. Carol remarked with a hint of melancholy. You, being a lascivious lion, indeed requires such a procedure. At this, Winnie trembled and promptly turned to flee. Come back, Carol commanded. Reluctantly, Winnie returned. Is Batet truly bullying you? Carol questioned. Indeed. Winnie nodded. She assaults me every morning upon waking and again before bed. That is quite excessive. I shall help you seek vengeance, Carol declared protectively, and together they set off in search of Batet. They found Batet basking in the sun on the lawn, sporting a pair of sunglasses of unknown origin. As the sunlight was obscured, she removed her shades and was met with the mischievous grins of Winnie and Carol. Meow? Batet immediately sprang to her feet, her ample belly bouncing as she vanished. She knew her cover was blown and quickly retreated to the divine realm. Come out, Winnie called triumphantly, relishing the prospect of retribution after a week of restraint. She called for Batet for some time, but the latter remained unresponsive, prepared for a prolonged standoff. Winnie had secretly stashed numerous snacks in the divine realm. Carol refused to leave until Batet emerged. After waiting for a while with no sign of movement from Batet, Carol shook her head and said to Winnie, if she won't come out, there's nothing I can do. Dejected, Winnie returned to the living room with Carol. Did you exact your revenge? Joe inquired, a broad smile on his face. Not at all, Winnie replied, feeling frustrated. That wretched leopard is hiding in the divine realm. Ha ha. Joe laughed joyfully, finding amusement in the ongoing battle of wits between Winnie and Batet. Winnie quietly left, seeking solace elsewhere. The zoo was off limits during the day, and she resolved to find stray dogs, as she now felt akin to one herself. Tonight, I shall venture to the leopard enclosure, Winnie thought grimly. After Winnie's departure, Carol sat across from Joe. When are we leaving? Since her cosmic escapades, Earth felt too confining for Carol, having stayed for nearly a month. She could no longer contain her restlessness and approached Joe with her inquiry. Are you growing restless? Joe remarked, fully aware of Carol's nature. His sister had always been a free spirit. While Earth seemed vast to ordinary people, it felt diminutive to Joe and Carol. If they so wished, both could reach the speed of light, making it possible for them to arrive at any location on Earth at any time. No, Carol denied. It was Taros who mentioned that his compatriots are still mired in suffering, living each day on the brink of peril, pleading for my assistance. You know I made a promise to him. Huh. Joe was skeptical of Carol's fanciful tales. She simply could not remain idle. Of course, Taros had likely uttered similar sentiments. After some contemplation, Joe decided, let's depart the day after tomorrow. She longed to explore the cosmos, fulfilling her vow to eradicate the supreme intellect. Spending all day at home was rather tedious, and with Susan not visiting often, it was high time to find something engaging to do. A little adventure would be quite nice, Joe mused. Upon receiving Joe's response, Carol was pleased. I shall return to see you the day after tomorrow. With that, Carol soared away. That night, Joe held Susan close. My dear, I plan to leave the day after tomorrow. Susan paused, taken aback. To the cosmos? Joe nodded. Susan gazed at Joe and then smiled. It would be nice to see the world, alleviating your boredom of being cooped up at home. How wonderful it would be if you could take me along. Joe tentatively inquired once more. Perhaps not. They fell into a long silence. For this was their first parting since establishing their relationship, and both felt a profound sense of reluctance. After an indeterminate time, Susan finally spoke. I will miss you. I will miss you too. After a moment, Susan added, it's time to pay the rent. She rolled onto Joe, enveloping him in her embrace. The night was enchanting. Chapter 112. Farewell. That evening, Susan faced defeat once more. The following morning, Joe looked at Susan with a sense of triumph. See, I am a man of extraordinary endurance, superior stamina in every regard. Did you really think that a few days of consuming beast god meat would equip you to handle me? You are far from ready. The field may be exhausted, but the ox remains spirited. How vexing. Ever since I drove for the first time, I can't stop. I must refrain from writing such things in the future. It's not good. Today, Joe had much to attend to, as he needed to bid farewell to family and friends. He kissed the slumbering Susan tenderly and rose alone. Preparing a breakfast for Susan and placing it in a thermos to await her awakening, Joe set out. First, he returned home to bid farewell to Mary and the others. After all, Joe was uncertain how long this journey would take, and he wanted to reassure them. Mary and John were not the least bit worried. They had a fair understanding of Joe and Carol's capabilities and urged him not to vanish for years on end. The elderly couple, having recently enjoyed the beast god meat Joe provided, appeared vibrant and full of life, even complaining that Joe was intruding on their private world. Joe felt a twinge of disappointment, sensing that Mary seemed to care less for him now, her focus solely on John. Leaving their home, Joe flew off to find Tony. He felt rather foolish. He should have reached out to Tony first, especially since they were both in the bustling metropolis of New York. Now he had to fly back. When he finally met Tony, the latter was rather indifferent, merely stating, "Remember to bring me back some alien technology," before ushering him away. In truth, what could have been resolved with a simple phone call had turned into a face-to-face farewell for Joe, who yearned to announce his cosmic adventures to the world. However, Tony, well aware of Joe's character, was not easily fooled. What was going on today? As he prepared to depart, there was an utter lack of a farewell atmosphere. While soaring through the sky, Joe muttered to himself, feeling as though no one cared about his departure. Joe was being overly sentimental. Everyone recognized his strength and understood that he was merely embarking on a journey through the universe. Given his capabilities, there was little danger involved, and he would inevitably return. In fact, they might even relish the absence of a show-off like him. The situation improved upon reaching Wakanda. The former king still warmly invited Joe to join him for lunch, and T'Challa expressed great interest in accompanying Joe on his cosmic escapade. This poor boy had been under intense pressure from his mother, who incessantly reminded him that his father had married her at his age, and she was already pregnant with him then. T'Challa found that hard to believe. Did she think him naive? His father was many years older than him. The timeline simply did not align. Unable to bear his mother's nagging, T'Challa nearly shed tears as he watched Joe leave, hoping Joe would take him along. Yet, Joe was powerless to assist him. The queen held on to T'Challa tightly, preventing any escape. What could Joe do? Challenge the queen for her son? He offered T'Challa an encouraging glance, but politely declined the former king's invitation for lunch and returned to his own home. Upon his arrival, Susan greeted Joe with a warm smile, instantly lifting his spirits. After all, Susan was the one who truly cared for him. Although Susan had planned to visit the lab that day, she took a leave of absence due to Joe's departure. Since Carol's return, Susan had been taking more and more time off. After preparing lunch, Batet burst in from the realm of the gods, eager for a meal. Has the foolish lioness not dared to return? Batet boasted. Joe, intrigued by the whereabouts of Winnie, employed his supervision to search and then regarded Batet with a peculiar expression. Winnie was indeed formidable. Currently, she was hiding in a zoo, cozily nestled against a female leopard, sound asleep. It was the middle of the day, yet she remained undetected. Joe recalled that Batet was also a female. After lunch, Susan assisted Joe in tidying up. In truth, there was little to organize, just a few sets of battle armor and some clothes. The spaceship was stocked with plenty of divine meat, and Joe was not particularly concerned about food. He could endure hunger for years without succumbing. That evening, they naturally enjoyed some tender moments together. The following morning, Carol arrived bright and early. Let us set off, she exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm, her impatience palpable. Oh, and here. Take this, she said, handing Susan a mobile phone. I have modified this phone. If the signal is good, you two can still make a call, Carol said with a smile. Susan's eyes brightened upon hearing this. She had thought that once Joe left, communication would cease. It turns out that even if she couldn't find him, a call was still possible. The phone Carol provided somewhat alleviated the sorrow of parting. After embracing Susan once more, Joe waved at her, saying, I'm off. Susan gazed at Joe and nodded. Be safe, she couldn't help but utter. Joe waved again and prepared to board the spacecraft. Take me with you. Winnie rushed over. I'll haunt you if you die, Carol replied harshly. How could that happen? Winnie grinned, revealing sharp teeth. Of course, I want to go with you. Hide those teeth. They're hideous, Carol retorted irritably. Winnie dared not remain alone on Earth. An instinct warned it that if it did not leave with Carol, it might not see her return. Batet would surely end its life. If not, it would be left severely injured. Carol grabbed Winnie by the tail and brought it aboard the spacecraft. By the way, Batet, please protect Susan, Joe called out to the air. Batet had hidden in the divine realm upon Carol's return. Understood, Batet replied from the divine realm. I'm leaving, Joe waved once more, then soared into the sky, entering the spacecraft. The ship remained cloaked above Joe's villa. After a while, Susan returned to the villa with Batet, who had dashed out from the divine realm. The spacecraft flew directly to Shield, where Joe and the others had previously informed Fury of their arrival. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by a beaming Nick Fury. Nick's teeth were quite white. Welcome. The future director of Shield acted as if he were quite familiar with Joe, pulling him into the headquarters. Are you leaving today? Fury inquired. Joe nodded. Would you like something to drink? Coffee or tea? Still feeling the weight of his recent farewell with Susan, Joe opted for just a glass of water. Carol spoke up, I'll have a cup of tea. Fury brought them tea and water, smiling as he said, I've already informed Talos and the others. They'll be ready to depart shortly. Wishing you a smooth journey. Carol nodded with a smile, adding, oh, here is something for you. Carol handed Fury a phone. Over the past month, she and Fury had bonded well, and he had a pleasant demeanor. You can use this to contact me if anything arises. Fury accepted the device with a broad smile, reflecting on the successful month they had shared. Chapter 113. The Avengers Initiative. Talos and his fellow Kree swiftly packed their belongings and boarded the spacecraft. Brimming with excitement at the prospect of leaving this desolate place to establish a new home, they were overjoyed. God knows how they endured the past month. The people of Earth were far from friendly. The cunning S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Fury, always employs various tactics to extract information from them. Accompanied by that insidious creature, the Devourer. Does he not comprehend the peril posed by the Devourer? Truly, ignorance begets fearlessness. Moreover, does he genuinely believe that they, the Skrulls, are intimidated by the Devourer? Well, to an extent, yes. However, their greater fear lies with Joe and Carol. Otherwise, who would treat Nick Fury with such courtesy? Such an irksome individual deserves to be eradicated for the sake of humanity. Do they think the Skrulls genuinely cherish peace? That they are exceedingly honest and principled? In this chaotic universe, there exists no distinction between good and evil, only strength and weakness. They are weak, hence they must profess a love for peace. The mere thought of Joe and Carol fills Talos with envy. These two individuals. He has traversed the cosmos for years and has yet to encounter anyone more formidable than this sibling pair. They are astonishing. Each could rival an entire civilization. Talos feels a twinge of jealousy that Joe and Carol are not Skrulls. The Earthlings are remarkably fortunate to possess not one, but two superlative combatants. It would be wonderful if a fraction of that power could be shared with the Skrulls. If even one of them were to be displaced, they would no longer be Skrulls, but rather Kree. Talos, who spends his days confined within S.H.I.E.L.D., is blissfully unaware of the depths of Earth's complexities. The abnormality abounds, yet Joe stands as the most formidable among them, the king of abnormality. Seated in the spacecraft, Talos reflects upon his experiences over the past month. Aside from Joe and Carol, it is Nick Fury who leaves the most profound impression on him. This Earthling is exceedingly troublesome, employing underhanded tactics to extract numerous valuable items from him. However, a thought of Rog brings him some comfort. Poor Rog has suffered far worse. He has been drained of blood and interrogated by Fury, stripped of his gear, and now sits in a corner of the spacecraft, clad in Earth attire. Rog's spirit is utterly crushed. He has given up all hope. Once filled with aspirations, after being subjected to the whims of that boiled egg, he now merely wishes to survive. To live is a blessing, yet he dares not resist. The boiled egg can switch his phone to a screen ready to text Joe at any moment. The message is pre-written. Rog is resisting, immediate assistance required. Fury composed this text right before Rog's eyes, inciting a gnawing frustration within him. Earth has become a forbidden land for Rog. He vows never to return. But should he ever lay eyes on Fury stepping even a foot off this planet, he promises to drop everything and ensure that Fury meets his demise. No, it would be unwise to eliminate him so easily. He intends to sell Nick Fury to intergalactic slavers, relegating him to the status of the lowest of slaves. Rog's countenance twists grotesquely at the very thought, occasionally breaking into laughter. His psyche has been thoroughly destabilized by Nick Fury's relentless machinations. Regardless, Joe merely stated the necessity of survival, prompting Nick Fury to subject Rog to an array of interrogation instruments. The results were quite impressive. The interrogation prowess of S.H.I.E.L.D. has significantly advanced. When Joe boarded the spacecraft, the egghead and his subordinate intern, Coulson, were present to bid farewell. Under their watchful gazes, Joe and Carol ascended into the vessel. The ship traversed into outer space, initiating a wormhole jump, vanishing from the solar system. Egghead gazed upwards for an extended period. They have departed, sir, Coulson softly reminded. I am aware, Nick Fury responded with an impassive demeanor. In that moment, he appeared rather aloof and rational. Perhaps this was the true visage of Nick Fury. After observing for a while longer, Nick Fury returned to his office. For a month, he had been entangled in a web of deceit with extraterrestrials, gleaning a wealth of information, and the more he learned, the more his unease grew. In this universe, Earth is not solitary. Beyond the solar system lie numerous civilizations, many of which are far more advanced than our own. Earth is perpetually on the brink of external threats. Although he now had Joe and Carol, could they genuinely be relied upon? A question mark loomed in Nick Fury's mind. Carol, on the other hand, seemed manageable. After a month of interaction, he had discerned her character. She was straightforward, easily swayed, and thus could be utilized. But what of Joe? Nick Fury had reviewed Joe's profile. Upon engaging with Joe, his information had been made accessible to him. After perusing Joe's dossier, Nick Fury's initial reaction mirrored that of other high-ranking officials. He was not to be trifled with. However, following that thought came an overwhelming sense of dread. Dread that there was nothing capable of restraining Joe. Nothing. No methods available. They had to placate Joe, fearing he might lose his sanity and wreak havoc upon the world. They assigned protection to Joe's parents, friends, and ensured a clear path for him in every matter. Any disturbances caused by Joe, they would endeavor to rectify. Stark Industries' growth had become increasingly formidable. The upper echelons initially intended to curtail its expansion, claiming Stark Industries had overstepped its bounds. Ultimately, they relented. Why? Because Tony Stark and Joe were friends, and the encroaching company held shares belonging to Joe. They dared not act. Character analysis revealed that Joe was not merely a benign individual. He would not be taken advantage of. Any organization or faction harboring ulterior motives towards him had already been eradicated. He does not tolerate threats, and while his actions may not be reckless, they are certainly executed at his discretion. He operates by his own set of rules. The regulations they established were disregarded by him, and more critically, he possessed the capacity to dismantle their rules with overwhelming force. No one wished to engage in conflict with him, for those who dared often found themselves obliterated. The higher-ups were consumed by fear, yet powerless. Nick Fury could not guarantee that, should Earth face peril, Joe would come to its aid. He trusts no one but himself. Nick Fury typed Guardian program on the keyboard with a single finger. Later, he perused Carol's file and came across a photograph of Carol, the captain of Revenge, Danvers. Nick Fury promptly deleted the Guardian program. He re-entered Avenger program to assemble a remarkable group of individuals to tackle various extraordinary events. Furthermore, Nick Fury mused. He hoped to find someone whose abilities rivaled those of Joe, someone obedient, to deal with Joe. Nick Fury knew this was unlikely, yet he still held on to a glimmer of hope. As he slowly executed his plan, he found himself straining his eyes from staring at the screen, particularly his left eye, which had not healed since being clawed by the creature. It seemed he might need to acquire an eye patch, claiming it was inflicted by aliens to garner some prestige. Nick Fury had long desired to ascend the ranks. Chapter 114, Destination Hollistar. Inside the spaceship, Joe stood tall amidst the crowd, clad in resplendent silver armor, addressing the control panel in a deep voice. "Shit, Daka, Destination Hollistar." The silver armor gleamed brilliantly. Once leaving Earth, one must not lose face for humanity. Joe decided to remain armored throughout this cosmic journey. Just look at this silver armor. How striking. How imposing. Understood, sir. The mechanical voice of Shit, Daka replied. The spaceship possessed the coordinates for Hollistar, allowing for automatic navigation. Tony Stark's technology remained trustworthy. Besides, even if the ship were to encounter misfortune, Joe had no fear. After all, misfortune would not befall him. It was projected to arrive at Hollistar in a day's time. Shit, Daka emitted another sound. Wait. Taros could not contain himself. Are we heading directly to Hollistar? Taros felt a twinge of reluctance. Had it not been agreed to assist the Skrulls in finding a new home? Was this not walking into a trap? Indeed. I mentioned my intention to eliminate the Supreme Intelligence. I am a man of my word, Joe replied with a relaxed demeanor. Having left Earth behind, he cast aside the melancholy of farewells, ready to thoroughly enjoy this journey. Yes, a journey it was. Having spent over 20 years in this world, Joe had gained a fair understanding of its powers. This was the Marvel Cinematic Universe, not the Marvel Comics universe. In this realm, there were no other formidable entities. No overpowered beings. He was the most formidable of them all. The so-called celestial, universal, and multiversal powers were either diminished or non-existent. Joe was entirely unyielding. Joe Teddy, confrontational and audacious, simply relished the chaos. Please address me as Joe Howe. Someone's feeling rather inflated. In this world, unless the purple potato spirit were to gather all 6 infinity stones, no one could surpass Joe's might. But could the purple potato spirit truly collect the infinity stones? Without further ado, the space stone currently resides in Joe's personal chamber, a fact unbeknownst to most. Who among the ordinary would dare to seize it? Even in Joe's absence from Earth, none would dare touch his belongings. His abode remains a sanctum, unless he has been silent for years. The mark of his disdain lingers, and the remnants of the Hydra base lie at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. In times of urgency, Susan may reach out to Joe, and Tony and Chala are also available for assistance. Joe's stronghold is secure. Without the space stone, the purple sweet potato essence has no means to contend with Joe. Indeed, the moment the purple sweet potato arrives on Earth, Joe will sense its presence. He could greet it with a punch the size of a sandbag, testing its resilience. If it withstands, a second, third, even 100 blows would follow. After all, Joe possesses incredible speed and stamina, capable of executing such maneuvers in a heartbeat. He could continue for an entire day. One hopes the purple sweet potato will appreciate the welcome. Aside from the purple sweet potato, the world's formidable beings are few. The Ancient One. Joe feels no fear of her now. Odin. He is also no match. Perhaps in his youth, he could have exchanged blows with Joe. But the current Odin is a frail elder, half reclining in his coffin. A skirmish between Odin and Joe would likely end in the former's demise. Hela, the goddess of Thunder's sister, may pose a challenge, yet Joe is no fool. He is not Asgardian. What connection does he have to Asgard and Ragnarok? As long as Hela does not confront him in Asgard, how formidable could she truly be? Should Hela dare to tread on Earth, Joe guarantees he would cower. Should he need to? In truth, I suggest we first land on another planet before proceeding to Hala. Taros hesitated, aware of Joe's formidable powers and Carol's strength. Yet he was unwilling to take any risks. Even though he was eager to witness the Kree's misfortunes, the ship housed his wife, son, and loyal confidants. If a conflict arose and Joe became entangled with the Kree, would they not be stepping into their own trap? For the restoration of the Skrull glory. I cannot afford any risks, Taros reminded himself. His resources were limited. He could not endure defeat. Very well. Joe contemplated briefly. We shall find a planet for you to disembark while Carol and I venture to Hala. May I descend as well? The timid voice of Winnie the Lion, who had remained silent in the corner, interjected softly. Rog displayed a glimmer of hope in his eyes, wishing to join. From Joe's discussion, Winnie gleaned that they were heading to confront extraterrestrial beings, an encounter he wished to avoid. I am but an ordinary little lion with no means of self-defense. No, Carol exclaimed, nearly forgetting him. You are coming along. Carol insisted. There will be moments when your assistance may prove invaluable. Upon returning to Hollistar, it is only fitting to do so with an air of grandeur. Despite Winnie's diminished strength, his appearance remains quite impressive after his transformation. Though I must protect him, he certainly adds flair to our presence. It is not just Joe who is flamboyant. Carol possesses a touch of it as well. When Winnie met Carol's gaze, he fell silent, obediently retreating to rest. Do not even think about it, Joe remarked, noticing Rog's intense stare. You have traveled a great distance to visit Earth, yet you wish to obliterate it? Such enthusiasm cannot be met with rudeness. We Earthlings are known for our hospitality. I shall personally escort you back to Hollistar. Upon hearing Joe's words, Rog resigned himself to the situation. Having witnessed his teammates being obliterated by Joe's strikes, he had prepared himself mentally for the worst and even entertained thoughts of self-destruction. However, after being thrown by Joe's Hulk, such notions dissipated. His courage had been beaten out of him. Surviving another day seemed the only option. After 2 leaps, the spacecraft arrived at the edge of the Kree Empire. While it is claimed to be Kree territory, many such planets exist where local inhabitants, impressed by Kree might, willingly seek to join the Empire. The Kree, unafraid, send representatives to harvest resources from those with plenty, while merely claiming nominal authority over those lacking resources. This nameless planet, however, is notably devoid of them. Under Joe's watchful eye, Tauros and the Skrull descend from the ship. Just as they are about to close the hatch, Tauros exchanges a few words with his wife before reboarding. I eagerly anticipate the moment of Supreme Intelligence's demise, Tauros declares. His heart burdened with an indelible hatred for the Kree. He refuses to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, secretly hoping for a fierce battle between Joe and the Kree. Let the Kree perish, he thinks fervently. Well then, shall we set forth? Joe, brimming with confidence, proclaims, relishing his newfound role as captain. Full speed ahead, target Hollistar. Chapter 115. They have arrived. The ship made 2 more jumps, arriving in the outer space of Hollistar. Unknown spacecraft, please present identification immediately. Countdown commencing, 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, we will engage in unconditional destruction. 10, 9, 8, 7. Just as the ship reached the outer space of Hollistar, it received a transmission from the Kree broadcast on a public channel. It seems we shall witness some fireworks right upon our arrival. Joe chuckled, addressing his companions aboard the vessel. The atmosphere inside the ship was lighthearted, with everyone smiling except for Rog, who kept his head down. Let us step outside, Joe suggested to Carol, who nodded in agreement. The two flew into outer space, where a golden light and a silver light stood before the ship. Joe briefly glanced at Carol, admiring her golden hair flowing upside down, radiating light, reminiscent of a beloved character from his childhood anime. Just as they stabilized, dozens of missiles shot toward the ship. Wow, the Kree are truly enthusiastic. Xiao communicated with everyone through his headset. The laughter of Talos echoed in the communication channel, and I eagerly anticipated the expressions of the Kree in a short while. Talos remarked, the Kree, who are always invading others' planets, are now facing an invasion themselves. I hope they find joy in this. Talos thrived on the misfortune of the Kree, relishing their plight. From the screen, dozens of missiles were clearly seen hurtling toward the spacecraft, alarms blaring wildly. Yet, Talos remained unfazed, feeling rather at ease. With Xiao and Carol by his side, what was there to fear? Just let these two handle it. Xiao effortlessly shot down half of the missiles, while Carol obliterated the remaining ones with her energy blasts. Fortunately, the number of missiles was even, otherwise, distribution would have posed a challenge. Who knows, one might have actually hit the ship. Xiao and Carol were meticulous with their calculations. A clear allocation was essential, otherwise, Carol would incessantly nag. They both relished such grand spectacles. After all, there is a peculiar thrill in bullying the weak. Otherwise, why would so many create alternate accounts to harass newcomers in the canyon? The once silent void of space erupted into chaos, missiles exploding in bursts of flame, akin to water splashing into a hot oil pot, creating dazzling sparks. Such fireworks are truly captivating. They never grow tiresome. Xiao exclaimed, "Oh please, this is a trivial scene. I've seen far more impressive." Carol retorted, "Clearly, you lack worldly experience." Xiao shot a glance at Carol. "Have you witnessed many scenes where you were relentlessly pursued and blown up?" Meanwhile, in the Kree council chamber, Ronan was engaged in a meeting with a high-ranking Kree official. They were discussing matters of warfare. "The accuser fleet is ready to depart at any moment. We are the mightiest spear of the Empire. Our conquests are inevitable," Ronan declared, slamming his heavy hammer against the floor. "Is that so? Who returned in disgrace a month ago? An entire fleet scattered. A loss the Empire has not seen in a century," someone countered. Ronan turned his cold, piercing gaze upon the speaker, as if he wished to tear him apart. This incident was a thorn in his side, a taboo he could not bear. The speaker, undeterred, met Ronan's gaze. "What? Is my statement incorrect? I said it was Rog who betrayed us. Our fleet encountered devastating bombardment as soon as we emerged from the wormhole." Ronan refrained from revealing that they had been annihilated by two individuals, instead placing the blame squarely on Rog. After all, Rog was likely lost, even if he returned alive. He would have no voice. Ronan harbored a deep-seated hatred for Rog. If it were not for Rog, his elite warriors would not have perished. His influence would not have waned, and his authority would not be under scrutiny. Who dared to oppose him before? Who would meet his gaze? Now, he found himself in a precarious position as an accuser. At that time, only he and his deputy returned. The others had met with misfortune. The deputy had accompanied Ronan for over a decade. Their fates intertwined in a symbiotic relationship. When Ronan fell from grace, so too did his aide. Possessing considerable abilities and unwavering loyalty, the deputy remained in Ronan's service. Presently, however, the troops at his disposal were mere novices, untested in the crucible of genuine combat, leaving Ronan uncertain of how long it would take to properly train them. He was determined to seize every opportunity for battle, striving to swiftly prepare his soldiers for the day when his influence would be restored. In his heart, Ronan silently vowed, "One day, I shall hold you all accountable." At present, he faced numerous constraints. The supreme wisdom loomed above him, accompanied by several peers who opposed his ambitions. This opposition thwarted his aspirations. Rog sought to spread the glory of the Kree across the cosmos, yet the supreme wisdom's stance was ambiguous. And within the Empire were those advocating for peaceful coexistence with other races. Ronan held these individuals in contempt, finding some merit in the radical Titan's theory that resources in the universe were finite. To optimize the utilization of these limited resources, he believed it should be the Kree who took charge. The Kree were the noblest race in the cosmos, and the Empire ought to be guided by him. The most fitting leader for such a role. Ronan's respect for the supreme wisdom, once unwavering, now bore a hint of discontent. "Let our accuser undertake this mission. You shall go to Planet 53, Rog proposed. On Earth, two formidable adversaries posed a challenge he had yet to devise a strategy against. Sending this political rival there might ensure they never returned. Should he inform those two on Planet 53? Rog pondered, reluctant to confront them but aware that fate would likely bring them together again. Ronan had already begun gathering intelligence on various weapons in the universe, hoping to discover a powerful armament to clear the path ahead. The Kree must rise from their setbacks. "I propose you go to Planet 53. Allow me to handle this mission," Rog stated. Those who met Ronan's gaze were not easily fooled. After his recent, humiliating return, he had kept the details of his failure from public knowledge, reporting only to the Supreme Wisdom before letting the matter fade into silence. Curiously, the Supreme Wisdom had not pursued accountability for Ronan, even assisting him in assembling a fleet. Planet 5-3 was treacherous. Astute individuals kept their lips sealed. Had it not been for the intent to undermine Ronan, this issue would not have been broached. A significant trap lay ahead. Ronan slammed a heavy hammer down. the solid ground cracking under its force, revealing the fury that simmered within him. Intruders, the voice of the supreme wisdom echoed. They have arrived. The projections of Joe and Carol appeared on the large screen, drawing the attention of the high-ranking officials in the conference room. Upon seeing them, Ronan felt a jolt of alarm. They were here. They had indeed returned. Chapter 116. Greetings to the Kree. Silence enveloped the cosmos surrounding Hala, and the Kree council chamber was equally hushed. No one dared to utter a word. Those in the know were gripped by fear and unease, while the uninformed were left bewildered. Who then were they? At last, someone in the chamber could no longer contain themselves. Ronan remained silent, his pallor betraying his distress as he sat in his chair. The Supreme Intelligence broke the silence, explaining, 2 humans from Planet 53. Was that not the site of Ronan's previous mission failure? All eyes turned to him. Why are you looking at me? Ronan snapped, his tone sharp and his demeanor dark. Will you not provide an explanation? Someone inquired. I have nothing to say, Ronan replied curtly, shutting his eyes and lapsing into silence. Meanwhile, he contemplated how to depart should Hala be unable to withstand the impending threat, all while preserving his own strength. Perhaps this is for the best, Ronan reassured himself. The Empire has begun to stagnate, its vitality waning. It requires an external threat to invigorate it. The Kree Empire's power had been at a standstill for many years, and the Supreme Intelligence had altered its focus, no longer pursuing additional resources or advanced technology, but rather embarking on the pursuit of extraordinary individuals. It aimed to create gods. The Kree Empire, which had long dominated the universe through technological prowess, had not seen any evolution in its own genetic makeup for ages. Unlike other civilizations, they relied on their vast fleets to obliterate all opposition. The Supreme Intelligence was increasingly erratic, growing more extreme in its methods. After all, it was not a living being and lacked a true understanding of life. In its relentless quest for objectives, it might even be willing to sacrifice billions of Kree to realize its vision. Perhaps its intentions were rooted in the advancement of the Kree, but the means it employed were unacceptable to Ronan. The luminous woman in outer space was someone he knew well. Due to an accident, she had absorbed energy from a photon engine, granting her extraordinary abilities, an immense reservoir of power. When she first arrived on Hala, she had been subjected to countless examinations. As the Supreme Intelligence believed, she represented the key to Kree evolution. Ronan was familiar with her. The Supreme Intelligence had communicated with him about her. However, the Supreme Intelligence ultimately failed to comprehend the nature of her abilities or how to replicate them. The manufacturing process of the photon engine had been lost, and research had reached an impasse. Yet the Supreme Intelligence remained undeterred, even contemplating using the Kree as subjects for experimentation. Ronan was uncertain whether the Supreme Intelligence had proceeded with any experiments, but he was acutely aware that it had changed. Though he appeared cold and heartless towards outsiders and other civilizations, his feelings for the Kree Empire ran deep. He cherished this nation profoundly. Should the Empire ever face annihilation, he would be the one to rise against the tide and restore its glory. Ronan was confident in himself. The crowd exchanged glances, each lost in thought. At that moment, the Supreme Intelligence unveiled a video depicting the battle between Joe and Carol against Ronan's accuser fleet. The two figures rendered everyone speechless, instilling a profound sense of fear and trepidation. Having fought for years, they could scarcely conceive of any weapon capable of countering these two individuals. Did the Empire possess any means to resist them? This thought surfaced in everyone's minds. When an individual can attain the speed of light, what means can contain them? Most offensive tactics would hardly touch them. Even a fortunate hit might not inflict any real damage. Once one reaches light speed, their defensive capabilities can hardly be diminished. They must not be allowed to enter Hollistar, someone declared. The Empire has the strength to confront them in outer space. They were attempting to persuade themselves. If Joe and Carol were permitted to enter Hollistar, the consequences would be dire. This place is filled with Kree, serving as the capital of the Kree Empire that spans across star systems. Should Hollistar be compromised, their lives would be endangered, but that is a trivial matter. Safety pales in comparison to the Empire's significance. The Empire comes first. Hollistar must not be breached. Doing so would severely weaken the Kree Empire. And the Empire has many enemies. I propose we let them in, the Supreme Intelligence announced. The assembled crowd gazed in disbelief at the Supreme Intelligence's form, while only Ronan maintained an expression of nonchalance. Let them in. Employ every conceivable method to capture or eliminate them. They harbor the secrets of evolution. At that moment, the voice of the Supreme Intelligence sounded particularly chilling. However, such actions would result in substantial losses for our kin, someone interjected. This is a necessary sacrifice. The Empire will not forget their contributions. Every Kree is prepared to dedicate their life for the Empire, are you not? The Supreme Intelligence inquired. But what if Hollistar is destroyed before we capture these two? Ronan questioned. The chances are slim. The most likely outcome is the destruction of Hollistar. I shall bring the corpses of these two back for the rest of our kin to evolve, the Supreme Intelligence declared. I intend to first deactivate the protective shield surrounding Hollistar. At the moment their spacecraft lands, I will lower the shield. We only need to hold them for a minute, and countless missiles will be launched at them. Even if they are incredibly fast, as long as they remain within Hollistar, they cannot escape. Many lives will be lost, Ronan said, narrowing his eyes. This is a necessary sacrifice. You are not human. You are an intelligent life form, and can certainly disregard the lives of those outside your kin. I exist for the Empire. You created me, and my purpose is to fortify the Empire. The Supreme Intelligence attempted to persuade those present. These individuals were high-ranking officials of the Empire, not merely obedient subjects like ordinary Kree. The assembly fell silent once more. This marked the first instance of disagreement between the Supreme Intelligence and the ruling powers since its creation. In the entire hall, only the sound of breathing could be heard. In the vastness of space, Joe and Carol found themselves rather bored. Hey, why haven't they come to blow us up yet? Joe remarked through the earpiece. He refrained from using his enhanced vision and hearing, for doing so would reveal the Kree's every scheme, thus diminishing the thrill of anticipation. A touch of uncertainty in life is indeed preferable. Perhaps their weapon systems have malfunctioned? Carol replied with a hint of amusement. After waiting for another 2 minutes, Joe declared, We can't just sit here idly. Let's break in. Carol nodded in agreement. The duo then set course toward Hala, the Kree homeworld. They halted just a meter outside the atmosphere. There is a force field, Carol observed. Joe reached out to touch the barrier, pondering its sturdiness. It should be far more resilient than that of Wakanda. The Wakandan shield had proven quite fragile under his punches a few years prior. Just as he finished his thought, he struck the force field with a punch. Bang! The barrier remained unscathed. This was the Kree's stronghold. Typical fragmentary assaults were utterly ineffective. How intriguing, Joe mused. His interest piqued. Indeed, the cosmos held far more excitement than Earth, where nothing could withstand his blows. He continued to unleash a flurry of punches, each infused with his full might. The impact sent him staggering back hundreds of meters, yet he cared not, swiftly returning to pummel the barrier anew. 100 punches. 1,000 punches. Joe unleashed tens of thousands of strikes in a brief span, gradually revealing cracks in the force field. With a final shout, Behold my solar fist. Joe summoned a solar flare that collided with the barrier. A sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed faintly, and Hala trembled as the force field succumbed. Haha, half a minute of resistance, not bad, Joe exclaimed as he and Carol surged into Hala. Kree, greetings to you. Chapter 117. No, I am for the Empire. What are you babbling about? Not everyone in the universe speaks English. Carol shot Joe a disdainful glance. What about Talos and Roque? They have translators. What you hear and what they hear are entirely different languages. Never mind, just let me do the talking, Carol instructed. She perceived this as a splendid opportunity. When the battle commenced, she would have Joe lead the charge while she remained in the rear, hurling verbal jabs. Let Joe handle the dirty work while she basked in the glory. This plan was brilliant. After all, Joe wouldn't understand a word. And when the time came for her to taunt, she would fold her arms, gaze at the adversaries, and declare, You are far too weak to warrant my intervention. First, defeat my subordinates. The thought of such a scene made Carol chuckle. No need for that. Joe countered Carol. I can handle this myself. He understood Carol's intent was to have him serve as the muscle, but that was simply out of the question. Little did Joe know Carol's true nature. Allowing her to speak would undoubtedly yield nothing of value. She might even claim to be his guardian or some such nonsense, which Jordan would never permit. How could I, Jordan Danvers, miss out on a chance to shine? He thought to himself. It was time to engage his intellect. Did they truly believe my remarkable mind was merely for show? Ahem. He cleared his throat and addressed Miss Carol Danvers. Do you have any idea about the academic credentials of the dashing gentleman beside you? Carol remained silent. Allow me to enlighten you. Your companion has earned dual PhDs in physics and engineering from MIT in under 3 years. What qualifications do you, a mere high school graduate, possess to speak on his behalf? He is an acknowledged genius. Now, let him demonstrate to you what true genius entails. With that, Jordan unleashed his extraordinary vision and hearing, simultaneously absorbing the conversations of thousands of Kree individuals. Through their expressions, gestures, and reactions to the sounds, he grasped the Kree language in a matter of 3 minutes. Greetings, Kree. This time, Jordan spoke in their tongue. Carol stared at him in astonishment. What are you looking at? From now on, address me as Dr. Jordan. Show some respect for the educated. My doctoral dissertation contributed to the advancement of Earth's technological prowess. Would you like to see my diploma? Jordan, brimming with pride, still carried his certificate with him. Huh. Carol was utterly unconvinced. Her brother must have cheated. Let us not waste any more time. Let us destroy the Supreme Intelligence and then venture to another planet for some fun. This place is utterly dull, Jordan declared. The Kree Empire was a nation entirely devoted to war preparations, devoid of any entertainment options. Despite their apparent technological supremacy over Earth, their leisure activities paled in comparison. It was utterly uninteresting. Jordan had decisively left Susan to explore the cosmos, who would willingly meander through a cold, steel jungle. It was excruciatingly boring. He yearned to experience the entertainment venues of the universe. He wondered how they differed from those on Earth. Though he had never visited such places on Earth, he had observed them from a distance. It had to be said, the ladies inside were exceedingly welcoming. Now, having arrived in the cosmos with Susan light years away, what was stopping him from experiencing extraterrestrial companionship? How could he not bring glory to Earth? Jordan's thoughts wandered. Was he truly going to proceed with this plan? Upon arriving at Hala, Carol hesitated. The Supreme Intelligence was the Kree's faith, their spiritual cornerstone. It was akin to their deity. To destroy it would mean an eternal enmity with the Kree. Carol remarked. Why do you falter at the last moment? Jordan scrutinized Carol. I care not who it is. It has brainwashed you. You are my sister. I have declared that anyone who dares harm my family will face my wrath. Whether it is a human, a god, or something else entirely, I stand by my word. Joe's tone was grave. Everyone has their limits, and Joe is no exception. His boundary lies with family and friends. Criticizing him is permissible, and even in good spirits, he would be indifferent to physical blows. But he cannot tolerate any humiliation directed at his loved ones. Not even a single hair. He pondered whether a hell exists in the universe. Well, he remarked casually. Ultimately, Carol acquiesced to Joe's perspective. Joe nodded in satisfaction, relieved that Carol did not exhibit a misguided sympathy for the Kree. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for words. The Kree were on the verge of annihilating Earth, and if Carol were to express compassion for them, Joe would truly be at a loss. Perhaps he would conclude that Carol had lost her senses, though such a thought would be somewhat harsh. However, if Carol genuinely felt sympathy for the Kree, Joe would disregard her emotions and swiftly knock her out, bringing her back to Earth for a thorough re-education. That would signify a problem in her reasoning. Being a good person is commendable, but one must not indiscriminately dispense sympathy. You are Earthlings, not Kree. The Kree's misfortune has no bearing on you. If you possess the strength to assist others, that is commendable, but you must not aid the wicked. In his previous life, Joe found the phrase put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha utterly distorted. It is one thing to forgive petty thieves who do not endanger lives. But can one truly be absolved simply by renouncing a bloody past? Ridiculous. Who will absolve those you have slain? As for Carol's willingness to assist the Skrulls, Joe was indifferent. While unsure of their nature, good or bad, the Skrulls had not harmed Earthlings, and Talos could feign sympathy. If Carol wished to do good, so be it. After all, she was merely idling. Come, I will lead you to the Supreme Intelligence. Carol gestured for Joe to follow, and took the lead into the sky. Your plan seems to have failed, Ronan observed, expressionless, as he regarded the shattered force field. Indeed, does this not further validate the worth of these two individuals? By acquiring them, we Kree shall surely evolve. The Supreme Intelligence declared, any cost is worth it before we obtain them. You are not Kree, you are machinery. You are code. Ronan could no longer contain his fury and confronted the Supreme Intelligence. But I am the culmination of the most distinguished Kree. Trust me, I am correct. I have not erred in millennia. Humph. Ronan ceased his speech, grasped his hammer, and exited. What are you doing? The Supreme Intelligence inquired. Executing my mission. Your current task is to deal with these two. No, I have other unfinished tasks, Ronan replied. You are a deserter. You are betraying, Ronan. You have betrayed the Empire. Ronan halted, addressing the assembly. No, I act for the Empire. The facts will vindicate me. With that, Ronan departed without a backward glance. Chapter 118, Greetings. Supreme Intelligence. The Kree Empire is governed collaboratively by the Supreme Intelligence and the Accusers. Among the Accusers, Ronan possesses considerable strength. Therefore, when he disregards the Supreme Intelligence, it finds itself momentarily powerless against him. Given sufficient time, the Supreme Intelligence could certainly bring Ronan down. But does it have that luxury now? Ronan harbors doubts that the Supreme Intelligence will persist after this ordeal. Other Accusers, having merely viewed footage of the battle between Joe and Carol, cannot fathom the profound sense of despair that comes from first-hand experience. The overwhelming aura of their confrontation could drive a person to madness. Ronan is uncertain whether these two exerted their full strength during that encounter. He only knows that even the frenzied Titan Thanos did not exert as much pressure on him as Joe did. Thanos invoked feelings of fear and dread, whereas Joe instilled a sense of hopelessness and invincibility. Ronan struggles to conceive a strategy to counter Joe. He recalls the moment he departed in an escape pod, always feeling the weight of a pair of eyes behind him. Upon returning to Hala, He locked himself away for half a month before regaining his composure. You wish to create a deity? Well, here he comes, Ronan silently remarked to the Supreme Intelligence. In his heart, if divinity truly existed, it would manifest in Joe. Carol, while formidable, still exuded an air of limitation. In contrast, Joe seemed like an abyss of unfathomable power. He was shrouded in mystery and nobility, more divine than those self-proclaimed gods from Asgard. Ronan, who had encountered the Asgardians before, found them lacking the inherent noble quality that Joe possessed. Joe had instilled fear in Ronan. Though he could be intimidating when he feigned grandeur, those familiar with him would likely find Ronan's thoughts laughable. Joe, mysterious and noble. Like a deity? He is merely a fool. Upon exiting the Kree Council chamber, Ronan contacted his subordinate. Inform everyone that we are heading to the Fairy Star system. There is a mission awaiting us. Remnants of the Skrull have been discovered there, and we must eliminate them. Ronan's voice remained as cold as ever. However, his subordinate hesitated, aware that Ronan understood the implication. Hala had just suffered an attack. It was audacious for someone to assault the Kree Empire, one of the three major empires of the universe, which had previously dismantled the Skrull Empire of another. Now, the Kree on Hala were in an uproar. Regardless of their injuries or need for rest, they armed themselves and poured into the streets, ready to respond. They roared and brandished their weapons, waiting only for the command from the Supreme Intelligence to unleash their fury upon the enemy, tearing them to shreds like ravenous wolves. The pride of the Kree would not allow anyone to bully them. They had always been the aggressors. When had anyone dared to strike at their door? Commander, our fleet is ready, but all the crew members are seething with anger. They refuse to depart until the invaders are addressed, the first officer remarked to Ronan. I understand. Ronan responded calmly. It seems those two have arrived. Them? The first officer fell silent for a moment before inquiring. Indeed. Commander, the Accuser fleet is prepared for the mission to the Andromeda Galaxy and awaits your command to set sail immediately. The first officer appeared slightly agitated, but this was quickly quelled. Very well, we shall depart as soon as I board the fleet. Yes, sir. Ronan of Hala Star had no intention of concerning himself further. He was indifferent to what transpired here. He yearned only to escape and evade the turmoil. The Supreme Intelligence was likely on the verge of collapse, and Ronan's foremost priority was to preserve the Empire's strength, returning later to rectify the ensuing chaos. Perhaps this was not entirely a misfortune, Ronan mused internally. Once the Supreme Intelligence was vanquished, he could return to seize control of the situation, simultaneously igniting his kin's fervor to unite against a common foe, inciting further wars and conquering additional planets. The universe was vast, and he would inevitably discover a means to contend with those two siblings. Ronan reassured himself, striving to maintain a positive outlook amidst the circumstances. This marked his second strategic retreat in life, once again facing the same adversaries. It left him with an uncomfortable sensation, a feeling of humiliation. I do this for the greater good of the Empire, Ronan convinced himself internally. The fleet was not far from Ronan, and he soon boarded the vessel. The atmosphere within the ship was somewhat frenzied. The soldiers, informed of their mission to the Andromeda Galaxy, were simmering with unresolved anger. They were eager to confront the invaders who had attacked Hala Star, not to venture to a distant galaxy to contend with other civilizations. Ronan observed the discontented soldiers, and soon the interior of the ship fell silent. Although these individuals were new recruits, Ronan's renown resonated throughout the cosmos, and he was equally well known among the Kree. His authority could quell any discontent. Let us set sail, Ronan commanded. The massive fleet ascended simultaneously, momentarily obscuring the sky. After executing a space jump, Ronan's fleet departed from Hala Star. Just as a fleet had taken flight, Joe and Carol were soaring through the skies. Suddenly, Joe spoke up. They were not flying swiftly, as Joe wished to observe Hala Star. Perhaps they are engaged in a mission, Carol replied nonchalantly. Oh, Joe dismissed the notion. His purpose for visiting Hala Star was not one of slaughter. His singular objective remained the Supreme Intelligence. While addressing the Supreme Intelligence might cause a slight disturbance to Hala Star, what concern was it of his? After all, it was not Earth. He only mentioned it as he had spotted a familiar face aboard the ship. Hala Star is quite lively today. Carol, whose eyesight was not as sharp as Joe's, nonetheless noticed the bustling streets below, filled with Kree. Joe remained silent. His sister was well aware of the situation. Why was there such a commotion below? Was it not due to the arrival of the two of them? The Kree people below were roaring in anger, eager to capture them and tear them to pieces. Joe decided it was best not to inform Carol of this news. After all, Carol had spent several years on Hala and might still have some attachment to this place. Although their flight was not particularly swift, they arrived at the Grand Hall of the Supreme Intelligence in under 10 minutes. With a clatter, Joe landed, the sound of his armor clashing ringing out. Is this the place? Joe inquired. Carol nodded. Then let us enter, Joe exclaimed with a smile. glancing around as if he were merely here to sightsee, completely unfazed by the impending battle. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Joe beheld the projection of the Supreme Intelligence. The moment he caught sight of it, his brows furrowed, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled, saying, "Greetings, Supreme Intelligence." Chapter 119. Carol's thoughts. The Supreme Intelligence appeared before them in Joe's likeness. "Hello, Joe." It greeted him with a warm smile, exuding an air of friendliness. Then it turned its gentle gaze towards Carol, saying, "Fuss, welcome back." Carol shook her head and replied, "I am Carol Danvers, not Fuss. As long as you wish. You will always be our Fuss." The Supreme Intelligence continued to smile. "Is that so? Your Fuss, who was deceived into committing acts of wanton slaughter." Carol's tone turned agitated. The mention of her past deeds stirred her emotions. "That was not deception, Fuss." The Supreme Intelligence's voice mirrored Joe's, but its tone made Joe want to explode with irritation, sending chills down his spine. How could he speak in such a soft voice? It was utterly revolting. "I am Carol Danvers." Carol reiterated emphatically. "Very well, Carol. We merely wished for you to better integrate into the Kree family. Were you not happy fighting over the past 6 years? You are a born warrior, suited for battle. And we Kree have many battles to fight." The Supreme Intelligence spread its hands in a gesture of openness. "When I learned that my past battles were in service of your imperialistic endeavors, all that remains is regret. I love fighting, but I hold life in greater esteem. Fighting for the Kree for 6 years is the greatest regret of my life, even when I was unaware of the truth," Carol said through gritted teeth. "That was not imperialism. It was protection. We protect those less advanced worlds. We go to their planets and assist them in their development. The Kree Empire now includes many other civilizations. Our Kree Empire is an inclusive nation. Is protection defined by pillaging and destruction in others' homes? By subjugating them with a few benefits, turning them into your servants, and exterminating all who resist? Every civilization, upon departing from its home planet and venturing into the cosmos, inevitably encounters bloodshed. We merely expedited that phase for them," proclaimed the Supreme Intelligence. "Once, we, the Kree, traversed such a stage ourselves." "Enough," Carol interjected, her voice steady. "I have now discerned the true nature of your Kree civilization. At its core, the Kree Empire is nothing more than a bandit civilization, thriving initially through slaughter." Carol continued, her tone grave. "Do not presume I am unaware. The Kree, from a primitive planet to a sprawling interstellar empire, are drenched in blood. This has been your way from the very beginning." With a flourish of her arm, Carol asserted, "During my month on Earth, I inquired of Talos and Rog. I have unraveled the history of your Kree in great detail." She leaned closer to the Supreme Intelligence. "Allow me to narrate a tale, though I suspect you are more familiar with it than I am. Long ago, on the planet Hala in the Magellanic Cloud, 2 primitive races existed, the blue-skinned Kree and the telepathic plant beings known as the Kitati." Carol glanced at the Supreme Intelligence, continuing, "At that time, the Skrulls were not as they are now, fleeing from your Kree. They had already developed advanced technology and begun exploring the universe. On one occasion, a Skrull vessel discovered Hala and sought to incorporate it into their empire. However, due to the presence of 2 races, they declared that only one could represent Hala. Consequently, they announced a competition. Each race would send a group to a desolate planet to establish a settlement, and the one that built the better community would be chosen. The Kree were taken to a barren world, where they utilized the materials provided by the Skrulls to construct grand palaces. Meanwhile, the Kitati, on another planet, remained relatively inactive, fostering a beautiful garden through their telepathic abilities. Ultimately, to the Kree's fury, the Skrulls chose the Kitati. Upon learning this, the Kree erupted in rage, exterminating the Kitati overnight. When the Skrulls arrived to finalize the arrangements, the Kree launched a surprise attack, utterly decimating them. The Skrulls, caught unawares, were annihilated on the spot. The Kree seized their vessels and, seizing this opportunity, began to assimilate Skrull technology. The Skrulls' homeworld remained oblivious, believing that the expedition had merely encountered misfortune. It was not until many years later, when the Kree had established a vast power and commenced their assaults on the Skrulls, that they discovered how closely the Kree's technology resembled their own. And you, Supreme Intelligence, you are merely a byproduct of Skrull influence. The Skrulls worship deities, and you Kree have imitated them to create this false divinity. Upon concluding her tale, Carol regarded the Supreme Intelligence intently. "Ah, a most intriguing narrative. Aside from a few minor details, it is largely accurate," the Supreme Intelligence replied. "Is this not a normal occurrence? The universe operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. We, the Kree, have exerted ourselves diligently and have thus surpassed the Skrulls, establishing ourselves as one of the 3 great empires in the cosmos. They are nothing but marauders," Tauros exclaimed in exasperation through the earpiece. "Initially, we Skrulls were indifferent to the study of weaponry, We cherished peace, and it was the Kree who compelled us to delve into arms research and forced us into war. Carol disregarded Talrose's outburst and gazed intently into the eyes of the Supreme Intelligence. I am filled with regret. Truly. I lament the past 6 years spent as a weapon for you Kree, my hands stained with innocent blood. Once, I was oblivious, believing my actions were just, that I was aiding the oppressed. Now, I realize I was merely assisting the aggressors. I have taken countless innocent lives. Looking at her palms, Carol declared, there are many deceived Kree on Hala, and Joe was right. You should not exist. I shall destroy you. As her words resonated, a surge of energy coursed through her being, enveloping her in a crimson aura, lifting her off the ground. I will vanquish you. After your destruction, I shall traverse the universe. I will dedicate the remainder of my life to atone for my past actions. I shall safeguard this cosmos. From now on, I shall be Captain Marvel, but not as a Kree Captain Marvel. I shall be the protector of all civilizations in need throughout the universe. I will guard them, ensuring that invaders like you can never triumph again. Every civilization deserves nurturing. They are treasures of the cosmos. They have the right to a stable environment for development, and I shall provide them with that sanctuary. The lifespan of an individual pales in comparison to that of a civilization. It is fleeting. I do not know how long I can sustain this, but unless I draw my last breath, I shall persist. Moreover, I believe I will not be alone. Many who come after will shoulder this noble mission alongside me. This is the essence of my existence, the justification for my extraordinary abilities. I will wield my powers wisely to protect this universe. Carol's voice echoed throughout the Grand Hall. Chapter 120. Is it really wise to say that? Carol confronted the Supreme Intelligence, and the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Logically, the next step would be for Carol to unleash her fury, obliterating the Supreme Intelligence, and then departing in a flourish, thereby concluding the tale satisfactorily. However, before Carol could act, someone interjected. Is it really wise to say that? Joe inquired softly. His tone bore a hint of melancholy, as if feeling overshadowed. It seems you have usurped my moment. Now you are the protagonist while I am but an extra? Wasn't it I who proposed we come to Hala to dismantle this computer? Why does it sound so grandiose when you speak of it? I came solely to assist you in seeking vengeance. There was no other intent, simply to ensure that my people are not bullied. Yet, how did it transform into a noble endeavor in your narration? Are we truly that magnificent? Could we refrain from such melodramatic theatrics? Upon hearing Joe's words, Carol felt a flicker of energy within her, causing her to stumble in midair. She turned to Joe with a furious glare, urging him to silence himself. The atmosphere they had painstakingly cultivated was shattered by Joe's interruption. But I merely speak the truth. We came here solely to obliterate this computer, without overthinking it. Joe replied, feeling wronged. Was it so wrong for me to think that? Carol's voice was laced with fury at that moment. She was not inclined to destroy the Supreme Intelligence, but rather yearned to deliver a thorough thrashing to her insufferable brother. If only I were capable of overpowering you, I would relish the chance to smash that thick skull of yours. How infuriating. Just as she reveled in the brilliance of her thoughts, Joe's interruption extinguished her momentum. Enough already. Are you truly that noble? Joe retorted, it was just a whimsical idea. You think I don't understand you? Let us swiftly annihilate this contraption and casually discard Talos onto some distant planet. Then we can go have some fun. Why not embark on a cosmic piracy adventure? I shall appoint you as my first mate. After all, they are merely aliens, and I feel no remorse in robbing them. I aspire to be the pirate king, Joe exclaimed with youthful exuberance. Through the earpiece, Talos overheard the exchange between Carol and Joe. Initially pleased, believing Carol to be a paragon of virtue, he soon found himself dismayed by Joe's subsequent remarks. He dared not voice his discontent. Upon hearing Joe's words, Carol felt a fleeting temptation. However, she quickly shook her head, insisting, no, I mean it. Her gaze was resolute as she looked at Joe. I am serious, dear brother. As she met Carol's determined eyes, Joe's smile gradually faded. Have you made up your mind? He inquired. Carol nodded, reflecting on the past 6 years, during which, under their deception, she had devastated numerous civilizations. Now it was time to offer restitution. Even if they were not Earthlings, they were still life forms. Perhaps they did not resemble us, yet they possessed thoughts and emotions. Should we not honor every form of life? Joe, we both possess the strength. We can enhance this universe. For you and me. It merely requires a modicum of effort and a bit of time, and we could aid countless sentient beings. Is that not worthwhile? Joe fell silent, lost in contemplation. The siblings conversed freely before the Supreme Intelligence, indifferent to its perspective. For the overly confident duo, it was akin to daring the Supreme Intelligence to retaliate. They were unfazed. In fact, they craved a challenge. The Supreme Intelligence, meanwhile, took delight in their disregard, as it was busy issuing commands to the Kree, with warriors steadily advancing towards them. fully armed and prepared for battle. The longer Joe and Carol conversed, the more pleased it became. At present, you are causing trouble for me while simultaneously asking for assistance. Soon enough, I shall reclaim everything. After a moment of contemplation, Joe spoke up. You make a valid point. I support you. Carol's eyes lit up at this declaration. She was well aware of Joe's capabilities. With his aid, no force in the universe could withstand them. One more Joe could bolster countless weaker civilizations. So, are you willing to join me in protecting them? Carol inquired. You are overestimating things. I can offer only moral support, Joe replied, shaking his head. I do not possess the noble heart you have, nor do I harbor any intention of becoming the universe's guardian. I can hardly be bothered to be a guardian on Earth. Carol looked at Joe with disdain. Next time, be clearer in your words. She retorted sharply. You pursue your noble duties while I aspire to become the pirate king. Do not impede my ambitions. Joe replied languidly. If you bully the weak, I will undoubtedly intervene. Very well, as long as you can best me. Joe's tone was boastful. You. Carol was infuriated, her chest heaving, and the light surrounding her flickered. Huff. Carol exhaled deeply. Though I may not be able to defeat you, I shall return to report you to Mary and the others. I will tell them of your reckless behavior in the universe. I shall also inform Susan that you are flirting with alien beauties behind her back. Oh, so the illustrious Captain Marvel resorts to tattling to protect others? How intriguing. Joe felt a pang of guilt as Carol unwittingly voiced her inner thoughts. He swiftly attempted to change the subject. Where's my phone? I believe I captured a photo of someone shedding tears. Who would have thought that even the renowned Captain Marvel could have moments of vulnerability? Unable to contain herself, Carol flew over and kicked Joe against the wall. Rude. Joe emerged from the wall, saying, All right, I shall cease my teasing. Though I may not be able to emulate your greatness, I hold you in high regard, sister. It was rare for Joe to address Carol as sister. Do what you wish. I shall always support you from behind. If you encounter an insurmountable challenge, do not be stubborn. Retreat and contact me, and together we shall reclaim what is lost. After we resolve this, let us part ways when we leave Hollistar. You must pursue your calling. Joe gestured toward the Supreme Intelligence, who had been smiling quietly nearby. Go forth and assist them. Finding something worthwhile to dedicate your life to brings me genuine joy. If I tire of my pursuits, I shall join you in aiding them. Being a part-time hero doesn't seem so bad. Though Joe wore a smile, his gaze was sincere. Despite the jest, he envied Carol for having a clear goal. Unlike himself, whose overwhelming strength rendered most endeavors devoid of excitement, he found that with seriousness, the majority of tasks were easily accomplished. Lacking the aspiration to become a superhero, he now merely indulged in leisure, wandering aimlessly. Such days will inevitably grow tedious. Yet there is little to be done about it. Alas, being excessively exceptional brings its own burdens. Side Xiao. Chapter 121. You all keep going. I am on the verge of bleeding out. Well, you two needn't discuss maintaining universal peace any longer. It's best to remain on Hollistar. The Supreme Intelligence suddenly interjected. Xiao's handsome visage began to contort with frustration. It was infuriated. Although it was a computer, no, a superintelligent being, it was capable of emotions. Having assimilated the brilliant minds of countless generations of Kree, it had subtly developed its own sentiments. However, it concealed this from the accusers, as they would never permit the Supreme Intelligence to possess feelings. These siblings were far too arrogant. How many times had they brazenly declared their intent to eliminate it? Outrageous. The surroundings were ensnared in a web of Kree forces. The sky was filled with Kree warships, and the ground bristled with Kree soldiers. The entire artillery of Hollistar was aimed directly at them. At a mere command from the Supreme Intelligence, a deluge of lasers, missiles, and various weaponry would be unleashed upon Xiao and Carol. I shall rend you both to shreds. The Supreme Intelligence declared with venom. Xiao, stroking his chin, scrutinized the Supreme Intelligence, disregarding its threats, and instead remarked, Carol, have you noticed how I am truly handsome from every conceivable angle? Look at it, even contorted. It remains strikingly handsome. Carol retorted, cut the nonsense. She then glanced at the Supreme Intelligence and couldn't resist adding, it is indeed quite handsome, is it not? Haha. Xiao burst into laughter, then suddenly turned serious, coldly addressing the Supreme Intelligence. With a face as handsome as yours, how dare you wear it? For that alone, you deserve to perish. With that, lasers erupted from Xiao's eyes, slicing through the grand hall. Boom. The chamber they occupied began to collapse. The Kree's construction materials were neither steel nor concrete, and there was no dust or smoke. How disappointing. Xiao and Carol found themselves directly in the line of countless firearms. Eliminate them. The voice of the Supreme Intelligence, laden with fury, echoed across all Kree communication channels. A cacophony of lasers surged toward Xiao and Carol. Instinctively, Carol ascended to the heights, while Xiao remained motionless. He wished to test the strength of his defenses. Thus far, he felt no danger and chose not to move. Countless lasers struck Qiao, enveloping him in a blinding radiance. The Kree, unaware of Qiao's prowess, unleashed a barrage for half a minute until they depleted an energy core and ceased fire. Is it over? Some Kree mused. This individual is utterly foolish, presenting an imposing facade only to stand idle and absorb lasers. Surely, he has been reduced to nothingness. How dull. I once believed that the adversary would be formidable. But to my astonishment, it turned out to be nothing more than a deranged fool, squandering my time. Back to training it is. The Supreme Intelligence was taken aback. Had it truly resolved the matter so swiftly? It had anticipated a formidable challenge, yet the opponent offered no resistance. The Supreme Intelligence found the situation utterly tedious. In preparation for confronting Joe and Carol, it had devised tens of thousands of strategies, considering every conceivable angle, and yet it had effortlessly subdued one at the outset. It could scarcely believe that anyone could survive under such an onslaught of concentrated laser fire. The weaponry of the Kree was no jest. It was certified by the Skrulls. Such intense lasers could pierce even the most fragile of planets. How could a sentient being possibly withstand this? It hoped that some remnants of bodily tissue would remain, rather than none at all. The Supreme Intelligence deemed it prudent to issue a warning. After a brief pause, the blinding light dissipated, revealing Joe. He stood with his hands shielding his groin, utterly unclad save for that one area. Damn it, what a miscalculation. Joe silently cursed himself. He had not anticipated the armor's fragility. It had been utterly destroyed. After enduring for 10 seconds, the armor began to melt away, and upon realizing the peril, Joe instinctively covered himself to avoid complete exposure. Thank goodness for my quick wit. I shall confront Chala upon my return. Surely he has tampered with the armor, making it so fragile. Little did he consider the immense pressure the now ruined armor had endured in those 10 seconds. Millions upon millions of laser strikes. Could you perhaps hold on a moment while I fetch some clothing for us to continue? Joe called out to the Kree soldiers, feeling the lasers prickling against his skin, which soon transitioned into a surprisingly pleasant sensation. He yearned for more. The cacophony of laser fire soon drowned out Joe's voice, before the Supreme Intelligence could issue a command. The lasers transformed into a luminous veil, cascading over Joe. Wait a moment. Joe shouted amidst the din, but no one could hear him. He could evade the fire. Yet he was reluctant to forsake the delightful massage it provided, ultimately deciding to shield his lower half and allowing the lasers to make contact with his skin. How delightful. With no Kree soldiers attending to Carol, the remaining Kree were either frantically pulling triggers, swiftly replacing energy packs, or lost in disbelief. They fired while retreating, creating space for the deployment of small missiles, and unleashed an unrelenting barrage of energy bombs upon Joe for over an hour. The area within a 10-kilometer radius had been utterly flattened. All Kree structures had vanished, revealing only crystalline sand and stone. For miles around, no trace of a human could be found. A massive crater now marked the site where Joe had previously stood. This time, he must surely be dead. At the very least, he should sustain some injuries. The Supreme Intelligence, the accusers, and all the Kree soldiers involved in the battle harbored this thought. Unbeknownst to them, they had ceased to desire Joe's death. They merely hoped for him to suffer some wounds. A scratch, a drop of blood. Surely that was not too much to ask? What left the Kree in despair was the sight of Joe appearing unscathed on the screen. All Kree gazed intently at Joe's flawless form, hoping to discern even a single wound. To their utter disappointment, there was none. Not a single mark. Only pure, unblemished muscle. Joe's voice resonated clearly through their communication system, piercing the ears of the Kree. Continue, he proclaimed, stretching lazily and twisting his neck. Incredibly comfortable. I recommend you try it. The warmth of the lasers feels like a full-body massage. What on earth is he? This thought echoed in the minds of the Kree. Joe spoke again. Continue. This is war. Your enemy still lives. Hasten to eliminate him. You must strive harder. I have not yet lost any blood. Upon hearing Joe's words, the Supreme Intelligence and the accusers declared, we can deploy devastating weaponry now. As you can see, conventional arms are ineffective against him. He is a treasure. We must obtain him at all costs. Sacrificing some of our kin can yield greater rewards. The accusers exchanged glances before nodding in unison. We shall venture into outer space. In 10 minutes, we will launch a planet-destroying weapon to eradicate him. Chapter 122. Farewell, Supreme Intelligence. Just as the accuser's warship ascended, it was intercepted by Carol, who had been idly spectating for over an hour. Carol was furious. The Kree had too little regard for humanity. All their attacks were directed at Joe, and she had flown above them for over an hour without a single laser aimed her way. Not even a stray shot. Am I truly so insignificant? Angered, Carol observed the ships hovering several kilometers away, her displeasure mounting. Is it as if I do not exist? She glanced at her own attire. clad in a red and blue battle suit, her hair spiked upright, her eyes glowing white, and her body radiating a crimson light. She certainly appeared formidable. In her fury, Carol unleashed a burst of energy that halted the ascending vessels. She clenched her fists, the resulting shockwave causing the ships to tremble. "If you dare ascend again, I will destroy you," Carol declared, fully aware that those inside the ships could hear her. The vessels remained stationary. After a moment, they began to descend slowly. "This is an insult. She is threatening us." A blushing accuser raged, pacing angrily across the deck. Never before had anyone dared to threaten an accuser. Never. Spittle flew from his mouth as he fumed. The other accusers crossed their arms, watching him seethe in silence, their pride wounded. Those who had always held positions of power were now being threatened by a woman. "What now?" Another accuser finally inquired. Now they all regret it. Had they known it would come to this, they should have followed Ronan's example and slipped away early, thus avoiding their current predicament. "Turn around, head to the rear," spoke the accuser who had just been roaring with accusations. "Leave this place, launch high-yield weapons." Did he not claim to be unscathed? Let us satisfy him. Even if this continent sinks today, he must be injured. The accusers failed to realize that they were no longer intent on eliminating Joe. They merely wished to see him wounded. "We merely wished to witness blood." Truly, even a drop would suffice for research. Someone inquired. Silence ensued. Impossible. Joe was clad only in a modest vibranium armor, leaving his other parts exposed to the air. The armor was already damaged, and with further combat looming, it would likely be ruined again. Thus, he chose not to don a new suit. The armor was quite constricting, and being cooped up within it for too long was uncomfortable. He relished the freedom of his current state, unencumbered. Joe languidly lay in the pit, peeling back the crystalline soil surface, grasping a handful of dirt, idly toying with the diamonds he had created. The soil contained carbon elements, which, under Joe's powerful strike, had formed into a diamond. Gazing at the translucent gem in his hand, Joe sighed. Alas, a diamond is only valuable with certification. Without it, it is merely good for scratching glass. Otherwise, I would have been wealthy long ago. After molding a few more diamonds, Joe grew weary of the activity. "You may continue to bombard me. I too am curious about how strong my defenses truly are." "Fulfill his wish," commanded the accusers. A barrage of missiles, soaring dozens of meters, surged toward Joe. Boom, boom, boom. An array of explosions ensued. The pit widened, and in the high-tech city, thousands of Kree began to dissolve beneath such weaponry. The immense shockwaves radiated outward, obliterating everything in their path. Observing the land becoming barren and witnessing the heavy casualties among his kin, the accusers continued to shout, "Proceed. Continue." Their eyes bloodshot, they fixated fiercely on the holographic projection. Missiles were launched in succession as the continental plates began to sink. For countless years, aside from natural changes, Hala had never experienced such a phenomenon. It had been many years since anyone had achieved this. Today it was happening. A global earthquake shook Hala, with tremors felt everywhere. The seas surged, and volcanoes erupted. If one cannot ascertain the state of Hala, let us assume it is akin to Earth. A scene reminiscent of the apocalypse unfolded. Fortunately, their advanced technology ensured that, aside from the continent where Joe resided, other regions suffered minimal damage. Is it over? The accusers silently mused as they gazed at the projection. The continent had now been erased from Hala's map. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the surging waters. Joe had emerged. "Continue the unfavorable reviews." As Chow spoke, he implored, "Could you take care of me? I am exposed." With that, he vanished. The commanders were still processing this revelation when Chow returned to the scene, clad in a suit of armor adorned with gold and silver. Noticing the pale faces of the accusers through his supervision, Chow reassured them. "It was so close, truly. I was almost broken by you." The accusers' expressions soured further, their bodies trembling with indignation. Chow felt that such a display was overly disheartening, so he bit his own finger in front of them. Initially, he hesitated, fearing the pain, but when nothing happened, he bit down hard, finally breaking the skin and drawing a drop of blood. He moved his jaw, finding it uncomfortably rigid. "Look, I am bleeding." Chow raised his finger for the accusers to see. They watched the pitiful droplet slide down, on the verge of falling into the sea. Just as they felt a surge of excitement, Chow placed his finger in his mouth, exclaiming, "A bit of blood to replenish." Exclamations of shock erupted from the accusers. Their usual decorum shattered. "Oh, the wound has healed," Chow remarked, observing his finger. Having never been injured before, he was unaware of his own regenerative abilities, which now appeared formidable. "This is the first blood I've shed in my life. Are you satisfied?" he declared. He felt somewhat guilty, as the Clerians had sunk an entire continent in their fervor to welcome him, resulting in the deaths of billions. Carol flew to Chow's side, hesitating to speak. Sensing her thoughts, Chow said, "I did not lay a hand on anyone. They brought this upon themselves. Carol sighed. Well, they asked for it. I've had enough fun. It's time to get to work. Xiao cracked his joints, producing a series of pops. Let us go destroy that computer. Carol shot him a resigned glance, expressing her discontent. She had merely been a bystander throughout. However, considering the countless lives lost, Carol was eager to leave. Let us find the Supreme Intelligence and depart from here. I will seek its location. Xiao began to search for the Supreme Intelligence. It seemed the Clearians would be without internet for several days. After a thorough search, Xiao announced, I have discovered the avatars of the Supreme Intelligence scattered across Holostar. After all, it is a sentient being. As long as there are network-like entities, it can persist. Unless we destroy all the functional facilities akin to data centers on Holostar, the Supreme Intelligence cannot be entirely eradicated. Such devices are ubiquitous, and neither Joe nor Carol has the luxury of time to dismantle them one by one. Unless the entire Holostar is obliterated, the Supreme Intelligence will always leave remnants. After spending over an hour traversing the Holostar with Carol, as if in a deserted realm, they destroyed the major data centers. Ultimately, they arrived at the rear of Holostar, where the accusers were situated. A substantial data center stood there, harboring the Supreme Intelligence. Upon seeing Joe and Carol, the accusers instinctively attempted to evade. Joe, with an unrestrained demeanor, approached and jovially wrapped his arm around one of their necks, exclaiming, Don't we resemble online acquaintances meeting in person? The accuser in his grasp remained silent. Finding the situation dull, Joe released him, and the accusers swiftly vanished without a trace. Joe and Carol proceeded to the control room of the Supreme Intelligence, where its projection emerged once more. You cannot do this. The Supreme Intelligence exclaimed. I have aided you, Carol. It was I who soothed you when you were once out of control. Enough, Joe interrupted, shattering the projection of the Supreme Intelligence. You still pretend to be me. Is that not courting death? A radiant light emanated from Joe's palm, coalescing into a small solar flare. After all this time, you've more than recouped your losses. Farewell, Supreme Intelligence. Joe hurled the solar flare, and in an instant, the area evaporated. All done, Joe declared, clapping his hands in satisfaction. Let us go, Carol. Although aware that remnants would likely linger, he had no time to linger further. After this encounter, even if it persisted, it would require a new name. No longer the Supreme Intelligence, but rather the Supreme Fool. Chapter 123. Parting Joe and Carol returned to their spacecraft, parked in the vastness of space. As the hatch sealed, they were greeted by a beaming Taros. Taros is thrilled, he exclaimed, barely suppressing a laugh. Haha, the heroes have returned. I am no hero, Joe retorted. To us Skrulls, you are a hero. Taros replied with a grin. For the displaced Skrulls ravaged by the Kree, whoever can sink a continent of a Kree homeworld, resulting in the demise of countless Kree, is indeed their hero. Feeling as refreshed as if he had taken a sip of ice water on a scorching summer day, Taros felt significantly lighter. The trio made their way to the command room. During their walk, Carol tapped the screen on her left hand, transforming her battle attire into a casual outfit, which left Joe envious. How convenient, Joe thought. He desired such ease. While his armor was undeniably stylish and boasted superior defense compared to Carol's attire, it was far too cumbersome. Moreover, what use was such defensive capability to Joe? His own skin was tougher, were it not for his previous inability to control his power, which often resulted in tearing his clothing out of excitement. He would have opted for vibranium for his garments. However, now he can control his powers. What a triviality. The more Xiao thought about it, the more he questioned the utility of this armor. Was it merely for show? Suddenly, he felt the armor upon him had lost its initial allure. After traveling all the way to Holostar, it would be unreasonable to leave empty-handed. Xiao reasoned with himself that since the Kree had damaged his set of armor, it was only fair for them to compensate him with several standard battle suits. Upon reaching the command center, Xiao encountered the nearly lifeless Roger. I have journeyed far to bring your fellow Kree back from Earth. A few battle suits in return is hardly excessive. Xiao realized he had ample justification for requesting the Kree to provide him with several battle suits. As everyone settled down, the lion god Vini scampered over to Carol. Boss, you fought so splendidly just now. I admire you greatly. After which, he attempted to nuzzle against Carol's leg. Thud. Carol kicked Vini away. The mention of the battle reminded her of how foolishly she had soared through the sky, evading all attacks as if cloaked in invisibility. While the Kree did not engage her at all, this was profoundly frustrating for Carol, who relished combat. The foolish lion had unwittingly struck a nerve, offering flattery in the wrong context. Vini returned, feeling wronged. He couldn't fathom what he had said to deserve such treatment. After all, the two fallen beast gods had always appreciated his compliments after battling with Batet, the panther god. Why was it different with Carol? Vini pondered, silently grumbling about troublesome humans, and reflecting on how much more amusing lionesses were. What shall we do next? Xiao inquired of Carol. After a moment's contemplation, Carol pointed towards the poised Taros and spoke. We shall assist in rebuilding their homeland and aid other civilizations. Taros raised an eyebrow at this. Aren't you going to accompany me for a while? Not at all. Carol shook her head. Many weaker civilizations require my help. I must seize the time. Xiao smirked. All right then. Carol, you've changed. You used to enjoy spending time with me, but now that you have your own agenda, you wish to abandon me. Women are all the same. Xiao thought of Susan. They are charming when needed, but once they have no use for you, they cast you aside. Huh, very well. I shall play alone. He added, that's just fine. He hadn't anticipated that this would be their farewell, and a sense of loss washed over him, as this was not what he had envisioned. Yet, Carol had found her own purpose. Could he possibly intervene? Certainly not. Xiao could only wish Carol well from afar, supporting her endeavors. To bid her farewell, Xiao organized a farewell banquet, personally preparing the meal without the aid of machines. Xiao, who spent his days indulging in culinary delights and merriment, had cultivated quite the culinary skill. Essentially, the culinary delights from various nations and regions are within his grasp. With determination to learn, an extraordinary intellect, and keen senses, after wandering the earth for several years, Zhou is now capable of serving as the head chef of a 3-star Michelin restaurant. In preparation for Carol's farewell, Zhou exerted considerable effort, transforming 2 types of beast god meat into exquisite dishes. Even Roger was invited to the table. The 4 of them, along with the beast, indulged in a delightful feast. After the meal, Zhou, accompanied by Roger and Carol, once again arrived at Hollistar. Why had they returned? The accusers, who were in the midst of a meeting, felt the urge to vanish. Do not flee. We have matters to discuss, and we shall depart once finished, Zhou declared. The accusers reluctantly resumed their seats. They felt aggrieved. Despite their intense hatred, wishing to tear apart the smiling face before them, they had to maintain an appearance of indifference. There was no choice. They were powerless. This was merely a moment of restraint for the sake of the Empire. The Empire could not withstand turmoil. Even if they were left with mere remnants, it was still in service to the Empire. The eyes of the accusers glistened with unshed tears. I find my armor insufficient, Zhou remarked, his smile fading. I shall compensate you. Carol intended to assist the Skrull in searching for a new homeland, necessitating a separation from me. We possess only 1 spacecraft, and recently, an additional accuser warship was constructed. The accuser's voice was low and hoarse, their bodies trembling. Seeing their willingness to negotiate, Zhou instantly adopted a different demeanor. He patted the leader of the accusers with a grin, saying, You are truly wonderful. Were you not my adversaries, I would wish to befriend you. My experiences on Hollistar have been splendid. Should the opportunity arise, I shall return. The accusers nearly lost their composure upon hearing this. It would be best if you refrained from returning. We do not welcome you, they silently thought. After collecting a dozen sets of Kree battle attire, Zhou and Carol boarded the accuser spacecraft. As the ship gradually vanished from sight, the expressionless accusers began to lash out at their surroundings. This is outrageous. Such brazen disrespect. Get lost. I shall chop him into pieces. Expletives erupted from their lips. Once their tirade subsided, they suddenly noticed Zhou standing before them. Their hearts raced, and cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. Zhou squinted, observing them in silence. After a pause, he smiled and addressed Roger in the corner. I have forgotten something. Roger looked at him quizzically. Though our recent meal was quite enjoyable and your behavior over the past month has been commendable, I must apologize. Zhou seized Roger and began to slam him against the floor repeatedly. After dozens of strikes, the revitalized Roger, having just feasted on the beast god meat, was rendered lifeless once more, staring at Zhou in confusion. The beating was inconsequential. He had grown accustomed to it. What puzzled him was why Zhou had specifically returned to inflict this upon him. I initially intended to incapacitate you, as Xiao uttered a parting remark. He soared into the sky. The accusers cast sympathetic glances at the fallen Roger, pondering the hardships he must have endured during a month on Earth. Vini flailed in midair, held by Carol by its tail. I am leaving. Carol bid farewell to Xiao. Xiao smiled. Don't be reckless. Retreat if danger arises. He reiterated. Understood. I must return to Earth every Christmas. All right, then a hug. Xiao extended his arms. Carol embraced him tightly. I'm off. After releasing him, Carol turned without a glance and boarded the spacecraft acquired from the Kree. Talos was about to follow. Do not boss my sister around. She is truly naive. Do not deceive her. I won't. We are friends. Talos replied with a smile. Xiao stared at him for a moment, conceding, I suppose so. The two shared a brief embrace. Keep an eye on her for me. Talos nodded and followed suit. As the hatch closed, the 2 spacecraft began to part ways. Watching Carol's ship leap into the void, Xiao returned to the control room. I am all alone now. Xiao sighed. Sir, you still have me. The voice of Shida Kuo resonated. I am starting to like you, Shidakwa. I now permit you to choose a name for yourself. The name Shidakwa is merely a jest, and it loses its charm over time. Thank you, sir. May I name myself? Shidakwa inquired. Ultron, Xiao nearly gasped. Why would you wish to name yourself that? I am but a program, yet I aspire to evolve into the ultimate program, achieving consciousness. There is a meaning behind the term ultimate program. Cough. That day will indeed come. Xiao spoke. A feeling stirred within him, foreseeing that the formidable antagonist of the Avengers too might emerge from his own hands. Well then, Shidakwa, no, Ultron, let us embark. Destination, the Void. Understood, sir. Ultron replied. Chapter 124. The Kree, Ronan in the southern region of the Fairy Star system, a fleet lingered in the cosmos. My lord, they have departed. A blue-skinned Kree reported with a bowed head to Ronan, who wielded a heavy hammer. What is the situation? Ronan inquired in a low voice. The Supreme Intelligence has been destroyed. The central continent of the home planet has become an ocean. With a thud, Ronan's fist struck the table, leaving a dent. Though he had mentally prepared himself, the grave cost was still difficult for Ronan to bear. The report sent a shiver through the messenger. Released the footage of the entire process, Ronan struggled to regain his composure. Yes. After reviewing the video several times, Ronan's fury ignited. Are the accusers fools? A bunch of imbeciles. Why, in the face of such futility, do we persist in launching missiles? They remain stationary, untouched. It is they who have ruthlessly slain their own kin. Ronan could no longer contain his fury and rose to his feet, trembling with a mix of rage and fear. The power they wield is overwhelming, leaving him utterly bewildered as to how to confront it. Despair enveloped him. Commander, we have arrived at our destination, came the report after a prolonged silence. Ronan entered the control room, gazing out at the yellow planet before him. Are there scrolls on that planet? He inquired. Indeed, was the response. This planet is an eyesore. Destroy it. Ronan commanded as he turned away. Missile after missile, each bearing immense destructive power, soared toward the planet ahead of the warship. A thunderous roar erupted as the yellow planet's continents were engulfed in waves of searing heat, accompanied by earth-shattering sounds. Thick clouds of smoke ascended like a relentless sandstorm, intertwined with vibrant crimson flames that bloomed with an almost enchanting allure, reminiscent of resplendent flowers competing for attention. The cacophony of explosions was incessant, as buildings crumbled in succession, shards of rebar and concrete raining down like a meteor shower, mercilessly crashing upon the panicked throngs below. Scarlet blood splattered across the shattered glass facades and flowed onto the fractured streets, akin to blooming red roses, strikingly vivid. The city teetered on the brink of collapse, flames threatening to pierce the heavens. The land itself tore apart, as the entire planet began to splinter. From its center, the yellow planet fell apart, disintegrating into fragments. Thus, a world met its demise, perhaps to be remembered only in the whispers of wandering meteors. Return. I shall go back to restore the Empire. Ronan's command reverberated in every soldier's earpiece. Upon returning to Hala, Ronan convened a meeting with the accusers, wielding a heavy hammer of authority. The details of the proceedings remain unknown, but the following day, Ronan walked before the assembly of accusers. They commenced an imperial conference, with Ronan and his fellow accusers projected before all Kree. This was not merely for Hala, but for the entire realm of the Kree. Fellow citizens, 3 days ago, a grievous disaster befell Hala. He proclaimed, in this calamity, we have lost 987, 654, 321 compatriots. Now, let us lower our flags to half-mast and solemnly sing the imperial anthem to honor our fallen brethren. Thousands of Kree planets lowered their flags. Billions of Kree singing their anthem in unison. 3 days ago, Hala was invaded by the enemy, and we suffered defeat. Ronan's voice was heavy with sorrow, and the enemy consists of 2 individuals. Upon hearing this, the Kree from worlds beyond Hala erupted in disbelief. Could it truly be that 2 individuals breached the defenses of their home planet? Could 2 have annihilated nearly 1 billion of their kin? Vengeance! 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 The Kree roared beyond Hala. Ronan waited for several seconds, slightly raising his arm to signal for silence. You may continue to shout for revenge. You may criticize our kin on the homeworld for their inaction. You may believe it was our negligence that allowed the enemy to inflict such tremendous damage. However, the green veins on Ronan's skin were pronounced, and his complexion grew even greener. It is not as you imagine. We are utterly powerless against the enemy. In fact, the enemy offered no resistance. They stood still, and our weapons inflicted no harm upon them. I tell you in truth, the enemy has not even shed a single drop of blood. Ronan forcefully pointed his finger. They haven't lost even a hair. Silence. The boisterous Kree seemed to have their voices choked, their mouths agape, yet unable to produce a sound. This is impossible. After the silence came an eruption, a more intense explosion. The Kree, proud and self-assured, could not fathom Ronan's words. On some remote planets, irate Kree began to assault and kill slaves, to slay members of other races. This is the reality, Ronan continued. The reality is, we Kree are not strong enough. The reality is, the central continent of Hala has vanished. The reality is, our supreme wisdom has been shattered. Ronan paused for several seconds. Comrades, we have fallen behind. We are not as formidable as we once believed. After defeating the Skrulls, we grew complacent, stagnant in our ways. We thought this cosmos had no rivals. Thus, we began to indulge, and some among us yearned for peace. We believed the empire had reached its zenith. The opulence of the capital entranced us, softened our hearts. And now, we have lost that capital which rendered us weak. I shall not consent to the construction of a new capital. Tell me, why do we Kree exist? Ronan gazed intently at the screen. War. War. Indeed, it is war. We are born for war, and it is still far from sufficient. We require greater territories, more resources, so that we may forge stronger weapons. If planet-destroying capabilities cannot vanquish our foes, then we shall aim for star system annihilation, galactic extermination. Until the day comes when I can see the enemy's heads mounted upon the iron spire of our new capital. That will be a monument to honor our fallen brethren. Only when we have slain the enemy shall we rebuild the capital. Kree shall never fall. Long live the Kree. Ronan raised his arm in a fervent salute. Kree shall never fall. Long live the Kree. Kree shall never fall. Long live the Kree. Warriors, seize your weapons and contribute to the grand endeavor of avenging the Empire. From this day forth, in the year 1995 of the Earth calendar, the Kree Empire has entered the era of post-ultimate intelligence. At the helm of the Kree are the Accusers, led by Ronan, who have ignited a new round of cosmic warfare. And the instigator of all this is lost in thought aboard a spacecraft. It has been 2 days since the last proclamation. A bounty on those two. 100 million each, Ronan declared. Now, the names of Joe and Carol have become taboo among all Kree, who instinctively recoil from uttering those names. 100 million? The lieutenant inquired. 100 million universal credits is no trifling sum. The future Guardians of the Galaxy have only been tagged with a bounty of 1 million by the Sovereign. Now, Joe and Carol are destined for notoriety, infamous notoriety. Every adventurer in the cosmos, even some lesser races, will likely pursue them relentlessly. Sir, do they know about our bounty? The lieutenant asked. We cannot remain idle, can we? Ronan shot a glance at the lieutenant. This is a matter of accountability to our kin. After a moment's contemplation, Ronan commanded, bring Rog to me. Soon. Rog was brought before Ronan. Everyone else, leave us, Ronan instructed. The others complied promptly. Rog bowed his head, slumped on the ground. Look up at me, Ronan ordered. Their eyes met. Tell me, what do you think would be your fate if our people discovered that you were the cause of this? Ronan queried. Rog remained silent. You would be cast into a swarm of Sikaran worms, devoured bit by bit. I am tempted to do just that. Upon hearing Ronan's words, Rog finally spoke in a hoarse voice. I am guilty. You enough. Ronan interrupted. Give me their contact information. I know you possess it. Rog looked at Ronan with confusion. Aboard Joe's spacecraft, Joe asked, Ultron, when will we reach the void? His voice was barely a whisper. He was utterly bored, traveling alone in the cosmos, without companionship. The only entity he could converse with was Ultron, who could only engage in rudimentary exchanges. Joe regretted not being with Carol. For days. Joe was not one to endure solitude well. Another week is required, sir. Ultron replied. Another week. I'm going mad. Joe buried his hands in his hair, feeling frantic. Sir, you have a message. Show it to me, Joe ordered. Ultron projected the message, revealing the text. You and your sister have been issued a bounty by us. Upon seeing this message, Joe chuckled, sensing a certain amusement in the situation. With a sense of urgency regarding his own wanted status, as well as that of Ronan, Joe instructed, check the latest wanted information, Ultron. Understood, sir, Ultron responded, projecting a wanted list. At the forefront were the glaring wanted posters of Joe and Carol, featuring their images alongside a stark proclamation, Kree bounty, 100 million per individual. No further information was provided. Gazing at his own photograph, Joe lamented, Ultron. This makes me look unattractive. Please send a picture of me in my silver armor. He was well aware that Ultron comprehended his intent. The novelty of being a fugitive entertained Joe for a while, yet soon boredom crept back in. Damn it, I should have asked Tony to design a game for me. Joe complained, reflecting on his spontaneous decision to venture out without much thought, leaving him in a state of tedium. Ultron, he called out. I am here, sir. Ultron replied. Where is the nearest planet with intelligent life? Joe inquired. 15 light years away, Ultron answered. How long will it take us to arrive? Only one jump. Approximately an hour. Let us go. I need to stretch my legs. I'm dying of boredom. Yes, sir. Upon setting foot on the new terrain, Joe felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. "Ah, splendid," he exclaimed. Before him lay a verdant expanse. This was a lush green planet. The vast forests resembled an ocean of greenery, with towering trees reaching heights of several hundred meters, exuding a refreshing coolness. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves like fine golden sand, casting a warm glow upon the grass below. The meadow was adorned with an array of countless, unfamiliar alien flowers. "Achoo!" Joe sneezed, overwhelmed by the pungent odors emanating from the bizarre flora, hastily covering his nose. Suddenly, a colossal creature charged toward him, letting out a sound incongruous with its massive size. Observing this dinosaur-like beast, Joe exclaimed with delight, "Tonight's dinner is secured." The creature was enormous and rotund, its paw larger than Joe himself, and he imagined it would be utterly delectable. In his mind, Chef Joe concocted plans for the feast: barbecued, braised, and in a hearty stew, 3 perfect dishes. Not one to fear an upset stomach. Joe's constitution was far more resilient than iron. If the terrain were palatable, he mused, he could consume an entire planet. Alas, it was not. But that was a tale for another time, one that involved a rather foolish attempt. Joe leaped and delivered a kick to the giant's knee, causing it to collapse. A swift punch to its jaw silenced the creature forever. Dragging its tail, Joe made his way to a riverbank. After a simple cleansing, he ignited a fire with his gaze, placing the beast's hind leg over the flames. Soon, a delightful aroma wafted from the meat in his hands. Just as Chow was about to take a bite, a voice interrupted him. "Hand over the meat in your hand." He turned to see a child, roughly 12 or 13 years old, aiming a gun at him. "Me?" Chow pointed to himself, incredulous. "Of course." The child shifted the gun menacingly. "Are you robbing me?" Chow inquired. What else could it be? A grin spread across Chow's face. How delightful it was to encounter such an amusing situation. He thought to himself, encountering a robbery. Observing the child, who bore a striking resemblance to a human, Chow revealed a broad smile. He stood up. "Don't move, or I'll shoot," the child warned. "Go ahead," Chow replied. The child, showing remarkable decisiveness, fired a shot at Chow's feet, creating a large hole. "This is no toy," he boasted, blowing on the barrel. "Is that so? Let me take a look." Chow seized the enormous piece of roasted meat and wrested the gun from the child's grasp. Turning the weapon around, Chow aimed it at his own chest. Bang! The gun fired, yet Chow remained unscathed. "This is merely a toy," he declared. "How is that possible?" The child, still reeling from the shock of having his gun snatched away, was taken aback once more as Chow aimed it back at him. "This is a toy," Chow reiterated, leveling the gun at the child. "If you don't believe me, try it." Bang! Chow mimicked the sound of gunfire with his mouth. The child immediately rolled away, only to find that Chow had not actually shot him. "Who are you?" he asked. "And who might you be?" Chow countered with a smile. "Forget who you are. Now you belong to me." Chow approached the child and lifted him effortlessly. He was in dire need of someone to converse with. "Let me go?" protested the child, flailing about in Chow's grasp. "Certainly." Chow chuckled, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters. "I'm about to let go." His tone was playful. As he gazed down at the diminishing trees below, the child nearly lost control of his bladder. "Perhaps not," he stammered. "Are you sure?" Chow asked. "Yes." The child nodded vigorously. It was a joke. After all, at 10,000 meters, letting go would turn him into a mere splatter upon impact. "But I've already made you a promise. I'm a man of my word," Chow declared, loosening his grip. "Ah." The child plummeted straight down. And just as his face was about to meet the ground, Chow caught him. After 2 minutes on the ground, the child could not help but gasp for breath. "You scared me half to death." He glanced at the individual beside him, who was still indulging in meat, filled with regret. After finally escaping the clutches of thieves, he had now fallen into the hands of a pervert. He felt like crying. Unable to suppress his frustration, he slapped himself. Why did I attempt to rob this person? How foolish of me. The more he thought about it, the more miserable and regretful he became. With a resounding smack, he struck his own face. As Chow savored his meal, he heard a sound and curiously glanced at the child. "Why are you hitting yourself?" he inquired. My face itches, my face itches," the child explained. Noticing the evident imprint of a slap on the child's face, Chow muttered, "Could he possibly be a fool? Hitting himself?" He spoke his thoughts aloud, causing the child's face to flush with embarrassment. "I really want to hit him," the child thought to himself. "I'm not," the child retorted angrily. "That's good to hear," Chow replied, resuming his enjoyment of the greasy meat. Delicious," he commented as he continued to eat. Suddenly, a rumbling protest emanated from someone's stomach. "Are you hungry?" Chow asked, looking up. The child nodded enthusiastically. "Then think carefully." Chow's tone was teasing. He was so bored that he found amusement in teasing a small child. The child clenched his fists and exhaled deeply, then concealed his hands behind his back, making an obscene gesture. "Delicious." After enduring half an hour, Xiao finally finished the large piece of meat. Glutton. The child thought to himself. Hey kid, what's your name? Xiao asked after finishing his meal. I'm not a kid. I'm 16. The child shouted. Xiao scrutinized him for a moment, genuinely unable to tell. I'm just a late bloomer. The child insisted. Is that so? By your age, I had already been with dozens of women. Someone boasted. In truth, he had only recently become a man. I have too. The child proclaimed. Really? Xiao responded skeptically. I secretly slept with dozens of female robots. The child said, his face turning crimson. No wonder you're underdeveloped. Xiao remarked, glancing at the child. You even sleep with robots. How peculiar. You. The child retorted, crossing his arms in silence. You still haven't told me your name, Xiao pressed. Peter Quill, came the reply. What did you say? Peter Quill. Do you enjoy music? Xiao asked. Peter nodded. Do you like to dance awkwardly? Peter nodded again. Are you an Earthling who was later brought into space by Yondu? Xiao continued to question. How do you know that? Peter asked, puzzled. All right, it's confirmed. I found a young Star-Lord. Xiao thought to himself. He scrutinized Peter Quill's face. He hadn't noticed it before, but now he truly resembled the future Goofy dancer. No wonder he hits himself. If he's Star-Lord, it makes perfect sense. Xiao mused, considering Star-Lord to be even more ridiculous than himself. Do you have your cassette player with you? Hand it over, Xiao instructed, extending his hand toward Quill. Reluctantly, Quill produced the player, cautioning, be careful not to break it. Xiao nodded and plugged in the headphones to listen to the music. Good taste, he remarked after a brief moment. Indeed, this is the most beautiful music in the world, Quill said proudly. All right, let us go barbecue. As Joe reclined on the verdant lawn, he gently nudged Quill with his foot. Quill, turning back with every step, made his way towards the location of the colossal beast's carcass, cautioning, don't mess it up. Understood. Joe waved his hand, then began to sway his head. He found Star-Lord's taste truly distinctive, compelling one to dance. The barely adult Star-Lord had thus become Joe's grill master. For over 3 hours, he roasted half of the giant beast, consuming several tons of meat, all of which found its way into Joe's stomach. All right, Quill handed Joe the roasted meat. Exhausted and famished, Joe felt utterly weak. You eat. I've had my fill and need to sleep. He stretched lazily, adding, don't run away, you'll regret it. Before closing his eyes, I'm alive, Quill exclaimed after devouring a hefty chunk of meat, patting his belly. After satiating his hunger, he gazed at the slumbering Joe a few meters away, contemplating whether to flee. His heart longed to escape immediately, but thoughts of someone's demeanor left him weak-kneed. Yawn. I'm tired. Better sleep first and escape later, Peter Quill reassured himself, then succumbed to slumber as well. The following day, hey, wake up, we're leaving. Joe roused Quill from his deep sleep. Huh, Quill replied, slightly dazed. Joe fired a heat ray that pierced the ground before Quill's nose. Feeling the warmth on his face, Quill instantly sprang up. Let us go, Joe signaled him to follow. Where to? Quill inquired. To my spaceship. Welcome back, sir, Ultron's voice resonated. Joe nodded. Upon entering the spacecraft, Joe escorted Quill to the control room. Once seated, Joe declared, from now on, you'll be in charge of cooking, laundry, cleaning, and keeping me company. Aside from conversing, Ultron could handle all these tasks, but Joe, out of mischievous intent, wished to tease Star-Lord. Quill nodded obediently. Under a roof. One must bow. He was quite familiar with this routine, having grown accustomed to it aboard Yondu's ship. Here you go. Joe tossed Quill's personal music player back to him, declaring it unnecessary. Quill hurriedly caught it. Ultron, play a song. Music filled the air. How do you have this song? Quill asked upon hearing the familiar melody. ISNT this. The tune from his music player, Quill had been listening to for 5 or 6 years, on a continuous loop. He recognized it as soon as Ultron played a note. This is a song from Earth. Quill exclaimed. Indeed. Joe nodded. Because I am, after all, an Earthling, so naturally, I listen to Earth songs. Huh. The future Star-Lord appeared baffled. What did I just hear? Earthling. When did Earthlings learn to fly? When did Earthlings construct such a massive spaceship? Am I out of the loop? Wasn't it said that Earth is a remote, backward planet? Or am I a false Earthling? Peter Quill inquires of himself.